Chapter 1. The Misadventures of Renaming to Chu Out Yin. Congratulations, host, on completing the task and earning 1 experience point. Your skill in carving has reached its pinnacle. God level carving. Having finished the final stroke, Chu Feng set down his carving knife and fondled the exquisitely lifelike statue of the auspicious Qilin in his hands. However, rather than reveling in the moment, a deep sigh escaped him as he tossed the completed Qilin carelessly onto the table. Alas, 10 years. Do you have any idea how I have endured these 10 years? Chu Feng is a transmigrator. When he first crossed over to this world a decade ago, where cultivators wielded unparalleled power, capable of moving mountains and seas and plucking stars from the heavens, Chu Feng was filled with elation. Especially after the awakening of his system, his joy knew no bounds. With the celestial path seemingly within reach, a golden Dan would soon be ingested, and a life governed by his own will rather than fate was about to unfold. Chu Feng was on the verge of renaming himself Chu Out Yin. However, it appeared that something had gone awry. When Chu Feng, brimming with enthusiasm, sought to apprentice himself at a cultivation sect 100 miles away, he was informed that he possessed no spiritual roots and would be barred from the path of immortality for life. That was one thing after all. He was well acquainted with the trope of being a useless character. Yet when Chu Feng eagerly communicated with his system, he was utterly dumbfounded. The system he awakened to was neither the legendary Supreme Immortal Emperor system nor the fabled Supreme Sex system, but rather an utterly mundane skill system. It could not facilitate Chu Feng's cultivation, nor could it bestow him with strength. The sole function of this wretched system was to enable Chu Feng to level up various skills, such as medicine, culinary arts, blacksmithing, animal husbandry, the arts, beast taming, agriculture, tailoring. With a flicker of hope, Chu Feng diligently labored for the system over the course of 10 years, anticipating that one day, his hard work would yield sweet rewards, allowing him to master the art of street fighting and become invincible. Yet here he was, unable to count how many skills he had elevated to the highest divine level, and logically, he should have become formidable. Yet still, Chu Feng remained an ordinary mortal. Vwiff, vwiff, vwiff. As Chu Feng stood there, speechless, a yellow-skinned dog barreled in from the yard, rubbing against his leg and barking loudly. All right, enough barking, Wang Kai. Do you think you'll starve if you miss a meal? Chu Feng swatted Wang Kai's head with a hand, and seeing the dog's pitiful whimpering, he helplessly got up and walked into the kitchen. Having hunted a rabbit the previous day, he still had some scraps left. Chu Feng boiled water and tossed the rabbit meat into the pot, retrieving it after 3 breaths. On the plate, the golden brown rabbit meat exuded a rich aroma, its crispy exterior and tender interior making it irresistibly appetizing. Sensing the delicious scent, Wang Kai outside began to whimper impatiently. All right, enough already? Chu Feng scolded, looking at the rabbit meat on the plate with exasperation. Ever since his culinary skills reached the divine level, this bizarre phenomenon had emerged. No matter how carelessly he cooked, as long as he performed the act of cooking, the ingredients would transform into exquisite dishes, defying all logic. For instance, merely boiling the rabbit meat had rendered it as delectable as fried delicacies. Such inexplicable methods were beyond Chu Feng's comprehension. Yet he did not mind. What did it matter, no matter how strange? Could he cultivate? If he could not cultivate, what good was it? With a face full of resignation, Chu Feng stepped outside, casually tossing the rabbit meat into Wang Kai's bowl, and then began his day's chores. Feeding the chickens, feeding the fish, feeding the horse, feeding the birds, feeding the cat. Over the past decade, the system had intermittently rewarded him with a motley assortment of animals, resulting in his yard resembling a zoo. After completing a series of tasks, Chu Feng leaned against the massive willow tree at the center of the yard, munching on wild fruits gathered from the forest, a smile gracing his face. Though his heart still harbored dreams of cultivation after 10 years, Chu Feng had grown accustomed to this tranquil life, finding a certain ease in it. After a moment, he stretched lazily, picked up his handmade bow and arrows, and mounted his well-fed steed, heading towards the back mountain. The game he had brought home was finished, and today he needed to hunt. Burp! After Chu Feng departed, a content Wang Kai plopped down on the ground, letting out a satisfied burp, ready to bask in the sun and enjoy the day, when suddenly a tremendous force struck him, sending him tumbling to the ground. Boom! A formidable aura erupted from Wankai, distorting the fabric of time and space under its immense pressure, unleashing a tidal wave of blood and enveloping the entire world in an atmosphere of relentless killing intent. Who dares to ambush this sovereign? Wankai scrambled to his feet, baring his teeth as he turned around. At that moment, a light snort echoed, and instantly, an inferno erupted, heavenly flames descending. A phantom of a vermilion bird appeared, its gaze fixated on Wankai, growling fiercely. "If you dare to make a ruckus again, I'll roast you." Wankai, taken aback, was about to retort when he suddenly sensed an overwhelming tidal force surging forth, the innate essence of the Kuaishui flooding in, extinguishing the sea of fire, revealing a colossal dragon's form lurking just beneath the surface. "Indeed, you are the loudest in the yard, disturbing this king's tranquility." Wankai glanced at the imposing vermilion bird, then at the menacing azure dragon, and promptly cowered, scampering behind the grand willow tree, pitifully pleading, "Old willow, you must intervene. They are simply envious of my favor." The willow tree swayed without wind, its branches expanding, striking Wankai, the vermilion bird, and the azure dragon thrice each. "Enough! No more disturbances." The voice of the old willow tree rang out, and the trio immediately ceased their antics, withdrawing their auras. Meanwhile, in the back mountain, Chu Feng was leisurely riding his horse when he suddenly spotted something and drew an arrow, releasing it with precision. The wooden arrow soared through the air, striking a distant white rabbit squarely. "Not bad, not bad. This divine-level hunting ability allows me to hit the mark every time. It's quite useful." Chu Feng rode up to retrieve the rabbit, securing it to his horse, nodding in satisfaction. Bang! At that moment, a noise erupted behind him, startling Chu Feng as though something had plummeted from the sky. He quickly turned around to see a delicate figure emerging from the dissipating dust. After steadied himself, Chu Feng approached and was astonished to find a woman wielding a long sword. Looking up, he noted her height and then stepped closer to check her breath, exclaiming in astonishment, "What a feat! To survive such a high fall! Could you be a cultivator who fell from grace?" Shaking his head, Chu Feng laid down his bow and arrows, employing his divine medical skills to assess her condition before producing a healing pill and administering it to her. This was a remedy he had casually concocted himself. With decent efficacy the last time, Wankai had suffered extensive burns for reasons unknown. Yet after taking the pill, he quickly recovered and was as sprightly as ever. Yet in his heart, Chu Feng felt uncertain this pill was merely composed of ordinary herbs. Who knew if it would have any effect on a cultivator? Chapter 2. Are all cultivators this polite? After considerable effort, Chu Feng finally managed to get the woman to consume his healing pill. Just as he intended to take a moment to rest, he suddenly noticed her gradually awakening. Ah, truly remarkable. A cultivator's self-healing ability is indeed impressive. Chu Feng mused inwardly, not attributing her recovery to his pill. For who's ever heard of a remedy taking immediate effect upon consumption? Lin Yafeng opened her eyes, and upon seeing the smiling Chu Feng before her, she was momentarily bewildered. Once she regained her senses, she hurriedly checked her injuries, only to find herself utterly unharmed, her entire being suffused with vitality, her magic power brimming within and without, and even her cultivation had slightly improved. How could this be? Lin Yafeng wore an expression of disbelief. She distinctly remembered being gravely wounded and on the brink of death, her nascent soul obliterated. In her final moments, she had fled into a thick mist, unable to hold on any longer before losing consciousness. In such circumstances, was she not destined to perish? How was it possible she still lived? Moreover, her obliterated nascent soul had somehow been restored. Was this a miracle? Even her master, a tribulation-stage powerhouse, lacked the capability to restore a nascent soul. "You're awake? Are you all right?" Seeing Lin Yafeng's dazed expression, Chu Feng was perplexed and waved a hand before her face. At the same time, he inwardly muttered, could she have hit her head and become a fool? Ah! Upon hearing Chu Feng's voice, Lin Yafeng finally reacted, realizing she was not alone. She glanced at Chu Feng, finding nothing particularly remarkable about him. But her attention was soon drawn to the black horse beside him. Boom! In the instant Lin Yafeng locked eyes with the horse, she felt her nascent soul tremble, her entire being akin to a fragile boat amidst turbulent waves, utterly powerless against the impending tsunami. A colossal shadow loomed within the waves, an overwhelming aura pressing down on her, rendering Lin Yafeng momentarily breathless. Is that the Beast Emperor? No, it's even stronger than the Beast Emperor. At that moment, Lin Yafeng stood frozen in place, an instinctual terror surging within her, causing her to tremble slightly. Smack! Just as Lin Yafeng was about to succumb to this overwhelming aura, Chu Feng reached out and delivered a swift slap to the horse's neck. Begone! Your saliva is nearly splattering onto me. Chu Feng disdainfully pushed Xiao He away, still oblivious to the harrowing ordeal Lin Yafeng had just endured. As Black Horse trotted away, Lin Yafeng instantaneously broke free from the suffocating pressure, vanishing into thin air, though her back was already drenched in a cold sweat. This is undoubtedly a being more formidable than the Demon Emperor. Lin Yafeng's heart was resolute in her belief, for a mere glance had led her to dance on the precipice of death. Had it not been for Chu Feng, her soul would have surely scattered. The thought of Chu Feng caused Lin Yafeng to involuntarily swallow. What level of cultivation did this person possess? A being surpassing the Demon Emperor, yet willingly serving as a steed? From Chu Feng, Lin Yafeng sensed no aura to her. He seemed merely immortal. However, could one with such an extraordinary mount truly be an ordinary person? Lin Yafeng gasped, realizing that her nascent soul had been restored, undoubtedly due to the assistance of this individual. I, Lin Yafeng of the Qingyun sect, pay my respects to you, senior. Thank you for saving my life. With this thought in mind, Lin Yafeng promptly rose and bowed deeply to Chu Feng. The weight of her reverence nearly caught Chu Feng off guard. Could it be that this person was genuinely a bit daft? It's quite all right. I did nothing of note. You awakened the moment the medicinal pill entered your mouth. The credit belongs entirely to you. Chu Feng waved his hand, helping her to her feet. Upon hearing this, Lin Yafeng immediately understood that the sudden surge of power within her body must have been the medicinal pill spoken of by the senior. It melted upon entry, and her grave injuries were restored in mere moments. It was nothing short of a divine elixir. Even the Qingyun sect's treasure Qingyun pill could not boast such potent effects. It was undoubtedly a celestial pill. Her survival was entirely due to the miraculous properties of this elixir. As for Chu Feng's words, Lin Yafeng interpreted them as the celestial pill being trivial to the senior, emphasizing that her fortuitous encounter with him was the true reason for her recovery. With an aura of ethereal grace, the senior radiated an air of a transcendent being. Lin Yafeng felt a profound respect. Senior, I understand. The debt of gratitude was etched in her heart, and with a grateful gaze, she refrained from uttering further expressions of thanks. Chu Feng shook his head, utterly perplexed by her incessant reference to him as senior. Were all cultivators in this realm so courteous? I'm tidying up to return home. Would you care to visit my humble abode? It had been quite some time since he had encountered an outsider, and to find one so pleasing to the eye, Chu Feng felt inclined to engage in conversation. Moreover, having a fellow cultivator in this realm of cultivation would surely be beneficial. Thus he extended the invitation. Upon hearing this, Lin Yafeng's excitement was palpable as she eagerly nodded. I would be honored. How could she refuse? This was a colossal figure. If even a fraction of his prowess were revealed to her, she would soar to new heights. Now that such a giant had invited her, refusal was out of the question. Noticing Lin Yafeng's exaggerated reaction, Chu Feng was momentarily speechless. Why did she seem so bewildered? Was he not merely inviting her for a casual visit? Why did it feel as though he was asking her to embark on a sacred pilgrimage? Her fervent gaze left him somewhat baffled. Mounting his horse, Chu Feng glanced back at Lin Yafeng and remarked, as a cultivator, you must be able to fly, right? My horse has quite a spirited nature and refuses to allow anyone else to ride. You shall have to manage on your own. Snort. Xiao He responded with a loud snort, casting a casual glance at Lin Yafeng. She immediately felt a surge of overwhelming killing intent wash over her and quickly nodded. Rest assured, Senior, I will simply follow behind. What ist? This was a being who transcended the demon Emperora peerless force. Even if she were offered a ride, how could she dare accept? Chu Feng nodded, patting Xiao Hei's head, prompting the horse to stride forward. Moments later, they arrived at his modest courtyard. Lin Yafan followed closely, but halted at the entrance, for within her consciousness, this seemingly unremarkable estate loomed like a vast universe. Even a speck of dust within the courtyard bore a weight beyond her capacity to bear. From a distance, she felt as if her very form was fracturing. No, she could not enter. Lin Yafan suddenly realized that if she foolishly attempted to step into this estate today, with Chu Feng's protection, she would likely remain unscathed. However, once she departed, the inexorable force of causality would descend upon her, and she would undoubtedly be unable to withstand it at that point. Even the scattering of her soul would be a wishful thought. Senior, Lin Yafan suddenly spoke up. What is it? Chu Feng turned, a hint of confusion in his voice. Senior, I just remembered an urgent matter I mustn't impose any longer. Thank you for saving my life. Lin Yafan gritted her teeth, ultimately articulating these words. The esteemed figure stood before her, and the opportunity was almost within reach, yet she was compelled to forego it, leaving her heart heavy with regret. Huh? An urgent matter has arisen? Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to cultivate a good rapport with this evidently powerful cultivator, which was why he had invited her to his home hoping to foster a beneficial connection. After all, this was a world brimming with extraordinary powers. Should he encounter challenges in the future, the goodwill established today might prove life-saving. Yet, having agreed wholeheartedly, he did not anticipate Lin Yafan's sudden change of heart at the threshold of his abode. Reluctantly, Chu Feng refrained from forcing her. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Please wait a moment." With that, he stepped into the courtyard, glancing around to find it devoid of anything noteworthy to offer. In desperation, he gathered some wild fruits he had previously foraged from the mountains. They were surprisingly delectable. Just as he was about to exit, his gaze fell upon the freshly carved, auspicious Qilin statue, and he decided to take it along as well. Miss Lin, since you have urgent matters to attend to, I shall not insist you stay. Please take these fruits to enjoy, and this statue as well. Feel free to visit again when you have the time. Chu Feng cheerfully handed Lin Yafan a bag filled with fruits along with the statue. Lin Yafan, overwhelmed with gratitude, was about to decline when her gaze landed on the statue. Boom! In an instant, Lin Yafan nearly gasped in astonishment. Chapter 3. The shock of the sect elders. At this moment, it felt as though time and space had come to a standstill, the boundless universe frozen in place. Lin Yafan stood there, dazed, having entered an illusory realm that seemed infinite in its grandeur. At the heart of this space, a colossal figure stood majestically. Lin Yafan looked up and beheld a resplendent form manifest before her. Its lion's head, deer antlers, tiger's eyes, elk body, dragon scales, and ox tail, a Qilin. This was the sacred beast, the Qilin. Lin Yafan was instantly entranced, as if struck by a celestial thunderbolt, rendered immobile. Just then, the Qilin radiating boundless light glanced at her and let out a soft huff. In an instant, the space shattered, and Lin Yafan was jolted back to her senses. The magnificent Qilin transformed into a lifelike statue in Chu Feng's hand, gazing at her in silence. There was nothing else in the humble abode. And these trinkets were hardly worth mentioning, merely tokens of remembrance. At that moment, Chu Feng's voice reached her ears, and Lin Yafan quickly regained her composure, hastily waving her hands. Senior, your generous gift is far too precious. I cannot accept it. A tempest of emotions surged within her heart. The statue, containing the spirit of the sacred beast Qilin, was merely a casual creation of Chu Feng. How formidable must he truly be? At this moment, Lin Yafan felt her understanding severely limited. Based solely on her own experience, it was utterly impossible to fathom Chu Feng's realm. Chu Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating that while her words were eloquent, what value was there in a mere statue? With his divine sculpting skills, he could produce several in a single day. Did she perhaps find his humble gift lacking and resort to veiled sarcasm? With this thought, Despite her being a cultivator, a flicker of displeasure crossed Chu Feng's heart as he spoke in a deep voice. This item is but a trinket. How could it be deemed precious? Do you find it too simplistic? At his words, Lin Yafan was so frightened that her very soul felt as if it might disperse. She quickly shook her head, exclaiming, I dare not. I cannot. Very well. If you truly do not mind, then take it. Chu Feng interrupted as he fixed his gaze upon her. Lin Yafan forced a wry smile, realizing that if she continued to refuse, she would surely provoke the elder's ire. This statue was an unparalleled treasure to her, yet to someone of Chu Feng's caliber, it was likely merely a trifle. With this in mind, Lin Yafan could only respectfully extend her hand to accept it, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Afterward, Lin Yafan left the place, glancing back 3 times with reluctance. She wished to linger longer, but the gravitas of the location was beyond her capacity to endure. Once she had walked out of the village where Chu Feng resided, she dared to summon her powers to take flight. After soaring for a while, Lin Yafan suddenly paused in bewilderment, as she seemed to have forgotten the way back. Just then, a dense white mist enveloped her. And before she could react, it engulfed her entirely, rendering her devoid of all senses. In a state of alarm, Lin Yafan was about to make a move, but the next moment, light returned to her vision, and upon focusing, she discovered that Qingyun Mountain was now within sight. This must be the work of the elder. Lin Yafan was astonished and hastened to direct her powers towards Qingyun Mountain. Brother Wang, I went hunting in the mountains today and caught this plump mountain chicken for you. You and your wife can stew it for soup. After bidding farewell to Lin Yafan, Chu Feng processed his catch of the day and brought a mountain chicken to his neighbor, Wang Dashan. Wang Dashan was his neighbor, who typically made a living by chopping firewood. All the wood for Chu Feng's sculptures came from Wang Dashan, and their families enjoyed an excellent relationship. Xiao Feng, you've returned from hunting, this mountain chicken is quite fat. Wang Dashan exclaimed as he quickly got up to greet him. Haha, indeed. I chased this mountain chicken for quite some time before finally capturing it. Specially reserved for you, Brother Wang. Chu Feng placed the mountain chicken on the table, sitting across from Wang Dashan with a cheerful demeanor. Xiao Feng, you're too kind, but you don't need to bring us gifts so frequently. Keep some for yourself. At that moment, Wang Dashan's wife, Su Shi, emerged from the house. Oh, this is nothing. I have plenty at home. Chu Feng waved his hand dismissively and looked at Wang Dashan, saying, Brother Wang, my supply of wood has run out again. When can you bring me another batch? Sure, I'll handle it. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Wang Dashan patted his chest confidently. All right, since I've brought you the mountain chicken, I'll take my leave now. I still have other places to visit. Chu Feng stood up, waving off their attempts to retain him as he turned to depart. Once Chu Feng had left, Wang Dashan and his wife exchanged glances and fell into a long silence. Brother Wang, can you still perceive Xiao Feng's cultivation level? Su Shi shook her head, sighing. I can no longer discern it. I haven't been able to for a long time. Wang Dashan replied, his gaze lingering on the mountain chicken on the table. At that moment, the seemingly ordinary mountain chicken radiated vibrant colors, glowing brilliantly, with boundless spiritual energy emanating from it, filling the entire courtyard with vitality. What kind of creature is Xiao Feng? His cultivation speed is unheard of. And most importantly, no matter what divine object is placed before him, it pales in comparison. It's simply terrifying. You and I have traversed the immortal realm for millennia. When have we ever encountered such a prodigy? Su Shi spoke in disbelief. This Xiao Feng is indeed a monster. He is beyond our comparison. But why dwell on such matters? We are living in seclusion here, enjoying our lives. There is no need to concern ourselves with these affairs. As he spoke, Wang Dashan wrapped his arm around Su Shi, and the courtyard was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Qingyun Mountain, Qingyun Sect. Within the Grand Hall, the sect leader and the elders of Qingyun Sect sat in high regard. While Lin Yafan occupied a position at the lower end. Fanner, is what you say true? The sect leader, Zhang Haoran, inquired gravely, his expression one of astonishment, mirrored by the other elders. Each of them had cultivated to at least the transformation stage, with some even at the tribulation stage. Typically, such matters would not disturb their composure. However, the account Lin Yafan relayed upon her return had left them all in a state of shock and disbelief. Master, what I say is indeed true. There is not a single word of falsehood. Lin Yafan spoke up immediately, but upon seeing the skeptical gazes of the elders, She anxiously added, "I am willing to swear a heavenly Tao oath." At her declaration, the expressions of those present changed significantly. The heavenly Tao oath was not something to be taken lightly. Should one violate it, the heavenly Tao would unleash thunder upon them, leading to their souls' dispersal. By the way, Fanner, did you not mention that the esteemed elder gifted you something? Why not show it to us? At that moment, the Grand Elder Lu Yun spoke up. Upon hearing this, Lin Yafan did not hesitate. She directly retrieved the bag containing the fruits from her storage ring. She had yet to inspect its contents, but it was certain that the elder's gift would not be an ordinary item. Lin Yafan opened the bag, and in an instant, boundless light erupted within the grand hall, filling it with spiritual energy, vibrant with life. Just from the emanating spiritual energy, several elders who had begun to show signs of aging found themselves rejuvenated. Their spirits lifted. The next moment, 7 beams of light soared from the bag, which then dissolved into nothingness. The 7 beams ascended to the hall's ceiling, radiating an overwhelming brilliance. Zhang Haoran focused his gaze and gasped in shock. "Is that a sacred fruit?" Chapter 4, The Crisis of Qingyun Sect. Upon hearing Zhang Haoran's words, the other elders were equally astonished. One must understand that sacred fruits were legendary existences. Consuming a single sacred fruit could bring the dead back to life. Especially for cultivators, obtaining a sacred fruit could nearly equate to 100 years of arduous cultivation. As long as the medicinal properties of the sacred fruit were fully refined, an ordinary person could achieve the nascent soul stage in an instant. The nascent soul stage is considered a foundational strength within the entire cultivation world. In smaller sects, a nascent soul cultivator could easily become an ancestral figure. For an ordinary person to cultivate to the nascent soul stage would require at least several hundred years of hard work. Even someone with extraordinary talent, like Lin Yafan, who was a direct disciple of a major sect, had to toil for nearly a century before ascending to the nascent soul stage. This illustrates the power of the sacred fruit. Such a sacred fruit was something even Qingyun's sect lacked. Only in the legendary sacred lands might one find a few. Now, with Lin Yafan taking out a sacred fruit, how could it not cause an uproar? "Sect leader, are you serious? Is the fruit in Fanner's hand truly the legendary sacred fruit?" The Grand Elder questioned, disbelief evident in his voice. The fragrant spiritual energy wafted through the air, and the brilliance was undeniable. This was indeed a sacred fruit. Zhang Haoran rushed to Lin Yafan's side, gazing at the fruit in her hand. His eyes filled with shock as he muttered to himself, "It truly is a sacred fruit. What kind of extraordinary figure is the elder that Fanner speaks of, to casually gift such a treasure to another? Even those from the sacred lands would not be so generous, would they?" Humph. Not only that, within the sacred lands, this sacred fruit is also a top-tier treasure. They would hoard it tightly. How could they possibly give it away? The elders crowded around the bewildered Lin Yafan. Speaking excitedly, "Sect leader, with this sacred fruit, our Qingyun sect will immediately gain another nascent soul cultivator." The Grand Elder stroked his beard, sighing in admiration. "Grand Elder, this is a sacred fruit. How could we squander it so?" The third elder, Qin Feng, who had been stuck at the peak of the nascent soul stage for decades, spoke up. "If this sacred fruit were given to me, I would surely break through the bottleneck and achieve the transformation stage." Upon hearing this, the elders were all stirred, their gazes shifting to the sect leader, hoping to savor the sacred fruit's essence. "You are speaking nonsense. You are already over 500 years old. Even if you obtain the sacred fruit, there is little hope for you. It would be better to pass it to the younger generation. Perhaps one day our Qingyun sect could produce another tribulation stage powerhouse." The Grand Elder's eyes widened in anger as he scolded. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's face revealed a trace of reluctance, yet he dared not retort as the crowd continued to bicker without resolution. Lin Yafan, who had been overlooked, suddenly spoke up. "Esteemed elders, the sacred fruits were not bestowed upon me in singularity." The moment those words left her lips, everyone fell into a stupor, exclaiming in disbelief, "What?" Subsequently, they witnessed Lin Yafan producing one sacred fruit after another from her pouch. 1, 2, 3. The crowd's breaths grew heavy. Each individual fixated intently on Lin Yafan's hands, eagerly anticipating the emergence of more fruits. Aside from the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, who were at the transformation stage, the remaining 6 elders were all at the nascent soul stage. Trapped in this realm for countless years, They had once thought that breaking through in this lifetime was a hopeless endeavor, but now a glimmer of hope shone before them. If Lin Yafan could present a sufficient number of sacred fruits, perhaps each of them would be able to obtain one. As this thought crossed their minds, their excitement overflowed. It was only after Lin Yafan revealed the fifth fruit that the elders began to tremble with exhilaration. Yet, it did not cease there. Lin Yafan produced a total of 12 sacred fruits from her pouch. By that point, everyone was somewhat numb. Had the world changed so rapidly? Or were they simply unable to keep pace with the times? The legendary sacred fruits, now so plentiful, could their humble Qingyun sect truly possess a complete dozen of them? Excellent! 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 Zhang Haoran exclaimed thrice, his face radiant with joy. The Qingyun sect relied solely on his strength at the tribulation stage. The others simply could not uphold it. However, with the sacred fruits brought by Lin Yafan, the situation was entirely different. With these fruits, the Qingyun sect would once again boast 12 nascent soul experts, or perhaps 6 transformation stage cultivators. In such a scenario, against the looming threat of the Blood Demon Hall, the Qingyun sect would at least have a chance to breathe. Fanner, you have achieved a remarkable feat this time. Zhang Haoran gazed at Lin Yafan with satisfaction, brimming with curiosity and admiration for the elder she mentioned. What manner of person could so casually bestow 12 sacred fruits? Even the lord of a sacred land at the ascension stage would find it difficult to do such a thing. Master, these are all gifts from the esteemed elder. I dare not take credit, Lin Yafan replied, shaking her head. In truth, she was somewhat bewildered. Having been pursued and gravely injured by a powerful adversary from the Blood Demon Hall, the elder not only saved her but also gifted her such an abundance of sacred fruits, a debt of gratitude far too immense to fathom. Just as Lin Yafan was lost in thought, a shadow suddenly burst into the grand hall. In the next moment, she felt a lightness in her hands and looked down to find that the sacred fruits had vanished. Who dares return the sacred fruits? At this moment, Zhang Haoran and the others roared in unison, their spiritual power surging forth. Heh, you Qingyun sect have hidden your treasures well, possessing a full 12 sacred fruits, but now, they shall be mine. Under the pressure of the crowd's combined spiritual forces, the intruder was forced to reveal himself. Clad in a black robe, he stood aside, gazing at the fruits he had seized with a look of rapture. Utterly unfazed, old Demon Duan. Upon seeing this figure, the faces of the crowd paled, and Zhang Haoran gritted his teeth, declaring, "Return the sacred fruits, and I may spare your life." Zhang Haoran unleashed his aura at the tribulation stage, pressing down forcefully towards his opponent. Zhang's sect leader, it seems your injuries have healed, yet you still dare to speak to me in such a manner. Old Demon Duan completely disregarded the oppressive aura, casually stowing the sacred fruits into his storage ring, a look of disdain on his face. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haoran's expression darkened further. Only days prior, he had battled the Blood Demon Hall's elder Duan Qingfeng and had been defeated. Now, Duan Qingfeng not only intruded into the Qingyun sect's grand hall, but also seized the sacred fruits, all the while insulting him. Such humiliation felt as though his face was being ground beneath a heel. How audacious, how outrageous! With their leader insulted, the crowd erupted in a chorus of shouts. Ha ha, I am indeed being outrageous. What can you do about it? Duan Qingfeng regarded the crowd with utter contempt. Having offended the Blood Demon Hall, their fate was sealed. How could he view these dying individuals with any semblance of respect? Duan Qingfeng, return the sacred fruits, or today, we shall not rest until one of us lies dead. Zhang Haoran inhaled deeply. Fixing his gaze on Duan Qingfeng, his voice was calm, yet everyone could discern the resoluteness within it. Chapter 5. The Qilin displays its might. Duan Qingfeng's expression grew slightly serious. Both he and Zhang Haoran were at the tribulation stage. Although Zhang Haoran was somewhat inferior, should the latter fight desperately, it could pose a problem. If by chance he lost the sacred fruits he had just seized, it would be a significant loss. Zhang's sect leader, do you truly believe you can threaten me? Duan Qingfeng narrowed his eyes and surveyed the surroundings, already contemplating an escape route. Today, he had come merely to provoke. Seizing the sacred fruits had been a stroke of luck, and he had not prepared a backup plan. If the Qingyun sect were to disregard everything and attempt to kill him, escaping with the fruits would be quite challenging. Duan Qingfeng, words are futile. You know the worth of the sacred fruits I can offer you too, but you must return the rest. let us part peacefully today. Otherwise, you shall find it difficult to leave my Qingyun sect." Zhang Haoran pondered for a moment before suddenly conceding. "Sect leader, this cannot be. Sect leader, how can we give the sacred fruits to them? Today, we shall risk our lives to reclaim the fruits." The elders erupted in outrage, their spiritual energy fluctuating, their eyes aflame with fervor. These were sacred fruits. How could they be relinquished to the Blood Demon Hall? The Blood Demon Hall continued to covet the Qingyun sect. Had it not been for sect leader Zhang Haoran's exceptional talent, fortuitously breaking through to the tribulation stage, the Qingyun sect would have likely perished long ago. Over these days, countless individuals from the Qingyun sect had fallen at the hands of the Blood Demon Hall. If they gave the sacred fruits to them, would that not be tantamount to aiding the enemy? Nevertheless, Zhang Haoran waved his hand, signaling for the crowd to hold their tongues. He had his own considerations. A battle today would result in significant casualties among the sect's elders, and ultimately, they would still face the threat of annihilation. At that moment, Duan Qingfeng chuckled disdainfully. "You think you can stop me? Today, these sacred fruits shall be mine." Zhang Haoran's face turned ashen, and with a deep sigh, his gaze sharpened as he bellowed, "Attack!" In the next instant, 8 elders surged forward from all directions, while Zhang Haoran brandished his Qingyun sword, striking directly at Duan Qingfeng, overwhelming the few with the many. "Do you truly believe you can succeed?" Duan Qingfeng's eyes flashed with disdain, yet internally, he grew cautious, realizing that the key to breaking the deadlock was to strike first. Gripping his bloodied blade with both hands, he swiftly unleashed a series of strikes. 8 crimson arcs of blade light shot forth, precisely striking the 8 elders. The 8 elders, at most at the transformation stage and primarily at the nascent soul stage, were caught off guard and stood no chance against someone at the tribulation stage, being sent flying and injured heavily. With a single strike, the entire upper echelon of the Qingyun sect, save for the sect leader, was incapacitated. Roar! Upon witnessing this, Zhang Haoran's fury ignited. His entire being surged with spiritual energy, and the Qingyun sword emitted a brilliant azure light, crashing against the bloodied blade. A tremendous roar echoed, and the entire grand hall was reduced to ashes from the clash. Had it not been for Lin Yafan seizing the opportunity to rescue a few elders nearby, this strike alone would have resulted in fatalities. Lin Yafan, having secured the elders, looked up at the 2 combatants soaring high above. Her heart filled with dread. Zhang Haoran, slightly inferior in strength, was barely holding his own against Duan Qingfeng, yet under the relentless onslaught of the blood-stained blade, he gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. "Today, it is either your death or mine." Zhang Haoran, already injured, his eyes glinted with murderous intent, roared, channeling boundless spiritual energy into the Qingyun sword, unleashing an onslaught of sword intent toward Duan Qingfeng. In a moment of carelessness, Duan Qingfeng was wounded, igniting his fury. "Since you seek death, I shall grant your wish." As he spoke, the radiance atop his bloodied blade surged, filling the sky with an overwhelming aura, painting it red. Under Duan Qingfeng's full eruption of power, Zhang Haoran was instantly suppressed, teetering on the brink of collapse. "Master, be careful," Lin Yafan cried out in alarm, her heart racing with anxiety. Yet, how could a mere nascent soul cultivator intervene in a battle of tribulation stage experts? If only the esteemed elder were here. Suddenly, the thought crossed Lin Yafan's mind, and she froze for a moment before retrieving the auspicious Qilin statue that Chu Feng had gifted her. However, the once formidable Qilin statue now lay quietly, appearing as nothing more than an ordinary statue. With a thunderous clash of blades, Lin Yafan instinctively looked up, only to see Zhang Haoran grievously injured and plummeting, his body marred by numerous gashes from the bloodied blade. A sight of utter desolation. Duan Qingfeng charged down with his blade, poised to strike Zhang Haoran down. "Master!" Lin Yafan's pupils contracted sharply, and her hands unintentionally unleashed a surge of magical power, drawing her into the statue. At that moment, a heavy wave of energy erupted from the statue. In an instant, the surrounding space, stretching for miles, became frozen in time. Everyone was rendered motionless. Zhang Haoran, who was in free fall, hung suspended in midair, with the blood knife merely an inch away from his throat. Thunder roared, and boundless purple energy surged from the east. The statue radiated an overwhelming light, slowly ascending into the sky, transforming into a celestial Kirin apparition that obscured the sun. Witnessing this scene, Lin Yafan, the only one capable of movement, could not contain her shock and fell to her knees, exclaiming, "Great beast, please save my master." The Kirin glanced down at her, its expression devoid of any emotion. Such a diminutive creature, in times past, would not have even warranted its attention, let alone the consideration of its desires. However, a fleeting image of a young man flashed through the Kirin's mind, causing it to tremble slightly. The fact that its statue had been gifted to this insignificant being compelled the Kirin, against its will, to acknowledge Lin Yafan. Humph! The Kirin snorted coldly. In the next instant, the fabric of space shattered, and everyone, save for Duan Qingfeng, regained their senses. Under the radiant illumination of the Kirin, Zhang Haoran found his wounds completely healed, and his cultivation had remarkably advanced. What just happened? Upon landing, a bewildered Zhang Haoran heard the astonished exclamations of those around him. "It's the sacred beast. The sacred Kirin. The sacred beast blesses our Qingyun sect." The disciples of Qingyun sect, initially drawn by the battle, erupted in excitement upon witnessing Lin Yafan summon the sacred Kirin. Zhang Haoran looked up, his mind reeling. The sacred Kirin. This was the legendary beast of the celestial realm. How could it possibly manifest in the mortal world? Meanwhile, Duan Qingfeng was engulfed in abject terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. As an elder of the Blood Demon sect, he possessed far greater insight than the disciples of Qingyun's sect. He understood all too well what the appearance of the sacred Kirin signified. This was a force that transcended the Great Ascension stage, unmatched throughout the realm of cultivation. No matter how hard Duan Qingfeng racked his brain, he could not fathom why such a being had suddenly appeared. Especially summoned by a female disciple of Qingyun's sect, this spectacle utterly shattered his worldview. Before he could recover, the Kirin cast a disdainful glance at him, and the overwhelming magical power radiating from Duan Qingfeng dissipated entirely. In an instant, he transformed from a formidable figure in the tribulation stage into a mere mortal devoid of any magical prowess. Without the support of his power, Duan Qingfeng aged rapidly, becoming an old man in the blink of an eye. After completing this act, the Kirin, with a look of contempt, reluctantly transformed into a streak of light, dividing into two parts. The larger portion merged with Lin Yafan's body, while the smaller reverted to the statue. Returning to her hand, that moment, infused with the essence of the Kirin, Lin Yafan stood dumbfounded, and the next instant, her cultivation soared, breaking through the nascent soul stage and directly ascending to the transformation stage. Yet that was not all. Even after reaching the transformation stage, her aura continued to amplify, eventually peaking at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, just a step away from the integration stage, in a mere instant. Lin Yafan surpassed all the elders, becoming the second strongest in Qingyun sect, only beneath Zhang Haoran. Most importantly, at that moment, a profound technique emerged in her mind. The Kirin Emperor Immortal Scripture authored by Chu Fan. Chapter 6. I can no longer return. Having joined Qingyun sect at the age of 10, Lin Yafan had devoted nearly a century to her cultivation. Beginning with the qi refining stage, she practiced the sect's foundational technique, the Qingyun formula. This Qingyun formula was a heavenly level technique, considered one of the finest in the entire realm of cultivation. Zhang Haoran had attained the tribulation stage precisely by mastering this technique to its fullest. The Blood Demon sect coveted the Qingyun sect's technique, persistently targeting it with the intent to seize the Qingyun formula. Tio Lin Yafan. The Qingyun formula was undoubtedly one of the strongest techniques in existence. Yet now, the sudden appearance of the Kirin Emperor Immortal Scripture in her mind completely redefined her understanding. Without even cultivating it, Lin Yafan could instinctively sense that the Kirin Emperor Immortal Scripture utterly dwarfed the Qingyun formula. The heavenly level technique paled in comparison to the overwhelming prowess of the Kirin Emperor Immortal Scripture. What level of technique could this possibly be? Was it perhaps a technique practiced by deities? Lin Yafan stood transfixed, her thoughts racing. Fanner, are you all right? Just then, Zhang Haoran rushed over, his face etched with concern. He had witnessed the essence of the sacred Kirin merging into Lin Yafan's body, leaving him in shock. Lin Yafan is merely a nascent soul stage cultivator. How could she possibly endure the empowerment of the sacred Kirin? If she were to fail, leading to the collapse of her physical body and the disintegration of her nascent soul, would that not turn a fortunate encounter into a crisis? Master, I am fine. Lin Yafan steadied her racing heart and shook her head. Just as Zhang Haoran was about to inquire about what had transpired, he suddenly sensed the faint pressure radiating from Lin Yafan, exclaiming in astonishment, "Pinnacle of the transformation stage. How can this be?" At this moment, Zhang Haoran was utterly astounded. He knew that it had taken him over 300 years to progress from the nascent soul initial stage to the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Yet Lin Yafan, who had been at the nascent soul initial stage just a moment ago, had miraculously leaped to the pinnacle of the transformation stage, completely shattering his worldview. Could it be that this is also a gift from a senior? Suddenly, Zhang Haoran's gaze fell upon the Kirin statue in Lin Yafan's hand, his pupils contracting sharply as he inquired. Indeed, the senior mentioned that this was merely a trinket he had casually carved. Given to me as a keepsake? Casually carved? A trinket? To seal the true soul of the sacred Kirin in such a small statue, and yet it is merely referred to as a trinket? Just how powerful is this senior? The tribulation stage, Zhang Haoran fell into a state of confusion. To his knowledge, even a powerful figure in the Great Ascension stage could not accomplish such a feat. Could it be? Zhang Haoran's eyes brightened. A deity. Only a legendary deity could achieve such a level of mastery. It seemed that his disciple had encountered an extraordinary opportunity. Master, just now a technique appeared in my consciousness. Authored by the senior, but I am unable to discern its level. Oh? How does it compare to our Qingyun formula? Zhang Haoran's eyes lit up, but he noticed Lin Yafan hesitated for a moment before replying. A chasm separates them. Ah, Zhang Haoran inhaled sharply, a look of fervor flashing in his eyes. He believed in Lin Yafan's judgment and knew she would not speak lightly. Her claim of a chasm between the two techniques could only mean that their heavenly level technique was utterly insignificant in the face of the senior's gift. This must be an immortal technique. Only an immortal technique could so thoroughly overshadow our heavenly level technique. With a heart full of eagerness, Zhang Haoran suppressed his desire to inquire further. This technique was Lin Yafan's fortune, and without the senior's permission, he dared not ask. Fanner, do not dwell on this. Saving lives is of utmost importance. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Haoran and Lin Yafan subdued the now feeble and nearly lifeless Duan Qingfeng. Retrieving 12 sacred fruits from his spatial ring. Tell me, what exactly happened with the sacred beast? Duan Qingfeng strained to maintain his composure, his eyes fixed on Zhang Haoran, revealing a look of unwillingness. He simply could not comprehend how he, a dignified tribulation stage expert, had drawn the attention of such a legendary existence, ending up in this predicament. Rest assured, I will ensure that your comrades from the Blood Demon sect will soon join you. Zhang Haoran regarded Duan Qingfeng with no semblance of kindness, sneering as he extended his hand, channeling a surge of spirit power that struck Duan Qingfeng's heavenly spirit point. Elder Duan Qingfeng of the Blood Demon sect. Deceased. Having dealt with Duan Qingfeng, Zhang Haoran led Lin Yafan to the side hall, administering the sacred fruits to the gravely injured elders. Moments later, these critically wounded individuals miraculously healed, with a considerable reservoir of spirit power accumulating within them. As long as they took some time to refine it, breakthroughs would be a foregone conclusion. Lord Sect Master, are you saying that Fanner, aided by the gift from the senior, defeated Duan Qingfeng and simultaneously broke through to the pinnacle of the transformation stage? The elder who had previously fainted was left dumbfounded upon hearing Zhang Haoran's account. Indeed, Lin Yafan, amidst the gazes of the crowd, radiated the aura befitting the pinnacle of the transformation stage, leaving everyone slack-jawed and incredulous. Lord Sect Master, could it be that the senior Fanner encountered is an immortal descended to the mortal realm? I too have my suspicions, but the truth remains uncertain, Zhang Haoran replied, pausing as he surveyed the crowd before continuing. Although this was a casual gift from the senior, it has saved our Qingyun sect from peril. Such an act of kindness must not go unacknowledged. I intend to accompany Fanner to express our gratitude to the senior. Upon hearing this, the crowd grew increasingly agitated. Sect Master, why don't we all go together? This is a senior who might be an immortal. If we could foster a good relationship, wouldn't that propel us to great heights? That won't do. The Blood Demon sect is currently eyeing us covetously. With Duan Qingfeng's death at our hands, they will undoubtedly seek revenge. You all must remain at the sect and focus on your breakthroughs. Zhang Haoran shook his head, firmly rejecting the crowd's proposal as he led Lin Yafan away from Qingyun's sect. Fanner, lead the way. As Zhang Haoran's gaze fell upon her, Lin Yafan's expression turned somewhat awkward, and she cautiously began to speak. Master, if I were to say that I am unsure how to return, would you believe me? Zhang Haoran replied. In Chufeng's residence, these days indeed pass in leisurely tranquility. Chufeng set down the brush he had been wielding, stretched lazily, and sighed. After toiling for half a lifetime in my previous existence, now that I can finally relax and lie flat, I find myself somewhat unaccustomed. At that moment, the lazy dog, Wang Kai, which had been basking in the sun in the yard, suddenly sprang to its feet and began barking excitedly at the gate. Wang Kai, what is the matter? Chufeng asked in surprise. Taken aback that this lethargic dog could actually bark, upon hearing Chufeng's words, Wang Kai barked twice towards the gate, then scampered to Chufeng's side, wagging its tail incessantly, as if trying to convey something. Simultaneously, the gate of Chufeng's yard was abruptly pushed open, revealing a burly figure entering. Chapter 7. Tao Yaoyao looking up, Chufeng saw that the newcomer was exceptionally stout, with a large cleaver slung over his shoulder. This person was Lu Sandao, a butcher from a neighboring residence not far from Chufeng. You foolish dog, why are you barking so much? Lu Sandao remarked upon seeing Wang Kai's incessant barking, a peculiar gleam flashing in his eyes. Though he mocked lightly, it should be known that despite living under the alias Lu Sandao in seclusion, he was once a figure who stirred up countless seas of blood. Not only dogs but even the most formidable demons would be struck with fear upon encountering the murderous aura that emanated from him. Yet here was this scruffy yellow dog daring to bark at him. Chufeng mused that Wang Kai was quite extraordinary, just like its master. Wang Kai, why are you barking at Lu Gu? Chufeng said, shaking his head and giving Wang Kai a gentle kick. He genuinely feared that if this foolish dog continued barking, Lu Sandao might become annoyed and retaliate with a blade. Xiaofeng, I have a favor to ask of you. Lu Sandao, with his straightforward nature, got straight to the point. Chufeng led Lu Sandao to a seat and poured him a cup of tea before inquiring, Lu Gu, what is it? Speak freely. Whatever I can do, I will certainly help you. Lu Sandao gulped down a mouthful of tea, his manner of consumption causing Chufeng to feel somewhat speechless, before he finally spoke. Well, since your sister-in-law is about to give birth, being a simple man with little education, I thought to ask you to name my son when the time comes. Chufeng chuckled. Lu Gu, the child hasn't even been born yet. How can you be so sure it will be a son? Heh, with my Lu Sandao's lineage, it must be a son. Chufeng shook his head. Such a preference for sons over daughters is not a good mindset. Nevertheless, I will take on this task. Once your sister-in-law gives birth, I will surely provide you with a satisfactory name. Great. Just hearing that makes me feel at ease. Lu Sandao clapped Chufeng on the shoulder, then grimaced, You're reliable, unlike Lu Shusheng from the village head, who suggested my son be named Lu Duden. That nearly drove me to madness. Upon hearing this, Chufeng's expression darkened. So this fellow had been humiliated by Lu Shusheng, and now he sought my assistance? Realizing his slip of the tongue, Lu Sandao quickly added, Come over for a meal sometime, and hastily retreated. Chufeng, feeling speechless, grabbed a homemade leash and attached it to Wang Kai, leading it out the door. Even after traversing realms, Chufeng had not abandoned the good habit of walking his dog. Yes, he strolled through the village and reached the entrance. Noticing the absence of others, Chufeng decided to let Wang Kai play freely. With newfound freedom, Wang Kai dashed away, while Chufeng found a rock to bask in the sun once more. Moments later, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility, followed by Wang Kai's barking. Oh no! Chufeng sprang to his feet, rushing towards the source of the commotion. Upon arriving, he saw a girl in black leaning against a large tree, her eyes fixed in terror on Wang Kai, who was circling her. Wang Kai! Chufeng hurriedly ran over to restrain the dog, then turned to the girl and asked, Are you all right? I apologize. This is my dog. Did it frighten you? Gazing at Chufeng's warm smile, the girl in black's pupils contracted. How could a Tengu, a demon emperor, be treated like a pet? This was unfathomable. The Tengu was among the highest bloodlines within the demon race, and the one before her was a demon emperor. It was unlikely that she could find another demon of comparable stature in the entire demon realm. Yet, the seemingly invincible Tengu appeared before this young man as if it were an ordinary dog. Noticing the girl staring blankly at him with a changing expression, Chufeng felt a pang of worry. Surely this girl wouldn't be so frightened by Wang Kai that she'd lost her wits. Realizing this, Chu Feng regretted allowing Wang Kai to run free. Wang! Just then, Wang Kai barked at the girl, causing her to tremble and collapse to the ground. Fainting outright, Chu Feng was stunned. This girl has such a weak constitution, she fainted from a mere bark. What was he to do now? Reluctantly, he approached, lifted the girl onto his back, and kicked Wang Kai once more. This foolish dog is always getting me into trouble. In the sky, 3 streaks of light whizzed by, with 2 trailing closely behind the foremost black streak. Stop right there, Demonis. You dare to intrude into the territory of the human race? You are simply courting death. 2 booming shouts echoed, followed by 2 fierce beams of sword light aimed directly at the black streak ahead. Within the stream of light was a graceful figure. Her name was Tao Yaoyao, the eldest daughter of the Tianyao clan. Following a catastrophic upheaval in her clan, she was forced to flee. Despair filled her face as she pondered her misfortune. How could her luck be so dire? Not only had she accidentally trespassed into human territory, but she had also encountered 2 formidable beings at the stage of integration. Is this how my life will end? She thought despondently. With her vendetta unfulfilled, she felt unwilling to perish in such a manner. As the sword light closed in, Tao Yaoyao gritted her teeth and attempted to resist with her demonic power. However, her efforts were futile, and the sword light struck her fiercely, sending her flying. While the beams continued their relentless pursuit, it's over. Just as Tao Yaoyao prepared to close her eyes and await death, an endless white mist suddenly materialized, enveloping her entirely, causing her to vanish in an instant. Don't! Tao Yaoyao cried out, flipping herself over, only to find it was merely a dream. Realizing she was still alive, she let out a sigh of relief. You've awakened, Chu Feng exclaimed with delight upon seeing her. Previously, Wang Kai had frightened her into unconsciousness, and now that she was awake, he felt relieved. After all, it would be a grave sin if his dog caused someone to perish from fright. Upon seeing Chu Feng, Tao Yaoyao's pupils constricted as she recalled the sight of the demon Emperor Tengu bowing submissively at the feet of this young man. Thank you for your rescue, esteemed senior. Tao Yaoyao promptly expressed her gratitude. Do not mention it. It was my dog that startled you, so it is my responsibility. May I ask your name, where you hail from, and how you came to be at the village entrance? Chu Feng inquired, shaking his head, curiosity piqued. Since his arrival in this realm, no strangers had ever appeared in the village, and today, this girl was the first. My name is Tao Yaoyao, my entire family was slaughtered, and I fled here to escape. Tao Yaoyao fell silent for a moment before continuing, shocking Chu Feng with her revelation. And my goodness, your entire family was murdered. Observing the blend of calmness and boundless hatred etched on her face, Chu Feng sighed inwardly, recognizing her as a tragic figure. Just as he was about to offer some comforting words, Tao Yaoyao suddenly dropped to her knees on the floor, gazing up at Chu Feng with determination. I implore you, esteemed senior, take me as your disciple. Chapter 8. Taking a disciple. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had never anticipated that after merely bringing this girl home, she would wish to become his apprentice. After a moment of silence, he regarded the girl kneeling before him and pondered, Young lady, if my dog has frightened you into a stupor, please blink your eyes. Tao Yaoyao was bewildered. What kind of response is that? Then, with a bitter smile, she replied, Esteemed senior, do not jest. I genuinely wish to become your disciple. Coughing, Chu Feng noticed that Tao Yaoyao had no intentions of jesting, and he suppressed his playful demeanor, helping her to her feet. Tao, I am merely a mortal. If you become my disciple, you will not learn much. As he spoke, Chu Feng shook his head, recalling his own inability to cultivate, and felt a wave of gloom wash over him. Esteemed senior, Tao Yaoyao hesitated, pondering that Chu Feng's pets had surpassed the demon emperor level, so how could their master merely be an ordinary person? Surely, such words were merely a polite refusal. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she thought herself a prodigy, ambitious and proud. Under normal circumstances, regardless of how powerful a person might be, if they were to reject her request to become their disciple, her pride would prevent her from asking again. Yet, these were not ordinary times. With her entire clan annihilated and the enemy's power rendering her hopeless, even a genius like her required considerable time to transform her potential into strength. But now, she could not afford to wait. Thud! Once more, Tao Yaoyao knelt before Chu Feng, gazing at him with unwavering resolve. Esteemed senior, I am willing to serve you as a servant, just to be accepted as your disciple and taught the path. Chu Feng opened his mouth, bewildered by her fervent insistence. Even when it comes to cultivating one's skills in the pursuit of immortality, one ought to seek out practitioners of the art, rather than confining oneself to a mere layman. Yet, gazing into the unwavering eyes of the young girl, Chu Feng found himself disinclined to argue further. At this moment, he was too weary to entertain any complications. The matter of taking on a disciple was no longer to be broached. However, you may remain here, and I shall impart some knowledge to you. Should you ever wish to cease your studies, you may leave at your own discretion. In Chu Feng's eyes, Tao Yaoyao was burdened with deep-seated enmity and, considering her character, she was not one to abandon the quest for vengeance. After a few days, she would surely realize that she could garner no knowledge here, and thus the trouble would resolve itself naturally. "Thank you, Senior," Tao Yaoyao exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Although Chu Feng had not formally accepted her as a disciple, she still knelt on the ground and bowed her head 3 times, displaying no hint of disrespect in her reverence. "Enough, rise," he said. "You fainted in fright earlier. I have prepared some chicken soup for you. Drink it to nourish your body." As he spoke, Chu Feng handed a bowl of the broth he had brewed to Tao Yaoyao, then turned away, a look of inner conflict adorning his face. This foolish girl seemed to have latched onto him, yet he could not lead her astray. He decided to visit Brother Zhao at the village's edge. It was said that Zhao had once roamed the martial world in his youth, and might possess some skills to impart. If he could teach Tao Yaoyao a thing or two, it would not hinder her progress. Once Chu Feng departed, Tao Yaoyao could no longer resist the enticing aroma wafting from the bowl, and she eagerly picked up a spoon to savor the chicken soup. The moment it touched her lips, her beautiful eyes instantly narrowed in delight. In that fleeting moment, she was transported back to her childhood, nestled in her mother's embrace, enveloped in warmth. As she continued to drink, tears welled in her eyes. There was no turning back. Her parents had long perished beneath the blades of their enemies, and she could never again return to her mother's comforting arms. Just as sorrow enveloped her heart, a soft meow echoed through the in the next instant. A small cat with gray and white fur elegantly leaped onto the table, pacing toward Tao Yaoyao and fixating its gaze on the chicken soup in her hands. "What a cute little cat! Would you like some too?" The sudden appearance of the feline interrupted her melancholy, and a glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. This enchanting creature was simply exquisite, its well-groomed fur immaculate and unruffled, exuding a subtle fragrance that was refreshingly delightful, instantly endearing it to her. Tao Yaoyao gazed at the kitten, reluctantly casting a glance at her chicken soup before placing the bowl before the little feline. Upon seeing this, the cat approached and delicately extended its tiny pink tongue to savor the soup, its eyes gleaming with satisfaction as if reveling in a fulfilling life. Moments later, the bowl was emptied. Tao Yaoyao swallowed hard, feeling a pang of regret. Her master had personally prepared such delectable broth for her, and she had only managed to consume a few sips. "Little cat, you drank my soup. Come here for a hug." She reached out, longing to embrace the kitten. However, before her fingers could brush its fur, an overwhelming aura surged forth. Thud. Startled, Tao Yaoyao fell to the ground, her expression one of shock as she looked up at the cat perched above her on the table. "Human, you are quite impressive. Remember to share any delicacies your master provides with Cat's sister in the future. I shall look out for you." With that, the cat turned elegantly and sauntered away, leaving a bewildered Tao Yaoyao in its wake. Once the cat departed, Tao Yaoyao slowly rose to her feet, feeling utterly aggrieved. Just as she had arrived here, she had been frightened by her master's pet dog, and now, after becoming a disciple, she had been startled by the master's pet cat. She felt utterly unfortunate, yet, upon reflection, her spirits lifted once more. Not only had she encountered a dog that surpassed demon emperors, but there was also a cat even stronger than a dog, with such companions. How could Chu Feng's prowess be anything but formidable? Tao Yaoyao felt her future brimming with hope. "Brother Lu, what do you think?" Chu Feng set down his cup and gazed at Lu Chao before him. A gentle smile gracing his lips, Lu Chao, tall and lean, bore the calluses of sword practice upon his hands, in Chu Feng's estimation. While Lu Chao might not rival the great cultivators wielding celestial powers, he was undoubtedly a martial expert. "Xiao Feng, this matter is not difficult. If your little disciple is willing, I can certainly teach her. My only concern is her willingness. Lu Chao replied with a chuckle. At that moment, Chu Feng appeared to Lu Chao as an ordinary mortal, yet deep within, Lu Chao understood that this did not imply Chu Feng lacked cultivation. Rather, Chu Feng's level of mastery transcended anything he could perceive. He had no inkling of the true realm Chu Feng had attained. In his eyes, any disciple with a modicum of discernment would not forsake such an esteemed master for his tutelage. Though Lu Chao had once enjoyed great renown, his own strength paled in comparison to Chu Feng's. Had he not already retired, he might very well have been tempted to learn from Chu Feng how he had cultivated so swiftly. Chapter 9. The Transmission of the Tao, the Sound of the Great Way. Having calmed her startled heart, Tao Yaoyao took a deep breath and slowly pushed open the bedroom door. Upon stepping out, she beheld that the modest courtyard was teeming with life. Towering trees stood majestically in the center. A yellow-coated dog lounged nearby. A proud rooster strutted about the yard. Fish glided slowly in the pond. Birds perched on the eaves, and horses grazed leisurely in the stable. Just as Tao Yaoyao marveled at the abundance of creatures under Chu Feng's care, a tremendous change unfolded. Boom! A resounding thunder echoed, and the scene before her was instantly transformed. A colossal time-space willow connecting endless worlds, a chaotic celestial hound emanating boundless blood energy, a vermilion bird holy beast wreathed in flames, a azure dragon holy beast commanding the seas, a phoenix holy beast transcending limits, and a celestial horse embodying the power of time and space. Tao Yaoyao stood dumbfounded, overwhelmed by the spectacle. What was happening? Had she stumbled into a den of holy beasts? How could there be so many? At that moment, surrounded by these magnificent beings, she felt her very soul tremble, as if on the brink of dispersing. Although the holy beasts did not intentionally exert pressure, the mere aura they unconsciously radiated was unbearable for her. It was then that a sharp voice rang out. Enough, everyone, gather around. She is the master's newly accepted disciple. Upon hearing this, the myriad holy beasts paused, casting astonished glances at Tao Yaoyao before retracting their auras. Goodness, you are truly fortunate to have the master as your teacher. The chaotic celestial hound circled around Tao Yaoyao, marveling. In that moment, Tao Yaoyao felt utterly bewildered. She was lost in a daze, pondering where she had accidentally found herself. What kind of existence was her newly accepted master? Celestial hound, do not frighten her. A voice emerged from the old willow tree nearby. As it spoke, a slender willow branch gently descended, tapping Tao Yaoyao's head. Boom! An invigorating energy surged from the crown of her head, spreading throughout her body, enveloping her in a sensation akin to basking in a warm spring. Subsequently, this energy converged at her dantian, merging with her magical power. In an instant, Tao Yaoyao's aura surged, her cultivation level accelerating at an astonishing rate. As the most gifted prodigy of her clan, she had already reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage at the tender age of 16. Such speed was already extraordinary, yet now, in the blink of an eye, she broke through to the core formation stage. Core formation initial, core formation intermediate, core formation late, core formation pinnacle. Crack! With a crisp sound, the perfectly rounded golden core within her shattered, releasing an aura 100 times more potent than before. All of Tao Yaoyao's magical power and spiritual consciousness converged within her body, taking the form of a small figure, identical in appearance and stature to herself. A nascent soul. As Tao Yaoyao felt the immense power coursing through her, she was overwhelmed with exhilaration. In just a fleeting moment, she had transformed from a mere foundation establishment cultivator into a nascent soul powerhouse. This surreal experience left her feeling as though she were in a dream. Consider this a welcoming gift from us, as the master's first disciple. You must strive to excel. The willow tree swayed its branches, speaking softly. Upon hearing these words, Tao Yaoyao finally regained her senses and knelt on the ground with a thud, her tone earnest as she expressed, "Thank you, Senior." A wave of energy enveloped her, lifting her back to her feet. This is merely in consideration of the master's regard. You need not feel burdened. Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao felt no resentment. Instead, she was filled with gratitude towards Chu Feng. Not only had her master saved her life, but he had also bestowed upon her boundless opportunities. She vowed to cultivate diligently and, once she avenged her family, she would remain by her master's side to repay his kindness shown today. As this thought crossed her mind, Curiosity bubbled within her, prompting her to inquire, "Senior, may I ask what level of cultivation my master possesses?" At this, the holy beasts fell silent. After a moment, the willow tree sighed. "Incomprehensible, far beyond what you or I can fathom." As Chu Feng departed from Lu Chao's residence, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Having inexplicably taken on a disciple, he now felt reassured that he had not led her astray. Should Tao Yaoyao desire to pursue martial arts, Lu Chao had promised to instruct her. Conversely, if she chose to abandon such aspirations, he could impart to her various skills. Chu Feng brimmed with confidence, believing that his capabilities would enable him to mentor Tao Yaoyao into becoming a top-tier talent in her chosen field. Upon returning to the courtyard, he beheld Tao Yaoyao diligently grooming Wang Kai with a specially crafted comb. The dog appeared utterly content, prompting Chu Feng to roll his eyes in exasperation. "This foolish dog truly knows how to command attention," he exclaimed. "Yao Yao, pay no mind to this silly creature. Come here." The moment she heard Chu Feng's voice, Tao Yaoyao sprang to her feet, a flicker of nervousness crossing her features. Meanwhile, Wang Kai scampered over to Chu Feng's side, looking up at him with a solicitous gaze. "Away with you, you foolish dog," Chu Feng said disdainfully, casting a dismissive glance at Wang Kai. This unremarkable dog had been the first animal bestowed upon him by the system. Initially, he had expected a magnificent beast of legend, only to discover it was merely an ordinary mutt. Day in and day out, it showed no inclination to do anything but eat, rendering it a veritable waste of space. Yet, having spent considerable time together, a bond had formed, and despite his misgivings, Chu Feng could not bring himself to act harshly. Instead, he indulged Wang Kai with sumptuous meals crafted from his exceptional culinary skills, treating the dog like a pampered lord. "Master!" Tao Yaoyao approached timidly, casting a glance at Chu Feng, her heart racing with excitement and trepidation. Chu Feng regarded her with curiosity, pondering where the boldness that had compelled her to seek him out had vanished to. Nevertheless, he dismissed such thoughts and gestured for her to join him on a nearby stone bench, gently inquiring, "Now that you have taken me as your master, have you contemplated what you wish to learn?" "Whatever my master decides," Tao Yaoyao replied without hesitation. It was no jest. With such a formidable mentor before her, why would she need to deliberate? She would follow her master's guidance without question. Chu Feng paused, his gaze landing on an unfinished wooden block resting on the table. An idea sparked within him. "How about learning the art of carving alongside me?" "Disciple obeys," she replied, her demeanor one of compliance. Chu Feng nodded, reassured by her willingness. He picked up the wooden block, instinctively wielding his carving knife and executing a flourish of the blade. In an instant, Tao Yaoyao felt an overwhelming aura erupt. An endless stream of knife intent ascending into the heavens, causing the very firmament to tremble and fracture beneath its might. In that fleeting moment, the cosmos itself felt as though it was turning upside down. Tao Yaoyao's mouth fell agape, utterly astonished. The magnitude of this presence transcended her comprehension. The path of carving begins with the knife. One must wield it with steadiness. Chu Feng's voice resonated, the profundity of his words echoing within her very soul. This was the transmission of a great power, a technique available only to the most exalted beings. Though awestruck, Tao Yaoyao dared not lose focus and immediately began to absorb the teachings with utmost diligence. Chapter 10. Celestial Aura. Zhang Haoran observed the chaotic flurry of Lin Yafan and felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. Dark lines of worry etched themselves upon his brow. "Fanner, you," he began, but Lin Yafan, catching the dubious look on his face, flushed with embarrassment and hastily explained, "Master, I fled to this place and succumbed to my injuries, losing consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself in a dense forest and encountered a senior." At that moment, she too was perplexed as to why she could not locate her previous surroundings. Zhang Haoran surveyed the city below, his mind racing. His spiritual perception had already extended for miles around. This was an expanse of flat land, devoid of any forest. By the way, master, when I departed from the senior's domain, I was unable to find my way back to the sect. Suddenly, a thick fog enveloped me, and by the time I regained my senses, I had arrived near Qingyun Mountain. Could it be that the senior's domain exists within the infinite void? Lin Yafan speculated, furrowing her brow in thought. Zhang Haoran pondered her words before nodding in agreement. That seems plausible. An entity of such caliber as the senior would not establish their domain in the mortal realm. It is likely that you stumbled upon it by chance, traversing the void to arrive at the senior's abode. If that is the case, does it mean I will be unable to seek out the senior again? Lin Yafan exclaimed in alarm. The sect's records indicated that supreme beings possessed omnipresent consciousness, capable of sensing those who called upon them. You should earnestly summon the senior in your heart. If they are willing to meet with you, they will respond, he advised. Upon hearing this, Lin Yafan promptly closed her eyes and began to call out in her heart. However, an hour swiftly passed without a single response. Master, she began to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. Zhang Haoran shook his head. It's no use to encounter a senior is a rare fortune. Such beings are not easily summoned at our whim. Let us return. Reluctantly, Lin Yafan followed Zhang Haoran back to Qingyun sect. Yet she did not abandon hope. She placed the statue of the auspicious Qilin on a high pedestal, offering daily prayers. Each day before her training, she would sincerely call upon the senior, yearning for the day when they might meet once more. Yet, 10 years swiftly passed. Under the tutelage of the Qilin Emperor's celestial scripture, Lin Yafan advanced rapidly in her cultivation, having already transcended the transformation stage and broken into the integration stage, now just a step away from the tribulation stage. Such progress was indeed rare. In contrast, Zhang Haoran, once hailed as a prodigy of Qingyun sect, had taken a full 170 years to ascend from the pinnacle of the transformation stage to that of the integration stage. This had already set a record for the fastest cultivation speed in the immortal realm, yet Lin Yafan achieved this feat in a mere 10 years. How infuriating for Zhang Haoran, who had been rendered almost reclusive by Lin Yafan's astonishing progress, delegating nearly all sect affairs to the elders while focusing solely on his own seclusion. However, over the course of 10 years, apart from consuming sacred fruits to elevate his rank slightly, his cultivation had seen no advancement. Observing this, Lin Yafan desired to impart the Qilin Emperor's scripture to Zhang Haoran, only to be met with refusal. Such a gift from the senior cannot be lightly entrusted to another, with no other option. Lin Yafan relinquished her intentions. A decade prior, the elder Duan Laoma of the Blood Demon Hall had been slain, and rumors circulated that Qingyun sect was under the protection of the sacred beast Qilin. For a time, the Blood Demon Hall had hesitated in their ambitions toward Qingyun sect. However, a decade later, their resolve had weakened, and the Blood Demon Hall had begun to probe Qingyun sect's strength once more. As ominous clouds gathered on the horizon, on this day, Lin Yafan performed her ritual of calling upon the senior, a daily practice she had maintained for a decade. Despite receiving no response throughout the years, she never faltered in her devotion. 10 years passed as if they were but a single day. Such unwavering dedication was indeed commendable. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As Lin Yafan completed her invocation, a dense fog descended upon Qingyun sect, enveloping it entirely. Accompanying this phenomenon was the resounding thunder of countless heavenly bolts. The overwhelming might of the thunderous display startled the entire sect, as its members gazed in astonishment at the fog that had risen to obscure the sky. The higher-ups of Qingyun sect understood the significance of this fog, their expressions alight with uncontainable joy. Previously, they had greatly benefited from the opportunities brought by Lin Yafan, with many achieving significant advancements in their cultivation, resulting in the emergence of dozens of transformation stage experts within the sect. If they could personally visit the senior's domain, it would surely propel them to unprecedented heights. Who could forget Lin Yafan's remarkable breakthrough to the pinnacle of the integration stage in just 10 years? In a moment of impulsive excitement, one elder who had recently joined Qingyun sect surged into action, launching himself toward the fog, intent on seizing this extraordinary opportunity. Impudent, brazen. You seek your own demise. The other elders erupted in fury, incredulous that someone would dare to covet such a chance. Zhang Haoran grew incensed, drawing his sword as a vast intent surged forth, aimed at the errant elder, seeking to strike him down. Zhang Haoran's cultivation had reached the late tribulation stage, while the elder was merely at the initial transformation stage. A direct hit would spell certain doom for him. Yet, at that moment, the elder was already nearing the fog, and the sword energy could not catch up. Zhang Haoran could only watch helplessly as the elder leapt into the fog in that very instant. As the elder made contact with the fog, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the boundless void, striking him in an instant in the blink of an eye. The transformation stage elder was obliterated, his existence erased as if he had never graced this world. A wave of shock rippled through the crowd. Within that fog, not only lay opportunity but also peril. Moreover, it was an unfathomable danger, one that even Zhang Haoran could not hope to resist. In the next moment, Lin Yafan stood before the fog. Taking a deep breath before stepping forward, she firmly believed that her decade-long entreaties had finally moved the senior. Surely, the senior would not wish her harm. Indeed, as she entered the fog, no wrathful thunder descended upon her. Simultaneously, a revelation struck Lin Yafan's mind. She could bring one person along. Without hesitation, she chose her master, Zhang Haoran. In an instant, a breath emanated from the dense fog, enveloping Zhang Haoran in a heartbeat. The next moment, the fog vanished, taking with it Lin Yafan and Zhang Haoran. By the time the two regained their composure, the scenery before them had transformed entirely. A vast expanse of blue sky and white clouds stretched overhead, while before them lay a golden wheat field and verdant mountains. In the distance stood a quaint little village. However, a profound shock resonated in their hearts, for they realized that the concentration of aura in this world far surpassed that of the cultivation realm. More importantly, the aura here was not mere spiritual energy. It was of a quality infinitely superior. This was celestial energy. Chapter 11. Could this be the celestial realm? Previously, Lin Yafan had come here with limited cultivation and, overwhelmed by shock, had failed to notice the peculiarities of this place. But now, with one in the tribulation phase and the other in the integration phase, both among the pinnacle of the cultivation world, they could certainly perceive the shifts in the world's aura. Could it be that this was the celestial realm? Zhang Haoran was astounded, disbelief etched across his face. According to legend, cultivators in the tribulation phase who successfully navigated the heavenly tribulation would ascend to the great completion phase. Those in the great completion phase would refine their essence, and when their Tao reached perfection, they could open the heavenly gate and soar into the celestial realm. However, ever since that cataclysmic battle 5,000 years ago, it was said that the heavenly gate had been sealed, rendering even those who achieved great completion unable to ascend. Zhang Haoran never imagined that by sheer coincidence, he would find himself in the fabled celestial realm. Master, ahead lies the abode of the esteemed senior. Lin Yafan, lacking experience, could not fathom Zhang Haoran's shock and merely expressed her excitement. After 10 long years, to behold the esteemed senior once more filled Lin Yafan's heart with indescribable joy. Zhang Haoran nodded, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. The village ahead appeared no different from a mundane one. Had it not been for the astonishing aura, he would have found it hard to believe that this was indeed the abode of the senior. The two slowly approached the village and soon arrived at its entrance, where they found an elderly man seated on a stone, basking in the sun like an ordinary villager. "Hey, come here," after exchanging glances. Zhang Haoran and Lin Yafan discerned that this man was not a senior, and they intended to bypass him, wishing to avoid unnecessary trouble, for he certainly seemed formidable. However, to their surprise, the old man spoke first. Hearing this, Zhang Haoran approached the elder and, with Lin Yafan beside him, slightly bowed in greeting. "Elder, may I ask what you need from us?" The old man glanced at them and suddenly chuckled. "Two youngsters who have yet to enter the celestial realm. Yet fate has brought you here. It seems to be because of that lad." Upon hearing this, Zhang Haoran's eyes brightened as he inquired, "Elder, could this place be the celestial realm?" "The celestial realm?" The old man scoffed and shook his head. "This place cannot be compared to the celestial realm. You may go now, but remember, the person you seek prefers to interact as an ordinary person. Do not provoke any displeasure with that." The old man closed his eyes, saying no more. Zhang Haoran was filled with confusion, yet seeing that the elder had no intention of speaking further, he could only clasp his hands in gratitude and continue on with Lin Yafan. "This place is peculiar, master," that person Lin Yafan exclaimed. "I couldn't see through him. He appeared like an ordinary man, yet his aura was anything but ordinary. The only possibility is that his cultivation has reached an incomprehensible level." Zhang Haoran's expression turned grave. Could he be a celestial being? Zhang Haoran nodded. "It's highly likely. But does that not mean the esteemed senior is also a celestial being?" "No." Zhang Haoran's face grew serious as he shook his head. "Perhaps the esteemed senior is even stronger than a celestial being. I clearly saw the awe and admiration in the old man's eyes when he mentioned the senior. It's evident that the senior surpasses him by far. With their hearts still in turmoil, the two fell silent, continuing their journey until they reached the entrance of Chu Feng's courtyard. Master, this is where the esteemed senior resides. Lin Yafan gazed at the seemingly ordinary courtyard. Her heart filled with wonder. The last time, her low cultivation had caused her to stop at the entrance, gripped by fear. Yet even so, she had gained unimaginable opportunities. If she could enter the courtyard this time, would it not be akin to taking flight? With this thought, Lin Yafan's excitement surged. Zhang Haoran, too, felt a rush of energy. The celestial aura had loosened the bottleneck of his cultivation that had stagnated for a decade, making him forget his previous concerns. Esteemed senior, this is Zhang Haoran, the sect leader of Qingyun sect, accompanied by my disciple Lin Yafan, seeking an audience with you. Zhang Haoran took a deep breath and called out loudly. Using no magical power, speaking as an ordinary person, fearful that any display of power might offend the senior, especially after the old man's warning about the senior's preference for simple interactions. As soon as he finished speaking, a bird flew out from within the courtyard and perched on the wall, its keen eyes scrutinizing the two. Boom. In that moment, they felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon them, causing their faces to change dramatically. Zhang Haoran sensed that the pressure was emanating from the small bird on the wall, yet he dared not lift his gaze. He felt as if an unfathomable existence was staring at him. And should he dare to look up, his very soul would be shattered in an instant. What realm is this? Zhang Haoran's heart raced. Despite being a powerful figure in the cultivation world, he found it hard to believe the immense disparity in strength he was witnessing here. Could it be that all beings in this place were celestial? Otherwise, how could a mere bird possess such power? Just as the two were struggling to maintain their composure, a voice echoed, and the gate of Chu Feng's courtyard swung open. The oppressive weight vanished instantly, allowing the two to breathe a sigh of relief. What brings you here? Chu Feng was surprised to see Lin Yafan standing respectfully at the door. Having previously encountered her, he had intended to forge a connection, given the rarity of meeting a cultivator. However, she had claimed to be busy and left in haste, so he had thought they would never meet again. Little did he expect that just 10 days later, she would return. Esteemed senior, it has been a while. May I inquire about your well-being? Lin Yafan gazed at Chu Feng with excitement, her heart brimming with gratitude for the one who had saved her sect and bestowed upon her opportunities that transformed her life. Just 10 days, hardly a long time, Chu Feng replied casually, yet a hint of confusion lingered. He had heard that for those who cultivate, time was inconsequential. One could enter seclusion for years without a care for the passage of time. He hadn't anticipated that 10 days would feel so lengthy to Lin Yafan. Perhaps it was due to her lower cultivation level, Chu Feng thought, dismissing the notion as he turned his gaze to Zhang Haoran. This person exuded an air of elegance and resembled a true cultivator, piquing Chu Feng's curiosity. At this moment, Zhang Haoran was once again struck by awe. According to legend, a day in the heavens equated to a year on earth. Though 10 years had passed in the cultivation realm, the senior claimed it had only been 10 days, confirming without a doubt that this was indeed the celestial realm. Zhang Haoran of Qingyun sect pays his respects to the esteemed senior. Zhang Haoran immediately bowed deeply, his reverence evident. Had it not been for the warning from the old man, he might have prostrated himself before Chu Feng. Chu Feng was taken aback, never expecting Lin Yafan to bring her sect leader to seek him out. This left him somewhat unprepared. Please, rise. Chu Feng stepped forward to assist Zhang Haoran. Previously, my disciple was saved by the esteemed senior, and the opportunities granted to us fill me with profound gratitude, Zhang Haoran expressed sincerely. Chapter 12. Astonishing Shako, you are too courteous. It was merely a fortuitous encounter, nothing more. Chu Feng assumed Zhang Haoran was referring to his earlier meeting with Lin Yafan and did not take it to heart. Come. Since you are here, let us sit inside. Chu Feng smiled and led the two into the courtyard, where they entered with a sense of joy and reverence. As they stepped into the courtyard, every creature within turned to look at them, and in that instant, the two felt an overwhelming force pressing down upon them, nearly shattering their souls. Fortunately, the aura was fleeting, and the gentle sway of the willow trees seemed to nourish their spirits with divine energy, preventing them from collapsing in fear. Zhang Haoran felt an extreme sense of dread, yet concealed it well. signaling Lin Yafan with his eyes to maintain her composure, lest they offend the senior. The two dared not gaze around and obediently followed Chu Feng, who invited them to sit in the courtyard. "Here, taste this. It's tea I brewed myself." Chu Feng cheerfully brought forth 2 cups and poured tea for them. "Is this a supreme spirit crystal?" Zhang Haoran's pupils contracted sharply, filled with astonishment. In the cultivation realm, spirit stones served as currency, categorized into inferior, middle grade, superior, and supreme, each with 100-fold conversion rate. Beyond these were supreme spirit crystals, with a single piece capable of exchanging for 10,000 supreme spirit stones. The entire Qingyun sect combined would not be worth a single supreme spirit crystal, yet the senior had fashioned teacups from such treasures. This was nothing short of extravagant. However, the moment he reverently lifted the teacup, a torrent of celestial energy surged into Zhang Haoran's being, causing his cultivation to stir vigorously. To know, this is the legendary celestial stone, an existence surpassing even supreme spirit crystals. Zhang Haoran's heart surged with tumultuous waves, yet the years of cultivating his inner tranquility allowed him to maintain a calm demeanor. As for Lin Yafan, she remained oblivious to the turmoil within him. Taking a deep breath to suppress his astonishment, Zhang Haoran sipped his tea to boom. The moment the tea touched his lips, his purple palace trembled, and in the next instant, he found himself in an extraordinary realm, filled with 3,000 heavenly paths. His comprehension multiplied exponentially as he thirstily absorbed the boundless essence of the Tao. Time became an ambiguous concept as Zhang Haoran was lost in this state of enlightenment. How long had it been? A voice broke through his reverie. Chu Feng's inquiry brought him back to reality. The scene before him shifted back to the moment of drinking tea, and upon hearing Chu Feng's question, Zhang Haoran replied, "The flavor is exquisitely delightful. It is a taste I have never encountered in my life." In truth, Zhang Haoran had not discerned the actual flavor of the tea. He was ensnared in a profound state of understanding. In what seemed like an ephemeral moment, he had comprehended the Tao for an unfathomable duration. All of this was merely due to a single sip of tea. Astonishingly, when Zhang Haoran regained his composure, he suddenly realized that Lin Yafan, her complexion flushed, radiated an aura tenfold stronger, a clear indication that she had reached the tribulation crossing stage. Her flushed cheeks were not a sign of shyness, but rather a manifestation of the surging power within her. "Fanner truly possesses an extraordinary opportunity," Zhang Haoran exclaimed, only to then sense that he had surpassed the tribulation crossing stage himself. In disbelief, he carefully assessed his own state and was filled with incredulity. At that moment, he had unexpectedly attained the early stages of the Great Ascension. In a dazed state, he had transcended the realm that countless tribulation-crossing cultivators could not breach in their lifetimes, silently breaking through to the Great Ascension. And this was all because Zhang Haoran had taken a sip of tea. Amidst his astonishment, he struggled to comprehend why, at the moment of his breakthrough to the Great Ascension, there was no heavenly tribulation descending upon him. Without having faced the tribulation, could he truly be considered a Great Ascension cultivator? Chu Feng, unaware of the myriad thoughts racing through Zhang Haoran's mind at that instant, simply heard him extolling the virtues of his tea. Zhang Haoran was the sect leader, and although Chu Feng viewed the Qingyun sect as relatively insignificant, the fact that a leader among cultivators praised his skills was an undeniable testament to Chu Feng's artistry. It seemed the system was not without merit. This divine tea-making skill had indeed astonished the cultivators. Satisfied, Chu Feng then presented a platter of wild fruits to the two, upon witnessing their cherished sacred fruits treated with such casualness, as if they were mere ordinary produce. Zhang Haoran and Lin Yafan felt a sense of numbing shock. To be frank, they were now so overwhelmed by Chu Feng that they had grown somewhat reclusive. "I did not know you two had come. Is there something you seek?" After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chu Feng inquired. "Senior, we have come specifically to express our gratitude. Without the wooden statue bestowed by you, our Qingyun sect would have likely been obliterated long ago." Chu Feng was taken aback by these words and then reached for a statue from the shelf. This statue depicted a Qilin, identical to the one gifted to Lin Yafan. "Are you referring to this?" "Indeed." Zhang Haoran was astonished to discover that Chu Feng possessed another such miraculous statue. He had thought such treasures were singular. Chu Feng, puzzled, could not fathom how a statue he had casually carved could save the Qingyun sect. Surely it was not that his statue had transformed into a true Qilin and vanquished all foes. Rolling his eyes, Chu Feng had no idea of his own astounding prowess. However, he did not dwell on it. He was destined not to cultivate and was disinterested in the affairs of cultivators. Seeing that he could not partake in the fruits was disheartening. It would be better not to look at all. Very well, since you cherish it, I shall gift it to you. Chu Feng contemplated for a moment, then retrieved a vividly carved statue and handed it to Zhang Haoran. This statue bore an uncanny resemblance to Wang Kai, as Chu Feng had carved it based on Wang Cai's appearance. Since they appreciated it, he decided to give it as a gift. It is worth noting that nearly every household in the village possessed a statue gifted by Chu Feng. These trinkets held little value, and he delighted in using them to foster goodwill. Thank you, Senior, Zhang Haoran exclaimed in delight, quickly rising to express his gratitude. Chu Feng shook his head. These cultivators were not as overbearing as legends suggested, and their kindness to an ordinary person pleased him greatly, although their politeness seemed somewhat excessive. Seeing her master receive a boon, Lin Yafan was elated, but then a hint of hesitation crossed her face as if a thought had struck her. Miss Lin, do you have something to say? Chu Feng, noticing her indecisiveness, promptly inquired. Thank you, Senior, for bestowing the method upon us. May I ask if I could impart this method to my master? Lin Yafan bit her lip and suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Zhang Haoran's expression changed drastically, and he immediately reprimanded, Fanner, do not be disrespectful. Zhang Haoran understood that Lin Yafan's intentions were for his benefit, yet the two of them had already received great kindness from the senior. How could they ask for more? If they were to offend the senior, it would spell disaster. Contemplating this, Zhang Haoran cast a worried glance at Chu Feng, fearing he might take offense. Chapter 13. Summon. As Zhang Haoran cradled the Tengu statue and Lin Yafan carried a bag of sacred fruits, they arrived at the village outskirts, both still in a state of disbelief. Previously, Lin Yafan had recklessly inquired, and Zhang Haoran had expected to anger Chu Feng. However, to his surprise, Chu Feng had merely waved his hand and told them to feel free. Exhibiting a demeanor of utter nonchalance, completely unconcerned with the Lin Huang Immortal Sutra. Such a broad-minded disposition truly earned the admiration of both. Master, with these sacred fruits, the elders of our Qingyun sect who have recently emerged at the nascent soul stage will surely break through to the divine transformation stage. This will undoubtedly bolster our confidence against the Blood Demon Hall. Lin Yafan gazed at the bag in her hands, her face alight with excitement. Chu Feng had generously bestowed upon them 34 sacred fruits, which would enable the Qingyun sect to soar to new heights. Zhang Haoran nodded. Still in a daze, he had originally come to express gratitude, yet he had not anticipated receiving such immense fortune. In comparison to the sacred fruits, Zhang Haoran felt that his breakthrough to the Great Ascension and the Tengu statue gifted by Chu Feng represented the true boon of this visit. Perhaps Chu Feng's nonchalant attitude had influenced him, for he no longer felt as fervent about the sacred fruits. People often cherished what they lacked. Once attained, it lost its allure. The two had not walked far when a thick mist enveloped them, and they vanished in an instant. With a flash, Qingyun Mountain loomed before them. Yet at that moment, both Zhang Haoran and Lin Yafan were filled with fury and alarm. At this juncture, Qingyun Mountain was besieged by the disciples of the Blood Demon Hall. With the disciples of the Qingyun sect fiercely resisting, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch. Zhang Haoran, at the Great Ascension stage, narrowed his eyes and spotted the leader of the Blood Demon Hall single-handedly battling 8 divine transformation elders of the Qingyun sect. The elders in a perilous situation. Impudent, Zhang Haoran bellowed. Then, in a flash, he appeared before the leader of the Blood Demon Hall, unleashing a sword strike. The sword energy surged skyward, a blinding beam of light aimed at the leader of the Blood Demon Hall. Caught off guard, the leader was struck, blood spraying into the air as he was sent reeling backward. Master, you have returned, the elders exclaimed upon witnessing the scene. Are you all unharmed? Zhang Haoran scanned the area, noting that while the elders were battered and wounded, none were in mortal danger. It seemed that the leader of the Blood Demon Hall had merely toyed with them like a cat playing with a mouse, not truly intent on causing harm. Otherwise, a Great Ascension cultivator could easily eliminate several divine transformation practitioners. Zhang Haoran, it has been many years. You have actually broken through to the Great Ascension. Just then, the leader of the Blood Demon Hall, having recovered from his injuries, returned to the fray. The leader, who cultivated the infamous Blood Demon Heart Sutra, was reputed to revive even from a single drop of blood. The injuries he had sustained were trivial to him, yet he was somewhat astonished at Zhang Haoren's breakthrough. This revelation also clarified the incident from 10 years ago when Elder Duan perished on Qingyan Mountain. However, Zhang Haoren's cunning was truly remarkable. He had advanced to the Great Ascension without a word. If it weren't for their confrontation today, the leader might still have been in the dark. Blood Demon, you invade my Qingyun Mountain. Do you seek to incite a righteous versus demonic war? Zhang Haoren gazed sternly at the leader of the Blood Demon Hall, who wore a sinister smile. Heh, Zhang Haoren, do you think you amount to anything? A mere Qingyun sect, my Blood Demon Hall could extinguish with a flick of my wrist. The righteous path would never wage war with me over a destroyed sect. Had I not been in seclusion previously, do you think your Qingyun sect could still survive? The leader of the Blood Demon Hall scoffed, disdain evident on his face. Zhang Haoren's expression turned grave. The Blood Demon Hall's brazen invasion of the Qingyun sect, coupled with the lack of response from other righteous sects, was highly unusual. Enough idle chatter. Now that we are both Great Ascension practitioners, do you think I will allow you to run rampant in my Qingyun sect? You are too naive. How long has it been since you entered the Great Ascension? Do you believe yourself to be my opponent? The master of the Blood Demon Hall spoke, then suddenly swung his palm, unleashing an overwhelming surge of blood energy that formed a devastating strike aimed directly at Zhang Haoren. Zhang Haoren's expression shifted as he raised his sword in defense. Both combatants were at the Great Ascension stage, and each move they executed held the potential for immense power. In the span of merely a few exchanges, numerous disciples from both sects found themselves caught in the fray, suffering heavy casualties. Observing the dire situation, Zhang Haoren made a swift decision to lead the master of the Blood Demon Hall into the skies to battle. The top-tier forces of both sects balanced each other out, distancing themselves from the battlefield, as the Qingyun sect had only one elder in the integration stage capable of holding the line, while the Blood Demon Hall boasted 2 in the tribulation stage and 5 in the integration stage. Even with Lin Yafan joining the fray, the Qingyun sect was significantly disadvantaged. Defeat was merely a matter of time. In the courtyard of Chu Feng, Pi Qiaoyao exclaimed with excitement, "Master, I have finished carving." "Take a look." She eagerly presented a wooden statue to Chu Feng. This was her first carving since she began learning from him 10 days prior. Chu Feng set aside his tasks, took the statue, and examined it closely, his brow slightly furrowing. It was not that Pi Qiaoyao's carving was poorly executed. Although it did not quite capture lifelike qualities, it was certainly commendable for a novice, showcasing her innate talent. Yet, given that Chu Feng's own skills had reached an extraordinary level, he found himself unaccustomed to observing the flaws in her work. "Master, what do you think?" Pi Qiaoyao asked eagerly. Chu Feng smiled gently, refraining from discouraging her, and instead pointed out areas for improvement while offering encouragement. During the process of teaching her, however, Chu Feng found himself perplexed by a particular matter. He had initially given her the wood provided by Wang Dashan for practice, but Pi Qiaoyao was unable to lift it, and even with all her strength, she could not leave a mark upon it. As if confronting steel in exasperation, Chu Feng sought Wang Dashan's assistance, who subsequently delivered a lesser quality wood, allowing Pi Qiaoyao to finally practice. The reasons behind this were unclear to Wang Dashan. Nevertheless, Chu Feng speculated that the wood he used seemed somewhat special, though he could not pinpoint its uniqueness. "Very well, continue with your work, I shall take a stroll," he said. After offering his guidance, Chu Feng rose and ambled outside. Once he departed, the previously resting Wang Kai suddenly lifted its head, and in the next moment, a black vortex appeared behind it. Wang Cai's eyes brightened as it opened its mouth, releasing a stream of black light that leaped directly into the vortex. On Qingyun Mountain, a thunderous roar echoed as the battle intensified. The disciples of the Qingyun sect found themselves entirely suppressed, their tenuous defense on the verge of collapse. At that moment, a mighty rumble of thunder reverberated through the heavens, heralding an awe-inspiring presence. Chapter 14. The Mighty Wang Kai. As time progressed, Zhang Haoren found himself gradually overpowered in his duel against the master of the Blood Demon Hall. Although he had also reached the Great Ascension stage, the master was at the late stage of the Great Ascension, utterly dominating him. Furthermore, the master had immersed himself in this realm for many years, far beyond what the newly ascended Zhang Haoren could contend with. Realizing his disadvantage and witnessing the bloodshed among the Qingyun disciples, Zhang Haoren, in desperation, placed his hopes on the statue that Chu Feng had gifted him. A decade prior, Lin Yafan had summoned a Qilin projection using the Qilin statue, swiftly vanquishing the old demon Duan and saving the Qingyun sect. Now, Zhang Haoran fervently wished for a miracle to repeat itself. With a slash of his sword, an endless surge of sword energy erupted, temporarily driving back the master of the Blood Demon Hall. Not daring to hesitate, Zhang Haoran quickly retrieved the Tiango statue, channeling his entire magical essence into it. A tremendous killing intent surged forth, and the Tiango statue soared into the sky, transforming into a black vortex. Following this, an ominous thunder rolled, and a figure slowly emerged from the vortex. Zhang Haoran was momentarily taken aback, for he recognized the figure stepping out of the vortex. It was the yellow-skinned dog he had previously encountered in Chu Feng's training grounds. At that time, Chu Feng had introduced it as Wangkai, his celestial pet. Zhang Haoran was astonished that his Tiango statue had summoned such a formidable being, and his heart swelled with excitement. There was hope for the Qingyun sect. He recalled the overwhelming pressure he had felt from the Tiango during his previous encounter. It had been utterly earth-shattering, far surpassing the limits of the Great Ascension stage. "Welcome, Lord Tiango. I beg your pardon for the abrupt summoning. I hope for your understanding." Zhang Haoran prostrated himself respectfully before Wangkai, forgetting all about the master of the Blood Demon Hall. Wangkai approached Zhang Haoran, nodding in a mock-serious manner, before inquiring, "No trouble at all. Is this individual your enemy?" The Tiango's gaze fell upon the master of the Blood Demon Hall, its expression dripping with disdain. In that moment, the master of the Blood Demon Hall's countenance shifted dramatically. As a being of the late Great Ascension stage, he was acutely aware that the Tiango's strength far exceeded his own. He could scarcely fathom how Zhang Haoran had summoned such a powerful entity. It was utterly beyond reason. The power radiating from this being seemed to eclipse even the legendary 9 Tribulation Loose Immortals, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. The mere presence of such a being in the mortal world felt like an affront. At that moment, the master of the Blood Demon Hall felt a chilling sense of danger, prompting him to act without hesitation. He turned to flee, no longer concerned for the disciples of the Blood Demon Hall. His sole thought was to escape, to run away. However, Zhang Haoran cast a scornful glance at him and respectfully declared, "I report to you, Lord Tiango, that these individuals are members of the Blood Demon Hall, who have invaded my Qingyun sect without cause. Their actions are truly vile. I implore you to take action." Wangkai nodded and glanced over the members of the Blood Demon Hall below. At that moment, the disciples seemed to realize something amiss, halting their movements and looking up at the sky, especially at Wangkai, who had suddenly appeared above them. The disciples of the Blood Demon Hall were dumbfounded to see their master abandon them and flee. What was happening? Why was the master running away? However, before they could comprehend the situation, an overwhelming killing intent erupted from Wangkai, instantly enveloping all the disciples of the Blood Demon Hall. Boom! In the next instant, the killing intent exploded. An endless torrent of bloodlight flashed, and all the disciples of the Blood Demon Hall, from those in the tribulation stage to those in the foundation establishment stage, were reduced to ashes. The disciples of the Qingyun sect stood in stunned silence, disbelief etched across their faces. The enemy, who had just been on the verge of annihilating them, had vanished in an instant. What kind of power was this? Did such strength truly exist? Even a sect leader at the Great Ascension stage would struggle to achieve such a feat. As the onlookers gazed in astonishment at Wangkai, it let out a cold snort before vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the master of the Blood Demon Hall, who had already fled miles away, was now gripped by a sense of foreboding. Enveloped by an insatiable killing intent, his face paled as he summoned his only defensive treasure, a blood-red shield enveloping him. This treasure was known as the Blood Cage Prison. It was designed to trap enemies, utilizing endless blood energy to wear them down, and could also be used for self-protection. The master had relied on this treasure to dominate the mortal realm, gaining a formidable reputation. However, the once effective means appeared to have lost their efficacy today. In an instant, the Tiango materialized before the master of the Blood Demon Hall, a flash of blood-red light striking the Blood Cage Prison with tremendous force. Crack! With a crisp sound, the once impenetrable Blood Cage Prison shattered in an instant. "Spare my life. I am willing to submit to you, Great Master. Please, spare me." the master of the Blood Demon Hall implored, recognizing the precariousness of his situation. Whatever Zhang Haoran of the Qingyun sect can offer you, I can provide double, no, triple. Please, grant me mercy. The master was acutely aware of the shifting tides of fate and, at the moment the blood cage prison shattered, he fell to his knees, begging for Wang Cai's mercy. Wang Cai regarded him with disdain, for Zhang Haoran was under his protection. Thus, he would intervene. The notion that this insignificant insect thought it could sway him was utterly laughable. In the next moment, 3 identical beams of blood light erupted, piercing through the master of the Blood Demon Hall's body before obliterating his physical form and soul. The master, who had secretly harbored intentions of betraying Wang Cai, had no opportunity to act on his plans. The disparity in realms and strength was more than sufficient for Wang Cai to effortlessly annihilate him. Having dispatched the master of the Blood Demon Hall, Wang Cai flashed over to Zhang Haoran's side. The enemy has been vanquished, it declared. Zhang Haoran, filled with elation, responded, "Thank you, esteemed elder. Please, allow me to host you in our sect for a discussion." Wang Cai shook its head. "I cannot linger. I must take my leave." Zhang Haoran's expression reflected regret, yet he did not dare to press for Wang Cai to stay, instead saying, "In that case, I shall see you off, esteemed elder." This summoning was truly a matter of urgency, and I shall not intrude upon your cultivation lightly in the future. However, before Zhang Haoran could finish, Wang Cai paused in its steps, turned, and fixed its gaze on him. "No, you need not worry about disturbing me. In the future, should you require assistance, seek me out. I shall help you vanquish your foes. Do not feel any hesitation." Wang Cai spoke with utmost seriousness, revealing his genuine thoughts. Although remaining by Chu Feng's side had led to a rapid surge in his cultivation, the monotony was rather overwhelming. At this moment, an opportunity to seek amusement was rare. How could he possibly let it slip away? Even if it merely involved exterminating a few insignificant pests, it would suffice as a means to relieve his spirit. With that, Wang Cai leaped into the black vortex, vanishing from sight. Zhang Haoran opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 15. In my dreams, I am a celestial being to him. The Tiangou was an exalted entity, and in a moment of desperation, his summoning had likely inconvenienced it. Yet, judging by the Tiangou's demeanor, it seemed eager for the summoning. This surpassed all expectations. After the Tiangou departed, the black vortex transformed back into a statue. Returning to Zhang Haoran's grasp, at this moment, atop Qingyun Mountain, all disciples of the Qingyun sect stared blankly at Zhang Haoran in the sky. He took a deep breath, gathering his magical energy, and proclaimed, "Everyone, our Qingyun sect has triumphed." The scene fell silent for an instant before erupting into thunderous cheers. "We have won. We are victorious. The sect master is mighty. The Tiangou elder is formidable. We have emerged triumphant." In Chufeng's courtyard, dusk had settled. Wang Cai, having strolled around, stretched contentedly after enjoying Chu Feng's culinary delights, then returned to his nest for a sound sleep. As tranquility enveloped the world, Chu Feng lay in bed, gradually drifting into slumber. In a daze, Chu Feng felt as though he had ascended to a lofty realm of a new world. In his dreams, he possessed boundless power, capable of overturning the very fabric of reality with but a thought, causing the heavens to crumble and the earth to invert. Embracing this extraordinary sensation, Chu Feng found it immensely intriguing. Though dreaming, he refrained from reckless actions, for he was not one to abuse power frivolously. His consciousness floated amidst the sky, eventually descending into a city of this world. The architectural style bore resemblance to ancient China, yet the inhabitants were anything but ordinary. Chu Feng discerned that these individuals possessed varying degrees of latent power within them. This force was known as magical energy. Could it be that I have become so obsessed with cultivation that I have lost my grip on reality? Now, even in dreams, I find myself in the realm of immortals, transformed into a celestial being? Chu Feng chuckled at himself, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of being a formidable figure in his dreams, a delightful escape from the mundanity of reality. With this thought, he meandered into the city, eager to experience the marvels of this world. Wandering aimlessly, he inadvertently stumbled upon a residence inscribed with the characters Xiao Efud. At that moment, the grand entrance stood ajar, and the lively atmosphere within piqued Chu Feng's curiosity. Without hesitation, he stepped inside, effortlessly evading the guards as a being of celestial prowess. Upon entering a square within the residence, he found countless individuals gathered, seemingly engaged in a peculiar ritual, enveloping himself in an invisibility spell. Chu Feng slipped to the front. After observing for a while, he realized that this was the Shao family's triennial assessment of cultivation. Numerous Shao family members stepped forward, allowing the elders to evaluate their abilities. Shaking his head, Chu Feng found the spectacle rather tedious. Most were mere qi refinement stage practitioners, hardly worthy of the attention of the now exalted Chu Feng. Just as he contemplated departing, a voice filled with indignation rang out, "Shao Yan? Qi refinement stage 3, disqualified." Accompanying this declaration was a chorus of jeers and mockery from the crowd. From the discourse, Chu Feng gathered that the so-called Shao Yin was the son of the family head, once the most promising prodigy of the Shao clan. However, 5 years prior, after having reached the foundation establishment stage, Shao Yan's cultivation inexplicably regressed overnight, plummeting back to Qi refinement stage 3. The Shao family had expended immense resources in an effort to remedy Shao Yan's predicament. Yet, after 2 long years of endeavor, there had been no signs of recovery in his talent or cultivation. The world of cultivation was starkly pragmatic. Shao Yan had lost his value and squandered the family's resources, leading to widespread dissatisfaction among the other members. Even as the head son, he had been utterly forsaken by the Shao clan, becoming a subject of ridicule. Listening to Shao Yan's plight, Chu Feng's expression turned peculiar. What a twist of fate! Am I now immersed in a narrative reminiscent of the stories from my past life? Intrigued by the sight of Shao Yan, fists clenched in stubbornness as he walked away amidst the scornful gazes, Chu Feng felt a surge of interest. Since this is merely a dream, rather than wandering aimlessly, why not follow Shao Yan and see if he rises to greatness? Maintaining his invisibility, Chu Feng trailed Shao Yan to a cliff outside the city. Observing Shao Yan's defiant demeanor, Chu Feng's attention fell upon the ring on his right hand. If he were not mistaken, Shao Yan's fortune likely resided within that very ring. With this thought, Chu Feng's consciousness swept over the ring. What is this? He was momentarily taken aback. Furrowing his brow, he had anticipated that the ring contained a benevolent elder who, after having perished in his previous life, had taken refuge within the ring, healing by absorbing Shao Yan's magical energy, ultimately awakening when Shao Yan found himself in dire straits, guiding him to the pinnacle of success. However, this narrative seemed to have taken a turn, as Chu Feng discovered that the ring harbored not an elder, but an overwhelming presence of demonic energy, brimming with malevolence. In this space saturated with dark energy, a malevolent entity was in the process of gestation. Chu Feng's perception revealed that this creature possessed no semblance of intelligence, merely a pure embodiment of malice and bloodlust. Once awakened, Shao Yan would undoubtedly be the first to perish. This scenario is not as anticipated. Chu Feng felt a twinge of discontent. How could he observe Shao Yan's tumultuous journey up close if the script had deviated so drastically? Suddenly, an idea struck him. After all, this is merely a dream. I can dictate the course of events as I see fit, unencumbered by fear. Thus, Chu Feng spoke. Young man, do you wish to know the reason behind your sudden regression in cultivation, from prodigy to ineptitude? Leaving you stagnant for 5 years? Initially despondent, Shao Yan sprang to attention, scanning his surroundings with caution. Who is speaking? He demanded. Chu Feng did not respond directly, instead stating, if I sought to harm you, I could extinguish your life in an instant. However, having glimpsed the sorrow of your fate, I wish to extend a helping hand. You need only express your desire to uncover the truth. Upon hearing this, Shao Yan gritted his teeth, recognizing that he had encountered a formidable being. The truth of the matter resonated within him, and he nodded in agreement. With a wave of his hand, Chu Feng instantaneously transported Shao Yan's soul into the ring's space, revealing the malevolent entity gestating within. This is the reason for your downfall, Chapter 16. The North Ming Yin Scripture. As Shao Yan felt the dark energy emanating from the entity, witnessing it absorb the magical energy he had painstakingly cultivated. His eyes turned crimson. The urge to confront the malevolence surged within him. He longed to shatter it into 1,000 pieces. Yet, the dwindling remnants of his rationality held him back. He understood all too well that he was no match for this creature. Any attempt to confront it would surely lead to his demise. In the next moment, a flash of realization struck him, and he fell to his knees, exclaiming, Elder, I beseech you, save me." Seeing this, Chu Feng smiled slightly, revealing his form. Xiao Yin gazed at Chu Feng, momentarily stunned. Clad in a flowing white robe and a scholar's cap, Chu Feng radiated an ethereal aura, reminiscent of a legendary immortal. "Please, esteemed elder, take me as your disciple." Sensing the vast and unparalleled magical energy emanating from Chu Feng, Xiao Yin felt a profound awe. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chu Feng nodded, saying, "Very well. You may become my apprentice." In reality, Chu Feng would not have made such a hasty decision. But this was merely a dream. What need was there for caution? To play the role of a mentor was undeniably exhilarating. "Thank you, master," Xiao Yin exclaimed with elation, bowing 3 times in quick succession, his countenance ablaze with excitement. Chu Feng raised a hand to assist him, then declared, "Disciple, while the malevolent entity within your ring poses no challenge to me, it is ultimately your burden to bear. You must find a way to resolve this matter on your own." As he spoke, Chu Feng extended his hand and pointed. A supreme magical force surged into the ring, sealing it in an instant. He then tapped Xiao Yan's forehead, a subtle technique accompanied by numerous martial arts manuals flooding into Xiao Yan's mind. "I have sealed the demonic entity. From now on, it can no longer absorb your magical energy. However, as my disciple, we seek vengeance. Since it has siphoned your power for 5 years, in the days to come, you shall utilize its demonic energy to purify and absorb it through the techniques I have imparted to you, thus resolving this karmic debt. Is that feasible?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin, disregarding the vast array of techniques swirling in his mind, replied resolutely, "Yes, master. I shall not disappoint you." Chu Feng nodded, pleased with the potential of his disciple. Meanwhile, he felt a surge of elation within. In this dream, he was akin to a creator deity, able to manifest his desires effortlessly, a sensation that was utterly exhilarating. Every act, from sealing to imparting knowledge, was executed at the mere thought of his will, a feeling of omnipotence that was simply intoxicating. Alas, it was merely a dream. The world within this dream was but an illusion, and he doubted he would experience such blissful dreams again anytime soon. Just as Chu Feng prepared to indulge further in this dreamscape, everything before him became hazy. In the next moment, he awakened. Hearing the incessant crowing of roosters outside, his face darkening with annoyance, "It seems today I shall have chicken." In the great Xian realm, southern state, Lingwu domain, outside Yang City, at the cliff's edge, an exhilarated Xiao Yin realized that his newly appointed master had vanished, leaving him momentarily stunned. Shaking his head, he reflected that having his master resolve the issue with the ring's demonic inhabitant and bestow upon him cultivation techniques was already an immense favor. How could he dare to wish for his master to remain by his side? A being of such extraordinary power must have merely passed through this place by chance, perhaps offering him guidance on a whim. With this thought, Xiao Yin couldn't help but smile ruefully, his expression soon transforming into one of determination. The kindness of his master outweighed all else, and he resolved to diligently cultivate, striving to become a formidable force and seek out his master in the fabled, bustling central state. With this resolution, he cast aside any lingering disappointment, sitting upon a stone at the cliff's edge, closing his eyes to contemplate the techniques imparted by his master. Though the past 5 years had seen him descend from paradise to abyss, hindering his progress, they had also granted him clarity regarding human emotions and forged within him an unwavering will. The technique bestowed upon him by Chu Feng was named the Baiming Yanjing. This technique boasted 2 exceedingly formidable traits. Firstly, it allowed the practitioner to absorb nearly all energies from the world, converting them into their own magical power to enhance their cultivation. Secondly, it enabled the creation of supreme flames using one's own magical energy, such as the legendary Samadhi True Fire, Solar True Fire, and Chaotic Divine Fire. This technique was nothing short of extraordinary. Xiao Yin believed that with such a technique, he could swiftly return to his previous foundation-building stage and pursue even grander realms with unparalleled prowess. In addition to this technique, there were countless powerful martial skills and profound alchemical arts at his disposal. With these, he was certain to rise to prominence. Xiao Yin brimmed with confidence, and his gratitude for Chu Feng reached an apex. He understood that all that lay ahead in his life was a result of the blessings granted by Chu Feng today. Once he had honed his skills, he would undoubtedly repay his master for his immense kindness. At the dining table, Chu Feng took a sip of chicken soup, feeling a warm current flow through him, alleviating some of his irritation from being awakened. And of course, this soup was not made from that wretched rooster in the yard, but rather from a wild chicken he had hunted the previous day. Though that rooster appeared later and did not possess the seniority of Wang Kai, it had accompanied Chu Feng for several years, and he could not bring himself to turn it into soup. Beside him, Tao Yaoyao squinted her eyes in delight as she savored the chicken soup, enveloped in a warm sensation. She found it hard to believe that her master possessed such culinary prowess, crafting a meal that was not only exquisitely delicious but also imbued with potent spiritual energy. 13 days had passed since she became his disciple, and in that brief time, her cultivation had soared to the pinnacle of the transformation stage. This was all due to her heeding the advice of the great willow tree deity to deliberately suppress her cultivation. If others were to learn of such a rapid advancement, it would undoubtedly shatter their understanding of cultivation. Yet, as of late, she felt a twinge of melancholy. The only technique bestowed upon her by Chu Feng, that astonishing sword technique, had proven difficult for her to grasp. Under Chu Feng's direct tutelage, she had barely managed to scratch the surface, and the disapproving glances from him each day made her feel somewhat reclusive. Chapter 17. The hardships of a dog's life in the span of just over a dozen days. Achieving the transformation stage was a miraculous feat that should have been a source of pride for Tao Yaoyao. After all, in her original world, she would have been considered an unparalleled genius, for whom reaching the transformation stage would require no less than several hundred years. However, burdened by her feelings of inadequacy regarding the sword technique, she had yet to summon the courage to discuss her cultivation with Chu Feng. Deep down, she understood that every being in this courtyard surpassed her in cultivation, even reaching realms she could hardly comprehend. As their master, Chu Feng's strength must have been even greater. The mere transformation stage would likely not catch his attention. "Master, I have a request." After finishing her soup, Tao Yaoyao tidied her bowl and utensils before approaching the meditative Chu Feng. Her voice tinged with hesitation. "What is it?" Chu Feng slightly opened his eyes, gazing at Tao Yaoyao with a smile. He was quite satisfied with this junior disciple of his, diligent and clever. Her presence had alleviated many burdens for him. "Master, I wish to return home for a visit," she said, biting her lip. At this moment, Tao Yaoyao's heart was in turmoil. She had never heard of someone wishing to leave merely a dozen days after becoming a disciple in the cultivation world. In such a short time, she barely grasped what her master had taught her. Yet, she had her own unspoken struggles. The haunting images of her parents' and brother's tragic demise lingered in her mind. Though she did not show it, her silence and dedication to cultivation spoke volumes about her inner pain. Initially, she had thought that revenge was a distant dream. But who could have foreseen that she would receive such an opportunity? In just 13 days of apprenticeship, she had attained the transformation stage. It was nothing short of a miracle. This breakthrough in cultivation made it increasingly difficult for her to suppress the hatred within her heart. While she cherished and enjoyed her time cultivating alongside her master, she could not bear the thought of her enemies living freely while she remained in a corner, tormented. Thus, after a night of contemplation, she finally mustered the courage to speak. She did not dare to mention her desire for revenge, fearing her master would disapprove. You wish to go out?" Chu Feng was surprised, sitting upright and studying Tao Yaoyao's conflicted expression, quickly realizing her intent. This little girl had impulsively insisted on becoming a disciple, and now, after merely a few days of learning, she seemed to be struggling to persist and wanted to leave. Reflecting on this, Chu Feng shook his head, feeling a twinge of regret. How wonderful it would be if he possessed the same formidable powers in reality as he did within his dreams. He could revel in freedom while also imparting knowledge to his junior disciple. Chu Feng had not forgotten that Tao Yaoyao harbored deep-seated grievances. However, he did not dwell on it further. Everyone had their own aspirations, and if she wished to leave, he would not hold her back. "Very well, since you wish to go, I shan't stop you. Here, take this for protection." Chu Feng rose and entered a nearby small room, shortly returning with an ordinary-looking long sword, which he handed to Tao Yaoyao. Tao Yaoyao was taken aback. In her eyes, the sword in Chu Feng's hand now radiated an endless brilliance, an overwhelming aura emanating from it, causing her very soul to tremble. "Thank you, master, for the sword." Tao Yaoyao's heart swelled with excitement. her gaze towards Chu Feng filled with gratitude. Her master could not possibly be unaware of her hidden thoughts. She was overwhelmed that he not only did not obstruct her but also bestowed upon her such a powerful weapon, leaving her deeply moved. Simultaneously, she resolved that after slaying her enemies, she would return and dedicate her life to staying by her master's side. Chu Feng nodded, placing the sword into Tao Yao Yao's hands. This was a weapon he had casually forged during his years of practicing blacksmithing, unremarkable, simply a basic sword. Weapons of various qualities like this were piled high in his storage. It was good for his disciple to carry a sword while adventuring. After a moment's thought, Chu Feng added, "Disciple, the world outside is treacherous. You must be vigilant. As for your enemies, proceed with caution." Chu Feng intended to advise Tao Yao Yao to keep her distance from her foes, lest they eliminate her completely. However, his words took on a different meaning in her ears. Exercise caution. With her current cultivation level, combined with this extraordinary weapon, dealing with her enemies should be straightforward. Yet, why did her master advise caution? Tao Yao Yao did not think Chu Feng was speaking lightly. She began to contemplate in the next moment. Her eyes lit up as she grasped Chu Feng's meaning. He wanted her to eradicate her enemies completely. To avoid leaving one or two individuals behind, should any unexpected events arise, returning to seek revenge would undoubtedly complicate matters for oneself. Contemplating this, Tao Yao Yao promptly declared with utmost seriousness, "Disciple will diligently adhere to Master's wishes." After bidding farewell to Chu Feng, Tao Yao Yao departed with her sword in hand. Chu Feng, however, took little heed of her absence. After all, this inconspicuous disciple had appeared out of nowhere, and her sudden disappearance seemed rather reasonable. Dismissing the matter from his mind, Chu Feng reclined on a chair, yet his heart remained tumultuous. He had previously relinquished his aspirations of cultivating immortality, content to live an ordinary life, yet the dream of the previous night stirred something deep within him once more. Though merely a dream, the sensations felt astonishingly real. The overwhelming power coursing through his body, the exhilaration of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth at will, and the unrestrained freedom to act according to his heart was truly intoxicating. Now awakened from that dream, he felt a profound sense of emptiness. After lying there for a considerable time, unable to find peace, Chu Feng reluctantly arose, changed his attire, equipped himself with a bow and arrows, and led his faithful companion, Wang Kai, out the door. He intended to wander the mountains, hoping to procure some game. His home was replete with livestock, each raised to the status of a beloved pet, and he found it difficult to bring himself to slaughter them for meat. Thus, hunting became his only recourse. Fortunately, Chu Feng possessed extraordinary hunting skills, and the mountains behind his home teemed with game, more than he could ever hope to exhaust, alleviating his dilemma. As he entered the forest, Chu Feng released Wang Kai, signaling him to seek out prey. Wang Kai, ever diligent, sniffed the air a few times before darting off in a particular direction, prompting Chu Feng to follow closely. As they raced forward, Chu Feng's keen eyes soon spotted a massive wild boar foraging not far ahead. His expression sharpened. This wild boar was no trifling adversary. Its tough hide and thick flesh, coupled with a notoriously irritable temperament, meant that a careless hunt could lead to a deadly counterattack. With a sharp whistle, Wang Kai understood immediately, crouching low to the ground in alertness. However, unbeknownst to Chu Feng, Wang Kai's eyes were filled with exasperation. Clearly capable of dispatching the mere demon emperor-level boar with ease, he had to suppress his instincts to accommodate his master's hunting whims. Such is the plight of a dog. Chapter 18. Are you Xuanzang? Chu Feng held his breath, knocking an arrow with deliberate precision. He aimed and released. The arrow flew swiftly, striking the boar squarely in the rear, penetrating an inch into its flesh. Under ordinary circumstances, such an injury would scarcely faze a beast as robust as a wild boar. Instead, it would likely incite its fury. Yet, under the might of Chu Feng's shot, the boar collapsed instantly, breathless. This was the power of divine-level hunting. Any creature designated as a target was guaranteed to be struck, and assuredly it would meet its demise. This was the rule. Even ancient divine beasts, once deemed prey by Chu Feng, would meet the same fate, truly terrifying. Regrettably, this skill could not be employed against foes, nor could it determine humans of the same species as Chu Feng as prey. Otherwise, with such an extraordinary ability, he could easily attain the title of archery god. Having slain the wild boar, Chu Feng approached with a sense of satisfaction, eager to inspect his quarry. However, as he drew near, he was astonished to discover a small monk in tattered gray robes lying beside the boar, his complexion pale. Chu Feng was intrigued. Upon arriving in this world, he had heard of the Buddhist sect, rumored to be a significant force, yet he had yet to encounter a true monk. This little monk had likely wandered into the forest and encountered the boar. Had it not been for Chu Feng's fortunate intervention, the monk might have become the boar's meal that very day. "Are you all right?" Chu Feng inquired, assisting the small monk to his feet. The monk, visibly shaken, glanced at the motionless boar, then sighed in relief. With his palms pressed together, he offered a gesture of gratitude, saying, "Thank you, benefactor, for your rescue." This humble monk is profoundly grateful. Noticing the monk's feigned composure despite his evident fright, Chu Feng found it amusing and teased. "Little monk, as a practitioner, what brings you to these woods? Were you bored at the temple and sneaked out for a bit of fun?" The monk quickly shook his head in denial. "Nay, this monk merely heeded the abbot's instruction to deliver something to Wujishan. I inadvertently lost my way, and I am fortunate that the benefactor came to my aid." Chu Feng raised an eyebrow at the mention of Wujishan and the enigmatic figure of the true monarch. Sensing an air of prestige, could it be that this little monk was also a cultivator? "Pray tell, where do you practice?" "I am Xuanzang, a monk of Wuzhan Mountain." "Xuanzang?" Chu Feng exclaimed in surprise, then asked, "Are you not of the Tang surname?" Xuanzang shook his head. "This monk has grown up in the mountains since childhood, possessing only a monastic name, with no family name." Why does the benefactor inquire thus? Relieved, Chu Feng understood it was merely a case of sharing a name. He had feared he had somehow crossed into the realm of the journey to the west. "And no matter, since you are unscathed, I shall take my leave." With that, Chu Feng hoisted the boar onto Wang Kai's back, securing it with a rope. Wang Kai, seemingly overindulged from Chu Feng's divine culinary skills, sprawled comfortably, his physique robust as an ox. Often employed as a workhorse by Chu Feng, benefactor. As Chu Feng turned to depart, Xuanzang hesitated before calling out, "What is it? Could the benefactor take this humble monk along? I am lost." Xuanzang's expression was one of embarrassment. For such a trivial matter, Chu Feng would naturally not refuse. "Very well, then follow closely." Having successfully hunted a wild boar, Chu Feng felt quite accomplished and had no desire to continue hunting. He led Xuanzang back. Along the way, they engaged in casual conversation. Chu Feng had intended to glean information about the world of cultivation, but it soon became apparent that Xuanzang had never ventured beyond Wuzhan Mountain in his life. This trip was his very first foray outside, initially accompanied by a senior brother, yet they had become separated during an ambush, leaving Xuanzang lost. Currently, he bore the item meant for delivery, yet he did not even know the whereabouts of Wujishan. Most pressing, he was entirely unaware of where Wuzhan Mountain lay. His sense of direction was so utterly lacking that he could be deemed a true pathfinder. In sum, Xuanzang found himself utterly adrift. Although Chu Feng was puzzled as to why a cultivator would be so frightened by a wild boar, it was evident that Xuanzang was exceedingly unreliable, and he might very well lose his life at any moment. Reluctantly, Chu Feng decided to take him home to settle him for the time being. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chu Feng first attended to the wild boar, then took Xuanzang out again, intending to inquire among the villagers if anyone had heard of Wujishan or Wuzhan Mountain. Throughout this process, Chu Feng felt satisfied. Xuanzang appeared to embody the demeanor of a relatively normal cultivator. Their journey was serene, unlike the previous visits from Lin Yafan and Zhang Haoran, who had reacted with astonishment even at the sight of his chickens. As they stepped outside, the languid cat sister, lounging nearby, remarked, "Master goes out for a spell and returns with a monk. How curious indeed. I wonder which Buddhist lineage this monk hails from, and how he was allowed to roam freely. Doesn't he anyone worry about his untimely demise?" Beside her, Yuan Feng nestled within the chicken coop Chu Feng had crafted, her gaze flickering with an ominous glint. The enmity between the Buddhist sect and the demon race was irreconcilable. Although Yuan Feng was born at the dawn of creation, her reincarnation made her a member of the demon race, and many of her kin had been tamed by the followers of the Buddhist sect, naturally inciting a desire for retribution upon seeing a monk from their ranks. "Do not act recklessly. This monk was brought back by Master, and if Master were to blame, I cannot guarantee your safety." Wang Kai lay basking in the sun nearby. Hemph. Qingyun Mountain Master. Our Qingyun sect has 1 elder in the Tribulation Transcendence stage, 3 in the Integration stage, 22 in the God Transformation stage, 52 disciples in the Nascent Soul stage, and 580 disciples in the Golden Core stage. In the Grand Hall of the sect, Zhang Haoran listened with delight to the report from the Grand Elder. Nearly a year had passed since the incursion of the Blood Demon Hall. On that day, the Blood Demon Hall had launched a full-scale assault on the Qingyun sect, with a considerable number of formidable practitioners in attendance, only to be decisively vanquished by Lord Tiango. Having lost such power, the Blood Demon Hall posed little threat. After granting the Qingyun sect 10 days of respite, Zhang Haoran personally led the elders and Lin Yafan to the Blood Demon Hall, stripping it of its resources. Subsequently, with the resources acquired from the Blood Demon Hall and the sacred fruits bestowed by Chu Feng, the Qingyun sect entered a period of rapid development. What was once a small sect, barely managing to sustain itself, now flourished under Zhang Haoran's leadership. Previously, one could be an elder at the Nascent Soul stage. Yet now, only those at the God Transformation stage could attain such a rank. It was a meteoric rise indeed. Chapter 19. The Blessing of the Lord. The surge of spiritual energy, Master. The statue of the Lord has been erected in the square. 3 days hence is an auspicious day for the ceremonial offering. After discussing the development of the Qingyun sect, the Grand Elder spoke again. Upon hearing this, both Zhang Haoran and Lin Yafan's eyes gleamed with excitement. The Lord, of course, referred to Chu Feng. The Qingyun sect has successfully weathered the tribulations posed by the Blood Demon Hall, flourishing to its current stature, entirely owing to the benevolence of Chu Feng. It can be asserted that, without Chu Feng's grace, the Qingyun sect would likely have ceased to exist by now. Consequently, after addressing various matters, Zhang Haoran and Lin Yafan took the initiative to establish the title of Saint Lord for the sect. The position of Saint Lord is on par with that of the sect leader, holding the utmost authority within the Qingyun sect. Every disciple of the sect is obligated to revere the Saint Lord. Simultaneously, with a grand gesture, Zhang Haoran amalgamated 1/3 of the sect's spiritual stones to erect a magnificent statue of Chu Feng at the very center of the Qingyun sect's plaza, for the disciples to pay homage. Initially, this proposal faced vehement opposition from the elders, for spiritual stones are of paramount significance to a sect, especially during this period of rapid development when such resources are scarce. The suggestion of dedicating 1/3 of their spiritual stones to construct a statue was, in their view, an act of folly. They believed that if these stones were utilized to cultivate disciples, the power of the Qingyun sect would undoubtedly strengthen. However, regardless of the elders' protests, Zhang Haoran remained resolute. Alongside Lin Yafan, dismissing all objections with an air of absolute authority, issuing a direct command. With the two most powerful individuals of the sect united, any dissent was rendered powerless. Reluctantly, the elders acquiesced. Zhang Haoran refrained from further comments, holding no grievances against the elders. After all, they had all endured a life of scarcity, and now that circumstances had improved slightly, their inability to comprehend such extravagance was entirely understandable. Yet, only he and Lin Yafan were acutely aware that the remarkable achievements of the Qingyun sect were solely attributable to Chu Feng's contributions. Whether out of gratitude or ambition, the construction of the spiritual stone statue was imperative. Only by aligning with the esteemed Chu Feng could the Qingyun sect aspire to greater heights. Days swiftly passed, and on this day, as the dawn broke, the plaza of the Qingyun sect was already teeming with disciples. From the sect leader to the newly initiated disciples, each gazed with reverence and fervor at the statue of spiritual stones in the plaza's center. The sect leader informed them that the Qingyun sect had once been an obscure minor sect within the realm of immortals, lacking any prospects for ascendance, and had even faced oppression from the Blood Demon Hall. Teetering on the brink of annihilation, it was at this critical juncture that the Saint Lord appeared, bestowing opportunities upon them. First, the Saint Lord's celestial beast, the Qilin, descended, sweeping away their enemies. The Saint Lord further granted sacred fruits, enabling the elders of the sect to break through in their cultivation. Most importantly, the Saint Lord imparted the sacred law, rumored to offer those who practiced it a chance at ascension. The sect leader's eldest disciple, having cultivated the sacred law, ascended from the nascent soul stage to the integration stage within a mere decade, a veritable legend. A decade later, as the Blood Demon Hall launched a massive invasion, the Qingyun sect found itself facing obliteration. At that moment, the Saint Lord summoned the sect leader and the chief disciple, bestowing an even more formidable sacred law, simultaneously elevating the sect leader's cultivation to the Great Ascension stage. While the chief disciple reached the Tribulation stage, a Tribulation stage practitioner in their early hundreds is renowned as the greatest in the realm of immortals. Moreover, upon learning of the Blood Demon Hall's might, the Saint Lord promptly dispatched his holy envoy, the legendary Chaos Celestial Dog, to unleash divine wrath and obliterate the Blood Demon Hall. Without the Saint Lord, there would be no Qingyun sect as it stands today. As long as they follow the Saint Lord, the Qingyun sect is destined to soar to new heights, and the disciples' paths to immortality are assured. Hail to the Saint Lord, Zhang Haoran proclaimed from his elevated platform, his voice resonating. With a single command, nearly 10,000 disciples of the Qingyun sect bowed deeply, their faces alight with fervor, resembling devoted worshippers. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Chu Feng's abode, after fruitless inquiries, both Chu Feng and Xuanzang returned in resignation. Just as they stepped inside, Chu Feng paused momentarily, and the next moment, he let out a flatulence, then proceeded to enter the room with Xuanzang. After bowing thrice, the assembly rose, and at that instant, the statue crafted from spiritual stones suddenly radiated a brilliant light. An endless array of colors cascaded like a rainbow, slowly enveloping the entire Qingyun sect. At this moment, everyone felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy enveloping them. Countless disciples experienced breakthroughs in their cultivation. Their faces filled with astonishment. Zhang Haoran sensed the atmosphere and was astounded to discover that the density of spiritual energy across the entire Qingyun sect had increased tenfold. Those who perceived this phenomenon within the sect were left speechless. The very ground upon which the sect stood had always been rich in spiritual energy. The aura of Qingyun Mountain was already superior to that of the entire realm of immortals. And with the presence of the spirit-gathering array, it was essentially 2 to 3 times denser. The Blood Demon Hall's aggression towards the Qingyun sect was partly due to this factor. Now, on that foundation, the energy had surged tenfold. What a concept! In terms of spiritual energy density alone, the Qingyun sect now measured 20 to 30 times that of the average level in the realm of immortals. Even the legendary sanctuaries of cultivation would not boast such exaggerated levels of spiritual density. This was nothing short of a miracle. With this alone, Zhang Haoran felt confident in leading the Qingyun sect to become the pinnacle of sects within the realm of immortals, establishing it as the sacred land of Qingyun. And all of this was derived from Chu Feng, the Saint Lord of the Qingyun sect. Thank you, Saint Lord, for your blessings, Zhang Haoran exclaimed, his eyes alight with excitement, channeling his magical energy to call out. Upon hearing this, many elders and disciples, lost in their joy, also had reddened eyes, chanting fervently, "Thank you, Saint Lord, for your blessings. Thank you, Saint Lord, for your blessings. Thank you, Saint Lord, for your blessings." The heartfelt cries reverberated throughout Qingyun Mountain, a wave of admiration for the Saint Lord permeating the air. As the emotional fervor gradually subsided, Zhang Haoran immediately instructed the disciples to enter seclusion. The recent surge in spiritual energy had enabled countless disciples to break through. Now, with the energy stabilizing, he believed that a period of focused cultivation would surely elevate the disciples to new heights. Following the grand ceremony, the sect leader and the elders convened within the main hall. Gazing at the assembled elders, Zhang Haoran wore a smile, even harboring a sense of smugness, though he concealed it well. "Esteemed elders, what say you now?" Zhang Haoran surveyed the room, speaking with a calm demeanor, yet his words resonated with a hint of arrogance in the ears of the elders. However, the elders were left speechless, as it was the sect leader who had fervently advocated for this course of action, while they had initially resisted. Now, due to the Saint Lord's influence, the entire Qingyun sect had reaped substantial benefits, leaving them with no grounds for dissent. Exchanging glances, the elders rose in unison, slightly bowing. The sect leader is indeed wise. Chapter 20. Upon Xuanzang's arrival at Wuchan Mountain, a ceremony of homage to Chu Feng culminated in the blessings of the Saint Lord. Throughout the Qingyun sect, regardless of their previous sentiments towards Chu Feng, there now existed an all-encompassing fervent admiration. Daily, disciples made their way to the plaza of the Qingyun sect, standing in silent reverence before Chu Feng's statue. The elders themselves transformed into even more fervent admirers of Chu Feng than Zhang Haoran and Lin Yafan. Once the affairs of the Qingyun sect were in order, many expressed a desire to embark on a pilgrimage to pay respects to the Saint Lord Chu Feng. Naturally, Lin Yafan declined this request, for such an esteemed elder was not someone whom anyone could simply meet. Since Lin Yafan's return, she had continued to offer daily baths, incense, and prayers in anticipation of Chu Feng's next summons. Meanwhile, as the Qingyun sect embarked on a rapid path of development, Chu Feng and Xuanzang exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. "Little monk, are you certain the place where you cultivated is called Wuchan Mountain?" Chu Feng asked, rubbing his forehead. Just moments ago, he and Xuanzang had strolled around the village, yet had failed to gather any information regarding the whereabouts of Wuchan Mountain and Wuji Mountain. It was well known that the villagers, though ordinary folk, had once roamed far and wide in their youth, traversing the martial world. Previously, whenever Chu Feng had a need, there had always been someone who could provide him with answers, leading him to possess a peculiar confidence in the villagers. Thus, returning empty-handed this time left him feeling somewhat unsettled. "Benefactor, I assure you that I indeed cultivated at Wuchan Mountain," Xuanzang replied, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. "Very well, but it seems none of my fellow villagers are aware of Wuchan Mountain. What are your plans?" Chu Feng shook his head, dismissing further contemplation, for after all, the villagers were merely ordinary people, and Wuchan Mountain was a sect of cultivation. It was reasonable that they would lack knowledge of it. Xuanzang's expression shifted to one of contemplation, and then his eyes sparkled as he spoke. "Why not let me remain here for a time? The scriptures say, with the Buddha in one's heart, where is there no place to cultivate?" Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. "Are you so eager to stay? Won't your master worry if you do not return?" "Benefactor, you worry too much. I am merely a nominal disciple of my master. Although I grew up at Wuchan Mountain, my cultivation talent is lacking, and I only became my master's disciple a year ago. If I were to go missing, I doubt my master would even notice," Xuanzang said lightly. However, Chu Feng detected a trace of melancholy in his eyes. "Ah, so you are merely a waste." Chu Feng realized why Xuanzang, despite his seemingly high monk demeanor, had been sent to deliver a message. "Very well, since that is the case, you may stay here for now. Should you wish to leave, you are free to do so at any time." Chu Feng paid no mind to Xuanzang, allowing him to be on his own, before proceeding to deal with the wild boar he had just hunted. Xuanzang gazed at Chu Feng's bloody actions of bleeding and butchering the animal, silently reciting Amitabha, yet he refrained from interjecting or persuading Chu Feng. This restraint only served to enhance Chu Feng's fondness for Xuanzang. In his previous life, he harbored a strong aversion towards those self-proclaimed vegetarians. While the choice not to eat meat was personal, imposing such beliefs onto others was simply excessive. Meanwhile, after finishing the ritual for the wild boar, Xuanzang rose and began to wander around Chu Feng's courtyard. He first surveyed the surrounding animals, but dared not approach them. Although Xuanzang could not discern the extraordinary nature of these creatures, a sense of danger lingered in his heart, compelling him to avoid provoking them. Thus, he could only observe the bookshelf beside Chu Feng. His eyes swept across the neatly arranged rows of books, each inscribed with 3 large characters, Chu Feng's work. These tomes were novels from Chu Feng's previous life, hastily penned during his skill training, which he occasionally revisited in moments of leisure as a form of nostalgia. Suddenly, Xuanzang's gaze fell upon a particular book, not particularly thick, titled The Legend of Wukong. Wukong. Could this be a biography of a figure from the Buddhist sect? Xuanzang murmured, raising his voice to inquire. "Benefactor, may I peruse these books?" Chu Feng, engrossed in his tasks, did not even look up and replied, "If you wish to read, then read. There is nothing here that requires concealment. Villagers who can read often come to borrow them." Gratefully, Xuanzang reached out and gently grasped the Legend of Wukong. Meanwhile, Tao Yaoyao ventured out of the village, plunging into the white mist. Compared to Lin Yafan, she possessed more knowledge. When she was once pursued, it was into this very white mist that she dashed, fortuitously arriving in this wondrous realm and encountering her master, Chu Feng. This was the greatest opportunity of her life. Upon her initial arrival, she was merely a fledgling cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, while her pursuer was a peak golden core cultivator. Had it not been for that man's lascivious intentions, she would have likely met her demise long ago. Yet, merely 13 days had passed, and she had already ascended to the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Such cultivation was ample for her revenge. As she stepped into the mist, Tao Yaoyao heightened her vigilance to the utmost. She feared that her pursuers might still be lurking nearby. Although she felt no fear with her current strength, Exercising caution was always prudent. After all, a slip could lead to disaster. However, as she traversed the mist and scanned her surroundings, she discovered that there was not a soul in sight, not even a ghost. Feeling the spiritual energy around her, which was significantly more diluted than that of Chu Feng's world, she suddenly felt somewhat out of place. Shaking her head, she suppressed her discomfort, resolving that once she avenged herself, she would immediately return to stand by her master's side. Determining her direction, Tao Yaoyao swiftly took flight. It wasn't long before she arrived at a small city named Huanggu City. Upon entering the city, Tao Yaoyao sought out a cloak to disguise herself and made her way to the liveliest tavern. Her purpose here was to gather information. After sitting for nearly an hour, she finally heard the news she sought. Everyone, have you heard? The Blood Lotus Sacred Sect has united with the 13 demonic sects and will hold a grand ceremony in 3 days to establish the demonic sect. It was well known that the righteous forces had been formidable, and had it not been for the Blood Lotus Sacred Sect's intervention, the Sun Erosion Tower might have been uprooted. Ever since the current leader rose to power 13 years ago, the sect's strength had grown rapidly, and it was now the undisputed leader among the 13 demonic sects. Alas, if they truly united, would it not mean the obliteration of the legacy of the 13 sects? In the future, it seemed that people would only know the demonic sect, forgetting the individual sects altogether. But what would it matter if they did not unite? In this age where righteousness flourished and darkness waned, if the demonic sects did not band together, they might soon cease to exist altogether. Chapter 21. Revenge. Tao Yaoyao was the beloved daughter of the Blood Lotus Sacred Sect's leader, having grown up in comfort and care. She had always believed her life would continue in such carefree bliss, but on her 16th birthday, the deputy leader, Ren Tiange, suddenly instigated a rebellion. Tao Yaoyao's father, having previously clashed with the righteous forces, was still recovering from injuries and was no match for Ren Tiange. Moreover, Ren Tiange had covertly garnered the support of most elders in the sect during Tao Yaoyao's absence, in the chaos of the rebellion. There was no strength to suppress it. Tao Yaoyao's parents and brother were all slain, while she alone was sent away by her father using his last resort. Unfortunately, Tao Yaoyao had little interest in cultivation. Despite the resources provided by the Blood Lotus Sacred Sect, her cultivation level remained merely at the foundation establishment stage, and she was soon caught up with. Had she not fortuitously encountered Chu Feng, she might have long joined her family in the afterlife. Now, returning for revenge, Tao Yaoyao initially intended only to gather information, but unexpectedly stumbled upon a shocking revelation. 13 years. Ren Tiange had been in power for an astonishing 13 years. Tao Yaoyao felt a moment of disorientation. Although only 13 days had passed for her, how could it have transformed into 13 years? May I ask, what year is it now? Unable to contain her confusion, she approached the individual who had spoken and coldly demanded an answer. Who are you? The person replied with a disgruntled expression, drawing a gleaming sword across his throat. One more word, and you shall die. Spare me, I shall speak. It is the 13th year of the Great Xintian Show, in July. Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao took a deep breath. She remembered clearly that 3 months prior, the late emperor of the Great Xintian had passed away, and a new emperor had ascended, marking the beginning of the first year of the Great Xintian Show. It seemed that 13 years had indeed passed. With her thoughts in disarray, Tao Yaoyao reluctantly inquired further about the Blood Lotus Sacred Sect before turning to leave. Her mind was a whirlwind, and in her frustration, she sought refuge in a nearby inn. Yet, before she could calm her mind, a commotion erupted as someone forcefully kicked open her door. Tao Yaoyao, you actually reappeared. A familiar figure stood before her, his eyes filled with astonishment. This person was named Deng Cong, a golden core cultivator who had once pursued Tao Yaoyao. When she had suddenly vanished, Deng Cong had nearly been killed by Ren Tiange's strike, only spared due to a plea on his behalf, subsequently assigned to Huanggu City as a deacon. Deng Cong had resigned himself to this fate, but unexpectedly, his soul-chasing bug had shown signs of movement. He immediately followed its lead, and to his astonishment, he encountered Tao Yaoyao. You did not take the road to heaven, yet you dare to intrude into hell. Since you've dared to return, you shall pay the price. Without a moment's hesitation, Deng Cong charged at her, intending to capture Tao Yaoyao. His golden core power surged forth like a deluge. Deng Cong unleashed his full strength, believing that after 13 years, Tao Yaoyao could not possibly have returned without progress in her cultivation. While Deng Song's confidence was commendable, it was utterly futile in the face of overwhelming power. Facing her would-be assassin, Deng Song, Tao Yaoyao remained calm, completely disregarding his assault. She gently extended her hand and tapped his shoulder. In that instant, Deng Song's eyes widened in disbelief. The golden core power he prided himself on shrank back into his body like a mouse encountering a cat, completely sealed away and rendered unusable. Most importantly, at that moment, Tao Yaoyao appeared to him as an insurmountable mountain, crushing the breath from his lungs. With a wave of her hand, the door to the room slammed shut, as she pointed. A sound akin to torn fabric echoed, and Deng Song, to his horror, realized that his entire power was rapidly dissipating. Moments later, the golden core cultivator was reduced to a mere mortal. His cultivation had been completely destroyed. Devoid of power, Deng Song's vitality waned swiftly, transforming him into a frail old man. Speak. How is Ren Tiange's cultivation now? Tao Yaoyao, having calmly incapacitated Deng Song, inquired indifferently. Deng Song gazed at Tao Yaoyao as if she were a demon, filled with trepidation. Noticing his prolonged silence, Tao Yaoyao pressed her hand against the 3-inch area atop his head. With a surge of power, boundless energy flooded into Deng Song's mind, instantly obliterating his consciousness. Simultaneously, a fragment of memory was extracted from him. After viewing it, Tao Yaoyao's expression turned grim. In the memory. Although Ren Tiange held the title of deputy leader, he primarily managed the sect's affairs through cunning means. His cultivation was merely at the transformation stage. It was for this reason that Tao Yaoyao had believed her own pinnacle transformation stage cultivation would suffice for revenge. However, according to Deng Song's memories, Ren Tiange had battled a righteous cultivator at the integration stage a year prior, slaying him and gaining considerable fame. This implied that Ren Tiange's cultivation was at least at the integration stage. It turned out he had been concealing his strength all along, allowing her father to lower his guard. Tao Yaoyao clenched her fists, feeling utterly trapped. Had she known this earlier, she would not have hastily rushed out. Casting a fleeting glance at the lifeless body of Deng Song beside her, Tao Yaoyao summoned every ounce of strength to suppress the discomfort that accompanied her first act of murder. She ascended through the window, and moments later, guided by Deng Song's memories, she arrived at the Blood Lotus Sacred Cults branch in Huanggu City. Here, Deng Song was the strongest, a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. Yet he lay dead. Within this branch, no one could withstand her. Taking a deep breath, Tao Yaoyao stepped inside. 3/4 of an hour later, bloodied and battered, Tao Yaoyao floated away. All of this was the blood of the deceased. The following day, a shocking piece of news reverberated through Huanggu City. The Blood Lotus Sacred Cult, flourishing within the demonic path, had its branch destroyed, with all 132 disciples perishing without exception. As this event unfolded near the 13 sects of the demonic path, it stirred a tremendous uproar, prompting the Blood Lotus Sacred Cult to dispatch formidable experts in pursuit of the culprit. However, 3 days later, the branches of the Blood Lotus Sacred Cult in Fengqing, Yuansheng, and Liqing were annihilated in a single day, with 2 golden core deacons and a nascent soul elder meeting their end at the edge of a sword. Ren Tiange, furious, dispatched the right envoy of the Blood Lotus Sacred Cult to hunt down the assailant. This right envoy, a peak cultivator at the transformation stage, had been a powerful ally that Ren Tiange had recently garnered. 10 days later, at the entrance of the Blood Lotus Sacred Cult's branch in Tianyi City, a chilling wind swept through, tousling Tao Yaoyao's hair and revealing her strikingly beautiful yet cold visage. Sword in hand, she strode forward and came to a halt 3 steps from the entrance. Tao Yaoyao's spiritual sense detected an aura that matched her own, indicating the presence of a formidable ambush. Yet, what did she have to fear? In the days of slaughter that had passed, her comprehension of the teachings imparted by Chu Feng grew clearer, and signs of a potential breakthrough in her cultivation began to emerge. Even among those of the same rank, she could slay. With her sword drawn, she unleashed a torrent of sword energy that shattered the heavy wooden doors with a resounding crash. Chapter 22. The God of Slaughter's Blade Strike. Having studied under Chu Feng for a total of 13 days, the only skill Tao Yaoyao had acquired was that of sculpting. Chu Feng had not imparted to her any martial arts techniques or battle spells. Rather, he merely instructed her on the essentials of crafting a statue. He taught her how to steady her sculpting hand and wield her tools with precision. Tio, an outsider, this might appear as the passing on of ordinary craftsmanship. If it weren't for the palpable growth in her own cultivation, which astonished even her, she might have struggled to persevere, burdened as she was by deep-seated blood vendettas. It was this very realization that propelled her to hasten her plans for revenge upon reaching the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Yet, at that moment, the true intention of her master dawned upon her. It was not that he refused to teach her spells. Rather, everything had naturally engraved itself within her mind, waiting to manifest when the time was ripe. The swordsmanship she had grasped in the wake of the recent bloodshed became a formidable combat technique. With the blade art guiding her swordplay, she also comprehended why her master had gifted her a long sword despite teaching her primarily the blade techniques. The doors shattered with a thunderous crash, and Tao Yaoyao advanced with an air of composure. Inside the branch, numerous disciples of the Blood Lotus sacred cult stood poised for battle, at the forefront of whom was a man clad in blue. Tao Yaoyao, daughter of the traitor of our sacred cult, you have slaughtered a total of 1,328 of our disciples. Am I wrong? The right envoy, Xiao Xian, spoke with indifference, his hands clasped behind him. Tao Yaoyao's identity had been uncovered, which explained Ren Tianga's decision to send Xiao Xian to execute her. Traitor? A flicker of rage ignited in Tao Yaoyao's eyes, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted as she fixed her gaze upon Xiao Xian, causing him to instinctively take a step back. Realizing his reaction, Xiao Xian's expression darkened. As a right envoy of the Blood Lotus sacred cult, he was a figure of immense power, second only to the leader himself. Yet today, in the presence of Tao Yaoyao, he had been intimidated into retreating, igniting a fierce anger within him. Ren Tiange, a wolf in sheep's clothing, disregarded my father's kindness, instigating rebellion by slaughtering my family and seizing the position of cult leader. How dare you label me the daughter of a traitor? The true traitor is Ren Tiange, that scoundrel, impudent, preposterous. Silence, you vile witch. Though the disciples were awed by Tao Yaoyao's imposing presence, they erupted in outrage at her slander against Ren Tiange. 13 years might seem brief to a mighty being, passing in the blink of an eye, yet it had been long enough for these disciples to forget that Tao Yaoyao was the rightful heir of the Blood Lotus sacred cult. Tao Yaoyao, today I shall slay you. In that instant, Xiao Xian, consumed by fury, drew his finger across the air and shouted, "Sword, come forth!" Suddenly, a beam of sword light soared through the sky, darting from the back room toward Tao Yaoyao. Unfazed, she raised her long sword, still sheathed. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of swords clashing rang out as Xiao Xian wielded his long sword in relentless assaults, yet Tao Yaoyao effortlessly parried each strike with an air of nonchalance. Xiao Xian wore a proud expression. His sword manipulation technique was his signature move, renowned for its grace, earning him the moniker of the carefree sword immortal. However, to Tao Yaoyao, Xiao Xian appeared merely foolish. Though the power of the transformation stage could sustain the consumption of the sword manipulation technique, his magic had yet to reach the solidity of the ascendant stage, rendering his remote sword control only partially effective. It was a sheer waste of power, serving no purpose beyond ostentation. As she focused her gaze, a resounding sword cry reverberated through the air. Tao Yaoyao drew her sword, executing the god of slaughter's blade strike. Transitioning from one-handed to two-handed grip, she channeled her energy into the blade, performing a straightforward vertical slash without any superfluous motions. Boom! A tremendous sword energy erupted, forcefully sending Xiao Xian's long sword flying. The sword energy, relentless, surged toward Xiao Xian, while its excess force wreaked havoc among the crowd. The disciples who had cheered for Xiao Xian were caught in its wake, suffering casualties and wailing in despair. Xiao Xian, oblivious to the cries of his comrades, was consumed by dread as he faced the sword energy aimed directly at him. A drop of cold sweat trickled down his brow. He knew he could not withstand this strike. Panic-stricken, Xiao Xian frantically retrieved an ancient talisman, activating it with great reluctance. Boom! A burst of golden light erupted, manifesting as a colossal bell that enveloped him entirely. The sword energy crashed against the golden bell, producing a thunderous sound. Gradually, under the relentless assault of the sword energy, the bell's brilliance began to wane, fading in Xiao Xian's anxious gaze. Simultaneously, the sword energy expended its final vestiges of power, dissipating into the ether. Phew! Xiao Xian sighed in relief, having successfully defended against the attack. However, in the next instant, A snow-white long sword cleaved through the air, piercing his throat before tracing a graceful arc back into Tao Yaoyao's grasp. Sword manipulation, at times, proves to be quite useful. Encased in her magical aura, Xiao Xian's blood did not stain the long sword as Tao Yaoyao remarked coolly. Clutching his neck in shock, Xiao Xian's face was etched with terror and disbelief. He had never imagined that he would be so easily vanquished before Tao Yaoyao, nor that he would succumb to his own signature sword manipulation technique. Thud! Xiao Xian's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, and the surrounding disciples beheld Tao Yaoyao with eyes filled with dread. Tao Yaoyao cast a sweeping glance around the room before turning to leave. The crowd exhaled in relief. The god of slaughter had finally departed. Yet, just then, a chilling voice echoed. Swordsmanship, 1,000 blades piercing the heart. In the next heartbeat, a deluge of sword light erupted, engulfing all the disciples, and the entire branch was awash in blood. In the courtyard, Chu Feng observed the scene with a hint of nostalgia, watching Xuanzong, who, after finishing his meal, clung tightly to Wukong. He shook his head, a wistful expression gracing his features. How reminiscent of his younger self. Utterly captivated by novels, alas, those days could never return. After a moment of reflection, having feasted to his heart's content, Chu Feng retreated to his room for a good night's sleep. Since his arrival in this world, his daily routine had become remarkably disciplined, rising with the sun and resting at dusk. As he lay upon his bed, Chu Feng gradually slipped into slumber in a haze. He found himself standing at the entrance of a city gate inscribed with the words, Yang City. A moment of clarity struck him. Was this not the city where Xiaoyan resided in his previous dream? Could it be that he was once again dreaming, and perhaps even continuing from before? Contemplating this, Chu Feng stepped inside. Hurry! Today is the grand competition at the Xiao residence, and everyone is invited to witness. What? The Xiao family's grand competition? I must go and join the festivities. Chapter 23. The Xiao family grand competition. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng's interest was piqued. After all, he had little to occupy his time in the dream. So why not partake in the excitement and see his disciple, Xiaoyan? With his magical energy brimming, Chu Feng swiftly arrived at the Xiao residence, disregarding the attending servants, casting an invisibility spell as he ventured inside. Upon reaching the training grounds of the Xiao residence, he beheld two young men standing confidently atop a high platform. One of them was none other than his recent disciple, Xiao Yan. At that moment, Xiaoyan wielded a massive blade that resembled a door plank, its origins a mystery. To Chu Feng's astonishment, he sensed that Xiaoyan's aura had unmistakably reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. So this is the protagonist? Chu Feng couldn't help but click his tongue, feeling a profound sense of astonishment. Not long ago, he had just traversed into this realm. Although others had claimed he lacked the aptitude for cultivation, he remained undeterred, investing considerable resources to acquire a widely circulated cultivation manual in hopes of practicing. However, after an entire year, he found himself not even capable of reaching the qi refinement stage. Let alone cultivating any semblance of energy. In utter despair, he relinquished the idea of pursuing cultivation. Yet, here was Xiaoyan, who in such a brief span of time had progressed from the third layer of qi refinement to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Such extraordinary talent was truly terrifying. The comparison was infuriating. Nevertheless, Chu Feng dismissed these thoughts. After all, this was merely a dream. What did it matter if Xiaoyan possessed exceptional gifts? In this dream, he was utterly invincible. As Chu Feng pondered, the two individuals on the stage took action. Xiaoyan's opponent, wielding a sword, charged towards him, boasting a cultivation level of the 9th layer of qi refinement, a minor genius in his own right. However, he was up against Xiaoyan. With a resounding crash, Xiaoyan effortlessly sent him flying with the wooden board in his hand. An instant annihilation. The arena fell into an utter silence, and after a brief pause, someone weakly inquired, "Am I seeing things? Is that really Xiaoyan, the so-called waste of the Xiao family?" And his opponent is Xiao Luo, the family's genius, who is said to have reached the 9th layer of qi refinement and is on the verge of breaking through to foundation establishment. Xiaoyan defeated Xiao Luo in an instant? The crowd erupted into murmurs. While Xiaoyan on stage remained composed, a year prior, he had encountered his master, who had graciously imparted the Beiming Flame scripture to him. Over the course of a year, Xiaoyan diligently honed his skills and gained experience, elevating his cultivation to the foundation establishment stage and even refining the nine nether profound fire from the magical energy he had absorbed during this time. For him, the Shao family competition had lost its significance, yet he still participated. Not for any other reason but to reclaim his dignity. Observing the incredulous expressions of the Shao family members, Xiao Yin felt a sense of exhilaration akin to enjoying an ice pop on a scorching summer day. Bold and ungrateful child. You dare to use lethal force in a friendly match among peers. However, just as Xiao Yin believed his talents had returned and that today he would make a remarkable debut. A furious roar shattered his illusions. The Grand Elder bellowed as he rushed to Xiao Luo's side, hastily utilizing his own magical energy to heal him. After a moment, once Xiao Luo's injuries stabilized, the Grand Elder turned his gaze upon Xiao Yin, his eyes flashing with a cold light. Xiao Yin, as a disciple of the Shao family, you dare to deliberately injure your kin during the family competition. Xiao Yin was taken aback. He had merely exerted a bit more force to astonish the onlookers with a swift defeat. Logically speaking, while Xiao Luo appeared battered, his injuries should not have been severe. Grand Elder, I did not, Xiao Yin began to explain, but he was cut off before he could finish. Did you not? After your cultivation regressed 5 years ago, you have remained at the third layer of Qi refinement for years. How could you possibly be a match for Xiao Luo? Have you perhaps practiced some malevolent technique, falling into the path of darkness, and today you would inflict harm upon your fellow clansmen? Hearing the Grand Elder's words, the crowd, previously awed by Xiao Yin, now regarded him with doubt. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Yan's expression turned cold. He realized that the Grand Elder was intent on framing him. Xiao Luo was the Grand Elder's son, and today, by using Xiao Luo as a stepping stone, it seemed he had incurred the Grand Elder's ire. Having come to this conclusion, Xiao Yin felt a surge of anger within him. Grand Elder, I am aware that I did not intentionally injure Xiao Luo. Injuries sustained in competition are commonplace. Can I truly be blamed for this? Furthermore, in the years past, during my own cultivation regression, I endured far worse injuries than what Xiao Luo has today. Where was the Grand Elder then? Even 2 years ago, during the competition, Xiao Luo severely wounded me, nearly costing me my life, if not for my fortuitous survival. How could I stand here now? Today, I merely engaged in a standard match, yet the Grand Elder dares to slander me. Do you truly believe that the Shao family is solely under your dominion? Xiao Yan's tone was frosty, laced with a hint of mockery. His father was the head of the Shao family. However, 3 years prior, he had ventured alone into a forbidden area in search of a way to restore Xiao Yan's cultivation and had returned grievously injured, subsequently entering seclusion for 2 years. During this period, the Grand Elder had taken charge of family matters, and over time, it seemed that the members of the Shao family had come to forget about the family head. How dare you speak to your elder in such a manner? The Grand Elder's expression darkened, his gaze upon Xiao Yin brimming with murderous intent. If an elder does not behave as an elder should, they are merely relying on age to bully the young, unworthy of my respect. Xiao Yin retorted with a sneer, forcefully planting the wooden board on the arena with disdain. Xiao Yin, you rebellious child. You dare to defy authority and deliberately injure your kin. You shall face dual penalties. Seize him, the Grand Elder commanded. At his command, a figure leapt onto the arena, charging directly at Xiao Yin. This individual, named Xiao Ming, was a trusted confidant of the Grand Elder, boasting a pinnacle cultivation level of foundation establishment. In his eyes, capturing a mere Xiao Yin was a task as effortless as breathing. A year ago, Xiao Yin had been merely at the third layer of Qi refinement. In just a year, it was miraculous enough that he had managed to defeat the 9th layer Xiao Luo. How could he possibly contend with someone at the pinnacle of foundation establishment? This was an opportunity for Xiao Ming to showcase his prowess while pleasing the Grand Elder. Just who do you think you are to challenge me? Xiao Yin bellowed, showing no fear as he brought the wooden board crashing down towards Xiao Ming. With a thunderous sound, Xiao Ming, caught off guard, was struck by the blow and was sent staggering back, tumbling off the arena. How is this possible? Could Xiao Yin also be at foundation establishment? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Xiao Ming's face contorted in pain, blood streaming from his wounds. He had been blindsided by the massive wooden board. And now he faced not only disfigurement but also an overwhelming surge of agony, igniting a sense of rage within him. The gazes and discussions of the crowd only fueled his fury. You little brat, die! In an instant, He drew his long knife, unleashing his full magical energy, sending a flurry of blade lights crashing towards Xiao Yan, intent on cutting him down. Chapter 24. Xiao Yan's dominance. Seeing Xiao Ming's murderous intent, the Grand Elder furrowed his brow. Xiao Yan was the son of the family head. Under normal circumstances, he should not be killed. Because of this, despite Xiao Yan being the subject of ridicule for years, his life had never been in jeopardy. However, now that Xiao Yan seemed to have regained his talents, he was slipping beyond his control. The Grand Elder formulated a plan in his mind, merely watching with a detached demeanor, showing no desire to intervene. "Come at me! You dare to think you can kill me?" Xiao Yan roared, slamming the wooden board forward, unleashing the 9 nether profound fire that enveloped the entire board in an instant. The scorching heat filled the Xiao family arena, prompting the crowd to retreat in fear as they gazed at the purple flames flickering on Xiao Yan's weapon. Boom! The board was hurled forward, consuming the torrent of blade lights and flames. Xiao Ming's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. At that moment, Xiao Yan's assault was upon him, leaving Xiao Ming with no choice but to brace himself with his knife. Bang! Xiao Ming was once again sent flying, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his aura waning. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yan pressed forward, leaping into the air, wielding the wooden board as if it were a falling mountain. Ready to crush Xiao Ming. "Grand Elder, save me!" Xiao Ming cried out in desperation, knowing he could not withstand this blow. Should he be hit, his life would surely be forfeit. "Rebellious child, you dare?" The Grand Elder snorted coldly, unleashing a palm strike, gathering boundless magical energy into a colossal hand that bore down on Xiao Yan. Seeing this, Xiao Yan had no choice but to adapt, positioning the wooden board defensively in front of himself to absorb the impact. Sizzling sounds echoed as the 9 nether profound fire clung to the giant palm, consuming its magical energy. Xiao Yan felt an overwhelming force press against him, forcing him to retreat repeatedly until he managed to withstand the strike. "Rebellious child, you intend to harm your fellow clansmen. It appears today, I cannot spare you," the Grand Elder coldly declared, appearing before Xiao Yan and striking down with his palm. "Humph, so I must be the one to die while you get to live? If it comes to blows, let it be. No need for such hypocrisy," Xiao Yan retorted fiercely, advancing to engage the Grand Elder in combat. The Grand Elder was the second strongest in the Xiao family. Having reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, he had been at this peak for a solid decade, and it was rumored that he had shown signs of breakthrough to the nascent soul stage. Xiao Yan believed that given time and the beaming immortal scripture bestowed by his master, he would surely surpass the Grand Elder and be the first to break through to the nascent soul stage, or even higher. Yet, at present, he was merely at the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, relying on the immense power granted by the beaming immortal scripture, barely able to withstand the Grand Elder's onslaught. However, he could only defend himself. With no ability to counterattack, if this continued, defeat was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Chu Feng, who had been spectating, hesitated, uncertain whether he should intervene and assist Xiao Yan. Although he was enjoying the spectacle, the sight of his unassuming apprentice being beaten left him somewhat displeased. After some contemplation, however, Chu Feng chose not to act impulsively. After all, in novels, characters deemed the children of destiny typically fought against overwhelming odds as if it were a trivial matter. Though the Grand Elder was currently overpowering Xiao Yan, who could guarantee that Xiao Yan wouldn't undergo a sudden breakthrough during the battle? Isn't it common for protagonists to break through in the heat of battle and then sweep aside their foes? If he intervened and eliminated the Grand Elder, would he not be disrupting his apprentice's opportunity? Upon reflection, Chu Feng resolved to observe the situation for a while. After all, with his presence, his beloved disciple would undoubtedly be safe. And if worst came to worst, he could always intervene to save him. He would never admit that he was merely eager to continue watching the drama unfold. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Yan's magical energy began to wane, sent hurtling away by the Elder's powerful strike, crashing heavily to the ground. Lacking the time to assess his injuries, Xiao Yan attempted to rise. However, the Elder had already reached his side, slamming a hand onto Xiao Yan's shoulder, instantly binding his magical energy. With a loud thud, devoid of magical power, Xiao Yan could no longer grasp the massive door panel, allowing it to fall to the ground. Facing the Elder's cold, disdainful gaze, Xiao Yan felt an overwhelming internal conflict. At this moment, being under another's control, the only means of escape lay in a singular method, yet employing it would inevitably cast him into the path of darkness. Rebellious child, as the son of the clan leader, you not only shirk your familial responsibilities, but also disrespect the elders and plot against your kin. Today, I shall cleanse the path for your father. The elder proclaimed coldly, as his hand descended menacingly towards the top of Xiao Yan's head. Should this strike land, survival would be beyond reach for Xiao Yan. In response, gritting his teeth, Xiao Yan recognized that this was a life-or-death moment, and he could no longer afford to hesitate. In an instant, he unleashed the full power of the Biming Immortal Scripture. A tremendous force erupted from within him, surging through the elder's hand into his own body. In that fleeting moment, the elder's expression changed dramatically as his magical energy erupted uncontrollably, flowing into Xiao Yan. Not only did the elder fail to deliver his strike, but he also staggered, struggling to maintain his balance. Simultaneously, Xiao Yan felt discomfort as the surge of energy from the Biming Immortal Scripture shattered the restraints on his own magical power, flooding his meridians with the elder's energy, which transformed into the purest form of magical energy, causing Xiao Yan's strength to swell uncontrollably. However, Xiao Yan had previously cultivated his power to the peak of the foundation establishment stage, leaving no room for the influx of energy, leading to immense discomfort. In desperation, he resolved to use this burgeoning energy to attempt to break through. Xiao Yan was determined to forge his golden core with this overwhelming power. Calming himself, he began to circulate the energy through his body, initiating the process of forming the golden core. Observing this, Chu Feng nodded appreciatively. Truly, the protagonist would rise to the occasion. Yet at that moment, members of the Xiao family, noticing the two standing motionless with peculiar expressions, approached with curiosity. When they received no response, one individual reached out to tap the elder, only to find a sudden pull of energy that caused his own magical power to rapidly deplete. Xiao Yan had managed to control the surge of energy, and given him a moment, he would achieve his golden core. This unexpected event caused the energy he had absorbed to spiral out of control once more. At this juncture, Xiao Yan's face flushed crimson, his expression a mix of agony and impending explosion. Most critically, the sudden surge of his magical energy triggered a catastrophic reaction within the Biming Immortal Scripture. An immense force erupted from him, enveloping the entire training ground in a heartbeat. In that instant, everyone except Chu Feng found themselves frozen in place, their magical energy siphoning away into Xiao Yan. Chapter 25. The Heart Flame of Desolation. Chu Feng was befuddled. How had the situation transformed so inexplicably? This was not the script. Xiao Yan was supposed to absorb the elder's energy, break through to the golden core stage, and then subdue the Xiao family, avenging himself in the process. How had it turned into this? Chu Feng was left speechless. Yet, the next moment, his brow furrowed. He could clearly see that the surging energy within Xiao Yan had completely spiraled out of control, far beyond what he could manage. Xiao Yan was merely a peak foundation establishment cultivator. Absorbing the energy of a golden core elder was already an extreme challenge, and now he was inexplicably drawing from everyone present. This was tantamount to courting disaster. It was as if a lake, under the pressure of a high-capacity pipeline, were to flood into a small closed tank. The outcome for that tank would be dire indeed. Alas, it seemed the time had come for me to intervene. Xiao Yan might not be the true protagonist after all. Chu Feng sighed and stepped forward, positioning himself beside Xiao Yan. In the next instant, he placed a finger on Xiao Yan's forehead. Calm your mind. Refine the flames, Chu Feng spoke softly. Overwhelmed by the surging magical energy, Xiao Yan had lost all reason, but suddenly, a refreshing flow enveloped him, stabilizing all the energy within his body. Master! It is Master! The regained clarity brought forth a wave of excitement within Xiao Yan as he recognized Chu Feng's voice. Do not be overzealous. First, we must address the immediate situation, Chu Feng admonished firmly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan promptly steadied his mind and began to circulate the portion of the Biming Immortal Scripture that focused on refining flames. In an instant, boundless magical energy flowed orderly into his dantian, akin to fuel being ignited within. Refining flames within the Biming Immortal Scripture required vast amounts of magical energy. Previously, Xiao Yan had to exert tremendous effort to absorb the energy of fugitives and beasts to cultivate the Nine Nether Mysterious Fire. Despite its impressive name, The nine nether mysterious fire was merely a mundane flame. While it fell short of divine flames like the Samadhi true fire, it was also lacking compared to lesser flames such as stone fire. All of this stemmed from an insufficient reserve of magical energy. Yet now, by fortunate chance, Xiaoyan began to absorb the magical energy of nearly 100 individuals present, transforming him into a veritable treasure trove of power. The magical energy flowed into his dantian without restraint, incinerated completely, and a flicker of flame began to take shape. With Chu Feng's suppression, the energy behaved exceptionally well, devoid of the previous volatility, allowing Xiaoyan to accelerate the absorption process. In the brief span of a quarter of an hour, an extraordinary flame materialized within Xiaoyan, simultaneously revealing its name in his mind. Fallen Heart Flame. A flame originating from the heart, capable of significantly enhancing cultivation speed and refining magical energy purity, transforming it into celestial power. The uses of this flame were clearly documented within the Baiming immortal scripture. The Fallen Heart Flame ranked among the pinnacle of mundane flames. Xiaoyan's heart raced with exhilaration. Possessing the Fallen Heart Flame would undoubtedly accelerate his ascension. Having reached the peak of the Foundation establishment stage within a year, could he not achieve even greater heights with this newfound flame? 1 year to reach the nascent soul stage, 3 years to the spirit transformation stage. He found himself lost in endless daydreams. Moreover, the Fallen Heart Flame could purify magical energy to celestial levels. Yet, Xiaoyan did not harbor delusions of easily obtaining celestial power. After all, it required 10,000 portions of magical energy to condense a single strand of celestial power. Such a ratio meant that only upon reaching the tribulation stage could Xiaoyan hope to master it. "What are you thinking, boy? Seize this opportunity to form your golden core," Chu Feng remarked, observing Xiaoyan's foolish grin with exasperation. Prompted by this, Xiaoyan snapped back to reality and began utilizing the remaining energy to forge his golden core. The process unfolded seamlessly. Not only was Xiaoyan's foundation robust, but with Chu Feng standing by, the likelihood of failure was non-existent. With a resounding boom, a surge of power erupted from Xiaoyan, marking his ascension to the golden core stage. He willingly severed the absorption of the Baiming immortal scripture, causing those around him to collapse in exhaustion. Had he continued absorbing, with Chu Feng's protection, the sheer volume of energy could have propelled Xiaoyan to the peak of the golden core stage, or even into the realm of nascent soul. Yet, Xiaoyan refrained. Halting now would allow these individuals, who had cultivated for years, to recover their strength. He bore no mortal enmity toward them. At most, they had once bullied him, and he had no intention of wiping them out completely. "Master." After stabilizing his breath, Xiaoyan opened his eyes to see Chu Feng before him and immediately knelt, overwhelmed with emotion. "Rise, my child." Chu Feng smiled, lifting him up and patting his shoulder. "Well done." At this, Xiaoyan's joy intensified. "Master, it has been so long. I have missed you." Tears brimmed in Xiaoyan's eyes, a genuine outpouring of emotion. This was not mere exaggeration. It was heartfelt sincerity. Although Xiaoyan was still young, he had already experienced the fickleness of human relationships. When he was celebrated as a genius, countless praised him. When he fell from grace, many mocked him. Only Master Chu Feng had come to his aid in his darkest hour, granting him cultivation methods and helping him reclaim his life. Yet he had offered no gratitude, not even knowing his master's title. Once more, when faced with mortal peril, Chu Feng had appeared and saved him. The depth of his gratitude was beyond words. "My child, do not display such feminine sentiment. You must exercise caution in your actions henceforth. Had I not happened to come by this time, you might have perished without me ever knowing." Chu Feng chuckled. Shaking his head, "Yes, master, I shall remember," Xiaoyan replied earnestly. Only Chu Feng could command his unwavering obedience, reaching a level beyond even that of his father. As the master and disciple shared their reunion, an untimely voice pierced the air. "Rebellious child, you have truly conspired with demons, practicing dark arts, absorbing others' magical energy, and straying into the path of darkness." Turning to face the source, the elder trembled as he pointed at Xiaoyan, his voice filled with rage. Xiaoyan had spared others, but he would not let the elder go unscathed. At this moment, he was devoid of any magical power, and his golden core had shattered, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. In a fit of rage, the Grand Elder disregarded the earlier display of might by Xiaoyan. Unable to exact his vengeance, he was determined to cast the ignominious label of collusion with the demonic path upon Xiaoyan. Unless Xiaoyan were to eliminate everyone present today, he would be forever tainted by the accusation of such collusion. Should Xiaoyan truly harbor murderous intent, it would only solidify the reputation of his descent into madness. At that point, others would undoubtedly take it upon themselves to deal with him. Old scoundrel, what nonsense are you spouting? Upon hearing this, Chu Feng was instantly displeased. He swiftly moved to the Grand Elder's side and delivered a powerful kick that sent him crashing against the wall. Chu Feng had been feeling irked while merely observing, and now this individual dared to flaunt himself before him. Was he not simply asking for a beating? Chapter 26. The turmoil of Xuanzang after thoroughly thrashing the Grand Elder. Chu Feng felt an immediate sense of relief. In his previous life, whenever he encountered such repugnant characters in novels, he could only seethe in silence. Now, witnessing it unfold live, he could vent his frustrations at will, which was immensely gratifying. Once he returned to his previous spot, restoring a facade of calmness, Xiaoyan was left utterly dumbfounded. He had initially believed his master to be an ethereal being, yet he had not anticipated such a side to him. Instantly, Xiaoyan felt a renewed sense of closeness to his master. Master, you departed in haste before, and I have yet to properly express my gratitude for your kindness. Why not stay at my Xiao family estate for a while? Allowing your disciple the opportunity to show you the respect you deserve. Gazing at the earnest Xiaoyan, Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction. Although this was merely a dream, witnessing his apprentice's gratitude brought him comfort. Had he taken on an ungrateful wretch, it would have been thoroughly disheartening, even in dreams. Just as Chu Feng was about to respond, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation arise from his heart, and he realized he was likely on the verge of awakening. Thus, shaking his head, he spoke. There is no need, I merely came to check on you. Seeing your diligent efforts puts my mind at ease. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Chu Feng's figure gradually began to fade. Seeing this, Xiaoyan grew anxious and called out, I implore you, master, please reveal your name. Chu Feng. Before disappearing entirely, he spoke his name. Watching the empty space where Chu Feng had been, Xiaoyan slowly lowered his arm. A flicker of despondence crossing his gaze. He yearned for genuine affection. Yet his father had been gravely injured and secluded for 3 years, and now his master had rushed away. Despite the ridicule and disdain he had faced from his kin, he had hoped to overlook past grievances and treat them well. Yearning for emotional connections. Yet, he found himself in this disheartening predicament. Looking around at the individuals sprawled on the ground, their eyes filled with terror as they regarded him, Xiaoyan could not help but sigh. It seemed he had attained what he desired, yet simultaneously, he felt an emptiness. Shaking his head, Xiaoyan chose to disregard those around him, casting a glance at the Grand Elder without taking any action. The Grand Elder, having had his magical energy completely absorbed by him and reduced to a mere husk, was now on the brink of death after receiving a thorough beating from his master. Xiaoyan could hardly muster the energy to concern himself with such a person. Carrying his door panel, Xiaoyan strode towards the secluded area where the clan leader of the Xiao family was in seclusion. Upon reaching the forbidden grounds of the backyard, he stood before the formation, inhaled deeply, and proclaimed loudly, I, Xiaoyan of the Xiao family, seek an audience with my esteemed father. Chu Feng gradually awakened, realizing that dawn had broken outside. Unlike the previous instance of bewilderment, his mind was remarkably clear this time. He felt as though he had not merely dreamt, but had genuinely traversed into that world, having truly met Xiaoyan. With every detail etched vividly in his memory, if I were not a traveler from another world, I might have thought that the scenes from the dream were remnants of my past life. How extraordinarily vivid! Chu Feng mused to himself as he rose, dressed, and washed up before stepping outside. Ever since his arrival in this world, his life had become remarkably regimented, because he retired early at night. He also rose early in the morning. Considering that this body was already in its 20s, it was high time to find a partner. However, the peculiar nature of this village was quite disconcerting. All the villagers were middle-aged, either solitary or in pairs. There were no elders or children, let alone suitable young women. Initially, upon noticing this, Chu Feng was quite apprehensive, fearing that he had settled in a perilous place. Yet, after spending some time there, he discovered that these villagers were exceedingly simple and kind-hearted. living harmoniously together and always ready to lend a helping hand, which put his heart at ease upon stepping outside. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. The previous night, he had arranged accommodations for Xuanzang, yet now the young monk was sitting in the courtyard, seemingly entranced, holding the copy of Wukong's tale that he had casually written. Lost in thought. Good heavens, could this little monk have sat there all night? Chu Feng was taken aback and hurried over, tapping Xuanzang on the shoulder while asking, "Little monk, are you all right?" Hearing Chu Feng's inquiry, Xuanzang slowly turned his head, his eyes fixed intently on Chu Feng, startling him at that moment. Xuanzang's eyes were bloodshot, his lips slightly chapped, his complexion utterly haggard, and most notably, dark circles adorned his eyes, resembling a frenzied panda. "Benefactor, is what is written in this book true?" Xuanzang spoke slowly, his throat hoarse. Chu Feng, feeling somewhat speechless, did not respond to Xuanzang. Instead, he made his way to the kitchen, poured a bowl of water for Xuanzang, and after he drank it, chastised, "If you wish to read, you may do so at any time. Why stay up all night? Getting so engrossed in a book is not an excuse for such behavior. Moreover, couldn't you have read it in your room instead of freezing in the courtyard?" In his past life, Chu Feng had often immersed himself in novels, with all-nighters being a common occurrence, yet that did not prevent him from admonishing others. However, Xuanzang merely shook his head, seemingly not absorbing his words, and continued to gaze at Chu Feng, asking, "Is what is written in this book truly real? Good heavens, this fellow is so deeply engrossed in the novel. If everything in it were true, would he genuinely seek out a son Wukong and gather other disciples, thus bringing about a living rendition of Journey to the West?" Chu Feng thought with a wicked sense of amusement. Yet he had no intention of deceiving him. "This is merely a work I wrote during my leisure time, and thus it is fictitious." Upon hearing this, the light in Xuanzang's eyes seemed to dim slightly, and he lowered his gaze, returning to his spot, clutching the book, lost in contemplation. Chu Feng patted him on the shoulder, but refrained from saying more. At this moment, Xuanzang's heart was in turmoil. Having been born in the temple of Wu Chan Mountain, he had been nurtured within the Buddhist teachings of this realm since his youth, shaping his worldview and beliefs. However, stumbling upon this place and fortuitously encountering Wukong's tale had profoundly shaken his convictions. "I demand the heavens to no longer obscure my vision, the earth to no longer bury my heart, for all beings to comprehend my intent, and for all Buddhas to vanish into thin air." The aspirations expressed by the protagonist sharing his name in the book resonated deeply within him, awakening a fervor that left him in a state of agitation, unable to find peace. What he read was fundamentally at odds with his ingrained beliefs. Had he heard someone else speak of it, he would have scoffed. Yet, reading this book sent waves of tumult through his heart, as if it had unearthed his innermost essence. Chapter 27. Journey to the West while leaving Xuanzang to sit idly at home. Chu Feng was already on his way out the door. Lu Sandao had come early to seek him out, claiming his wife was about to give birth. Regarding Lu Sandao's behavior, seeking him out first instead of staying by his wife's side or finding a midwife, Chu Feng felt a mix of bemusement and disbelief. Was it really necessary to be so excited over merely wanting him to name the child? Initially, Chu Feng thought it might be awkward to attend the delivery, but Lu Sandao insisted on dragging him along, and he had no choice but to acquiesce. Upon arriving at Lu Sandao's home, he found neighbors gathered to assist, all of them women from nearby households. It was only then that Chu Feng recalled the strange village he resided in seemed to lack the profession of midwives entirely. Only one healer existed in the village, and they were already on standby. If any complications arose during Lu Sandao's wife's delivery, the healer would have to cast aside gender distinctions to provide aid. Fortunately, not long after Chu Feng arrived, a resounding cry echoed from within the house. Moments later, a woman emerged with the news that a healthy baby boy had been born, and both mother and child were safe. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd, including the most anxious of them all, the butcher Lu Sandao, who now appeared utterly relaxed. Soon after, everyone began to celebrate, for Lu Sandao's child was the very first born in this village, making it a moment of great significance. Once all trivial matters were resolved, Lu Sandao promptly hosted a banquet to entertain the many who had come to assist him, bringing forth his son to introduce him to the gathering. Initially, Chu Feng harbored some apprehension, having heard in his previous life that children in ancient times were particularly susceptible to untimely death. As Lu Sandao brazenly presented his newborn, concern for the child's safety lingered in his mind. However, upon observing the infant, who appeared sturdier than most 3 or 4-month-olds, Chu Feng chose to remain silent. Truly, as Lu Sandao's son, he was indeed remarkable. During the feast, Lu Sandao invited Chu Feng to bestow a name upon his child. Chu Feng, though modest, pondered for a moment before suggesting, given the child's noble nature and the depth of his heart, might we call him Lu Bingyuan? Upon hearing this, Lu Sandao's eyes sparkled with delight as he clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, "Excellent, Brother Chu, you are indeed a cultured man. This name is far more melodious than Lu Sandao." The others, witnessing this exchange, shared knowing smiles, praising Chu Feng's erudition, which left him feeling somewhat bashful in this warm atmosphere. Lu Sandao's eyes gleamed with inspiration as he spoke, "Brother Chu, since you have graciously named my child, it is said that one should not entrust the same matter to 2 masters. Would you consider taking on the role of teacher for my son, so that he may learn the skills necessary to thrive? Surely, following you will offer him greater prospects than being a butcher like me." Surprised by this proposition, Chu Feng hesitated. "Brother Lu, this is not appropriate. I possess only a few modest skills and do not consider myself worthy of the title teacher." Lu Sandao feigned displeasure, insisting, "Brother Chu, you must not belittle yourself. Did you not recently take on a young apprentice? If you can accept a disciple, why not my son? Is it that my child does not meet your standards?" Faced with such reasoning, Chu Feng could only manage a bitter smile. His previous foray into apprenticeship had been a mere accident. He had imparted little knowledge, and his young charge, Tao Yao, had barely grasped the art of carving before excusing herself. "Brother Lu, I assure you, I simply fear leading your son astray. You, Brother Chu, are the most accomplished individual in our village. Everyone here would give you a resounding thumbs up for your skills. If my child could master even one of those, I would wake from dreams with a smile. How could that possibly lead him astray? Do you truly wish to see my son grow up to inherit my butcher's knife?" With Lu Sandao's words laid bare, any further refusal from Chu Feng would imply disdain for Lu Sandao himself. Reluctantly, Chu Feng nodded. "Very well, Brother Lu. Once Bingyuan is a bit older, I shall teach him whatever he wishes to learn." "Excellent. Thank you, Brother Chu. I, Lu, am not one for eloquence. My gratitude lies solely in this cup." Lu Sandao exclaimed joyfully, raising his cup of wine and downing it in one gulp. With the matter of apprenticeship settled, the atmosphere at the banquet reached a crescendo as everyone raised their glasses, reveling in the merriment. The feasting continued for an entire day, and it was only in the afternoon that Chu Feng, feeling pleasantly tipsy for the first time since his arrival in this world, staggered home. After the celebration, Wang Dashan and his wife returned home, with Wang Dashan reflecting, "Lu Sandao is quite the schemer." His wife, momentarily taken aback, inquired, "What do you mean, dear?" Though Lu Sandao appears boisterous, he is cunning as a fox. He cleverly arranged for Brother Chu to name his son and to take him on as a disciple, thus securing a tremendous advantage for himself. Wang Dashan shook his head, lamenting, "People only see the butcher's brutality. Who would suspect such cunning behind it?" Noticing his wife's puzzled expression, Wang Dashan elaborated, "Brother Chu's aura grows increasingly formidable, his fortune boundless. I have never encountered someone with such profound luck, not even a fraction of it. By having Brother Chu name his son, Lu Sandao has intertwined their fates. Consequently, his son's fortune will flourish, and with Brother Chu as a mentor, the child's future is limitless. Such a strategy neither diminishes Brother Chu's luck nor detaches Lu Sandao from his chariot of fortune. Indeed, the benefits are immeasurable." Upon hearing this, Wang Dashan's wife felt somewhat bewildered, her understanding not yet reaching the depths of her husband's insights. She had thought Lu Sandao merely sought to strengthen his ties with Chu Feng. Unaware of the intricate web of schemes at play, "My dear husband, since it is so advantageous, why not consider having one ourselves?" she suddenly suggested. Wang Dashan's heart stirred at her words, and he gazed at her flushed face, momentarily lost in emotion. Moments later, the air in their courtyard filled with joyous sounds. Meanwhile, upon returning to his courtyard, Chu Feng found Xuanzang still seated in silence, lost in thought. Riding on the wave of his inebriation, he playfully swayed over to his bookshelf, retrieving his own version of Journey to the West, which he had penned in his earlier years. He carefully placed it in Xuanzang's hands and, feigning seriousness, declared, "Everything you wish to know can be found within this tome." Xuanzang, taken aback, accepted the book with gratitude and immediately began to peruse its pages. Chu Feng nodded in satisfaction before retreating to his room to sleep. Chapter 28. The arrival of Ren Tiange, the journey to the west given to Xuanzang, was not the original text but rather a dark adaptation that Chu Feng had whimsically written to alleviate boredom. In his previous life, he found the various conspiracy theories surrounding Journey to the West fascinating, and thus compiled these notions into his own version of the tale. In Chu Feng's rendition, Patriarch Bodhi was merely a guise adopted by the Tathagata, and from the moment Sun Wukong was born until he became the victorious fighting Buddha, his fate was meticulously orchestrated by others. Most notably, the inherently benevolent Jin Kanzi was depicted as a pawn of the Tathagata, manipulated for his own ends. The Buddhist sect was portrayed as a ruthless entity, devouring lives without remorse. As the saying goes, the closer one is to the Western paradise, the more demons one encounters, and the more voracious these demons become. When Chu Feng crafted this version of Journey to the West, it was merely a creative exercise. He never anticipated that it would be read by others, let alone that it would end up in the hands of Xuanzang, whose mind was already unsettled after reading the legend of Wukong. At such an inopportune moment, as Xuanzang's eyes widened with fervor upon opening the book. A world unfolded before him, one where deities manipulated the destinies of mortals, viewing them as mere ants. The martial world seemed to have descended into chaos in the past month. Initially, the forces of righteousness and evil were at an impasse, with the demonic faction seeking to unify under the Blood Lotus Holy Sect's leadership. The sect's dominance stemmed from its unparalleled strength. Yet, everything changed after Tao Yao's sudden appearance a month prior, when she decisively slaughtered disciples of the Blood Lotus Holy Sect. Dismantling their sect, the subsects fell one by one. Even the right-hand man of the Blood Lotus Holy Sect met his demise at her hands. What should have been the establishment of the demonic alliance was repeatedly postponed, indefinitely delayed. The Blood Lotus Holy Sect found itself in disarray, unable to counter Tao Yao, and thus lost its best opportunity to unite with the demonic forces. On this particular day, within the Grand Hall of the Blood Lotus Holy Sect, Ren Tiange bellowed, "Mobilize all our forces. Find that wretched wench." In the hall, the sect's higher-ups knelt, trembling with fear. On the elevated platform, Ren Tiange's aura radiated an overwhelming pressure, his peak combined stage cultivation causing everyone to shudder. At that moment, Ren Tiange was consumed by rage. His son lay dead, slain by Tao Yao's blade. On that fateful day, Ren Tiange had dispatched a right-hand man to deal with Tao Yao, only for his 16-year-old son to sneak along in disguise. The ensuing battle resulted in heavy casualties among the sect's disciples, and the sect leader's son, caught amidst the turmoil, fell victim to Tao Yao's lethal strike as she departed. A doting father, Ren Tiange cherished his son deeply, and the loss drove him to the brink of madness. The plans he had once harbored were cast aside. From this moment forth, the entirety of the Blood Lotus Holy Sect would be unleashed in pursuit of Tao Yao, vowing to eliminate her. As the strongest faction within the demonic realm, the Blood Lotus Holy Sect wielded immense power, and within just 3 days, Tao Yao's whereabouts were discovered. At that moment, a particular inn was surrounded, with all idle bystanders cleared from a 10-mile radius. Inside the inn, Tao Yao gazed through the paper window at the vigilant disciples of the Blood Lotus Holy Sect outside, her brow furrowing slightly. In recent days, she had intended to strike again and eradicate the sect's subsect within the city, but to her dismay, upon entering the city, she was detected and subsequently cornered. This unfortunate turn of events stemmed from her relative inexperience in the martial world. Previously, she was the esteemed lady of the Blood Lotus sect, her every outing meticulously arranged, leaving her free from concern. The world, she had vanished for 13 years. Yet to her, it felt as if she had merely spent 13 days with her master. Possessing not the slightest experience of the martial world, encircled at this moment, despite the fact that the assailants were merely ordinary disciples, Tao Yao felt an ominous sense of foreboding. Resolutely, she decided to break free. Gripping her long sword tightly, she descended the stairs of the inn and boldly pushed open the door. With her emergence, the disciples of the Blood Lotus sect instinctively recoiled a step. Tao Yao swiftly drew several subordinates from her ranks, causing grievous casualties among the disciples, who regarded her with palpable terror. Ignoring the hundreds of disciples surrounding her, she advanced step by step. The The previously tranquil crowd erupted into chaos as fear filled their gazes upon her. "You Demonis! Today our sect has laid a net to ensnare you. Let us see where you can flee," roared the leader of the subordinates, his voice filled with fury. "You have slain our disciples. Today you shall pay the price." Tao Yaoyao surveyed her surroundings, her gaze landing on the leader as she scoffed. "You think your ragtag bunch can kill me? Hmph. Do not be so arrogant. Our sect has dispatched powerful experts. Today, there is no escape for you." Disregarding the threats from the intimidating leader, Tao Yaoyao took a decisive step forward, charging at him. The leader's face drained of color, as merely a Yuan Ing stage cultivator. He was no match for this formidable foe. Lacking any intention to fight, he turned to flee. Yet, to Tao Yaoyao, at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, his speed was laughably inadequate. She easily caught up, her sheathed sword piercing forth, the concentrated magical energy at its tip exploding, striking him directly. With a gasp, the fleeing leader coughed up blood, his eyes wide with disbelief, before ultimately succumbing to darkness in a mere encounter. Their leader had been dispatched. How could they possibly continue fighting? The remaining disciples exchanged glances, their faces etched with uncontainable fear. Despite their terror, none dared to flee. After all, the Blood Lotus sect was the most formidable force among the 13 demonic sects, and the overall strength of its disciples was commendable. Moreover, since Ren Tianga's ascension, he had employed coercive measures to ensure the lives of the sect's disciples were tightly bound to the sect itself. Should they attempt to escape, they would surely meet a grim fate. Tao Yaoyao gazed at the crowd, her heart growing colder. As her aura surged, she charged into the throng. Ever since her father's murder, she no longer considered herself a member of the Blood Lotus sect. Thus, when it came to killing, she showed no mercy. How could these disciples possibly contend with her? In the blink of an eye, they suffered heavy casualties, their morale crumbling instantaneously. At that moment, a thunderous shout rang out, "Demonis, you shall die!" Chapter 29. Dragon's Roar Sword. Tao Yaoyao was taken aback, for accompanying the voice was an overwhelming aura. The harmonization stage. The pressure far exceeded her own, making her instantly aware that the newcomer was significantly more powerful, an opponent she could not contend with. The identity of the intruder became clear. Within the entire Blood Lotus sect, the only person who surpassed her was the sect leader, Ren Tianga. Upon encountering an enemy, her heart swelled with rage. Although Tao Yaoyao attempted to evade, the flames of fury ignited within her soul, conjuring vivid images of her parents' murder. The pain only fueled her hatred. In this moment, her loathing reached an unfathomable depth. For Ren Tianga, Tao Yaoyao was not merely the remnant of a former leader, but the very embodiment of his vendetta against the killer of his child. He wished for nothing less than to consume her flesh and drink her blood. Thus, he struck without mercy, with a single palm. Infused with the pinnacle power of the harmonization stage, he unleashed a devastating attack toward Tao Yaoyao. She deftly employed her agility to evade, yet the disciples who had stood in her way were not spared. Reduced to mere pulp beneath his might, the scene erupted in chaos. Initially elated by their leader's arrival, the disciples were left in disbelief as Ren Tianga, upon his entrance, obliterated his own followers. This shocking display left everyone momentarily stunned. "Ren Tianga, even as leader, you are so ruthless as to spare not even your own?" Tao Yaoyao taunted, witnessing the carnage. Ren Tianga, known for his cruelty and mercilessness, had previously been chastised by her father for his indiscriminate slaughter of disciples. This reprimand had forced him into 3 years of reflection. Her father had intended to amend Ren Tianga's ways and entrust him with greater responsibilities. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Ren Tianga harbored resentment, ultimately instigating a coup. "You Demonis, allowing you to escape 13 years ago was my greatest mistake. Since you dare to appear before me again, prepare to die," Ren Tianga coldly declared, his eyes blazing with rage. Having no intention of further discourse, his sole desire was to eliminate the enemy who had caused him such pain. Tao Yaoyao's expression turned grave, inwardly lamenting her plight. She had believed herself capable of vengeance. Having reached the pinnacle of the transformation stage, little did she expect that while she had spent merely 3 days in her master's domain, 13 years had elapsed outside, allowing her archenemy to advance to the harmonization stage. The situation had dramatically shifted. Initially, after dealing with a few subordinates, Tao Yaoyao had contemplated retreating to continue her cultivation, intending to return once her strength had increased. She believed that with her master's guidance, even if the passage of time outside was disproportionate, she could cultivate at an accelerated pace. Yet, no matter how she sought, she could not find her way back. In desperation, Tao Yaoyao abandoned her quest, attributing her misfortune to her impatience for revenge, which had angered her master, leading to her exclusion. With no alternatives, she took up residence in an inn, hoping to find a space to cultivate. The sword techniques bestowed upon her by her master remained uncomprehended. Should she grasp even a fraction of their essence, she would surely transcend her current limitations and slay Ren Tiange. However, the disparity in martial experience led to her being swiftly discovered, and now Ren Tiange had come to confront her. This was perilous. Repeatedly employing her agility to evade, she could only rely on her ability to dodge, lacking any means of counterattack. With Ren Tiange's peak harmonization stage prowess, he could not even graze the hem of her garment. This deepened her admiration for Chu Feng. After all, he had merely taught her some carving techniques, without imparting any cultivation methods, sword techniques, or spells. Yet, as she honed her carving skills, all these methods seemed to manifest within her mind. Even more astonishing was that with her progress in carving, all her abilities advanced in tandem. It felt as though she was not merely practicing carving techniques, but rather engaging in constant cultivation. This remarkable insight left her in awe. Reflecting on this, she regretted not devoting more time to her training. Had she done so, she could have decisively slain Ren Tiange. How had she found herself in a position where she could only evade and counterattack seemed impossible? Boom! As Ren Tiange unleashed his fury, his aura erupted, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of magical energy that surged outward. At this moment, Tao Yaoyao found herself unable to evade, compelled to confront him head-on. Bang! As she braced herself against his onslaught, her agility faltered, leaving her exposed as Ren Tiange seized the opportunity to close in, delivering a powerful palm strike. With no time to evade, Tao Yaoyao gritted her teeth and held her sword to defend. When their strikes collided, an immense force coursed through her, as if she were being shattered apart. Blood gushed from her mouth as she was sent staggering backward. In a single blow, she had sustained severe injuries. Yet, this was a fortunate outcome. Had a fellow transformation stage cultivator struck her, she likely would have perished instantly. "You demoness, perish!" Ren Tiange exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with delight as he pressed the assault, delivering blow after blow toward Tao Yaoyao. At this moment, deeply wounded, her agility was insufficient to escape, and she appeared to be on the brink of despair. Suddenly, she noticed her long sword trembling slightly in her grip. In the next instant, it erupted with a blinding white light, unsheathing itself with a resounding roar. The sword drew forth a dragon's cry. Tao Yaoyao's mouth fell agape as she beheld the sword hovering before her. Astonishment etched across her features. She had assumed the sword her master had casually gifted her was merely a defensive tool, as it had shown no remarkable traits other than its exceptional sharpness and durability. To her astonishment, in this moment of peril, the sword underwent a transformation. As it unsheathed, it faced the incoming barrage of palm strikes, its tip aimed directly at Ren Tiange. In that instant, Ren Tiange felt a jolt of fear. As if he were being targeted by a terrifying existence, he broke into a cold sweat, rooted in place, unable to move. Swish! Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of sword energy burst forth from the blade, slicing through the air. The palm strikes melted away like snow under the scorching sun. In that moment, it seemed as though the entire world was infused with boundless sword energy. Simultaneously, a piece of information quietly surfaced in Tao Yaoyao's mind. This sword is called Dragon's Roar. When the sword is drawn, it commands the 9 provinces. In a moment of profound significance, Chu Feng bequeathed the Longyin sword to Tao Yaoyao, and the sword instinctively acknowledged its master. At this critical juncture, with its owner's life hanging by a thread, the Longyin sword acted autonomously to protect her. Moreover, upon a mere command from Tao Yaoyao, a tempest of sword energy could explode in an instant, obliterating Ren Tiange, who stood before her. Chapter 30. Grateful for the predecessor's teachings. Enlightened by this revelation, Tao Yaoyao felt a tumult of emotions, surprise intertwined with guilt. Having reached the transformation stage, she believed herself capable of vengeance and had recklessly departed from her master's sanctuary, neglecting to consider her master's feelings. Yet, rather than chastising her, Chu Feng gifted her the Longyin sword, enabling her not only to evade death in this dire predicament, but also to seize the opportunity for a counterattack. In that moment, her heart was a cauldron of mixed feelings. Boom. Just then, a surge of magical energy erupted, and as Tao Yaoyao lifted her gaze, she beheld Ren Tiange attempting to flee. It turned out that upon the emergence of the Longyin sword, Ren Tiange sensed his inferiority as an opponent and the imminent threat to his life. However, with the sword pointed at him, he dared not move. Observing Tao Yaoyao seemingly lost in thought, Ren Tiange seized what he believed to be a prime opportunity and decisively turned to escape. As a cultivator at the combined body stage, he fled with all his might, swiftly distancing himself. Witnessing this, Tao Yaoyao let out a cold laugh, raised her left hand into a sword gesture, and commanded Ren Tiange, "Slay." Boom! The instant these words left her lips, a maelstrom of sword energy surged forth, piercing through boundless time and space to strike Ren Tiange. The Longyin sword, with its dragoness roar, could cleave those at the great ascension stage. Each flicker of sword light was sufficient to annihilate Ren Tiange, a mere cultivator at the combined body stage, let alone the multitude of sword shadows that simultaneously assailed him in an instant. He was reduced to ashes, leaving not even a trace of his body. Vengeance was finally exacted. Yet, as Tao Yaoyao gazed upon the remnants of Ren Tiange, she felt no elation, only a profound sense of emptiness. At that moment, all she desired was to return to her master's side and quietly fulfill her role as a disciple. However, she found herself unable to retrace her steps. Taking a deep breath, Tao Yaoyao steeled her resolve, surveying the kneeling disciples around her. The disciples of the holy sect, paralyzed with fear upon witnessing the cataclysmic display of sword energy, now begged for mercy, pleading with Tao Yaoyao not to slay them. "Where is the vice leader among you?" she inquired. Having already dispatched the sect leader, she could only seek the vice leader for answers. At that moment, a figure emerged from the crowd, trembling as he knelt before Tao Yaoyao and stammered. "I am here, subordinate. Prepare a carriage to take me to the main temple," she commanded. "Yes," the vice leader sighed in relief. As long as he had tasks to attend to, he would remain safe. Tao Yaoyao had initially intended to return after avenging her grievances, but she found herself at a loss for the way back. With her vengeance fulfilled, she resolved to reclaim the Blood Lotus holy sect for herself, for it was rightfully her father's. Having been seized by others previously, a night passed swiftly. When Chu Feng awoke, he discovered that Xuanzang had spent yet another night engrossed in his studies, clutching his own version of the journey to the west. He appeared grave, his eyes bloodshot. Chu Feng rubbed his chin, still devoid of facial hair, pondering the consequences of Xuanzang's relentless study. Would he not collapse from exhaustion? However, he quickly dismissed the idea, reasoning that as a cultivator, staying up late should not be fatal. At that moment, Xuanzang's dismal appearance likely stemmed from the shock of the material he was reading. After all, Chu Feng had added numerous personal touches to his rendition of the journey to the west, which might be difficult for someone like Xuanzang, raised within the confines of Buddhism, to accept. Shaking his head, Chu Feng resolved to ignore him. As an ordinary person, why should he concern himself with the affairs of cultivators? Yet, suddenly, he felt an itch in his heart. He had been encountering cultivators with unusual frequency lately, rekindling the flickering embers of his dormant aspiration to cultivate. Nevertheless, Chu Feng was acutely aware of his lack of aptitude for cultivation. Following conventional methods would undoubtedly lead to futility. Rather than waste time, he decided to delve into research. The past Chu Feng had grown up in the technologically advanced society of the present day. Now traversing into a world inhabited by cultivators, since he could not follow their path, why not experiment with his own methods? After all, you possess divine skills, while I possess science. 10 years prior, Chu Feng had been powerless. However, the present Chu Feng was a different story. His divine-level medical skills not only equipped him with miraculous healing abilities, but also granted him an understanding of the human body at a microscopic level. His divine-level alchemy allowed him to concoct wondrous elixirs from a variety of materials, enhancing his comprehension of cultivators' magical powers to an intricate degree. Most importantly, there was his divine-level writing. When he initially practiced this skill, he had merely incorporated it alongside his divine calligraphy, penning the novels of his past life. At first, he saw little utility in this skill. Even if it made him a top-tier author, what would it matter? This was not his previous life. There were no platforms for web literature. Writing novels in this realm would amount to little more than personal amusement. Yet, he had not anticipated that when his writing skill reached divine level, it would manifest an extraordinary effect, divine-level writing. The works he penned had a certain probability of becoming reality. What did this mean? Simply put, it was akin to a powered-up version of Ma Yang's magical brush. Overjoyed, Chu Feng feverishly wrote for several consecutive nights, crafting numerous invincible tales featuring himself as the protagonist. However, after waiting for a considerable duration, he found himself still an ordinary person. Unwilling to accept this, he attempted several more times, concocting various whimsical scenarios, like claiming the fish he raised was an ancient ancestral dragon or that his chickens were primordial phoenixes. Yet, these efforts bore no fruit. The chickens remained chickens. The fish continued to swim as fish, without the slightest transformation. The likelihood of his writings manifesting into reality was dismally minuscule. Consequently, Chu Feng grew disinterested in further attempts. However, now that he was dedicated to research, why not make use of what seemed like wasted potential? What if fortune smiled upon him and he truly triggered that probability, enabling him to cultivate? With this thought, Chu Feng's enthusiasm surged. After a meal, he commenced his research. Days passed swiftly, and for a full 6 days and nights, Xuanzang remained ensnared within the world of the journey to the west, unable to extricate himself. Chu Feng had intended to rouse him, but after calling out several times without response, he lost interest. He could not believe that a cultivator would perish from being absorbed in reading. During these 6 days, Chu Feng diligently explored his scientific cultivation methods. But to no avail today. Upon witnessing Xuanzang nearing the completion of the voluminous journey to the west, he decided to pause his research, munching on sunflower seeds while waiting for Xuanzang to awaken. As the final page was turned, Xuanzang slowly closed his eyes. Moments later, he opened them again, his gaze fixed on Chu Feng, his bloodshot eyes filled with reverence as he knelt on the ground. "Thank you, Master, for imparting your wisdom." Chapter 31. Each step a realm, instantaneous ascendance. At this moment, Xuanzang exuded none of his previous juvenile aura. Instead, he radiated an air of profound solemnity. Having completed the reading of the tale, his worldview, established from childhood, faced an upheaval. He realized that his understanding had merely skimmed the surface. The Buddhist path he had devoted himself to since youth was not as luminous as he had envisioned. Unwilling to accept it, he was nevertheless haunted by an incessant voice within him, persistently affirming the truth. What was inscribed in the book represented the genuine Buddhist faith as perceived by the world. Though it claimed to save all beings, in reality, it schemed for its own benefit at every turn. Upon acknowledging this notion, he was startled. He found himself questioning his faith. Yet, upon reflection, recalling the actions of Wuzhanshan, he glimpsed an alternative truth, the authentic side of Wuzhanshan. His worldview continued to waver. At that juncture, Chu Feng presented him with a copy of The Journey to the West, dark version with enhanced power. In that moment, Xuanzang was ensnared. Over the course of 6 days and nights, his spirit had immersed itself in the narrative, transforming into the Xuanzang who shared his name and traversing the entirety of the journey. From the moment Xuanzang was still Jin Shanzi, he had faced persecution for questioning the Buddhist teachings at the Great Thunder Sound Temple, articulating an alternative perspective, and was labeled a heretic. His physical form was obliterated on the spot, becoming the spiritual essence of the Great Thunder Sound Temple. His soul was cast into the cycle of reincarnation, trapped in a relentless cycle. In each reincarnation, he was fated to become a monk of the Buddhist sect, repeatedly venturing westward to seek the so-called true scriptures from the Great Thunder Sound Temple. In the first 9 lives, upon reaching the flowing sand river, a preordained river demon would emerge, utilizing the supreme Buddhist treasures orchestrated by the sect to extinguish his physical form time and again. Thus, after 9 lives, his innate spiritual cicada-s lineage was entirely obliterated, rendering him an ordinary mortal. In the 10th life, he transformed into Xuanzang and officially embarked on the so-called journey for scriptures. The westward journey appeared to be fraught with endless demons obstructing his path, while celestial beings and deities safeguarded him, vanquishing evil spirits and truth. Xuanzang witnessed only the eradication of dissenters, Throughout the westward journey, every creature he encountered, be it demon or spirit, was either vanquished or coerced into submission to the Buddhist faith, leaving no alternative choice. What troubled Xuanzang further was the contradiction in the Buddha's teaching of universal salvation. The suffering of beings was perpetuated by the very deities they worshipped. As he journeyed westward, Xuanzang observed that those who believed in the divine lived in complacency, while those who did not were subjected to divine-inflicted suffering, only to be salvaged by Xuanzang himself, transforming them into devotees. Those who steadfastly reject faith are met with steeds dispatched by deities, transforming into monstrous beings, leaving only slaughter in their wake. The journey westward is one of bloodshed. The most emblematic of this is none other than his foremost disciple, Sun Wukong. From the rebellious Qi Tian Disheng, he has been reduced to a mere pawn of the Buddhist order, ultimately forced to bear the title of Dozhan Sheng Fo, transforming a warrior who defied the gods into the foremost protector of the Buddhist faith. How utterly absurd! As for himself, merely for voicing a dissenting opinion within the Buddhist realm, he has been progressively erased from history, becoming a mere pawn in the Eastern expedition of Buddhism, ultimately becoming a Buddha devoid of self-identity within the Buddhist hierarchy. If this is what Buddhism entails, then what should one do? Strive, struggle. If the Buddhist order harbors corruption, then one must restore order. The Buddha should reside in the hearts of the people, not be a false deity wielding power in the celestial realms of the West. At this moment, Xuanzang's gaze is resolute. He has discovered his own path, the Great Way. As long as he continues to follow this direction, the Great Way is within reach. This is the grace of imparting the Tao. Without hesitation, Xuanzang kneels upon the ground, sincerely addressing Chu Feng. "Thank you, Master, for imparting the Tao." Chu Feng is taken aback, gazing at the young monk Xuanzang before him, puzzled. Could it be that this young monk has been studying all night? Leading to a state of confusion, he quickly extends a hand to assist him, exclaiming, "Young monk, what is the matter? It is merely a book, no need for such display. Get up." "Yes, master." Upon hearing this, Xuanzang smiles, rising to meet Chu Feng's gaze, reflecting that he is merely beginning to comprehend the Great Way, while his master has likely achieved enlightenment long ago. Upon their first encounter, though Xuanzang was amazed by the richness of the spiritual energy in this place, he merely regarded Chu Feng as an ordinary human. Now he realizes that his previous limitations obscured his vision of his master's true strength. In his eyes, Chu Feng now resembles the Tao itself, evoking a sense of awe that is hard to contain. "Alas, why do you call me that? I am not your master. You cannot truly be daft, can you?" Chu Feng furrows his brow. Having previously accepted a rather unremarkable disciple, Tao Yao Yao, and dreaming of another, Xiao Yin, he did not anticipate Xuanzang joining the fray. Xuanzang merely chuckles at this, saying nothing further, for in his heart, Chu Feng is indeed his master, the master who imparts the Tao. "Master, Xuanzang wishes to return and practice the Great Way. May I?" Hearing this, Chu Feng overlooks the title and responds with surprise. "You wish to return? Have you remembered the way back?" Xuanzang shakes his head. "No. But I see the road of the world walked step by step. As one walks, one will ultimately arrive." Observing Xuanzang, Chu Feng is somewhat perplexed. How did he become a philosopher after merely reading 2 books? However, he refrains from commenting further, nodding in agreement. "Very well, then travel safely." Xuanzang nods, hesitating before speaking. "Master, I have a request. May I ask?" "What is it?" Xuanzang points to the shelf bearing a statue, atop which rests a Buddha figure, a piece Chu Feng had casually carved earlier. "Would you grant this to your disciple?" Xuanzang feels a twinge of embarrassment, yet after attaining insight into the Great Way, the statue calls to him, compelling him to speak. You desire this? Then take it. Consider it a memento." Chu Feng is momentarily stunned, but thinking little of it, he decides to give it to him since he appreciates it. After all, these items hold little value. Receiving the Buddha figure with utmost respect, Xuanzang once more bows to Chu Feng, bidding farewell as he departs. Clutching the Buddha figure, Xuanzang slowly makes his way out of the village. As he walks, a powerful aura begins to rise from him. Golden elixir, nascent soul, God transformation, combining, tribulation, great ascension. With each step he takes, his aura escalates to the pinnacle of great ascension. Yet, regarding the sudden surge in his cultivation. Xuanzang remains unfazed, his expression devoid of any joy, as if such phenomena are as commonplace as breathing. A thick fog arises, and upon encountering it, Xuanzang seems to grasp something profound. He turns and bows in respect toward Chu Feng, then steps forward, entering the fog. Thus he departs, walking the Great Way, establishing the Buddhist order. Chapter 32. Like a celestial sword immortal, banished to the mortal realm, Tao Yaoyao displays her formidable prowess, dispatching Ren Tiangu in a single stroke, leaving an indelible impression on the attending disciples of the holy sect. Consequently, upon revealing her intent to recruit them, many quickly defect, becoming her vanguard. Tao Yaoyao, leading these individuals, strides toward the headquarters of the holy sect. Along the way, whenever encountering a branch of the holy sect, she sends envoys to persuade their surrender. If they comply, she appoints a deputy to oversee affairs, with the branch master accompanying her. Among them are some loyal followers of Ren Tiangu, who, unaware of his demise, refuse to yield. At this juncture, Tao Yaoyao seizes the opportunity to act. Often, she merely stands her ground, swinging her sword in that direction. Her own magical power, infused with the sword energy of Long Yinjian, traverses the distance to strike within the branch, slaying the branch master with a single blow. From thousands of miles away, claiming an enemy's head is akin to plucking fruit from a tree. At the pinnacle of the God transformation stage, Tao Yaoyao is merely considered a skilled practitioner, yet with the Long Yinjian in her possession, she is truly invincible. On this path, news rapidly spreads through the ranks of the holy sect, even prompting senior members to gather in the hundreds to launch an attack, only to be cut down by Tao Yaoyao's sword, unable to resist. Thus, with unstoppable momentum, she arrives at the headquarters of the holy sect. At this moment, within the outer branches dispatched by the holy sect, half of the branch masters, sensing the impending doom, have surrendered. Of the remaining half, 2 have been killed by Tao Yaoyao, while 3 fortunate ones have not yet encountered her. Inside the headquarters, a heavy atmosphere prevails in the Grand Hall. Only the highest-ranking left envoy remains to preside over the meeting. Esteemed colleagues, what course of action shall we take? The left envoy speaks, only to be met with a resounding silence. The faces of the assembly are grave, their eyes betraying a hint of fear. This is hardly surprising. Ren Tiangu of the holy sect was considered the strongest, while the right envoy was the second. Both have fallen to the blade of Tao Yaoyao, leaving the remaining members powerless. Law King, what is your perspective? Observing the silence, the left envoy is compelled to call upon individuals by name. Upon hearing this, all eyes turn to a robust man seated beside the left envoy, the foremost among the 4 law kings of the holy sect. Jan Luan Law King shakes his head, the 2 golden wheels he bears clashing with a sound. Now, that Tao Yaoyao has slain the right envoy and the sect master, it is likely that her cultivation has already surpassed the tribulation stage. Faced with a formidable being of the tribulation stage, what can we do? As he speaks, Jan Luan Law King cannot help but sigh. Upon hearing these words, the assembly collectively laments, not due to their lack of effort, but rather the overwhelming strength of their adversary, the tribulation stage. Not a single formidable being exists within the demonic path at this stage, which has led to the demonic path enduring relentless humiliation from the righteous path, further elevating Ren Tiangu at the pinnacle of the combining stage as the so-called number 1 of the demonic path. Faced with an adversary of the tribulation stage, what options remain for them? After a brief silence, one individual slowly steps out from the ranks, addressing the assembly with a bow. Esteemed colleagues, since we are not their match, why not surrender early? This individual is the fire envoy among the 5 element envoys. Boldly spoken, that Tao Yaoyao has killed our holy sect disciples and has slain the right envoy and the sect master. You dare propose surrender? Do you seek to betray the sect? Upon hearing the fire envoy's statement, an elder reacts as if stepping on a tail, immediately jumping up and pointing an accusatory finger at the fire envoy. Ha! Who is the adversary? A being of the tribulation stage. If you do not surrender, do you wish for us to march toward death? Indeed, if death is your desire, then go alone. I have yet to live enough. Have you all forgotten? Tao Yaoyao is the daughter of the former sect master. By status, she is not an enemy. If she were to become sect master, it would be entirely justified. The 5 element envoys, feeling a sense of camaraderie, step forward, each supporting the fire envoy's stance. You, in this time of great peril, you dare speak of surrender? Have you already conspired with that Demonis? Seize him. The elder, seeing the situation, turns crimson with rage, pointing at the 5-element envoys and cursing. Yet, after issuing his command, no one moves to comply, leaving him in an awkward position. Elder Zhang, as a loyalist to Sect Master Ren, you were among the foremost in the rebellion 13 years ago. Now that the daughter of Sect Master Tao has come to confront us, your fear is palpable. Could it be you are contemplating your own fate? At this moment, a woman who had remained silent during the discussion steps forward, gazing at the elder with a mocking expression. This individual is the second-ranking Purple Robe Law King among the 4 Law Kings. She was handpicked by Tao Yaoyao's father. When she learned of the rebellion, Tao the Sect Master was already deceased, and she had no choice but to assist Tao Yaoyao in her escape. Although Ren Tiangu coveted her beauty, he did not entangle her in his schemes. She remained in the holy sect solely to find an opportunity to assassinate him. Little did she expect that after 13 years of concealment, before she could act, Tao Yaoyao would return, directly slaying Ren Tiangu. A true cause for celebration? Elder Zhang, still eager to speak, is interrupted by the Purple Robe Law King. Let me be clear. I am willing to lead the charge in inviting Tao Yaoyao to become our new sect master. Who among you is in agreement, and who is opposed? Upon this declaration, a tremendous uproar ensues. The other 3 Law Kings, witnessing this, remain silent but position themselves behind the Purple Robe Law King, indicating their support. The 5-element envoys go a step further, declaring in unison, agreed. I too am in agreement. We are all in accord. Upon witnessing this, those who had been vacillating within the grand hall silently made their way to stand behind the purple-robed. At this moment, the tide had turned decisively. Anyone with a modicum of intellect understood the course of action to be taken. How audacious you are! With this body not yet cold, you dare to cry out for surrender to the enemy, truly shameless. I oppose this. Elder Zhang, upon seeing this, felt a flicker of panic in his gaze, yet he still mustered the courage to bellow in defiance. His current intent was to rally as many individuals as possible to stand against this. For surrender was not an option for him. After all, he was inextricably linked to the demise of. If Tao Yaoyao were to gain power, she would undoubtedly not spare him, with Elder Zhang taking the lead. A few others, fully aware they could not be accepted by Tao Yaoyao, also gathered behind him. Within the hall, aside from the left envoy, 2 distinct factions had formed. Observing this, the purple-robed furrowed his brow, preparing to speak. Just then, a chilling voice resonated from the entrance of the hall. Since you oppose, then go to your deaths. The crowd gasped in astonishment, only to witness a flurry of sword light erupting as a stunningly beautiful woman gracefully stepped into the hall. In that moment, she resembled a celestial sword immortal descending to the mortal realm. With a swish, 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 the sword light flickered, and Elder Zhang, alongside several others, was instantaneously reduced to ashes, not a trace remaining. Chapter 33. Who supports? Who opposes? Witnessing the fate of these individuals, the remaining onlookers were left in shock, their faces a mix of terror and disbelief as they gazed at the approaching Tao Yaoyao. They were astonished not only by her formidable power but also by her ruthless methods. With a mere disagreement, she had resorted to lethal force. Once she acted, under the flickering sword light, one would be reduced to mere dust without so much as a complete corpse left behind. Such methods were both potent and merciless. Meeting the gazes of the crowd, Tao Yaoyao maintained a serene demeanor as she strode forward, ultimately arriving before the right envoy. The right envoy, unable to withstand the indifference laced with aloofness in Tao Yaoyao's eyes, instinctively stepped aside. Subsequently, Tao Yaoyao ascended the high platform, sweeping her robe aside as she took her seat in this position. Surveying the assembly, she spoke calmly. I am Tao Yaoyao, daughter of the 32nd generation of the, and I hereby assume the position of, you all, who supports, who opposes. As she spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from her, pressing down upon the assembly. Boom. In that instant, everyone felt an increase in pressure, as if the weight of the world was upon them, rendering them breathless. Your subordinate pays respects to thee. At that moment, the purple-robed hastily knelt, hands forming the special gesture of reverence, proclaiming loudly in homage. Hearing this, Tao Yaoyao's gaze softened momentarily as she regarded the purple-robed. For she still remembered him. Your subordinate pays respects to thee. Your subordinate pays respects to thee. Your subordinate pays respects to thee. With the purple-robed leading the way, the others quickly followed suit, kneeling in homage. Throughout the grand hall, all high-ranking officials of the pledged their allegiance to Tao Yaoyao. Thus, Tao Yaoyao eliminated Ren Tiange, successfully ascending to the position of, reclaiming the glory that belonged to her father. Everyone, please rise. Tao Yaoyao drew a deep breath, suppressing her exhilaration, and spoke. Once the assembly had risen, the right envoy immediately stepped forward, clasping his hands respectfully. I report to the, previously, R took the lead in discussions with the other 12 sects of the demonic path regarding the matter of collaboration. However, the agreed-upon date has passed, and now the other 12 sects have sent letters inquiring how we should proceed. Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao's brow furrowed slightly. She was aware of this matter. The date had originally been set 3 days after her return, but due to her unexpected arrival, that had been thrown into disarray, causing the matter to be postponed. It seemed that the other 12 sects had been pressured by the righteous path, prompting their inquiries. Noticing Tao Yaoyao lost in thought, the purple-robed stepped forward. I report to thee, although this matter was initiated by the former, it presents a significant opportunity for our. Now that the demonic path is on the rise, we are compelled to unite in the face of the righteous path's pressure. This is the prevailing trend. As a leading sect of the demonic path, our cannot afford to stand apart. Furthermore, should this collaboration come to fruition, our strength would undoubtedly become unprecedentedly robust, greatly benefiting our development. How this matter is handled, I implore thee to deliberate carefully. Upon hearing the purple-robed's words, Tao Yaoyao couldn't help but smile slightly. Perhaps the fear that her youth would cloud her judgment with vengeance. Assuming she would oppose this matter merely because it had been set by Ren Tiange. You worry too much. As how could I allow personal feelings to interfere with such a significant issue? Tao Yaoyao spoke half-jokingly, and upon hearing this, they felt a wave of relief wash over her, warmth blooming in her heart. Although they had felt joy upon hearing news of Tao Yaoyao and had actively supported her ascension too, she had harbored uncertainties. After all, 13 years had passed. What had Tao Yaoyao endured? Would her character have changed under the influence of hatred? These thoughts were unknown to her. Yet, upon hearing the term, she realized that Tao Yaoyao was still the same Tao Yaoyao from before. Since this matter benefits we shall set a date 3 days hence for individuals from the demonic path to attend my ascension ceremony, during which I will discuss the collaboration with the representatives of each sect. I shall comply with this orders. As the white mist dissipated, Xuanzang found himself once again in his own world. Feeling the significantly diminished spiritual energy, Xuanzang understood that he had returned to his realm. Initially, upon mistakenly entering his master's domain, he had not noticed the shift in the world, merely believing he had arrived at some hidden paradise. Once he achieved enlightenment, his cultivation surged under the abundant spiritual energy, propelling him directly to the great ascension stage, leading him to realize that he had inadvertently ventured into another world. Previously, with his low cultivation, it was of little consequence, but now, having reached the pinnacle of human cultivation, he still did not comprehend the method of traversing worlds. This only served to highlight the sheer power and depth of his master's abilities. After a moment of reflection, Xuanzang took a deep breath. Restoring his inner peace, he had grasped his own path and now sought to put it into practice. At this moment, what determined his ascension was not merely his cultivation but the path itself. Should his path fail, even as one at the great ascension stage, he would lead a mundane life here, unable to transcend. His first step on the path was to transform this realm into the ideal human Buddhist kingdom. In that time, all would be equal and all would be Buddhas. As for the specific methods, he had already formulated a plan. His master's writings in the Journey to the West provided clear guidance. Though a powerful practitioner at the great ascension stage, Xuanzang walked forward with the humility of an ordinary person, encountering smiles from the common folk along the way in this world. No practitioner walked among the commoners as he did. Yet at this moment, Xuanzang was perceived by the ordinary people as a fellow mundane, a determined ascetic. People often greeted those who dared to tread paths untraveled by others with kindness. As he journeyed on, he quenched his thirst with mountain spring water and sought sustenance from benevolent households. 3 days later, Xuanzang arrived at a city named Anding City. Entering the city, he made his way directly to the city lord's manor. Before the manor, the guards looked at Xuanzang with disdain, saying, "How dare you, of such lowly status, seek an audience with the city lord? Best stay where it's cooler. Do you think you are from Wuzhan Mountain?" Xuanzang frowned at their words. "I, a humble monk, seek the city lord on urgent matters. I kindly ask you to announce my arrival." The guard, indifferent to Xuanzang, was about to push him aside. However, as soon as his hand brushed against Xuanzang, he was repelled by the protective force surrounding Xuanzang, stumbling back several steps. Had Xuanzang not controlled the force, the guard might have been killed instantly. The might of the Great Ascension stage. How could a mere mortal dare to touch it? You, the guard, humiliated and incensed, pointed at Xuanzang, ready to berate him, yet suddenly fell silent upon realizing Xuanzang was a practitioner. He was merely an ordinary person and could not afford to provoke a. "Wait a moment, I will notify the lord," the guard muttered, turning to enter the city lord's manor. Xuanzang sighed at this sight. Had the guard still dared to insult or berate him, he might have felt amusement. Yet, this behavior, fearing to speak out simply because he was a practitioner, was disheartening, revealing the stark disparity in their statuses. Chapter 34. Equality for all. Moments later, the guard returned, bowing respectfully to Xuanzang, shedding his previous arrogance. "The city lord has requested your presence." Xuanzang shook his head but said nothing further. The guard's behavior, shifting from disdain to deference, could not be altered by a few words from him. This world operates on such principles. Practitioners, power, wealth, and status all silence the ordinary. To change this phenomenon, one must alter the very fabric of this world. I, Xuanzang, have come to see the city lord. Xuanzang made his way to the conference hall, gazing at the man seated in the highest position with a slight bow. The city lord, upon seeing Xuanzang enter, was pleased by his white monk's robes and extraordinary appearance, yet upon probing with his spiritual sense, he discovered no signs of cultivation on Xuanzang. Such a situation could only imply one of two possibilities. Either Xuanzang possessed no cultivation, or his cultivation far surpassed his own. As the city lord of Anding City, albeit having risen through connections, he himself was at the golden core stage. If Xuanzang's cultivation truly reached an extraordinary level that rendered him unable to discern the truth, would it not imply that he possessed the cultivation of the nascent soul stage at such a tender age? The city lord shook his head. He had encountered numerous prodigies, yet he had never seen one as young as Xuanzang attain such a level. Thus, in his heart, the city lord had already concluded that Xuanzang was merely an ordinary monk devoid of any significant cultivation, which diminished his interest drastically. He intended to respond with mere pleasantries before sending him on his way. However, he refrained from outright dismissing him, for the power of the Buddhist sect was vast, and even a humble monk commanded his respect. "So what do I owe the visit of this esteemed monk?" Xuanzang replied with a slight smile, speaking calmly. "I, Xuanzang, have come to request the city lord's assistance in revising the laws and regulations, so that peace may prevail in the city, ensuring equality for all, with no distinction between cultivators and commoners." Boom. Although Xuanzang's words were softly spoken, they struck the air like thunder, nearly causing the previously composed city lord to faint in shock. Such audacity! It was utterly astonishing. The city lord swallowed hard, staring at Xuanzang with a look of utter disbelief, perceiving the well-groomed monk before him as nothing short of a fool. After a moment of speechlessness came a wave of anger. How could the guards allow such a fool to come forth? Most humiliating of all was the fact that he had summoned this imbecile himself. The city lord, disinclined to engage further with Xuanzang, regarded him as nothing but a foolish madman and waved his hand dismissively, commanding, "Someone, see this guest out." Upon hearing this, the guards stationed outside entered, standing on either side of Xuanzang, gesturing for him to leave. Xuanzang frowned slightly, aware that this journey would be fraught with challenges, yet he had not anticipated such difficulty at the very outset. He sighed, having intended to interact with them in the manner of Tang Song. But now he found himself being compelled to adopt the persona of Sun Wukong. In the next moment, a surge of energy erupted from within Xuanzang, pressing down upon the city lord. In that instant, the city lord's expression changed dramatically. He felt as though a divine wrath had descended upon him, like a fragile boat caught in a tempest, threatening to capsize at any moment. At that moment, He sensed a grave threat to his life. "City Lord, might I suggest you reconsider the words of this humble monk?" Upon hearing this, the city lord internally lamented. It was one thing to encounter a madman, but to face one with such formidable power was another matter entirely. Reluctantly, he realized the gravity of the situation and had no choice but to concede, nodding repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. "I shall defer to the master's wishes." Satisfied, Xuanzang retracted his imposing aura and glanced at the two guards, who, sensing the situation, discreetly withdrew. Although the pressure Xuanzang exerted had not directly affected them, they understood well that he was not someone they could provoke. "City Lord, since you have agreed, shall we not take action at once?" The city lord, gasping for breath, was momentarily taken aback by Xuanzang's suggestion. A broad smile spread across his face as he replied, "Master, this matter is of great significance. Perhaps we should deliberate further before proceeding." Xuanzang stepped forward, his tone unwavering. "I believe the city lord wishes to pacify me first, while seeking to bring forth others to subdue me. Am I mistaken?" His words, though phrased as a question, were delivered with absolute certainty. The city lord's face paled at having his thoughts laid bare. "How could that be, master? Do not misjudge me. Your compassionate heart is admirable. Yet this matter indeed requires thorough discussion." Before he could finish, Xuanzang interrupted, "City lord, I have already formulated a plan. You need only grant me your authorization, and there is no need for you to exert further effort." He paused before continuing, "As for you, City Lord, feel free to seek others to come forth. If anyone can subdue me, I shall willingly submit." With that, Xuanzang offered a subtle smile, one that struck fear into the heart of the city lord. Such confidence could stem only from either unparalleled strength or an unassailable backing. After a moment of contemplation, realizing he had no alternative, the city lord nodded. "I shall leave it to the master." "Excellent," Xuanzang beamed, taking the city lord's seal and instructing him to summon the officials, cultivators, and wealthy citizens of the city for a meeting. Anding City was a small border town, with limited power struggles within. Among the cultivators, there were three distinct factions: Feilong Mansion, Shuiyan Gang, and Tianhu Academy. Of these, Feilong Mansion was the most powerful, presided over by a cultivator at the mid-stage of the Golden Core. Following them were the leaders of Shuiyan Gang and Tianhu Academy, both at the early stage of the Golden Core. Among the wealthy families, the Liu and Li families shared an equal footing. These five factions, along with the city lord's authority, constituted the upper echelon of Anding City. When the city lord extended an invitation, the five factions could not afford to neglect it and promptly sent representatives to attend. However, upon realizing that it was not the city lord presiding over the meeting but rather a white-clad monk, confusion rippled through the crowd as they frequently glanced at the city lord, hoping for an introduction. Yet the city lord remained indifferent, eyes closed and ears shut to the outside world, completely disregarding them. Left with no choice, they could only await silently. Once all had gathered, Xuanzang smiled faintly and spoke, "Esteemed guests, I am Xuanzang. From this day forth, I shall take charge of Anding City." These words sent shockwaves through the assembly, and all eyes turned to the city lord, yet he exhibited no reaction, appearing entirely resigned. This tacit acceptance left the others in a state of bewilderment. "We have met the master," they acknowledged, and since the city lord appeared to acquiesce, Xuanzang's authority was uncontested, compelling them to act with deference. "I have gathered you here to announce that I intend to amend the laws in Anding City. Henceforth, all shall be equal, with no distinctions made between cultivators and commoners. And everyone shall be treated with fairness. What are your thoughts on this?" Upon hearing this, the room erupted with outrage as the five individuals rose in unison, staring at Xuanzang with disbelief. "Surely, the master jesteth." The leader of Feilong Mansion squinted, assessing the smiling Xuanzang with skepticism. "Otherwise, every word I speak is the unvarnished truth," Xuanzang replied. With a resounding clap, the leader of Feilong Mansion slammed his hand on the table, anger radiating from him as he declared, "Master, out of respect for the city lord, we shall honor you, but do not overstep your bounds." The other four, while remaining silent, cast furious glares at Xuanzang, regardless of their prior conflicts. Their interests aligned on this matter. Before Xuanzang could respond, the leader of Feilong Mansion turned to the city lord, asking, "City lord, is this also your intention? If the city lord truly wished to pursue this course, It would likely compel the 5 factions to unite in opposition, seeking to replace him. Although the city lord held the most power, he was not beyond reproach, and if pushed too far, the local factions could retaliate fiercely. At that moment, the city lord could no longer feign ignorance. He glanced at the assembly, then turned to Xuanzang, saying, "Master, your cultivation is indeed profound. I am no match for you." This statement conveyed that he wished to distance himself from the matter, acknowledging Xuanzang's superior strength. Hearing this, the crowd was taken aback. If the peak of the Golden Core City Lord admitted inferiority, what level of cultivation did this monk possess? Esteemed guests, I initially intended to discuss this matter with you. But given the circumstances, if you are unwilling to engage, I shall decree that in Anding City, all beings are equal, without distinctions of status or wealth. Should anyone disagree, they are free to depart, Xuanzang stated calmly. Disregarding the threats posed by the others, the leader of Feilong Mansion, furious, found himself unable to act against Xuanzang, knowing that the city lord was not his match, and he was even less so. With a huff of frustration, he stormed out, followed by the other 4 without a word. "Master, you see, what you propose is utterly impossible. Anding City has long been under their control, and even I, as the city lord, cannot act unilaterally. You cannot expect them to relinquish their privileges," the city lord remarked, watching Xuanzang with barely concealed glee. Xuanzang observed the unfolding scene without significant disturbance. He had anticipated that matters would not be straightforward. Yet he neither doubted nor despaired. This was his path. Equality for all. Even commoners should not be reduced to mere ants beneath the oppression of cultivators and the powerful. Every individual's life should be determined by their own choices, rather than being puppeteered by others. Rising abruptly, Xuanzang declared, "City Lord, please announce that starting tomorrow, the City Lord's office will address all grievances and injustices. Any individual, whether a commoner or a cultivator, who has suffered injustice may come forth to seek redress." Observing Xuanzang remain obstinately resolute, the City Lord could not be bothered to elaborate further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. After all, the leaders of the 5 major factions were acutely aware that they were being coerced. Any blame that might arise would certainly not fall upon him. Chu Feng gazed at the table strewn with discarded drafts, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. Ever since he had conceived the idea of exploring the intersection of science and immortal cultivation, several days had elapsed, yet he still found himself devoid of any semblance of direction. Initially, he intended to base his research on his profound understanding of the human body derived from his godly medical skills. Directing his inquiries towards the principles governing the flow of medicinal potency within alchemical concoctions, in essence, he aspired to devise a method that would circumvent the conventional paths of cultivation. This approach, in simple terms, entailed treating one's own body as a medicinal pill, utilizing spiritual energy as the essence of the ingredients, allowing the energy to transform into medicinal efficacy while being absorbed into the body, morphing into magical power. If he could establish a concrete methodology and meticulously draft it 100 times with his exceptional writing skills, perhaps it would materialize into reality. At that point, he might even become an immortal cultivator, reveling in boundless freedom. However, the first step presented an obstacle, a fundamental theoretical challenge. Alchemy necessitated a cauldron, coupled with the intense heat required to meld the medicinal properties of the ingredients. Yet, in the realm of human cultivation, one could hardly treat oneself as a pill and place oneself into a furnace for refinement, could they? What if he failed to cultivate magical power and instead ended up reduced to mere ashes? That would be tantamount to courting disaster. Rubbing his head in frustration, Chu Feng expressed his vexation. He tossed his pen aside and casually grabbed the small cat nestled nearby, subjecting it to a vigorous bout of playful torment. After the cat's fur stood on end and it scampered away in a panic, it began to groom itself while casting a reproachful glance in his direction, which momentarily lifted Chu Feng's spirits. Indeed, the joys and sorrows of individuals differ greatly. In a buoyant mood, Chu Feng prepared himself a lavish meal, then took his hunting dog, Wang Kai, mounted his steed, Xiaohe, equipped himself with a bow and arrows, and ventured out of the village. Intending to engage in hunting to alleviate his feelings, as he traversed the path, he noted that the game near the village had dwindled considerably due to his frequent foraging. After a prolonged search without encountering a single living creature, he reluctantly delved deeper into the woods, he harbored no concerns for his safety. Although he possessed no cultivation skills, he had inquired with the village's seasoned hunters, who assured him that no mythical beasts lurked within these woods. With no such threats present, his extraordinary hunting skills would suffice to handle any encounters. Just as Chu Feng pondered the absence of game, a rustling sound emanated from afar. He paused momentarily, intrigued, and proceeded towards the source of the noise. Eager to uncover what creature had caused it as he crept closer, Chu Feng concealed himself and peered through the foliage, where he beheld a black bear engaged in a fierce struggle with a robust man. The man, despite his imposing stature, was clearly no match for the bear and was being forced to retreat steadily at that moment. Jiang Wu was enveloped in astonishment. By sheer happenstance, he had unwittingly wandered into a forbidden realm within the celestial domain. A place untouched by mortals for millennia. He had thought himself extraordinarily fortunate until he encountered a seemingly ordinary black bear, which audaciously attacked him, the Celestial Emperor. Lost in the overwhelming aura of spiritual energy surrounding him, Jiang Wu initially dismissed the bear as a trivial concern, casually swatting at it with a palm, intending to send it on its way. However, before he could comprehend the situation, the bear struck back with a powerful paw, sending him hurtling into a nearby tree. Dazed and bewildered, he struggled to comprehend how this ordinary bear could possess such formidable strength. Gritting his teeth against his injuries, Jiang Wu hastily regained his footing. Narrowly evading another swipe from the bear, his gaze fixated on it in disbelief. To his astonishment, this was indeed a commonplace black bear. Simultaneously, he was horrified to realize that he himself had transformed into a mere mortal. As he unleashed a strike, a faint ripple of energy dissipated almost instantaneously. Jiang Wu's mind raced with clarity. It was not that he had lost his powers, but rather that the overwhelming concentration of celestial energy in this place had rendered his magical abilities nearly insignificant. With a prowess befitting a celestial emperor, a mere strike from him could level mountains, yet in this realm, he could only muster a feeble gust of wind. This revelation led him to conclude that the bear was no ordinary creature. With the strength to send him flying, it must be a being that could rival or even surpass a celestial emperor in its own domain. Realizing this, Jiang Wu drew in a sharp breath, a chill coursing through him. What kind of place had he stumbled into? In the celestial realm, beings of such caliber among the beast tribes were revered, yet here they roamed like wild animals, truly terrifying. The more he contemplated, the more his dread intensified. At that moment, the black bear charged at him once more, delivering a ferocious paw strike. Jiang Wu cursed under his breath, rolling to evade the blow, which crashed into the ground, sending dust and debris flying. Should his disciples witness him, a once mighty celestial emperor, rolling on the ground to escape an attack like a common warrior, their eyes would surely bulge in disbelief. Nevertheless, he had no time to dwell on such thoughts. As the bear's relentless assault continued, treating him as prey, he found himself dodging ceaselessly, occasionally seizing the opportunity to unleash a powerful punch against the bear. Yet it felt as ineffective as scratching an itch, inflicting no real damage. Despair began to envelop Jiang Wu. With no way to fight back and nowhere to flee, was he truly destined to perish here? In that moment of distraction, the bear seized the opportunity, landing a paw strike aimed directly at his face, and he realized he could not evade it in time, as he felt the rush of air from the impending blow. Despair consumed him. If struck, he would surely be gravely injured. If not killed, it was over. His life was forfeit. Just then, a thunderous sound of a projectile slicing through the air reached his ears. Jiang Wu's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld an arrow soaring through the sky. Appearing before him in an instant, aimed directly at the bear's POW. To his astonishment, this arrow, seemingly shot by a mundane hunter, effortlessly pierced through the bear's powerful strike, embedding itself deep within its arm and ultimately striking its forehead. With a deafening roar, the bear collapsed, lifeless. Jiang Wu stood frozen, staring in astonishment at the fallen creature, struggling to process the fact that the bear he had grappled with so fiercely had been slain in an instant by a single arrow. This was beyond his comprehension. "Are you all right?" A gentle voice called from behind him. Jiang Wu turned to see a young man astride a magnificent black horse, wielding a longbow, accompanied by a yellow dog. It was none other than Chu Feng. Having observed the robust figure engaged in combat with the bear, Chu Feng had initially regarded him as a true warrior. However, upon realizing that the man was struggling against the bear, he had intervened to assist. Chu Feng had previously slain a bear several years ago. Now, with his exceptional hunting skills, he found no challenge in dispatching the creature from a distance. "Thank you for your timely rescue," Jiang Wu exclaimed without hesitation, bowing respectfully. Despite Chu Feng's youth, Jiang Wu felt compelled to accord him respect, for an arrow that could fell a creature that had nearly bested him was a testament to extraordinary power. Chu Feng waved his hand, accustomed to the frequent deference shown by others, and dismissed the gratitude. "It was nothing. I merely happened upon the scene, and no need for thanks. However, you truly are formidable to have dared engage in combat with a black bear." Chu Feng's genuine praise elicited a bittersweet smile from Jiang Wu, who found himself at a loss for words. Just then, Wang Kai, the hunting dog, suddenly began barking excitedly towards the distance. Jiang Wu, drawn by the commotion, glanced at the dog and was taken aback. This dog was on par with him. He could sense, to his astonishment, that this seemingly unremarkable dog possessed a power that rivaled his own. The creature was undoubtedly of Celestial Emperor caliber. Its lineage unmistakably that of the esteemed Chaos Celestial Dog. The Chaos Celestial Dog was one of the most prestigious bloodlines in the beast realm, a paragon among canines. A Celestial Emperor-level Chaos Celestial Dog would command respect. And Jiang Wu recognized that he was no match for it. Yet here it was, behaving as a mere pet for the young man before him. In that instant, Jiang Wu was overwhelmed with astonishment. Quickly, however, elation surged within him. This was an opportunity, a monumental opportunity. As he gazed at Chu Feng, fervor flickered in his eyes. Though he was considered a formidable figure in the celestial realm, the higher one ascended. The more arduous the path to further advancement became. He had not made any progress in nearly a millennium. He had thought his journey had reached its zenith, yet here he found himself in the presence of such a powerful being. If he could earn the favor of this individual, the prospect of further advancement could very well open before him. Jiang Wu's mind raced with possibilities, while Chu Feng remained oblivious to his change in demeanor. Instead, following Wang Kai in a specific direction. Recognizing the immense potential before him, Jiang Wu felt compelled to follow closely behind. Such a grand opportunity must not be squandered. Two individuals and a dog traversed several hundred steps when Wang Kai abruptly halted, barking twice towards a nearby cave entrance. Just as Chu Feng was about to dismount to investigate, the perceptive Jiang Wu immediately interjected. "Senior, allow me with that." Jiang Wu dashed over and slipped into the cave. Chu Feng stood in silence, choosing to wait patiently, relieved that someone was willing to take on the task. After a moment, Jiang Wu emerged, each hand grasping a young black bear cub. "Senior, this cave must belong to the black bear we encountered earlier, and it has left behind these two cubs. What do you intend to do with them?" Seeing this, Chu Feng dismounted and approached, scooping up the two cubs. They appear to be no more than a few months old. Still in the nursing stage, gazing up at Chu Feng with wide, curious eyes, Chu Feng sighed inwardly, lamenting the fate of their mother, a nursing bear he had just slain. Would these cubs not meet a tragic end as a result? Nonetheless, despite his sorrow, he felt no regret. After all, he was human, and when faced with a conflict between man and bear, he naturally chose to side with humanity. "What shall we do with these cubs?" Jiang Wu prompted, noticing Chu Feng lost in thought. "Since their mother has perished because of me, to neglect them would be akin to dooming them. Perhaps we should raise them until they are old enough to be released." Jiang Wu paused, taken aback. Logically, one would think that since the mother bear had died because of them, they should eliminate any potential threat posed by the cubs. However, upon reflection, he realized that although the black bear was powerful, its intelligence resembled that of a wild beast. Given Chu Feng's formidable strength, even the mother bear was no match for him. How could these cubs pose any real danger? "Your benevolence is commendable, senior. I cannot compare," Jiang Wu exclaimed, recognizing the wisdom in Chu Feng's proposal. "Haha, no need for such formalities. Just call me Chu Feng. You seem older than I am, so why not refer to me as Xiao Feng, like the villagers do?" Chu Feng waved his hand, playfully engaging with the cubs before adding with a smile. Jiang Wu's eyes brightened, seizing the opportunity to respond. As the saying goes, there is no distinction between young and old in the Tao. The accomplished take precedence. How about I call you Feng Gu? My name is Jiang Wu, and you may refer to me as Xiao Wu. Chu Feng nodded in agreement without further ado. After some pleasantries, he learned that Jiang Wu had also stumbled into this place by chance, and he readily invited him to return to the village, to which Jiang Wu readily agreed. Originally, the black bear could have served as a source of food, but with the decision to raise the two cubs, Chu Feng felt it improper to consume their mother. Thus, he instructed Jiang Wu to dig a hole to bury the bear. Afterward, they meandered a bit longer, hunting down 2 rabbits and a deer before finally returning home laden with their spoils. On the way back, Chu Feng took the opportunity to gather some wild fruits, as he had previously gifted some to Zhang Haoren and had run out of stock at home. Today, he was fortunate to find a good supply along the route, and he would not let the chance slip by. Consequently, at Jiang Wu's insistence, he found himself adorned with 2 rabbits, a deer, 2 bags of wild fruits, and 1 small bear cub, effectively liberating the little black bear. Chu Feng could not dissuade Jiang Wu. Recognizing the man's robust physique made him more than capable of carrying such burdens. Upon reaching the village entrance, they unexpectedly encountered Wang Dashan, who was out for a stroll. Chu Feng greeted him, but Jiang Wu appeared utterly astounded, exclaiming in disbelief, "Ancestor!" With a thud, Jiang Wu dropped to his knees, trembling as he beheld Wang Dashan. He vividly recalled that on the day he ascended to the nascent soul stage at the age of 26, he had been lauded as a genius and granted the opportunity to behold the ancestor. That day, he had seen the strongest member of their sect standing tall on the plaza's platform, addressing the disciples below with a wave. It was an unforgettable moment. After years of diligent training, all he had desired was to become a formidable figure like the ancestor. Yet, upon reaching a century of age, he learned that the ancestor had achieved transcendence and departed the celestial realm to wander the vast void. Now, a millennium had swiftly passed, and he had transformed from a mere disciple of the nascent soul stage into a pillar of their sect, achieving the esteemed title of immortal emperor. Yet, the ancestor had still not returned. He could scarcely believe that in this forbidden land, not only had he encountered a powerful figure like Chu Feng, but he had also come face to face with the ancestor. Furthermore, the ancestor was dressed in simple garments, resembling an ordinary villager, exuding no trace of cultivation prowess akin to Chu Feng. Chu Feng observed the excitement and disbelief radiating from Jiang Wu, then turned to the seemingly puzzled Wang Dashan and inquired, "Do you two know each other?" Jiang Wu, eager to respond, nodded but was interrupted by Wang Dashan's nonchalant remark, "Xiao Feng, you jest. How could I possibly know this young brother? Surely he has mistaken me for someone else." At that moment, a thunderous voice reverberated in Jiang Wu's mind. "Speak not a word. If Xiao Feng becomes aware of my identity, your existence will be forfeit." Jiang Wu's astonishment reached its zenith. This was no mere telepathy but the transmission of the Tao. The ancestor had established his own lineage, allowing those like Jiang Wu, who cultivated in the ancestor's Tao, to receive such messages. This type of transmission could only be utilized by the creator of a lineage and would deplete their spiritual energy each time. However, it bore the advantage of being completely impervious to eavesdropping, adhering to the rules of the Tao. What puzzled Jiang Wu was why the ancestor would not acknowledge him, even going so far as to threaten him with a transmission to prevent exposure. This utterly shattered his worldview. At the same time, his admiration for Chu Feng soared to new heights. If even an entity as exalted as the ancestor treated Chu Feng with such deference, what manner of being was Chu Feng? Suppressing his excitement, Jiang Wu stood and pretended to scrutinize Wang Dashan, finally stammering awkwardly, "Ah, I must have mistaken you in my excitement. Please forgive me, esteemed one." Wang Dashan regarded him with an approving gaze, nodding with a smile, "No harm done, no harm done. Just a trivial matter." With that, Wang Dashan turned to Chu Feng and asked, "Xiao Feng, did you bring this young man back with you?" Chu Feng nodded. Indeed, it was a fortuitous encounter. He is a valiant warrior who can contend with a black bear, so I invited him to visit our village. Feigning surprise, Wang Dashan exclaimed, "Such a formidable warrior? I have a humble request. Speak, Brother Wang." Chu Feng replied that I observed that this warrior possesses a robust physique and must possess great strength. I have some tasks at home that I find challenging to manage alone. Might I borrow this brother's assistance? Chu Feng frowned at this, realizing that Jiang Wu was a guest, not a servant. It was rather impolite to request his assistance upon first meeting. Just as he was about to decline, Jiang Wu interjected eagerly, I am willing. I am willing. Chu Feng was taken aback, thinking Jiang Wu must be quite simple-minded to volunteer for work so eagerly. Shaking his head, he decided not to argue further. Since Jiang Wu was keen, he quickly relieved him of his burdens and placed them upon the small bear before letting Wang Dashan lead Jiang Wu away. Chu Feng then strolled leisurely towards his home. As he walked, he glanced back at Wang Dashan, while Jiang Wu was filled with inexplicable excitement. How did you come to be here? Wang Dashan suddenly inquired. Reporting to the ancestor, I inadvertently stumbled into the forbidden realm of the celestial world, thinking my life was forfeit, only to find myself in this place, Jiang Wu explained. And how did you come to know Xiao Feng? Upon my arrival, I was attacked by a black bear. Although I possessed the cultivation of an immortal emperor, I was no match for the bear and nearly lost my life, were it not for Feng Ji's timely rescue. Wang Dashan nodded thoughtfully, his gaze flickering as if pondering something profound. Ancestor, the sacred ground. Jiang Wu began, eager to share information about the sacred ground, knowing the ancestor had been absent for millennia and might be curious about its current state. However, before he could finish, Wang Dashan interjected. No need for elaboration, I have transcended. The past is of little consequence to me, and I have no interest in such matters. Jiang Wu fell silent, then, after a moment of contemplation, asked curiously, Ancestor, may I inquire what your current cultivation level is? And what is this place? This is a realm beyond the celestial world, attainable only through great power or fortuitous circumstances. As for my cultivation, even if I were to tell you, it would be beyond your comprehension. Wang Dashan replied, pausing to turn and earnestly advise Jiang Wu. Your mere immortal emperor cultivation is inconsequential here. You have seen that even Xiao Feng's hunting dog possesses the cultivation of an immortal emperor and is the weakest among his household. Since you have fortuitously arrived here, it is indeed a rare opportunity. Knowing Xiao Feng is your greatest chance. Should you earn his favor, the prospect of transcendence awaits you. Cherish this opportunity. Without waiting for Jiang Wu to respond, he produced a burlap sack, saying, This is the wood Xiao Feng requested. Please take it to him. With that, Wang Dashan prepared to depart. Jiang Wu, still in a daze, finally processed everything and called out, Ancestor, may I ask what cultivation level Fenggu possesses? Wang Dashan halted momentarily, then spoke in a subdued tone. This place transcends all realms, born from a mere breeze. The path of greatness reigns supreme, yet even the breeze lingers above it. Atop the highest peak of Qingyun Mountain stands the grand hall of the Qingyun sect. Once the most sacred site of the sect, behind this hall, a towering 9-story edifice rises majestically from the earth. This tower, crafted entirely from spiritual stones, exudes opulence, adorned with countless precious items, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes, embodying unparalleled nobility. This tower is known as the Qingyun Tower, within which are enshrined the ancestors of the Qingyun sect. At its pinnacle stands a statue, which, had Chu Feng been present, would have left him astounded to discover that the figure depicted was none other than himself. Flanking the statue of Chu Feng are sculptures of the auspicious Qilin and the chaotic celestial dog. Before these three statues, Zhang Haoran stands solemnly. After the ritual, a resolute gleam flashed in Zhang Haoran's eyes as he declared, Rest assured. Esteemed predecessor, Zhang Haoran shall unify this mortal realm and transform it into a part of your celestial domain. Chapter 38. The Master System. Ever since Zhang Haoran returned from his visit to Chu Feng and vanquished the blood demon sect with the power of the chaotic celestial dog, the Qingyun sect's reputation soared throughout the realm of cultivation. Numerous smaller sects flocked to pay their respects, seeking refuge under the auspices of the Qingyun sect. During this period, the sect entered a phase of rapid development. Meanwhile, Zhang Haoran, as the sect leader, found himself with leisure time, delving into the sect's library to peruse its ancient texts. Among the numerous tomes, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a fragmentary ancient manuscript, significantly damaged and largely indecipherable. However, to Zhang Haoran's astonishment, the ancient scroll he had concealed within his robe during his visit to Chu Feng suddenly flew forth. At that moment, the statue of Chu Feng radiated a brilliant light, which enveloped the ancient scroll. To Zhang Haoran's incredulity, the scroll began to restore itself, as mysterious characters gradually materialized until, in mere moments, a pristine book appeared before him. Treasure this tome as he might, Zhang Haoran devoted himself to its study day after day. Within its pages lay not cultivation secrets, but rather accounts of matters pertaining to the higher realms. It detailed that celestial beings, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, would unlock their own celestial domains, within which existed a variable number of mortal realms, each belonging to that celestial being. The two realms were interdependent. Celestial beings could enhance themselves through the fortunes of the mortal realms, while the latter could rely on the protection of the former to fend off the encroachments of chaotic forces. Upon learning this, Zhang Haoran resolved to bring his mortal realm to align with Chu Feng. In his eyes, Chu Feng was a celestial being, undoubtedly possessing the ability to unlock a celestial domain. Having been enlightened by Chu Feng, Zhang Haoran's cultivation reached the great ascension stage, and though he had once deemed ascension an unattainable dream, his resolve now stood unwavering. After standing before the statue of Chu Feng for an extended period, Zhang Haoran turned to convene a meeting at the Grand Hall. Once all the elders had gathered, Lin Yafan, an elder currently in office, stepped forward and announced, "Respected Master, the various sects have responded. The Lingzhou Cultivation Conference is scheduled to take place in 1 month." "Excellent," Zhang Haoran exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table, his eyes gleaming with intensity. The Lingzhou Cultivation Conference was something he had labored for 3 entire months to arrange. Its confirmation filled him with immense joy, with the Qingyun sect's newfound strength. It was on the verge of being elevated to a holy ground. If he were to follow the traditional process for such an elevation, it would require a century of accumulation. However, Zhang Haoran lacked that patience. His grand plan's first step was to establish the Qingyun sect as a holy ground. The Lingzhou Cultivation Conference served as the catalyst for this initial endeavor. Subsequently, Zhang Haoran and the elders meticulously discussed the various details concerning the cultivation conference, striving to ensure its success. As the saying goes, a favorable wind propels me skyward. Zhang Haoran intended to transform this conference into the favorable breeze that would elevate the Qingyun sect to holy ground status. Jiang Wu wandered through the village in a daze, his thoughts in tumult. The path of greatness reigns supreme. Chu Feng still walks upon that path. This phrase, for Jiang Wu, undoubtedly opened the gateway to a new world. Even the revered ancestor he had long admired held Chu Feng in such high esteem. Now, he found himself in a daze, questioning whether he could truly grasp such a monumental opportunity. As his thoughts swirled, he arrived at the entrance of Chu Feng's courtyard. That moment, Chu Feng was amusing himself with 2 small bears. Upon seeing Jiang Wu, he exclaimed in surprise, "Why are you back so soon? Have you finished already?" At this, Jiang Wu snapped back to reality, entering and nodding, "Yes, Brother Feng, it was just a small task. By the way, I brought back some wood for you." Chu Feng accepted the bag and opened it to reveal various pieces of carving wood. Nodding in satisfaction, "Thank you, and as for Brother Wang, how can one trouble another upon their first meeting? You go ahead. Today, I shall cook and let you sample my culinary skills." With that, Chu Feng set the bag aside and prepared to handle the rabbit and deer he had previously hunted. Observing this, Jiang Wu immediately interjected, "Brother Feng, allow me to do that." Chu Feng intended to refuse, but Jiang Wu had already taken over, processing the game with surprising enthusiasm, leaving Chu Feng momentarily bewildered. Was Jiang Wu this eager to help? Nevertheless, Chu Feng thought little of it. Since Jiang Wu was willing to lend a hand, he welcomed the respite. Placing the 2 small bears in the doghouse reserved for Wang Kai, he patted Wang Sai's head, saying, "Wang Kai, these 2 bears will be living here from now on, so I'll borrow your nest for a while. You must not bully them." With that, Chu Feng walked away. Wang Kai looked exasperatedly at the 2 small bears occupying his doghouse, shaking his head in annoyance, thinking, "You're small now, but just wait until you grow up. I'll show you how to handle yourselves." Wang Kai still vividly remembered the time a potential cat had appeared, and after merely giving it a gentle nibble, he was soundly beaten by Chu Feng. After that incident, Wang Kai came to understand that, in Chu Feng's eyes, cultivation level mattered not. Only size could demonstrate one's strength. If he were to bully the 2 small bears now, he would surely face repercussions, but once they grew larger, they would naturally surpass him in Chu Feng's eyes. At that time, no matter how he bullied them, he would not be reprimanded by Chu Feng. After a while, Jiang Wu sat at the table, devouring the food voraciously, resembling a starving ghost who hadn't eaten for ages. As an immortal emperor, he had long since ceased eating, save for rare delicacies. However, the aromas wafting from Chu Feng's cooking were irresistibly enticing. Even with his vast reserves of celestial energy, Jiang Wu found it impossible to suppress his body's primal urge for these delectable dishes. Moreover, he had initially believed that such food would merely enhance his cultivation and accumulate celestial energy. However, upon tasting it, Jiang Wu was astonished to discover that these dishes could actually elevate his understanding of the Tao. It was well known that items possessing such effects were among the most precious in the celestial realm. Yet, the food prepared by Chu Feng held such properties. As the saying goes, a glimpse of the leopard reveals a fragment of the whole. From these meals alone, Jiang Wu felt he could begin to comprehend the true meaning of Chu Feng's connection to the path of greatness. After satisfying his hunger, Jiang Wu, with a serious expression, turned to Chu Feng and said, "Brother Feng, I wish to stay." Chu Feng, taken aback, chuckled, "If you wish to stay, then stay by all means. What is the harm in that, however?" Jiang Wu shook his head, clarifying, "Brother Feng, what I mean is, I wish to follow you. Follow me. What would you follow me for?" Chu Feng inquired, puzzled. Jiang Wu fell silent, unable to express that he wished to follow Chu Feng to seize opportunities. "I want to learn skills from you." After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Wu finally spoke, as if transported back to his childhood, kneeling before his master and proclaiming, "I wish to cultivate with you." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng stood in astonishment and asked, "You don't mean to say you wish to become my disciple, do you?" Jiang Wu's eyes sparkled. Although he was an immortal emperor, he felt insignificant before Chu Feng. If he could become Chu Feng's disciple, would that not be a soaring opportunity? "Master, please allow me to pay my respects." Instantly, Jiang Wu knelt on the ground and bowed his head, disregarding his dignity as an immortal emperor. Chu Feng was left dumbfounded, feeling as though the entire world was conspiring against him. "I am but an ordinary person. Why do so many wish to become my disciples? Could it be that my system is not a skill system, but rather a so-called master system?" Chapter 39. The system's new skill, scientific cultivation. "I am just an ordinary person. You wish to take me as your master, but I have little to teach you." Chu Feng shrugged. Jiang Wu pondered for a moment before suddenly recalling something. "Master, I wish to learn archery from you." The ability to slay an immortal emperor-level black bear with a single arrow was indeed an enviable skill for Jiang Wu. Shaking his head, Chu Feng helped Jiang Wu to his feet. "There is no need for such formality. It is merely archery. If you wish to learn, I will teach you without the need for a master-disciple relationship. Besides, given our similar ages, how could we be master and disciple?" Upon hearing these words, Jiang Wu grew anxious. His desire to apprentice was not solely for the mastery of archery. How could he simply surrender? He attempted to force himself to kneel, yet to his astonishment, no matter how much strength he exerted, even drawing upon all his celestial energy, he could not lower himself. Chu Feng gently supported his hand, seemingly exerting no force, yet it felt as if a binding spell rendered him incapable of kneeling. Jiang Wu sighed inwardly. It appeared that Chu Feng truly had no intention of taking on a disciple. After all, such a remarkable individual would hardly accept a pupil lightly. It seemed he was unlikely to catch the other SI. Coming to this realization, Jiang Wu had no choice but to relent. "Xiao Wu, since you wish to learn archery from me, why not reside here? I live alone, so it would not be inconvenient." "Very well, then I extend my gratitude to you, Brother Feng." Although he could not formally become a disciple, the opportunity to remain and continue learning archery from Chu Feng was still splendid. Jiang Wu rallied his spirits and began tidying up the dishes, without waiting for Chu Feng to refuse. He declared his intention to assist with chores, insisting he could not stay here for free. Helplessly, Chu Feng acquiesced to his initiative. At that moment, the system, which had been silent since his carving skill reached its peak, unexpectedly stirred once more. "Congratulations, host, you have triggered a new skill. Please open the panel to view." Chu Feng was taken aback. He had assumed that once the system skills were learned, it would cease to function. Little did he expect that new skills would emerge at this time. He promptly opened the system panel. Skill name: Scientific Cultivation. Upon seeing this skill name, Chu Feng sprang to his feet in excitement. Scientific Cultivation. He never imagined that something he had merely tinkered with would be absorbed by the system and transformed into a new skill. He had struggled for a long time with no clear direction, believing that his pursuit of scientific cultivation was unattainable. Yet, unexpectedly, a turn of events brought him this delightful surprise. It is well known that any skill that appears within the system, no matter how preposterous it sounds, can indeed become a reality. As long as he practiced according to the methods presented by the system, he would undoubtedly achieve true cultivation. With this in mind, Chu Feng couldn't help but feel exhilarated. However, the practice methods displayed by the system left him utterly bewildered. Skill name: Scientific cultivation, practice method. Please study and master mathematics, physics, chemistry, human anatomy, conduction theory, and philosophy. A long list of subjects appeared before Chu Feng, each accompanied by countless subtopics. At first glance, the sheer volume of the reading list was daunting, let alone the vast knowledge that lay behind it. Goodness, the first step of scientific cultivation is studying? Chu Feng instantly felt a desire to give up. It was one thing to traverse realms. It was quite another to learn. He certainly was not an academic genius in his previous life. How could he possibly comprehend such a wealth of knowledge? If he truly possessed talent, he wouldn't have ended up as a mere cog in the machine, only to find himself in this realm. Nevertheless, the silver lining for Chu Feng was that the system was not demanding his life. As long as he diligently studied and adhered to the system's requirements, regardless of whether he fully grasped the material, he could gradually enhance his cultivation and embark on the path of practice. Should he ever refine the skill of scientific cultivation to a divine level, he could become the most formidable cultivator in this world. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng informed Jiang Wu, then retreated to his room. Retrieving the first book from the system, Advanced Mathematics. What a nostalgic return to freshman year. Chu Feng suppressed the pain in his heart and earnestly began to read. This book was produced by the system, and if Chu Feng dedicated himself sincerely, every concept would be meticulously broken down and presented to him. With each concept he mastered, his internal cultivation would advance. Learning was arduous. Yet if it meant gaining cultivation and stepping onto the path of practice, Chu Feng was entirely willing. As he leafed through the pages, unbeknownst to him, the first strands of magical energy began to manifest within him. 1 strand, 2 strands, 3 strands, 9 strands. Once the magical energy accumulated to 9 strands, they intertwined, merging and compressing into a single thread, quietly drifting through Chu Feng's meridians. Time flew by, and before long, 2 hours had passed. When he regained his senses, Chu Feng was astonished to realize he had diligently studied for 4 consecutive hours. If only he had possessed such determination in his previous life, a doctorate would have been within reach. After a moment of reflection, he stood up, only to suddenly notice a surge of energy coursing through his body, leaving him astounded. Without hesitation, Chu Feng sat cross-legged and began to examine his body. To his amazement, he discovered that 10 threads of magical energy were swirling within his empty dantian. He was shocked. Although he had been unable to cultivate previously, he was well acquainted with the fundamentals of cultivation. Achieving 10 strands of magical energy within the body signified the first step of cultivation, the Qi refining stage. Qi refining stage, first layer. After a decade of relentless pursuit, he had finally achieved his wish in a single day. Chu Feng felt a surge of emotion. He was utterly exhilarated. The prospect of becoming a cultivator offered not just freedom and leisure, but the mere attainment of cultivation would enhance his lifespan, which was enough to send him into a state of excitement. Sensing the magical energy within him, Chu Feng promptly picked up the book and continued his studies. He loved learning. Anyone who sought to hinder his pursuit of knowledge would find themselves at odds with him. Hearing Chu Feng exclaim in the room, Jiang Wu grew curious, yet he dared not disturb him, choosing instead to languish in the courtyard. Just then, his eyes brightened as he spotted the lazy Wang Kai lying nearby. He approached and said, "I am Jiang Wu. It is a pleasure to meet you." "Brother Wang Kai." Wang Kai opened his eyes, glanced at him lazily, and asked, "What do you want?" "Brother Wang Kai, I have a keen interest in sparring. How about we engage in a friendly match?" Jiang Wu proposed eagerly. Previously, as an immortal emperor, he had few rivals, and given his position, he could not engage in frivolous brawls. After years of restraint, he felt an itch to spar. Now, in this place, he was merely an unremarkable youth, free to enjoy himself. Encountering an immortal emperor-level chaos hound he had never seen before only fueled his eagerness. A spar? Wang Kai perked up. After sizing up Jiang Wu, however, he lost interest and languidly replied, "I want to fight." "Why not?" Jiang Wu asked in confusion. "You are too weak." Wang Kai's tail flicked dismissively, as if shooing him away. Jiang Wu, Chapter 40. returned to the dream world. Chu Feng was immersed in the ocean of knowledge, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. The thought of his magical energy continuously accumulating and his realm steadily advancing filled him with delight. However, as he studied, he suddenly experienced a wave of dizziness. What is happening? Chu Feng shook his head in an attempt to clear his mind, but to no avail. Darkness engulfed him, and he fainted as he slowly regained consciousness. Chu Feng found himself standing before a city. The city bore the inscription, Pingamo City. Feeling the abundant magical energy within him, Chu Feng couldn't help but ponder. He had been diligently studying to enhance his cultivation. Why had he suddenly arrived in this dream world? Reflecting on his earlier dizziness, he surmised that his intense focus on studying had drained his energy, leading to his unconsciousness. Shaking his head, Chu Feng felt somewhat bemused. In his previous life, he had resisted learning. In this life, however, he found learning to be a challenge. The unpredictability of life was truly remarkable. Nevertheless, now that he had fainted and entered the dream world, he decided not to dwell on it. A few days ago, he had wished to experience the powers of a master in this world, but had failed to enter the dream. Today, it was fortuitous that he had done so. Chu Feng slowly walked into the city, intending to inquire about the whereabouts of his chief disciple, Xiao Yin. Just a day had passed in the dream world, yet a whole year had elapsed there. Now, at least 7 or 8 days must have passed in reality. Could it be that Xiao Yin had been harmed? After all, he was the protagonist of this world. As he contemplated, Chu Feng entered the city and noticed a throng of people streaming out, seemingly eager to witness an event. Moreover, he could clearly sense with his divine consciousness that these individuals were all cultivators. Curious, he waved his hand, and 3 of them were effortlessly drawn to him. Immobilized in place, the trio stared at Chu Feng, their expressions filled with terror. They were all golden core cultivators, considered strong within Pingamo City, yet they found themselves easily restrained before this youth. Who is this person, and how powerful is he? Senior, spare us. We are strangers to you. Please show us mercy. Fear rendered them unable to maintain their composure, prompting them to plead for mercy. Chu Feng regarded them calmly and replied, "There is no need for concern. I mean you no harm. I merely wish to inquire why you are all hastening out of the city." The 3 were momentarily taken aback, and one of them spoke up. "Do you not know, Senior? A month ago, the most powerful sect in Lingwu domain, the Wuhan Sword Sect, was robbed of its treasure vault, and several of its elders were injured. Over the course of a month, the Wuhan Sword Sect has allied with the 4 major sects of Lingwu domain, laying a trap to capture the thief. 3 days ago, the Wuhan Sword Sect announced that the thief has been cornered in the Line Gorge and has invited fellow cultivators to witness the event, intending to strike down that rogue with overwhelming force. We are all on our way to the Line Gorge." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng could not help but feel intrigued. The fact that a grand sect had been pilfered by a thief was nothing short of astonishing. He inquired about the whereabouts of the Line Gorge, intending to join the fray, while he was not in a hurry to search for his somewhat troublesome disciple. The 3 exchanged glances before clasping their fists and declaring, "We are willing to guide you, esteemed senior." In the Line Gorge, Xiao Yin stood resolutely, wielding the cold gate blade, a peculiar weapon he had acquired during his initial foray into cultivation at an auction. The name was unwieldy and cumbersome, so he simply referred to it as the cold blade. After being rescued by his master within the Xiao family, Xiao Yin became the head of the family upon visiting his father. However, in pursuit of a remedy for his ailing father, Xiao Yin had to leave the Xiao family and venture through the spirit martial domain. Years passed, and through numerous trials, Xiao Yan's cultivation soared to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, thanks to the formidable effects of the North mysterious celestial scripture, earning him the title of the most talented individual in the spirit martial domain. Yet, after years of searching, he found himself disheartened until 3 months prior, when he learned of a miraculous Taiching divine pill hidden within the Wuhan Sword Sect, a remedy that could heal his father's injuries. Elated by this revelation, Xiao Yin solemnly prepared offerings and set forth to the Wuhan Sword Sect, hoping to procure the Taiching divine pill. However, such a precious elixir would not be easily bestowed, and as he had anticipated, he was met with refusal. Nevertheless, Xiao Yin refused to relent, declaring his willingness to pay any price for the pill. The Wuhan Sword Sect subsequently imposed a condition. Xiao Yin must become a disciple of their sect. Reluctantly, he acquiesced. Unbeknownst to him, the Wuhan Sword sect harbored ulterior motives regarding his North mysterious celestial scripture. The Grand Elder feigned acceptance of him as a disciple, only to attempt to use soul-searching techniques against him. However, Xiaoyan sensed the treachery in advance. Enraged, he made the decisive choice to storm into the sect's treasure vault, plundering it before making his escape. Xiaoyan initially intended to flee the spirit martial domain immediately, but thoughts of his critically ill father compelled him to take the risk of returning to the Xiao family to tend to his father's wounds. Once his father recovered, Xiaoyan planned to leave, but it was too late. The Wuhan Sword sect had caught wind of his whereabouts and pursued him relentlessly. Yet, armed with the teachings of Chu Feng, Xiaoyan employed various extraordinary techniques and managed to evade capture repeatedly. Infuriated, the Wuhan Sword sect seized his father and disseminated news within the One-Line Gorge, coercing him to surrender. Just as Xiaoyan was on the verge of escaping, he could not bear to watch his father suffer at the hands of the Wuhan Sword sect, ultimately arriving at the One-Line Gorge alone. Xiaoyan understood well that the Wuhan Sword sect was a dominant force in the spirit martial domain, far beyond the capabilities of a mere nascent soul cultivator to challenge. This endeavor was tantamount to courting death. His only regret lay in not having repaid the kindness of his master. Chu Feng. With the cold blade in hand, Xiaoyan surveyed the surrounding disciples of the Wuhan Sword sect and disdainfully remarked, "Where are the true masters of the Wuhan Sword sect? Do you believe that you, a mere rabble, can contend with me, Xiaoyan?" As he spoke, Xiaoyan unleashed his full power, causing the surrounding disciples to retreat in unison, utterly intimidated by his formidable presence. Despite being a nascent soul cultivator, Xiaoyan could fight above his level, having previously bested an elder at the divine transformation stage. Most alarmingly, his methods were notoriously bizarre. Those who perished at his hands either met a fate of being grotesquely charred by flames or had their entire essence extinguished. Succumbing to a death devoid of vitality, Xiaoyan, you dare to speak so arrogantly even as death approaches. At that moment, a powerful voice resonated, and an imposing figure materialized before Xiaoyan. It was none other than the Grand Elder of the Wuhan Sword sect. "Humph, old thief, you still dare to show your face before me," Xiaoyan sneered, brandishing the cold blade and pointing it at the Grand Elder with fury. "Xiaoyan, as a disciple of the Wuhan Sword sect, you should contribute to the sect rather than resorting to thievery within our treasure vault and slaying our disciples and elders. There is no escape from the death penalty." The Grand Elder's face darkened, his gaze fixated on Xiaoyan, filled with a desire to tear him apart. "How laughable! Your Wuhan Sword sect plotted against my skills and sought to harm me. Are you claiming that I am not permitted to retaliate? Traitor, cease your vile words and accusations. The Wuhan Sword sect is the foremost sect in the spirit martial domain, brimming with countless tomes. How could we covet your techniques? Truly absurd. You stand on the brink of death, and you still wish to argue?" The Grand Elder's expression was grim, yet he scolded Xiaoyan with vigor. The events that had transpired would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the Wuhan Sword sect, especially if a mere nascent soul cultivator had managed to infiltrate their treasure vault. The Grand Elder, therefore, resolved to eradicate Xiaoyan with overwhelming force, hoping to restore the sect's dignity. Thus, after delivering a few harsh words, the Grand Elder wasted no time, noticing the growing crowd, and with a disdainful snort, he lunged at Xiaoyan. "Prepare to meet your doom," the Grand Elder roared, drawing his sword with fury as he charged towards Xiaoyan. Being at the pinnacle of the divine transformation stage, he was but a step away from breaking through to the combined body stage. The disparity between their realms was vast. Even if Xiaoyan could contend with a divine transformation elder, he was merely at the early stages of the divine transformation realm. How could he possibly match the Grand Elder? In the Grand Elder's mind, victory was assured. In an instant, a long sword cleaved the air, unleashing a torrent of sword energy directed at Xiaoyan. From the outset, he wielded his full strength, knowing that only by decisively eliminating Xiaoyan could he salvage the Wuhan Sword sect's reputation. Boom, boom, boom. Xiaoyan gritted his teeth, raising the blade to shield himself as the relentless sword light struck the blade, producing a series of thunderous collisions. Despite successfully blocking the onslaught, he was forced to retreat, his complexion flushed from the strain. "Ha ha ha, you wretched thief. Is this the extent of your abilities? Die." The Grand Elder, witnessing Xiaoyan's plight, became even more exhilarated. raising his sword once more to launch another assault. Xiao Yin, desperately swallowing a mouthful of blood, his gaze turned fierce. With both hands gripping the cold blade, he met the Grand Elder's sword light with a powerful slash. Boom! In an instant, a wave of ominous flames erupted from him, transforming into a blazing knife of fire. This was the newly refined flame he had named Qiongqi Flame. This fire, derived from the ancient beast Qiongqi, was imbued with fierce destructive power, unquenchable upon contact, and capable of incinerating anything in its path while instilling terror in the hearts of foes. The knife of fire, born from Qiongqi Flame, surged forth, consuming the sword light in its wake, amplifying its potency as it barreled towards the Grand Elder. What? The Grand Elder's expression shifted dramatically as he retreated in haste. He sensed a profound threat emanating from the fiery blade. He understood well that being struck by it would spell disaster. Boom! The blade narrowly missed, and the Grand Elder let out a sigh of relief. However, the disciples of the Wuhan sword sect behind him lacked the ability to evade, and they were struck head-on by the fiery knife, evaporating into nothingness without a trace. Gasp! The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply. Could such a formidable attack truly be wielded by a nascent soul cultivator? In this moment, admiration filled the eyes of all as they beheld Xiao Yin, the so-called first talent of the spirit martial domain. Did you not intend to kill me? How is it that you cannot even protect your own disciples? Pathetic! Xiao Yin jeered, then charged forward, blade in hand. With the Qiongqi flame roaring around him, he resembled a being of fire, wielding the flaming blade as he soared toward the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, taken aback by the ferocity of the flames, found himself reluctant to engage in close combat. With no other option, he began to retreat while brandishing his long sword, unleashing waves of sword energy in an attempt to hinder Xiao Yin. Yet, against the all-consuming Qiongqi flame, those sword energies proved utterly inadequate, failing to impede Xiao Yin in the slightest. In an instant, the battlefield transformed into a scene of Xiao Yan's blazing fury, overwhelming the Grand Elder, who found himself at a disadvantage. The crowd erupted in astonishment, unable to fathom that the formidable Wuhan sword sect was now on the back foot, and it appeared that the Grand Elder was far from a match for Xiao Yin. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a voice rang out, resonating with authority. Enough! Accompanying the voice was a sword beam that sliced through the air. Bang! The sword beam struck Xiao Yin with blinding speed, leaving him no time to react. In the final moment, he raised the cold blade to shield himself. A tremendous force surged through the blade, and Xiao Yin coughed up blood, sent reeling from the impact. The crowd gasped in shock, and soon a figure clad in white emerged, holding a long sword, gracefully approaching the Grand Elder, exuding an ethereal presence akin to that of a sword immortal. It was none other than the sect master of the Wuhan sword sect. It was said that the sect master had achieved the pinnacle of the combined body stage, standing just a step away from breaking through to the tribulation stage. The pinnacle of the combined body stage? Would this not spell certain doom for Xiao Yin? Even if he were exceptionally powerful, it would be inconceivable for him to transcend two significant realms and triumph over a peak expert in the integration stage. Alas, it seems that this generation's prodigy is destined to fall today. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Chu Feng could not help but stroke his chin, somewhat astonished at why he encountered his rather fortunate disciple in peril every time he entered a dream. Could it be that this Xiao Yin is indeed the fated protagonist, and he merely a guardian? Otherwise, why must he always emerge to save Xiao Yin from dire straits? With such thoughts, Chu Feng assessed the so-called peak expert of the integration stage. And fortunately, he realized he could eliminate him in an instant. Thus, he set his mind at ease and prepared to watch the spectacle. He harbored no resentment about coming to the rescue. After all, his fortunate disciple had already set the stage and warmed up the atmosphere, eagerly awaiting his grand entrance to shine. So how could he possibly complain? Just as Chu Feng was lost in thought, the sect master gazed at Xiao Yin and spoke coolly. You, young man, are quite arrogant. Do you believe that possessing some strength allows you to act with impunity? Xiao Yin slowly rose, looked at the sect master, and suddenly scoffed. Humph. Chapter 42. A resounding explosion in the sky heralds Chu Feng's dazzling entrance. Am I arrogant? What a joke. Do you think your Wu Hin sword sect is invincible? You dare to plot against my divine technique while threatening my father behind the scenes. Does your Wu Hin sword sect truly deserve the title of the foremost sect in the spirit martial domain? I only lament my lack of strength. Otherwise, I would surely annihilate your entire Wu Hin sword sect and expose your vile faces to the world. Xiao Yin, severely injured, let a trickle of blood flow from the corner of his mouth, yet his body stood tall, refusing to show weakness. Do not speak so recklessly. How could my Wu Hin sword sect conspire against your divine technique? Furthermore, you pilfered a treasured artifact from our sect and then concealed yourself, acting furtively. We merely sought to inquire about your whereabouts from your father. How does that equate to a threat? Moreover, your father has been returned to us safe and sound. All may verify this. Additionally, you are but a thief. Do you truly believe anyone would trust your fabrications? The demeanor of the Wu Hin sword sect's master was indeed not to be compared with that of the Grand Elder. Even when the truth was exposed by Chu Feng before the crowd, and he was insulted directly, his expression remained unchanged, merely offering a calm explanation as if discussing the most trivial of matters. Observing the sect master's composure, those around gradually began to believe his words. After all, to them, Xiao Yin was merely a newly emergent genius of these years, while the master of the Wu Hin sword sect was a significant figure within the spirit martial domain. Naturally, they were more inclined to believe what he said. Humph, now that I am outmatched, I concede defeat. But ultimately, victory and defeat are but the nature of fate. As for whether your Wu Hin sword sect has engaged in any dubious deeds, the heavens shall judge. Hearing the shift in the crowd's sentiment, Xiao Yin let out a cold laugh, choosing not to argue further. Since the opponent claimed to have released his father, Xiao Yin felt a sense of relief. Under the watchful eyes of all, the opponent could not possibly lie. Xiao Yin, though you may be of questionable character, you speak a truth. Most matters in this world ultimately come down to strength. Though your power surpasses that of the Grand Elder has me behind him, while you lack a strong backing. Thus, today, you cannot escape death. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's face flushed with anger. Nonsense. My master possesses boundless powers and immense strength. Were he here today, you would stand no chance against him. The sect master narrowed his eyes. The reason he uttered those words was to probe into Xiao Yan's background and connections. Unlike the Grand Elder, he believed that a genius like Xiao Yan could not have attained such formidable divine techniques and rapid cultivation without a powerful backing. He'll slay Xiao Yan in front of witnesses today. If the forces behind him were to retaliate, would it not invite trouble? It was prudent to inquire thoroughly first. Oh, your master? Who is he? Pray, enlighten me. Humph, even if I told you, you would not understand. How could an ant hear the name of a dragon soaring high in the heavens? Very well, since you are unwilling to speak, I shall send you on your way and see if your so-called master will come to your rescue. The sect master narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before declaring loudly. In the next instant, the sect master extended a hand, his index and middle fingers forming a sword-like gesture, slicing through the void directly towards Xiao Yin. Crack! A sound of shattering echoed, as if the very fabric of space had fractured. And a long sword slowly materialized from the void. This was the unique sword concealment technique of the Wu Hin sword sect. Upon reaching the integration stage, one could conceal their sword in the false void, nurturing it daily, and when the time came to use it, shatter the void, revealing the sword and amplifying its power exponentially. Swish, swish, swish. As the long sword emerged, countless beams of light flickered, striking Xiao Yin with a ferocity that surpassed even his line of sight. This time, although a cold blade stood before him as a barrier, the disparity in their cultivation levels rendered such defenses utterly ineffective. Xiao Yin was sent reeling backward, as numerous sword lights carved deep wounds into his body, causing vibrant blossoms of blood to erupt. Xiao Yin spat blood, his eyes losing their focus. In just one strike. The once formidable Xiao Yin was now gravely injured and on the brink of death. You claim to have a powerful master. Why has he yet to appear? If you have the capability, let him come forth and meet me. The sect master stepped closer to Xiao Yin, pointing his long sword at him with a mocking smile. Bah, my master is not someone you can simply meet at will. You are unworthy. Xiao Yin glared at the sect master, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he mustered the strength to retort. The sect master's expression darkened immediately, with boundless energy radiating from the long sword. Very well, If that is the case, then you shall meet your end." With that, the sword energy surged from the long sword, shooting towards the near-defenseless Xiao Yin. If this strike were to land, how could Xiao Yin possibly survive? The surrounding crowd shook their heads in lamentation. It was truly tragic that a genius, who had emerged with such promise in the spirit martial domain, was to fall today. Yet, at that very moment, a voice resonated like the sound of the great Tao, echoing throughout the area. "My disciple, after so many years, how have you found yourself in such dire straits again? You truly do not bring me peace of mind." As this voice rang out, the crowd was struck with terror, realizing that not only had their internal energies been completely sealed, but their bodies were also immobilized, rendering them unable to move. Even the sect master, who was about to strike down Xiao Yin, found himself frozen in place, his sword energy dissipating, unable to advance a single inch. What is happening? The sect master's heart raced. He considered himself the foremost expert in the spirit martial domain. Though he might not seem as formidable in the South State, at the peak of the integration stage, he believed himself unmatched within the spirit martial domain. Could it be that this individual claiming to be Xiao Yan's master is a powerful figure from the South State? The sect master's heart sank at this thought. In that instant, a profound silence enveloped the area, and the sound of footsteps approached. Those who could see the angle widened their eyes in astonishment. There emerged a striking young man from the crowd, a faint smile gracing his face, exuding an air of ease as if he were merely strolling through a market. This individual was none other than Chu Feng. He approached Xiao Yin, casting not a single glance at the astonished sect master, and reached out to support Xiao Yin. Simultaneously, a stream of celestial energy surged into Xiao Yan's body, igniting the operation of the Northern Underworld celestial scripture. For Chu Feng, this celestial energy was trivial, but for Xiao Yin, it was an unparalleled elixir. In an instant, Xiao Yan's injuries healed completely. From the brink of death, even with his consciousness somewhat hazy, Xiao Yin was revitalized in an instant. Gazing at the smiling Chu Feng before him, Xiao Yin felt a surge of shame and knelt on the ground. "Master, your unworthy disciple has caused you concern once more." Chapter 43. Rooting out the weeds. Chu Feng patted his head and spoke kindly. "Silly disciple, what is there to worry about? You are my disciple. When you encounter trouble, it is only natural for your master to bear the burden." Upon hearing this, gratitude flooded Xiao Yan's heart. At that moment, Chu Feng's status in his heart had risen to that of his father, perhaps even surpassing it. After helping Xiao Yin to his feet, Chu Feng waved his hand, instantly lifting the immobilization on those around them. However, even though the confinement was lifted, not a single person among the hundreds dared to make a move. The display of power that had so effortlessly paralyzed everyone was truly astonishing. "Senior," the sect master looked at Chu Feng, who appeared at ease with Xiao Yin, sheathing his long sword and cupping his hands in respect. Yet, having witnessed that previous scene, he understood clearly that he was no match for the young man before him. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, the sect master resolved to concede. However, Chu Feng disregarded him entirely, focusing instead on Xiao Yin. "Disciple, from this encounter, you should comprehend that facing challenges alone may lead to situations beyond your control. Only with a solid backing can one act freely, without reservation. Remember, your master is your steadfast support, the greatest ally in this world. With me by your side, you need not fear. If you ever encounter someone you cannot defeat, I shall be there to stand up for you." Upon hearing Chu Feng's words, Xiao Yin felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. Over the years, despite being hailed as the foremost genius in the spirit martial domain, he had fought alone, enduring countless grievances and dangers. If the Wu Hen sword sect had known he had a powerful backing, would they have dared to covet his Northern Underworld celestial scripture? Let alone abduct his father. The hardships he faced stemmed from others perceiving him as lacking a protector. On this day, the master once again saved him, further assuring him that the master was his steadfast support, his greatest ally. In Xiao Yin's heart, it felt as though the warmth of a blazing sun had pierced through the cold of winter. With no words to express himself, Xiao Yin merely nodded, tears glistening in his eyes. The sect leader, witnessing this, felt a slight displeasure at being overlooked, yet managed to force a smile, clasping his hands and saying, "Esteemed senior, this matter is merely a misunderstanding. We were completely unaware that Xiao Yin is your disciple. Had we known, we would not have acted in this manner. However, Chu Feng showed no interest in his words, instead patting Xiao Yin on the shoulder and stating, I have always abhorred the act of the powerful oppressing the weak. Thus, I shall not intervene personally. This grudge must be avenged by your own hand. Hearing this, Xiao Yin nodded vigorously. With his master present, he felt emboldened. Even if he were to engage in battle against the peak of the fusion stage sect leader, he harbored no fear. After all, his master would surely not allow him to perish. The sect leader, upon hearing this, could not help but twitch his lips. Abhor the strong bullying the weak. If you possess such principles, why not refrain from showing yourself? Yet, he felt a slight sense of relief. Since the enigmatic Chu Feng chose not to act, even if he offered some guidance to Xiao Yin, this lad would certainly not be his match. At that moment, however, Chu Feng casually pointed a finger at him. Boom. This seemingly innocuous gesture, devoid of any visible magical aura, appeared exceedingly terrifying in the eyes of the sect leader. In an instant, the sect leader's peak fusion stage power erupted, only to plummet dramatically. Peak fusion stage, late fusion stage, mid fusion stage. Within mere moments, the sect leader's complexion turned crimson. His power had already fallen to the transformation stage. And yet, this was not the end. Peak transformation stage, late transformation stage. His power continued to plummet. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the onlookers, the sect leader's aura plummeted directly to the initial nascent soul stage. Furthermore, it was merely the early phase of the nascent soul stage. Thus, it could hardly be deemed as the strong oppressing the weak. With equal cultivation levels, they would engage in a fair battle. At that moment, Chu Feng's voice resonated in the ears of the crowd. A shiver ran through everyone. A demon! This person was undoubtedly a demon, proclaiming that one should not bully the weak, yet directly stripping away another's cultivation. A millennium of arduous cultivation lost in an instant. This was not merely sealing one's powers but outright eradicating them. Such a method was unheard of. Most importantly, while claiming a fair fight, he had reduced another's cultivation to the initial nascent soul stage, while his own disciple was at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Not to mention, he could battle beyond his rank, decisively defeating those at the peak of the transformation stage. Was this what they called fairness? Yet, all could only grumble internally, too intimidated to voice their thoughts. Xiao Yin was equally taken aback. This was not how he had envisioned things. Shouldn't the narrative involve him engaging in a fierce battle against the peak of the fusion stage, facing repeated defeats, but ultimately achieving a narrow victory under his master's guidance, thus gaining widespread acclaim? What was this situation? Xiao Yin felt tears welling up in his eyes. What's wrong? Do you have any objections? Chu Feng shot him a glance, causing Xiao Yin to tremble and immediately declare, Master, I shall engage him in a fair battle. With that, Xiao Yin brandished his cold moon blade and charged forward. He didn't even resort to using his own fierce flames. Faced with Xiao Yin, the sect leader found himself at a loss for words, casting a resentful glance at Chu Feng, but had no choice but to muster his spirit and respond. Yet, the sect leader, having suffered a drastic drop in cultivation, was no match for Xiao Yin. Boom. After dodging a few strikes, the sect leader was struck by Xiao Yin's blade, sent flying, his aura diminished. Master! Xiao Yin stood poised with his blade. Chu Feng shook his head and said, Disciple, today I impart a lesson to you. In your future journeys, either avoid making enemies, or if you must, ensure to eradicate them completely. Do you understand? Xiao Yin paused momentarily before responding. Disciple understands. With that, he soared into the air, a blade of fierce flames slicing through the sky, crashing down upon the sect leader. The sect leader, taken aback, opened his mouth to plead for mercy, yet could not utter a word before being reduced to ashes. Having dispatched the sect leader, Xiao Yin's gaze fell upon the elder who was attempting to sneak away. Spare me, spare my life. I shall never dare again. Faced with the threat of death, even the peak elder of the Wuhan sword sect lost his composure, kneeling to plead for mercy. Xiao Yin hesitated, furrowing his brow, before delivering a decisive strike. The elder turned to dust. Xiao Yin demonstrated his commitment to upholding his master Chu Feng's principles. With the sect leader and elder eliminated, Xiao Yin intended to turn his attention to the disciples, when Chu Feng interjected. Wait, these individuals are but ants. There is no need to create unnecessary slaughter. Take me to the Wuhan sword sect. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd regained their senses, their faces marked with shock. The sect leader and elder of the Wuhan sword sect had been slain by Xiao Yin. Moreover, it seemed from Chu Feng's words that he intended to seek further trouble at the Wuhan sword sect. How could such a ruthless being be allowed to exist? The heavens of the Lingwu domain were about to change. Chapter 44. Let us all join forces. Wuhan sword sect. The actions of Chu Feng and his disciple were not swift. Thus, word had already spread back to the Wuhan sword sect, reporting the events that transpired at the Yixin Gorge to the elders. With both the sect leader and elder deceased, only the second elder, leading the council of elders, remained in charge. After heated discussions, the second elder made a unilateral decision. The younger generation of 3 elders, along with 100 disciples, would flee under the cover of night, while the rest would remain behind to await Chu Feng's arrival. And thus, they waited for a full 3 days. On the day of Chu Feng's arrival at the Wuhan sword sect, the sect members were already on high alert. Xiao Yin observed keenly and quickly noted the absence of certain talented disciples and elders within the Wuhan sword sect. No matter. I have come merely to vent my frustration. Those who fled can do so without consequence. Chu Feng smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. With his cultivation, truly uprooting the Wuhan sword sect would be but a thought away. Even if those individuals had escaped, where could they possibly hide? The second elder and his followers stepped forward, slightly bowing. We do not know the purpose of your visit, esteemed senior. The second elder feigned ignorance, not mentioning the deaths of his sect leader and elder. Chu Feng smiled subtly. The Wuhan sword sect attempted to take my disciple's life, nearly resulting in his demise. Today, I have come to seek justice on behalf of my disciple. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's heart surged with excitement. For his sake, Chu Feng had come to the Wuhan sword sect. What a profound kindness! The third elder, known for his fiery temperament, could not restrain himself any longer and interjected. What a joke! While it is true that the Wuhan sword sect pursued him first, there were reasons behind it. Moreover, our sect leader and elder perished in the Yixin Gorge. We have yet to seek an explanation from you. Yet you come here seeking justice. What logic is this? Xiao Yin, infuriated, retorted, how shameless! You Wuhan sword sect, relying on your superior strength, insist on placing the blame upon me, pursuing me, which incited my master's wrath, leading to their demise. This is but retribution. Do you still have the audacity to demand an explanation from us? The third elder was about to retort when the second elder held him back, signaling to Chu Feng, indicating that they were not to be trifled with. The third elder, stifled, muttered, "Isn't it just relying on strength? Otherwise, would you dare to come to the Wuhan sword sect seeking trouble?" Chu Feng, possessing immense power, could not possibly miss such words. He chuckled. Indeed, to put it plainly, it is simply that my disciple and I are stronger than you. That is why we have come today. Not only do you not dare to seek revenge, but you also fear my wrath. On that day at the Yixin Gorge, I recall your sect leader stating, in this world, most matters are determined by strength. He was unable to match my strength, hence he perished. Now, does the Wuhan sword sect possess strength that can rival mine? If not, then perhaps you should disband, lest I create unnecessary slaughter. At these words, everyone gasped in astonishment. They had initially thought that Chu Feng had come to seek revenge against the Wuhan sword sect, yet he was directly implying the eradication of the sect. The Wuhan sword sect was the foremost sect in the Lingwu domain. With a history spanning over a millennium, could it truly be on the brink of extinction? Xiao Yin was equally astonished, yet he said nothing further. This was his master standing up for him, and his feelings of gratitude swelled even more. Esteemed senior, is there any room for negotiation in this matter? The second elder, suppressing his rage, asked darkly. Chu Feng smiled faintly. Indeed. If there is someone from your Wuhan sword sect who can surpass me, I shall turn to leave immediately, even sacrificing my life here. However, if there is none, then there shall be no room for negotiation. Upon hearing this, the Wuhan sword sect members glared furiously. The third elder stepped forward, sword in hand, declaring loudly, if you wish to annihilate my Wuhan sword sect, you must first pass through me. Master, this person is unworthy to engage with you. Allow me to handle this. Xiao Yin, witnessing this, immediately stepped forward, his eyes alight with an unquenchable fighting spirit. Chu Feng nodded lightly. Occasional training is indeed necessary. Be cautious. Xiao Yin nodded resolutely. Rest assured, master. Even their elder is no match for me. This mere second elder is not worthy of my concern. With that, disregarding the second elder's grim expression, he raised his cold moon blade, surveying the elders of the Wuhan sword sect with disdain. You may all come at me together. Such brazen arrogance undoubtedly incited the ire of the elders, prompting them to erupt in furious rebukes. However, Xiao Yin remained utterly indifferent, his expression one of complete apathy. Esteemed colleagues, this fool is presumptuous. Since he seeks death, let us oblige him. The second elder squinted his eyes. Speaking in a sinister tone, he had prepared himself for a desperate battle, for facing a master capable of slaying a peak stage fusion realm cultivator. Chu Feng's strength was undoubtedly unfathomable, far beyond their capabilities. Yet, unexpectedly, Chu Feng did not take action himself but instead sent forth this mere Yuaning stage disciple. This was a profound insult to them, yet simultaneously presented an opportunity, a chance for a turnaround. Should they manage to subdue Xiao Yin, it would surely compel Chu Feng to think twice. This was their only chance for survival. With this thought, a fierce light flickered in the second elder's gaze as he contemplated how to negotiate with Chu Feng after capturing Xiao Yin. The question of whether they could indeed capture Xiao Yin was not even in their consideration. It would be absurd. With so many Transformation Realm elders, if they could not subdue a mere Yuan-ing stage individual, what was there left to discuss? They might as well end their own lives, of course. Had he known how easily Xiao Yin had crushed the Grand Elder, he would never have entertained such notions. Let's all charge together. Xiao Yin, unwilling to wait any longer, shouted and dashed forward. Observing this, the other elders, led by the second elder, also charged into the fray. Boom! The two sides collided, a tremendous sound echoing as a powerful wave of energy surged outward, sending the disciples of the Wuhan sword sect flying, resulting in significant casualties. However, at that moment, the elders had neither the mood nor the energy to concern themselves with these disciples. For as soon as they engaged, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Xiao Yin, intent on making an impression before Chu Feng, unleashed his full strength, striving to defeat these elders in the shortest time possible. With a single move, he suppressed his opponents. Yet he was still not satisfied. He let out a roar, and flames of Qiongqi erupted fiercely around him. Boom! The cold gate blade, imbued with endless flames, struck the astonished second elder with a resounding crash. The magical energy surged into the second elder's body, relentlessly ravaging him, while the accompanying flames coiled around him like a parasite in the blink of an eye. The inferno consumed the second elder utterly. The second elder had fallen. Until his last breath, an expression of disbelief lingered on his face, as if he could not comprehend why, despite being a Transformation Realm cultivator, he could not prevail against a peak Yuan-ing stage junior and was instead obliterated with a single strike. The world had become incomprehensible to him. Chapter 45. Xiao Yan's display of power hiss. As Xiao Yin effortlessly dispatched the second elder with a single blow, everyone gasped in astonishment. What kind of strength was this? A peak Yuan-ing stage defeating a Transformation Realm cultivator, and not just defeating, obliterating. Is this what it means to be the prodigious disciple of a formidable master? The gazes directed at Xiao Yin were filled with awe, while those directed at Chu Feng brimmed with endless admiration. The path of cultivation is inherently a journey of continuous empowerment. Those who embark on this journey harbor an inherent aspiration for strength. Chu Feng's meteoric rise, effortlessly eliminating the peak master of the Wuhan sword sect, had already commanded respect from the world. Now, to have nurtured such a powerful disciple, it was evident that he was no ordinary strongman. Generally speaking, not every powerful cultivator can cultivate equally formidable disciples. After all, personal strength and the ability to teach are two distinct matters. Yet now, with Chu Feng possessing formidable strength and a disciple equally potent, he transcended the realm of mere strongmen. He was a master-level force capable of establishing his own sect. Such a figure, if he so desired, could easily forge a mighty faction. At this moment, however, Xiao Yin was unconcerned with the astonishment of others. Eliminating the second elder seemed to him merely an ordinary affair. In the next instant, before the remaining elders could react, Xiao Yin brandished the cold gate blade and charged forward with ferocity. Witnessing this, the onlookers were stricken with panic. If the second elder had been slain in an instant, How could they possibly be his match? Realizing this, they turned to flee. Yet, before Xiao Yin, their escape was utterly futile. Boom! The Qiongqi flames transformed into blade light, scattering outward and eliminating the fleeing elders one by one. In but a brief moment, the elders of the Wu Han sword sect lay dead or wounded. Leaving only 2 survivors. Point 1, paralyzed by fear, was swiftly dispatched by a dismissive blow from Xiao Yin. The last remaining elder, upon meeting Xiao Yan's gaze, fell to his knees with a thud, pleading loudly, "Spare me." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yin approached with a mocking tone. "Oh? What makes you think I would spare you?" The man immediately replied, "Spare me? I can take you to the treasure trove of the Wu Han sword sect." He had only spoken half of his thought when he suddenly fell silent, recalling that it was precisely because they had sought to rob their sect's treasure that they had drawn the ire of Xiao Yin and his master, resulting in their current dire situation. "Heh, tell me, why should I spare you?" Xiao Yin sneered, the cold gate blade already poised at his throat. "I can take you to the Wu Han sword sect's scripture repository. It contains our sect's secret manual, the Wu Han Sword Classic." The man hastily pondered before speaking again. Upon hearing this, the crowd present brightened with interest. It was known that the Wu Han Sword sect's secret manual was said to be a heavenly grade technique capable of enabling one to cultivate to the great ascension stage. It was precisely due to such a manual that the Wu Han sword sect had become a preeminent force within the Lingwu domain. Alas, the qualifications required for cultivation in this sect were exceedingly high, and no disciple had ever managed to master the manual to fruition. Otherwise, with the presence of tribulation and even great ascension stage cultivators, the Wu Han sword sect would not merely dominate the Lingwu domain, but would also hold a significant position within the entirety of South State. Now, this extraordinary manual was about to fall into the hands of Xiao Yin and Chu Feng. With this thought, envy and jealousy surged within the crowd. However, none dared to make a move to seize it, especially with Chu Feng standing there, his demeanor entirely unperturbed. Hearing the man's words, Xiao Yin was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Chu Feng and said, "Master, what do you think?" Before Xiao Yin could finish, Chu Feng interrupted, "How do the teachings I impart to you compare? How could a mere Wu Han sword classic compare?" Xiao Yin instinctively replied, holding the North Ming Immortal Sutra in the highest regard. After uttering this, he abruptly realized, indeed, he possessed the North Ming Immortal Sutra, an unparalleled divine text. What use was there for the Wu Han sword classic? Moreover, since his master could effortlessly bestow such a celestial scripture upon him, would he truly pay any mind to a mere Wu Han sword classic? It was foolish of him to even contemplate inquiring about Chu Feng's opinion. With this realization, Xiao Yin felt a surge of anger as he gazed at the man pleading for mercy. And with a swift motion, he unleashed a palm strike. The Qiongqi flames instantly reduced the man to ashes. Thus, the sect leader and elders of the Wu Han sword sect perished at Xiao Yan's hands. And at this moment, the Wu Han sword sect was declared extinguished. The onlookers regarded Xiao Yin and Chu Feng with complex emotions. Such was the power of the strong, effortlessly dominant. The foremost sect of the Lingwu domain had vanished without a trace. "Master!" Xiao Yin paid no heed to the surviving disciples of the Wu Han sword sect. These individuals were of low cultivation. Even given 100 years, they could not hope to catch up to Xiao Yin, posing no threat whatsoever. Moreover, having witnessed their sect's destruction and the decimation of their elders, these disciples were already paralyzed with fear. Indeed, Chu Feng nodded, thoroughly pleased with his young disciple. When it came time to act, he was unhesitating, dispatching every elder with decisive precision, showing no mercy. Yet when it was appropriate to show kindness, he refrained from unleashing his killing intent on the remaining disciples. Such a temperament undoubtedly pleased Chu Feng. Hearing Chu Feng's praise, Xiao Yin felt an immense joy, one that surpassed even the exhilaration of elevating his own cultivation. After a moment's thought, Chu Feng extended his finger and lightly tapped Xiao Yan's forehead. In an instant, the heavens and earth shifted. An overwhelming surge of spiritual energy poured forth, transforming into a storm of spiritual essence that surged into Xiao Yan's body. Endless spiritual energy coalesced above Xiao Yan's head into a swirling vortex, causing the surrounding onlookers to gasp in awe. Such a display! Celestial might! What manner of existence was Chu Feng, and how powerful was he? This question arose in the hearts of all present. Simultaneously, after the initial shock, Xiao Yin immediately focused on his cultivation. Though he was uncertain of Chu Feng's intentions, he knew that his master would not harm him and was surely bestowing upon him an opportunity. Moments later, after absorbing boundless spiritual energy, Xiao Yan's complexion flushed red. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from him, crashing outward with tremendous force. The surrounding crowd, upon witnessing this, turned pale and hastily retreated. For this aura had surpassed the Yuaning stage. Advancing into the transformation stage, a force they could not withstand, boom. Subsequently, the crowd gazed at Xiao Yin from a distance, their expressions filled with disbelief. Xiao Yin had actually broken through to the transformation stage at just over 20 years of age. Such power was simply terrifying. Chapter 46. The Teachings. Thank you, Master. After stabilizing his cultivation, Xiao Yin, with a face full of astonishment, expressed his gratitude to Chu Feng. Previously, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. Still some distance from breaking through to the transformation stage, requiring a period of seclusion. However, with Chu Feng's assistance, he experienced an immediate breakthrough, sparing himself countless hardships. Chu Feng's previous methods not only allowed Xiao Yin to absorb an immense amount of spiritual energy, but also bestowed upon him countless insights into cultivation. This enabled Xiao Yin to smoothly ascend to the transformation stage. Well done. This time you performed admirably, standing against the Wuhan sword sect for the sake of your father. Quite commendable, Chu Feng nodded. Patting him on the shoulder with satisfaction, in previous encounters, he had merely brushed past Xiao Yin, lacking a deeper understanding of him, more of a spectator than anything else. Yet this time, having been in a stupor, he spent more time in this realm and gained some insights into Xiao Yin. This individual, possessing a pure character and extraordinary talent, was truly remarkable. However, it was a pity that this was merely a dream, not reality. If only reality had such a devoted and gifted disciple, Chu Feng would awaken from his dreams with a smile. Just as Chu Feng was about to speak, he suddenly felt a pull, and his heart understood that he was about to awaken. Realizing this, he quickly said, "Disciple, Master must take his leave now. I shall return to see you in due time. Currently in the spirit martial domain. There is no one who can threaten you. I hope that when we meet again, I will witness your accomplishments." With that, before Xiao Yin could respond, Chu Feng's form gradually faded away, ultimately vanishing from sight. "Master!" Xiao Yin exclaimed in astonishment, calling out hurriedly, but it was all in vain. Watching Chu Feng depart, Xiao Yan's expression dimmed. This was always the case. His master would appear in his times of greatest need, helping him overcome obstacles, only to swiftly disappear. He perpetually bore the weight of his master's kindness, yet never had the opportunity to repay it. Contemplating this, Xiao Yin felt a sense of melancholy. However, recalling what Chu Feng had said before leaving, he furrowed his brow slightly. In previous encounters, his master had never instructed him to do anything, yet this time he had, indicating a profound expectation from his master. This was a task assigned by master, to establish his own influence in the spirit martial domain. Xiao Yan's eyes brightened, as if he understood Chu Feng's intentions, and he began to speculate continuously. Previously, his low strength meant that his master's visits were brief, but now, having reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, his master had lingered for several days. Could it be that the time his master could spend with him was related to his cultivation level, coupled with his master's words this time? Could it also be related to his influence? The more Xiao Yin pondered, the more he felt his conjecture approached the truth. Although he did not fully grasp the reasoning behind it, with this newfound understanding, he had a clear goal. Next, he needed to diligently enhance his cultivation and establish his own power. With a renewed spirit, Xiao Yin cast aside his dejection, filled with determination. Brother Feng. Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with the large face of Jiang Wu. "Ahem, what is it?" Chu Feng asked, somewhat dazed. "Brother Feng, you slept until the afternoon. I thought something had happened to you, so I took the liberty of entering to call you." "Please forgive me," Jiang Wu, relieved that Chu Feng had awakened, quickly explained. As a former celestial emperor, Jiang Wu understood that intruding without permission was exceedingly impolite. If Chu Feng were to take offense, it would be disastrous. Even though he was worried about Chu Feng, he could not neglect to apologize. After a brief pause, Chu Feng finally regained his clarity, understanding the cause and effect. and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing." "Nothing at all. You meant well." Seeing that Chu Feng bore no ill will, Jiang Wu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly exited. Chu Feng shook his head. Although the scientific approach to cultivation was indeed powerful, with his current strength, it seemed unwise to practice excessively, lest he exhaust his energy and fall into a stupor. Haste makes waste. Chu Feng understood this principle. Rising and dressing, he stepped outside, intending to fetch water for washing, only to find that Jiang Wu had already prepared it. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chu Feng said nothing more. Though it felt somewhat odd, being served was quite pleasant. If the one attending to him were not the burly Jiang Wu, but rather a beautiful maiden, it would have been even better. After washing up, Chu Feng looked at Jiang Wu and asked, "Xiao Wu, do you wish to learn archery? Have you had any prior exposure?" As a celestial emperor, Jiang Wu naturally possessed knowledge of archery, but what he had learned previously could not compare to Chu Feng's teachings. Thus, he obediently shook his head and replied, "I have not learned it." Chu Feng shook his head, beginning to explain the basics of archery. In his view, Jiang Wu belonged to that category of individuals with innate strength but lacking formal training, as evidenced by their earlier battle with the black bear. Although strong enough to compete with the beast, his movements were somewhat clumsy. With his mastery of divine martial arts, Chu Feng naturally provided this assessment. In his eyes, martial arts would suit Jiang Wu better. But since he wished to learn archery, he would not discourage him. Chu Feng simplified his explanations, starting with how to draw the bow with less effort, covering the 3 fundamental points of archery, 5 essential techniques, and 7 major routines. To the untrained ear, it sounded like a straightforward lesson on archery for mortals. However, for Jiang Wu, every word uttered by Chu Feng was infused with the essence of the Tao. Jiang Wu listened with rapt attention, fully absorbed, akin to a newly enrolled student brimming with curiosity. The afternoon passed swiftly, and as night fell, Chu Feng paused his teachings, noticing Jiang Wu still lost in his thoughts. He shook his head and rose to prepare dinner, having eaten only a hasty meal earlier and now feeling somewhat hungry. Jiang Wu, in his state of enlightenment, remained completely unaware of Chu Feng's movements. His mind was entirely immersed in understanding the Tao, and his cultivation was rapidly ascending. In just one afternoon, his growth surpassed that of 100 years. Such efficiency would astonish any celestial emperor. If Chu Feng were to open his doors to disciples, countless celestial emperors would line up to join. Half an hour later, Chu Feng laid out a sumptuous feast. Since acquiring divine culinary skills, he had never skimped. Even when dining alone, he would prepare an extravagant spread. After finishing the meal, Chu Feng patted Jiang Wu on the shoulder and said, "Xiao Wu, stop daydreaming and come eat." Jiang Wu's enlightenment was interrupted. Yet he felt no anger. Instead, his eyes were filled with fervor as he gazed at Chu Feng. In just a single afternoon, Jiang Wu had gained immeasurable benefits. If he could accompany Chu Feng daily, listening to his teachings, he would surely soar to new heights. Such thoughts filled Jiang Wu's gaze with boundless enthusiasm, akin to that of a fervent devotee. Previously, having heard the elders speak of Chu Feng's might, Jiang Wu believed it, yet he lacked a concrete understanding of what that strength entailed. However, after listening to Chu Feng's teachings, he grasped the vast chasm between them. This method of enhancement felt akin to a celestial emperor imparting knowledge to mortals, allowing them to advance countless levels in a single day. This realization struck him. The gap between himself and Chu Feng was even greater than that between a celestial emperor and a mortal. "Wow!" Jiang Wu gasped, then hurried over to the dining table, completely shedding the regal demeanor expected of a celestial emperor. "Brother Feng, your culinary skills are truly extraordinary," Jiang Wu exclaimed sincerely while savoring the delicacies. Initially, he intended to express that the art of cooking approached the Tao, but reconsidered, realizing that discussing the Tao in front of Chu Feng would be akin to flaunting his skills before an expert. Thus, he praised the meal as a mere mortal would. Chu Feng smiled slightly, saying nothing. After all, over the years, his culinary skills had reached a divine level, and everyone who had tasted his food could not help but sing its praises. Divine culinary skills were indeed fearsome. As the meal concluded hastily, the gluttonous Wang Kai could only watch, his eyes nearly popping out of his head with desire. Yet, he dared not approach the table. For Chu Feng disapproved. Previously, he had attempted to take a share of the feast, only to be soundly reprimanded. Nonetheless, Chu Feng always prepared a separate portion for him after dining, claiming, "Dogs cannot eat human food. It could be fatal." What a joke! As a formidable chaos hound, he would not perish from consuming humans, so how could human food cause his demise? Of course, he could only grumble internally, wagging his tail to appear obedient before Chu Feng. After the meal, the task of cleaning fell entirely to Jiang Wu, who was eager to take on every chore in hopes of staying close to Chu Feng, a former celestial emperor, willingly acting as a housekeeper. Such was Jiang Wu's determination to pursue the Tao. Chu Feng was quite pleased with Jiang Wu's perceptiveness. Once Jiang Wu finished tidying up and emerged from the kitchen, he saw Chu Feng carving patterns infused with the essence of the Tao into a piece of wood with a small knife. In an instant, Jiang Wu was rendered speechless. He had never imagined that Chu Feng could apply the Tao to even the simplest tasks. The carving technique appeared to him as though it could split heaven and earth. Within this lies the profound laws of creation, the way of the blade, the law of strength, the law of life, the path of death. Jiang Wu found himself both comprehending and bewildered, as though it encompassed the essence of 3,000 paths, leaving him utterly astonished and entranced. Moments later, Chu Feng set down the small knife, stretched languidly, and upon turning around, was intrigued to find Jiang Wu standing there in a daze. "Xiao Wu, why are you standing there?" he inquired curiously. At the sound of his voice, Jiang Wu snapped back to reality and hurried over, speaking cautiously, "Brother Feng, do you think I could learn this?" A wave of apprehension washed over Jiang Wu. His eyes fixed on Chu Feng, brimming with eager anticipation. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head, saying, "Xiao Wu, as the saying goes, one cannot chew too much at once. You are currently learning archery with me. How can you afford to be distracted by other pursuits? If it truly captivates you, once you have mastered archery, I shall gladly teach you." While saying this, Chu Feng's thoughts wandered. A brawny man like Jiang Wu, engaging in carving, it would be akin to sending Zhang Fei to embroider. With such immense strength, he might not only ruin his wood but also damage his carving tools. Carving? What a preposterous notion. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Wu's heart leapt with joy, and he quickly nodded. "All right, Brother Feng, I shall heed your advice." Chu Feng nodded in agreement, suddenly reminded of his inexpensive apprentice from the real world. Even the apprentice he had taken on in dreams had achieved success. He couldn't help but wonder how Tao Yao was faring now. After Tao Yao had slain Ren Tiange and forcefully ascended to the position of leader of the Blood Lotus sacred cult, she issued a decree to the demonic sects, inviting them to convene and discuss matters of the demonic path. On this day, the Blood Lotus sacred cult had prepared everything and awaited the arrival of the 12 demonic sects to hold both the coronation ceremony for Tao Yao and the demonic assembly. However, from morning until afternoon, not a single sect had made an appearance, a clear indication of their refusal to acknowledge Tao Yao's authority. "Leader, the auspicious hour has arrived. We may proceed with the coronation ceremony." Within the grand hall, the members of the Blood Lotus sacred cult wore solemn expressions, the atmosphere thick with tension. At that moment, the purple-clad Law King stepped forward, speaking clearly. At this juncture, Tao Yao, her face as inscrutable as water, took a deep breath and replied, "Proceed." Upon hearing her words, everyone released a collective sigh of relief, and thus began the grand ceremony of Tao Yao's ascension. After a series of formalities, Tao Yao sat upon the leader's throne, receiving the homage of her followers. Salutations to the leader. Tao Yao raised her hand slightly. "Rise." "Thank you, leader." With that, the coronation ceremony was complete. Report to the leader. "Today, the 12 demonic sects have absented themselves without cause, showing disregard for our Blood Lotus sacred cult. That I am willing to take command in the campaign against them." The 5 Elements envoy, who was responsible for overseeing the sacred cult's military affairs, stepped forward, speaking first. "That cannot be allowed. Our demonic path is already weak. Engaging in conflicts now will only give the righteous path an opportunity to strike. At such a time, there would be no safe haven for us, and our cult would not escape the impending doom." The left envoy shook his head, immediately countering. "Left envoy, today, the 12 sects are practically perched upon our necks. How can we simply tolerate this?" The 5 Elements envoy sought to make a show before Tao Yao and spoke up again. But the left envoy was about to continue, but Tao Yao forcefully interrupted. "Send out the decree. From this day forth, our Blood Lotus sacred cult shall be renamed the sacred cult." we shall be the sovereign of the demonic path. Issue a command to the other demonic sects. Those who arrive at the sacred cult to pledge their allegiance within 3 days shall be forgiven for their past transgressions. Those who do not shall face annihilation. Henceforth, the demonic path shall consist solely of our sacred cult. At Tao Yao's declaration, everyone was taken aback, gazing at her on the high platform with disbelief. Clad in a resplendent crimson robe, she appeared as a regal queen. The left envoy and other conservatives frowned, wishing to voice their dissent, yet upon meeting Tao Yao's gaze, they found themselves rendered speechless. Seeing this, the purple-clad Law King immediately proclaimed, "We shall obey the leader's command." The others, upon hearing this, quickly followed suit, exclaiming, "We shall obey the leader's command." Chapter 48. A benevolent Lai noticing the absence of opposition, Tao Yao let out a cold snort and turned to leave. In the rear courtyard, she sat upon a stone chair, facing the astonished purple-clad Law King. "Leader, you have encountered such extraordinary fortune, entering the celestial realm and taking a celestial being as your master." After Tao Yao recounted her experiences since fleeing, the purple-clad Law King sighed in admiration. "Indeed, but alas, I was too hasty. Having angered my master, returning is now beyond my reach," Tao Yao said with a bitter expression. The purple-clad Law King was momentarily speechless. Had she been granted such a fortuitous encounter, she would have seized the opportunity without hesitation, not to mention, even if the celestial being sought to expel her, she would have remained steadfast. Yet, Tao Yao had left merely to seek vengeance, which seemed rather foolish. However, as Tao Yao was now her leader, she could not chastise her outright. Instead, after some contemplation, she offered words of encouragement. "Leader, in my humble opinion, you have not lost your chance." Tao Yao's eyes brightened, and she eagerly inquired, "You mean, I still have a chance to see my master?" The purple-clad Law King nodded. "Leader, consider this. The celestial being's willingness to accept you as a disciple indicates a great appreciation for your talents. They would not abandon you over this matter." Upon hearing this, Tao Yao's eyes sparkled with hope as she grasped the purple-clad Law King's hand. Her voice filled with anticipation. "Auntie Z, is what you say truly genuine?" "Of course it is." The purple-clad Law King smiled, gently patting Tao Yao's hand. "But if my master is not angry with me, why won't they let me return?" Tao Yao's expression shifted again, full of questions. The purple-clad Law King felt a twinge of bitterness. After all, she was merely a lowly practitioner at the transformation stage and could not fathom the thoughts of a celestial being. Yet, seeing the look of disappointment on Tao Yao's face, she felt compelled to continue fabricating a response. "Leader, consider this. By disregarding your master's warnings and recklessly pursuing vengeance, you have surely angered them. Therefore, your master would not allow you to return easily. Thus, if you wish to come back, there are only 2 paths." At this moment, Tao Yao clung to her words like a lifeline, not questioning the truth of the purple-clad Law King's statements, but nervously asked, "Auntie Z, please tell me, what are the 2 paths?" The purple-clad Law King pondered briefly before replying. "First, you must exercise patience. Wait for your celestial master to calm down and be willing to see you again. Then you will have the chance to return to their side. Second, you must accomplish something significant. When your master sees your achievements after cooling off, they will surely feel gratified, thus increasing the likelihood of your return." Upon hearing the purple-clad Law King's analysis, Tao Yao felt a surge of excitement. For her, it made perfect sense. Realizing this, she asked, "Then what should I do? My master is a celestial being. What can I possibly do that would catch their attention?" Shaking her head, the purple-clad Law King fixed her gaze on Tao Yao. "Leader, how can you think like this? Your master is a great celestial being. They do not view matters in the same light as ordinary mortals. They are celestial, but you are not. As long as you can accomplish tasks within your capability, your celestial master will surely take notice." In that instant, Tao Yao understood and exclaimed, "Auntie Z, I comprehend. I know what I must do." Seeing Tao Yao's renewed determination and the glimmer of hope in her eyes, the purple-clad Law King nodded in satisfaction and took her leave. The purple-clad Law King knew that her earlier words were merely a means to uplift Tao Yao, a lie that would eventually be unveiled. However, what did it matter? As long as Tao Yao could rally and lead the sacred cult to resurgence, it would all be worth it. Even if she were to face retribution from an enraged Tao Yao, she would have no regrets. Once the news of the sacred cult's intention to forcibly consolidate spread, the 12 sects erupted in uproar. All the sect leaders gathered to devise a countermeasure. How absurd. Rentinga sought to rally the entire strength of our demonic path, and we supported the consolidation. But now, this little girl has appeared. Does she truly think she can assert her dominance over us? Indeed, though it is rumored that Rentinga fell by her hand, I cannot believe that a mere girl could slay the peak of the harmonization stage. It is likely that Rentinga was betrayed. After all, he only ascended to power a little over a decade ago, and upon doing so, he suppressed dissenters, ousting the former leader's influence. Now that the former leader's daughter has surfaced, those harboring ill intentions would naturally rebel. Rentinga truly disappoints. I once thought him a cunning hero, yet he fell victim to his own kin. Enough. Let us refrain from idle chatter. Our immediate concern is how to respond. The righteous path watches us keenly, while the sacred cult schemes against us. What shall we do? The consolidation of the demonic path is an inevitable trend. Only through this can we withstand the assaults of the righteous path. Yet, we cannot simply yield to a mere girl. We must negotiate for sufficient benefits. Indeed, we need to secure greater benefits than those offered by Rentinga. Only then shall we agree to the consolidation. After much deliberation, they ultimately decided to send a representative to negotiate, curious to see how this little girl would respond. Shangjiao, the Grand Hall. What of it? Discussing terms? Upon hearing the report from the envoy, Tao Yaoyao let out a cold chuckle. Master, the righteous path is surging forward with great fervor, and they seek to launch an assault during this pivotal moment of my Shengjiao's leadership transition. The urgent priority is to unite the remaining 12 sects of the demonic path, consolidating our forces to resist the onslaught of the righteous. As for the benefits they desire, let them have it. We shall address those matters gradually in due course. Now is not the time for discord. Seeing the murderous intent radiating from Tao Yaoyao, the envoy hastily expressed his concern. There is no need for further words. Expel that messenger with a flurry of blows. I have already decreed that those who wish to ally with my Shengjiao shall be our friends. Those who dare to negotiate with us need not exist. Tao Yaoyao waved her hand dismissively, refusing to heed the envoy's words. At this moment, she was consumed by dreams of establishing a grand enterprise. After much contemplation, she concluded that the first step towards this ambition was to unify the demonic path, to concentrate their efforts on accomplishing great deeds. Since these individuals were intent on extending their necks, Tao Yaoyao had no qualms about delivering a decisive strike. After all, with the Longyin sword in hand, she was invincible across the realm. Issue the command. Tomorrow, the Shengjiao shall march forth. Target: Lianhua Palace. Chapter 49. Annihilation. What? You were expelled. Within the Lianhua sect, the sect master glared in fury at the envoy kneeling before him. Though Lianhua sect may not match the Shengjiao in strength, it was nonetheless one of the 13 sects of the demonic path, and such humiliation could not be tolerated. Reporting to the sect master, I have one more thing to say, though I am uncertain whether it should be spoken. The battered envoy hesitated, a vicious glint flashing across his face as he spoke. Upon hearing this, the sect master frowned and waved his hand. Speak. The envoy quickly added, Sect master, as I was being expelled, I overheard the disciples of the Shengjiao mention that they plan to launch a massive offensive against our Lianhua sect. What? The sect master was taken aback, his wrath vanishing as terror overtook him. The envoy, confused by the sect master's reaction, continued, Sect master, those disciples spoke with such conviction, but I cannot ascertain the truth of their words. However, in my view, it is utter nonsense. While our Lianhua sect may not rival the Shengjiao, we are not so easily subdued. If they dare to come for us, we shall make them regret it. The envoy intended to express loyalty, flatter, and incite discord to gain favor with the sect master. However, he did not anticipate that the sect master would react with anger, glaring at him before sending him flying with a palm strike. Impudent fool! Your rudeness has provoked the Shengjiao into planning an attack on our Lianhua sect. Come, let us go and offer our apologies. The sect master was genuinely panicked. Though Lianhua sect was one of the 13 sects of the demonic path, it ranked at the bottom in terms of strength. Over the years, as they contended with the righteous, their power had waned. Not only the Shengjiao, but even a random sect from the top 5 could easily annihilate them. This was precisely why, following the meeting of the 12 sects, he had sent someone to convey a message to the Shengjiao. The demonic path was exceedingly pragmatic. The weak were bound to be bullied. Yet the sect master never imagined that merely sending a message would put Lianhua sect in the crosshairs of the Shengjiao. Now, it was a dire situation. In his panic, the sect master seized the envoy and prepared to leave. When suddenly a voice rang out, "Lu sect master, there is no need to go. I have already arrived." As the voice fell, Tao Yaoyao, clad in a crimson dress, strode into the hall. Following her were numerous kings and elders of the Shengjiao. At that moment, Lu's sect master's pupils constricted in horror as he realized that many of his sect's elders had been captured by the Shengjiao. The 6 elders of Lianhua sect, all of them, had become prisoners. Lu's sect master gasped, initially shocked by Tao Yaoyao's appearance in his sect's grand hall. But now he understood. It was not that his sect members failed to notice their presence, but rather that his sect had already fallen. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he forced a smile and approached. "I did not know the esteemed leader of the Shengjiao was gracing us with a visit. I beg your forgiveness for my inadequate reception." Tao Yaoyao did not even glance at him, walking past to take the seat of authority in the hall before casually inquiring, "I have heard that Lu's sect master intends to visit the Shengjiao. What is the purpose of this visit?" Seeing her usurp his position, Lu's sect master dared not express his rage and could only respond, "Leader, I have failed to maintain discipline, and this envoy has offended you. I was just about to send him to apologize on your behalf." Lu's sect master displayed remarkable awareness. With his entire sect in ruins, he set aside the dignity of his position, referring to himself simply as "I and this sect master." Yet Tao Yaoyao paid no heed to the envoy, merely stating, "3 days prior, I issued a command for your sect to surrender. Did you receive the message?" "I did receive it." "Since you have received it yet failed to submit, do you harbor doubts about my authority? Do you intend to oppose the Shengjiao?" Tao Yaoyao's gaze bore down upon Lu's sect master, imposing immense pressure that reddened his face. The previous day, he had disregarded the command, aligning himself with the 12 sects of the demonic path. Although individually, they were no match for the Shengjiao, together, the 12 sects would surely not fear Tao Yaoyao. However, Lu's sect master never anticipated that Tao Yaoyao would disregard all conventions and come knocking at their door. Most importantly, he had not even received the news that his sect had already fallen. Who could have foreseen this? "Sect master, I am willing to surrender." Lu's sect master finally succumbed to the overwhelming pressure emanating from Tao Yaoyao. Kneeling and exclaiming loudly at this moment, all he desired was to preserve his life, having completely abandoned thoughts of an alliance among the 12 sections with his life on the line, who still cared for alliances. Besides, betrayal was commonplace among those of the demonic path. Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao scoffed and waved her hand dismissively. "I have already stated, within 3 days. The time has passed, and now you wish to surrender? Ha, too late." Lu's sect master's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that even after kneeling in submission, Tao Yaoyao would offer him no leniency. "Leader, I speak from the heart. I beseech you to forgive me." Lu's sect master's eyes flashed with intensity, yet his face was a mask of panic. Tao Yaoyao ignored him, and her followers stepped forward, ready to seize him. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. "Since you refuse to grant me a way out, we shall die together." Lu's sect master roared, unleashing a surge of energy that sent the surrounding followers flying, before brandishing a long knife with murderous intent aimed at Tao Yaoyao. In his view, while Tao Yaoyao was the leader, she had ascended to her position through old ties within the sect. How formidable could a mere girl in her 20s truly be? Lu's sect master was a formidable being at the transformation stage. As he witnessed the gathered disciples unable to assist, and with Tao Yaoyao drawing nearer, a glimmer of glee flickered in Lu's sect master's eyes. Yet, just at that moment, Tao Yaoyao remained unfazed as she calmly stated, "A knife? To use it before me? Ha, allow me to teach you how a knife ought to be wielded." Before her words finished, without any discernible movement, a flash of blade light cut through the air. In the next instant, Lu's sect master found himself propelled into the air, suspended in the void. At that moment, a headless corpse appeared before him. Just as confusion clouded his mind, the corpse crashed to the ground, and realization dawned upon him. The figure he had seen was his own lifeless body. Lu's sect master had perished. Within the grand hall, the captured elders stared wide-eyed. struggling to comprehend that their transformation stage sect master had been slain by Tao Yaoyao in a single move. They had not even seen how she struck. Soon after, a cold voice echoed through the hall. The Lianhua sect shall be eradicated entirely. Chapter 50. The 11 sects of the demonic path assault the Shengjiao. The following day, news that sent shockwaves through the remaining 11 sects of the demonic path emerged. The Shengjiao had launched a surprise attack on the Lianhua sect, resulting in the annihilation of its members. The moment this news broke, it ignited a storm of outrage, as countless individuals within the demonic path were left stunned and alarmed. Though Tao Yaoyao had ordered the execution of Lianhua sect's members, in reality, some disciples were spared, and only the core members, such as the elders, officers, and staunch loyalists, were eliminated. However, as rumors tend to do, they spiraled out of control. To the outside world, it appeared that the Shengjiao was utterly deranged. Not only launching a sneak attack, but also wiping out the entire Lianhua sect, the Shengjiao's ambition was glaringly evident. The demonic path's adherents were filled with trepidation. Nevertheless, the Shengjiao did not seek to dispel these rumors. Rather, they allowed them to spread unchecked. Concurrently, they announced that they would be launching an attack on one of the other 11 sects the following day. Consequently, the remaining 11 sects of the demonic path were enraged. The Shengjiao's actions indicated a complete disregard for their existence. Although the Shengjiao was powerful, they were not to be underestimated when united. Thus, an unexpected situation arose. Since none of the 11 sects could stand against the Shengjiao alone, they began to rally together. However, during their discussions, a misunderstanding occurred. Originally intending to band together to resist the Shengjiao, they inexplicably transformed their meeting into a rallying conference, ultimately deciding to unite their forces and march against the Shengjiao. This outcome left both the scattered members of the demonic path and the representatives of the 11 sects bewildered. However, the Shengjiao, as one of the main players in this unfolding drama, maintained an air of calm. Reporting to the leader, the subordinates have completed their mission. Amidst the chaos, the 11 sects have formed an alliance, intending to launch an assault on my holy church in 10 days. Upon hearing the report, Tao Yaoyao nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction gracing her face. Ever since the recent surprise attack that annihilated the Lotus sect, the remaining sects of the demonic path have been engulfed in fear. And replicating such a sudden onslaught is indeed a daunting task. However, should they choose to attack head-on, while it may not result in their defeat, the disciples of the Holy Church would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. Left with no other choice, a brilliant idea suddenly flickered in Tao Yaoyao's mind. Since a direct assault would lead to significant losses on her part, why not provoke them into attacking first? Once the 11 sects leave their respective strongholds and the protective formation is disrupted, they would be at her mercy. Yet, this strategy sounded almost fantastical, and thus Tao Yaoyao only attempted it, never expecting it to actually succeed. Merely sending someone to infiltrate their ranks and stir the pot had ignited a fervor among the masses, demanding justice from the Holy Church. Consequently, the leaders of the 11 sects found themselves unable to defy the collective will and had no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, the current situation of the 11 sects besieging the Holy Church came to fruition. Excellent work. Tao Yaoyao naturally praised her contributors. However, the left envoy wore a troubled expression and stepped forward to voice his concerns. Master, is this not overly reckless? Though the 11 sects of the demonic path may not be our direct adversaries, their combined strength has indeed surpassed that of our holy church. Should a full-scale conflict erupt, it could spell disaster. The left envoy was engulfed in endless regret, having previously dismissed Tao Yaoyao's seemingly whimsical plan, thinking it foolish to fall for such a ruse. Yet, it turned out the intelligence of the 11 sects was vastly overestimated. And this absurd strategy had indeed succeeded. Now, the pressure lay squarely on the Holy Church. If Tao Yaoyao lacked the strength to match her confidence, the Holy Church would be doomed. Tao Yaoyao cast a cold glance at him and waved her hand dismissively. There is no need for further discussion. The 11 sects of the demonic path dare to provoke the wrath of the Holy Church. I shall ensure they pay the price. But what if the righteous sects take advantage of our conflict and launch a massive assault? Would that not be catastrophic? In response to the left envoy's concerns, Tao Yaoyao shot him a sidelong glance. Do you think I annihilated the Lotus sect and disseminated the news without purpose? The left envoy was taken aback, only to hear the purple-robed Dharma king step forward with an analysis. The master is indeed far-sighted. if our demonic path were merely to engage in minor skirmishes, the righteous sects might seize the opportunity to attack en masse. However, now that our holy church has decisively obliterated the Lotus sect, instilling fear in all, and with the 11 sects now advancing on us, the righteous sects will instead bide their time, waiting for us to suffer heavy losses before swooping in to reap the benefits. Brilliant, truly a masterstroke. Following the purple-robed Dharma King's insightful analysis, those who had been unclear began to grasp the situation, and the five-element envoy even expressed admiration. The left envoy opened his mouth to speak again. Master, while that may be the case, our demonic path will undoubtedly suffer significant losses from this battle. When the righteous sects come to attack, how shall we defend ourselves? There is no need for further words. I have my own countermeasures. Even if our demonic path is reduced to just the holy church, should the righteous sects arrive, I shall ensure they bathe this ground in blood. Tao Yaoyao was irritated by the questioning and waved her hand, indicating her disinterest in further discussion. Thus, despite the left envoy's lingering doubts and concerns, he chose to remain silent. Tio have ascended to the position of left envoy. He possessed the skill of keen observation. Unbeknownst to him, however, was that with the Dragon Roar sword in her possession, Tao Yaoyao was invincible in this realm. Had it not been for her ambition to forge a power strong enough to please her master, she would have long since wielded her sword to conquer the world. 10 days later, at the Blackwood Cliff, the Holy Church's domain, as the foremost stronghold of the demonic path, the Blackwood Cliff was seldom approached, resulting in a scarcity of human presence. Yet today, throngs of figures could be seen. These individuals were the coalition of the 11 sects of the demonic path. No one dared to underestimate the Holy Church. Although the decision to besiege the Blackwood Cliff had been made rather inexplicably, the sect leaders were aware of the uncertainty within their hearts, thus bringing forth all the forces they could muster. Intent on achieving their goal in one fell swoop, of course, none of them harbored the thought of annihilating the Holy Church. Such an ambition was unrealistic. Setting aside whether they could accomplish it, even if they could, they would not dare. The Holy Church currently stood as the bulwark of the demonic path. Should the righteous sects attack, the Holy Church would be the first to face their wrath. If the Holy Church fell, what would become of them when the righteous sects returned? Hence, the primary aim of this grand siege was to compel the Holy Church to negotiate, to redefine their interests and unite against the righteous sects. As for the earlier cries for vengeance against the Lotus sect, they were merely for show. No one took them seriously. As the 11 sects assumed their positions, prepared to deliver their message, suddenly, a rumble echoed through the air. A series of thunderous sounds heralded the appearance of black-clad disciples, encircling the coalition of 11 sects. This unforeseen turn of events caught the disciples of the 11 sects off guard, momentarily disrupting their ranks. Have you all traveled such a distance merely to spare me the exertion and deliver yourselves to death? Chapter 51. A single strike to annihilate the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Have you all traveled such a distance merely to spare me the exertion and deliver yourselves to death? Tao Yaoyao's chilling voice resonated as she slowly descended from the sky amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Behind her trailed the left envoy, the 4 great Dharma Kings, the 5 element envoys, the 8 trigrams army envoy, and the 10 elders. To the astonishment of all, a formidable pressure emanated from Tao Yaoyao's seemingly calm voice, such that even the powerful beings at the transformation stage felt the weight of her presence. As Tao Yaoyao landed before them, she surveyed the tense faces of the various sect leaders and offered a faint smile, a smile akin to spring water reflecting pear blossoms. However, to the leaders of the 11 sects, it felt as though their hearts had turned to ice. Master Tao, we have come today to seek an explanation. Why did your holy church launch a surprise attack on the Lotus sect and eradicate them? One of the sect leaders inhaled deeply and clasped his hands, fixing his gaze on Tao Yaoyao as he spoke. Upon witnessing someone take the lead, it seemed to alleviate some of the pressure Tao Yaoyao had brought, prompting others to join in. Indeed, your holy church has tarnished our standing, causing a decline in the strength of the demonic path. Are you prepared to bear this responsibility? The demonic path should stand united against the righteous sects. How can we engage in mutual slaughter? Should we suffer grievous losses at the hands of the righteous, your holy church will be the center of the demonic path. The more they spoke, the more animated they became, as if they had ascended to a moral high ground, and the holy church was meant to bear their condemnation. The individuals behind Tao Yaoyao were infuriated and were about to retort, only to be restrained by Tao Yaoyao herself. Unperturbed by their vitriol, Tao Yaoyao maintained a serene smile, silently observing their performance. After a moment, as the crowd seemed to lose interest, their denunciations gradually subsided. It was then they sensed something strange about Tao Yaoyao. The chill emanating from her smile felt as if it could freeze their very souls. In an instant, all discussions ceased. Thus, Tao Yaoyao stepped forward, casting her gaze across the crowd. Not a single person dared to meet her eyes, and only then did she speak. "Have you finished?" Silence enveloped the assembly, with no response forthcoming. Since you have concluded, it is now my turn to speak. I, Tao Yaoyao, hereby unify the demonic path into a single sect. From this day forth, the 11 sects shall disband, and all shall be incorporated into my holy church. The demonic path, from now on, shall bear but one name: the Holy Church. With those 3 sentences, countless attendees inhaled sharply in shock. Not only the members of the 11 sects, but even those from the Holy Church stared at Tao Yaoyao in disbelief. This decision was entirely her own, never before articulated within the Holy Church, thus it was the first time the crowd was hearing such a declaration. However, this time, it was not only the left envoy who frowned. Even the purple-robed Dharma King appeared troubled. For Tao Yaoyao's decision was exceedingly radical, effectively pushing all forces of the demonic path aside from the Holy Church into opposition. It must be noted that the prior discussions had aimed to resist the righteous sects, forming a coalition, not a merger, but rather a close alliance to fend off the threat posed by the righteous, to prevent the demonic path from being eradicated. Yet, what Tao Yaoyao articulated was not a mere alliance. It was a complete annexation. She was directly dismantling the other sects and assimilating them into the Holy Church, resulting in an even more formidable Holy Church, while erasing the identities of the other sects. In such a scenario, who could accept this? Master Tao, while your Holy Church may be powerful, such a proclamation seems rather arrogant. The individual who had initially spoken, now subtly positioned as the leader of the coalition of the 11 sects, frowned as he interjected. At this moment, the left envoy could no longer contain himself and prepared to dissuade her. In his view, this was steering the Holy Church towards disaster. However, he was halted by the purple-robed Dharma King. Even if Tao Yaoyao were mistaken, as a member of the Holy Church, he could not stand by and undermine her. Yet, Tao Yaoyao had no intention of entertaining their empty words. Before anyone else could speak, her aura erupted forth. She had entered the harmonization stage. Under the guidance of Chu Feng, and with the overwhelming spiritual energy present in the Taoist temple, despite only a mere few weeks passing, Tao Yaoyao had the potential to effortlessly ascend to the integration stage. However, in her pursuit of a more solid foundation, she chose not to hasten her breakthrough. Yet, upon returning to this world, nearly a month had elapsed, during which she had not slackened her cultivation efforts. Coupled with several battles, her advancement to the integration stage became a mere formality, unfolding naturally. The eruption of her integration stage prowess left the members of the 11 sects of the demon path in sheer astonishment. They were utterly unprepared for the revelation that, apart from Ren Tiange, Tao Yaoyao was also at the integration stage. It was astonishing to realize that this was merely a young girl in her 20s. In an instant, they felt as if their decades of cultivation had amounted to little more than a farce. However, faced with the formidable pressure of her integration stage, none harbored intentions of submission. Even as the threat of annihilation loomed, they could not yield so easily. At that moment, Tao Yaoyao spoke with a calm demeanor. "Are there any among you willing to pledge your allegiance?" Her words were met with an unnerving silence, as the crowd glared at her in rage, none daring to respond. "Very well, it appears you are resolved to resist until the end," Tao Yaoyao scoffed coldly. "You wretched witch, do not grow too arrogant." A figure, seemingly the leader, stepped forward to denounce her, but before he could finish his tirade, the sound of a sword's keen edge pierced the air in an instant. A blinding flash surged forth, piercing through the man with astonishing speed. He widened his eyes in shock, a trickle of blood escaping his lips as the vitality within him ebbed away. His gaze, filled with disbelief and venomous wrath, fixed upon Tao Yaoyao before he collapsed with a thud. The crowd erupted in astonishment, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief as they regarded the composed figure of Tao Yaoyao. They had not anticipated that she would dare to strike first against the combined forces of the 11 sects. Most astonishingly, before they could even react, their leader had met an untimely demise. What sort of power was this? That leader had attained the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Even if he could not match Tao Yaoyao's integration stage strength, such a vast disparity was inconceivable. One strike, and he was vanquished, not by some weakling at the foundation or golden core stages, but by a peak transformation stage expert. Among those present, the peak of the transformation stage was already considered the mightiest. And yet he had fallen so easily? In that moment, Tao Yaoyao's dominance reached its zenith. Chapter 52. The Holy Master. After effortlessly dispatching the peak transformation stage leader, Tao Yaoyao showed no signs of restraint. With her right hand, she formed a sword gesture, tracing an arc through the AI in an instant. A radiant portal, indistinguishable as either blade or sword, tore through the void, hovering above the crowd, as the brilliance dissipated. A long sword slowly floated in midair, its tip pointing directly at the members of the 11 sects. A dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. At that moment, everyone felt an overwhelming dread, as if they were ensnared by an unparalleled beast. The individuals targeted by the sword's tip, in particular, quaked in fear, feeling as if they were under the lock of a deadly gaze. A mere twitch from the sword would spell their doom. Tao Yaoyao leaped into the air, positioning herself behind the dragon roar sword, grasping its hilt. With a thunderous force, she unleashed an awe-inspiring aura. Holding the dragon roar sword, she swung it with such ferocity that it seemed as if the very firmament might be cleaved in twain, causing the space around her to tremble, revealing glimpses of an endless void point, 10,000 swords merging into one slash. In that moment, Tao Yaoyao felt no shame, vocally proclaiming the name of her technique. A deluge of blade light materialized, saturating the sky, obscuring even the sun in its radiance. At that instant, daylight was engulfed by an eternal night. The crowd was momentarily blinded, and then, like a torrential storm, the blade light rained down upon the ranks of the 11 sects. In an instant, agonized screams and wails echoed throughout, rising to a cacophony. The relentless onslaught of blade energy continued unabated, and after an indeterminate duration, silence finally descended upon the world. The members of the holy sect gazed in disbelief, their eyes widening in shock. Before them lay a vast chasm. Within this abyss, countless disciples of the 11 sects lay scattered, clutching their wounds in despair, while the edges of the chasm bore the marks of the endless blade light. This chasm had been wrought by the unyielding blade energy. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the air, and the temperature at Haimu Cliff surged several degrees. Their shock was understandable. The magnitude of this devastation was beyond comprehension. This was not merely a small pit, but a gaping chasm capable of housing thousands of disciples from the 11 sects. With a single strike, not only had she grievously wounded over 1,000, but she had also created this massive chasm through sheer force. Such power was truly beyond the realm of human capability. At this moment, from the highest-ranking officials to the common disciples of the holy sect, all gazed upon Tao Yaoyao with unwavering admiration. Invincible. Yet, amidst this fervor, they failed to notice Tao Yaoyao's pale complexion. Her magical energy nearly depleted. This technique, learned from the legacy bestowed upon her by Chu Feng after her ascension to the integration stage, was an extraordinarily powerful move, in her determination to swiftly subdue the disciples of the 11 sects. She had unleashed this technique with all her might for the first time, resulting in her current state of exhaustion. The might of her strike not only met her expectations but far exceeded them. Initially, she had not intended to create the chasm. Rather, she had aimed to cleave her enemies with every blade light, maximizing the lethality of her attack. However, after executing this technique, she realized its power far surpassed her imagination. Had she truly directed all the blade light upon those disciples, the ground would not have been littered with the gravely injured, but rather, it would have been a field of corpses. Tao Yaoyao's intention was to subdue them. To enhance the strength of the holy sect, she would not genuinely resort to mass slaughter. With no other choice, she redirected the majority of the blade light towards the ground, thus creating the chasm. Sighing in relief, Tao Yaoyao turned to address the crowd. Listen well, those disciples of the 11 sects who wish to surrender shall be spared. Those who choose to resist unto death shall be buried. Upon hearing this, The gravely injured disciples of the 11 sects were struck with terror, their faces reflecting sheer dread as they looked upon Tao Yao Yao. Meanwhile, the members of the Holy Sect thundered in unison. "We shall obey the Holy Master's command." From that moment on, the ensuing events were beyond Tao Yao Yao's concern. With the enemy incapacitated, if they could not handle this, then the Holy Sect had no need to persist. The left envoy was tasked with managing the surrender process, while the 4 great Dharma kings led the 5 element envoys and other disciples straight to the stronghold of the 11 sects. The leader of the 11 sects had already taken most of their living forces away, leaving only residual strength behind. These remaining forces had not anticipated such a swift defeat, and thus were caught off guard, allowing the disciples of the Holy Sect to breach their defenses one by one. Those who expressed a willingness to surrender were incorporated into the Holy Sect, while the defiant were executed without mercy. The resources and scriptures of the sects were all claimed by the Holy Sect. In the span of just 1 year, the Holy Sect flawlessly absorbed the forces of the 11 sects of the demon path, transforming them into its own strength. At this moment, the Holy Sect truly stood unrivaled within the demon path. The other minor sects and rogue practitioners, witnessing the overwhelming might of the Holy Sect, flocked to its banner. Those unwilling to join the Holy Sect were not annihilated. As long as they refrained from encroaching upon the Holy Sect's territory, they would be left undisturbed. The territory of the Holy Sect encompassed all lands outside the realm of righteousness. Now, these individuals faced only 2 choices: to surrender or to perish at the hands of the righteous. Even the lowliest of creatures cling to life. Thus, ultimately, they were swayed by the Holy Sect's mercy and became part of its ranks. Thus, within a mere 3 years, the grand ambitions espoused by Tao Yao Yao had come to fruition. In the realm of the demon path, only the name of the Holy Sect resonated. On this day, at Haimu Cliff, the power of the Holy Sect had multiplied 3 or 4-fold, and thus those present were all the backbone of the Holy Sect. At that moment, all eyes were drawn to the grandest square in Haimu Cliff, where they gazed upon a colossal statue at its center, their expressions brimming with fervor. This statue, crafted by their leader Tao Yao Yao over 3 months, depicted her master. Now, throughout the entirety of the Holy Sect, no one was unaware that their leader's master was a being of great power, a celestial being. In a world where the integration stage was considered the pinnacle of strength in the demon path, to be associated with such a being was a blessing unparalleled. Thus, the crowd gazed upon the statue of Chu Feng with fervent yearning, hoping that one day they might be favored by the celestial, and that a mere instruction might elevate their fortunes. However, among the higher echelons of the Holy Sect, skepticism lingered regarding the notion of their leader's master being a celestial being. After all, they had yet to encounter anyone at the tribulation stage. The sudden emergence of a celestial being seemed ludicrous. Yet, under the formidable authority of Tao Yao Yao, whether they believed it or not, they all donned expressions of reverence as they took part in the homage to their holy master. Indeed, under Tao Yao Yao's decree, Chu Feng ascended to the highest position within the Holy Sect, surpassing even that of the leader. After bowing repeatedly, the statue suddenly flickered, momentarily stunning the crowd, who thought it was merely an illusion. However, the statue then erupted with an overwhelming radiance, its brilliance so intense that it nearly obscured the sun, enveloping the entire Blackwood Cliff in this wondrous glow. Most importantly, the onlookers joyfully realized that within this divine light, not only did their understanding deepen and their minds clarify, but they were also infused with boundless spiritual energy, leading many to break through their limits. The immortal sage had manifested. Suddenly, a voice burst forth, filled with astonishment, prompting everyone to react in unison, exclaiming and kneeling in reverence. This act of worship, though somewhat chaotic, was imbued with even greater sincerity. Those who had previously held skepticism were now astonished. Feeling the transformative power of the light, their admiration for the sage swelling like an unstoppable tide. At that moment, Tao Yao Yao was the most elated. Her master had revealed his miraculous abilities. Did this not signify that he had forgiven her? Just then, a thick mist began to emanate from the statue, swiftly enveloping Tao Yao Yao and the purple-robed Law King beside her. The mist appeared and dissipated in an instant, and by the time it cleared, the figures of Tao Yao Yao and the purple-robed Law King had vanished from sight. Chapter 53. The perplexed Jiang Wu as the ethereal scenes unfolded before her eyes, Tao Yaoyao felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Master, this is... Yet the purple-robed Law King remained cautious. Suddenly engulfed by the mist and transported to this unfamiliar place, her vigilance heightened, suspecting it might be a ploy of the righteous path. It was well known that the holy sect was synonymous with demonic forces, and the righteous would not idly stand by while the demonic holy sect grew in power. Tao Yaoyao was the very soul of the holy sect. Should the righteous take action, they would likely target her first. Thus she had to be on guard. However, Tao Yaoyao's face radiated joy as she gazed at the purple-robed Law King, saying, Auntie Z, you were right. My master must have seen what I did. It must be so that he is willing to see me. Hearing this, the purple-robed Law King was astounded. Was this a summons from Tao Yaoyao's immortal master? Looking around at the endless fields and the village not far away, she found herself momentarily dumbfounded. As this, the realm of immortals? Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she was met with even greater astonishment. In her earlier anxiety, she had failed to notice the extraordinary richness of the spiritual energy in this place. No, this was not mere spiritual energy. The essence here was of a far superior quality. Could it be immortal energy? The purple-robed Law King inhaled deeply 2 more times, feeling her long-sealed cultivation begin to stir. Yet Tao Yaoyao, preoccupied with her longing for her master, stepped forward toward the village. The purple-robed Law King hurriedly followed. After walking for some time, Tao Yaoyao halted at the village's entrance. What's wrong, master? Why have we stopped? The purple-robed Law King queried, her curiosity about Tao Yaoyao's master intensifying. At that moment, Tao Yaoyao felt a wave of trepidation, as if she were approaching a familiar yet distant home. Before arriving here, her heart had been filled with longing, but now that she stood at the village's threshold, she hesitated to proceed. Would her master be displeased with her? Was her master well? Would he still acknowledge her as his disciple? Countless thoughts surged within Tao Yaoyao, leaving her mind in disarray. Sensing her unease, the purple-robed Law King stepped forward and gently patted her shoulder. Master, do not overthink it. Since your master has used his great power to bring you here, he must be willing to forgive you. There's no need to worry excessively. Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao nodded, taking a deep breath to fortify her resolve, and then boldly strode toward Chu Feng's courtyard. Meanwhile, Chu Feng was busy cooking, with Jiang Wu assisting him. Ever since Jiang Wu volunteered to cook once, he had retreated into himself. One would think that as an immortal emperor, preparing a meal would be a trivial task for him. After observing for several days, he felt he had gained enough confidence and took the initiative to enter the kitchen. The events that followed need not be elaborated on. Suffice it to say that what he produced was deemed unsatisfactory even by Wang Kai. Thereafter, Jiang Wu refrained from suggesting that he should cook again, but each time Chu Feng prepared a meal, he would eagerly follow along to assist. In Jiang Wu's eyes, Chu Feng was a being of the Tao, and whatever he did contained the essence of that path. As long as he observed closely and learned diligently, he would surely gain something. Just then, Wang Kai, who had been dozing in the courtyard, suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed on the door as a knock echoed through the air. Seeing Chu Feng occupied, Jiang Wu volunteered to open the door. Upon opening it, both the visitors and those inside were momentarily stunned. Jiang Wu initially assumed it was a prominent figure from next door, only to find a little girl standing there. Tao Yaoyao was equally taken aback. When she left, there had certainly not been this burly man. Had she perhaps taken a wrong turn? The purple-robed Law King, however, was not caught off guard. She was instantly awed by the profound aura emanating from Jiang Wu. Such a presence could not even be matched by the foremost leaders of the righteous path, including the esteemed elder of the Great Ascension stage. Could this truly be an immortal? Tao Yaoyao's immortal master. May I ask who you are? Jiang Wu was the first to regain his composure. Inquiring, Tao Yaoyao frowned and replied, I have come to find my master. This is my master's abode. May I ask who you are? Jiang Wu was taken aback. Could this girl be Chu Feng's disciple? He recalled his previous desire to apprentice under Chu Feng, only to have it declined. What extraordinary abilities did this young girl possess to have become his disciple? Subconsciously, Jiang Wu unleashed his vast consciousness to scan Tao Yaoyao, seeking to determine if she was indeed the legendary, once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Yet, after a thorough investigation, Jiang Wu was left dumbfounded, in his perception. While this young girl had some talent, it was nothing extraordinary. She was rather unremarkable. In his former sect, any random disciple would likely possess greater aptitude than this girl. Jiang Wu was utterly perplexed. "Please, come in. I am Brother Feng's junior." Jiang Wu, though bewildered, quickly regained his focus and urged them inside. Tao Yaoyao nodded, unfazed, while the purple-robed Law King internally stirred with tumultuous waves. Perhaps more sensitive than the others, she had sensed something when Jiang Wu instinctively released his consciousness. Tao Yaoyao, absorbed in her yearning to see her master, had been oblivious to it. However, the purple-robed Law King felt a vague awareness, a sensation akin to a grain of sand amidst an expansive ocean, utterly powerless before a tsunami. This feeling led her to understand just how formidable the being claiming to be Tao Yaoyao's master's junior truly was. "I see. Might my master be present?" Tao Yaoyao inquired, somewhat anxiously, disregarding Jiang Wu's identity. "Yes, Brother Feng is currently cooking. Please, come in," Jiang Wu, feeling somewhat withdrawn, responded, inviting them in before hastily retreating to the kitchen. "Brother Feng, there's a girl here claiming to be your disciple. Perhaps you should come out and see." Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback. "Disciple? Tao Yaoyao? How did she return?" To Chu Feng, it seemed that Tao Yaoyao had left due to her inability to endure the hardships here. He had not anticipated her return so soon after only a few days. "Master." Upon seeing Chu Feng emerge, Tao Yaoyao could no longer contain her longing and rushed forward, falling to her knees before him. Tears brimming in her eyes as she cried out. Chu Feng was rendered speechless. Gazing at the kneeling Tao Yaoyao, clad in an apron and wielding a spatula, he was utterly taken aback. The purple-robed Law King was equally astonished, as was the Jiang Wu who had followed them out. Chapter 54. The returning Tao Yaoyao. Cough, cough, please rise. Chu Feng quickly recovered, handing the spatula to Jiang Wu and stepping forward to help Tao Yaoyao up. Initially curious about her reasons for returning, he found himself at a loss for words given her current state. "Master, I have erred. Thank you, Master, for forgiving me and allowing me to see you." Tao Yaoyao's eyes were filled with tears, her demeanor now a far cry from the coldness of the holy sect leader. She resembled a little girl instead. Seeing this, the purple-robed Law King smiled knowingly, recalling that this leader of the holy sect, who unified the demonic path, was ultimately just a young girl. This current display was the most fitting manifestation of her true self. Chu Feng was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Hadn't they merely been apart for a few days? Why did it seem as if years had passed? Yet, recognizing the moment, he chose not to pry further. Instead, he gently patted her shoulder, saying, all right, it's good that you're back. Please, take a seat. I'll finish cooking shortly, and we can all eat together." Chu Feng found it difficult to bear the intensity of Tao Yaoyao's affectionate gaze and quickly turned back to the kitchen. Although the meal was nearly complete, with the addition of 2 more dishes for the extra guests, they soon gathered at the table. Chu Feng looked at the purple-robed Law King and inquired, "May I ask who this esteemed guest is?" The purple-robed monarch initially presumed that Tao Yaoyao's immortal mentor would undoubtedly be an elderly sage with flowing white hair and profound cultivation. To her surprise, however, Chu Feng appeared to be remarkably youthful. Coupled with his approachable demeanor, the purple-robed monarch felt a sense of relief amidst her astonishment. "Master, this is my Aunt Z, a dear friend of my mother. Since the passing of my parents, Aunt Z has been exceptionally kind to me," Tao Yaoyao promptly introduced. The reason for such a description was that, in Tao Yaoyao's eyes, Chu Feng's willingness to meet her indicated his awareness of the matters concerning the holy sect, and he could not possibly be oblivious to the identity of the purple-robed monarch. Thus, in asking about her relationship with the purple-robed monarch, she felt compelled to clarify, knowing that Chu Feng valued human emotions over mere titles. Chu Feng nodded, smiling as he said, "Since she is Yaoyao's kin, then we are family. There is no need for formality. Come, let us enjoy this meal together. Thank you." The purple-robed monarch was momentarily taken aback by Chu Feng's warmth. In the realm of cultivation, whether from the righteous or demonic paths, those with higher cultivation often looked down on those of lesser prowess, a custom that had become almost second nature. Yet here was Chu Feng, an immortal, treating her with such respect, which left her feeling both surprised and touched. Truly, he exemplified the nobility of spirit befitting an immortal. "Yaoyao, how have you been faring during this time?" Suddenly, while eating, Chu Feng inquired, his curiosity piqued by her abrupt departure only to return within a few days. accompanied by her guardian. Could it be that his hasty decision to accept her as a disciple had displeased her family, prompting them to seek the dissolution of their master-disciple bond? However, as he casually posed the question, Tao Yaoyao was reminded of the hardships she had endured over the past nearly 4 years, and her eyes turned red in an instant. To others, she was the exalted leader of the holy sect, commanding respect and authority. Yet, she alone understood the deep-seated pain and longing for her master that had marked these years. Chu Feng, noticing her reaction, could not help but gasp in surprise. He found it perplexing that a simple inquiry could provoke such a strong emotional response. Before she could speak, he gently patted her shoulder and sighed. "Let us not dwell on the past. What matters is that you have returned." Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao, who had a plethora of words she wished to express, found herself momentarily speechless, simply nodding earnestly. After a brief interlude, as they finished their meal, Jiang Wu took it upon himself to clear the table, leaving Chu Feng and the two ladies sitting quietly in the courtyard. Feeling a bit awkward, Chu Feng refrained from asking further questions, worried that Tao Yaoyao might become teary-eyed again. Instead, he remarked, "You left in such haste last time that you didn't finish learning the art of carving. Now that you've returned, will you continue your studies?" While it appeared he addressed Tao Yaoyao, his gaze was directed at the purple-robed monarch, anticipating her disapproval. To his surprise, she remained silent, yet Tao Yaoyao exclaimed excitedly, "I am willing. I wish to follow my master and learn for a lifetime." Chu Feng was taken aback. This was not the response he had anticipated. However, he quickly sensed a change in the purple-robed monarch's expression when Tao Yaoyao made her declaration. Though she refrained from commenting, it dawned on Chu Feng that perhaps his disciple's spirited nature was beyond the control of her aunt. Furrowing his brow, he addressed Tao Yaoyao, saying, "While you may certainly continue your studies, how can you pledge to learn for a lifetime? Even as master and disciple, we each have our own paths to tread. Such promises should not be made so lightly." Seeing that his words had rendered her momentarily speechless, he softened his tone, adding, "My dear disciple, consider this. Once you master this craft and become a renowned sculptor, achieving great success, would that not be more rewarding than remaining by my side?" Tao Yaoyao, feeling somewhat aggrieved, replied, "But I do not wish to leave my master." Chu Feng felt a headache coming on. What was this girl thinking? If she stayed here, would it not undermine his teachings? Only by venturing forth and making a name for herself could she bring honor to both herself and her master. Reflecting on her recent determination to leave, an idea struck him. "You were doing splendidly before, and it brought me great joy." To Tao Yaoyao, this sounded like praise for her unification of the demonic path, filling her heart with delight. After some light chatter, Chu Feng retreated to his quarters to resume his cultivation of scientific immortality. The world is vast, and cultivation paramount. Nothing must hinder one's pursuit of immortality. Once Chu Feng departed, the purple-robed monarch, wearing an expression of subtle concern, spoke, "Leader, is it true that a day spent here equates to a year in the cultivation realm?" Tao Yaoyao paused, then nodded. "This was troubling indeed, leader. What is it? Is there a problem?" Tao Yaoyao was momentarily bewildered. The purple-robed monarch, with a wry smile, cautioned, "Leader, do not forget that our holy sect has only just unified the demonic path. While the righteous path watches us closely in such circumstances, should you vanish for several years, or even decades, it would spell disaster." Upon hearing this, Tao Yaoyao furrowed her brow. Having finally reunited with her master, she found herself indifferent to the affairs of the holy sect. Yet, the praise from her master regarding her potential to achieve great things weighed heavily on her conscience. It implied that she needed to continue her development, not only to unify the demonic sect but perhaps the entire realm of cultivation. She envisioned erecting a grand statue of her master at the heart of the cultivation world, a symbol for all to revere. Realizing this, she recognized that she could not disregard the holy sect. "Aunt Z, your concerns are valid, but having just seen my master, it would be," the purple-robed monarch contemplated for a moment, her eyes lighting up as she proposed, "Leader, why not focus on honing your skills here, striving to enhance your cultivation? Meanwhile, I shall return to convey your message. This way, we can stabilize the holy sect and prevent the righteous path from taking advantage of our absence." After considering her suggestion, Tao Yaoyao deemed it a sound plan and nodded in agreement. However, Since Chu Feng had already decided to rest for the day, it would be best to wait until tomorrow to depart. Moreover, the air here was thick with spiritual energy, and the purple-robed monarch aimed to seize this opportunity for her own cultivation. As the night wore on, it was exceedingly quiet. Tao Yaoyao busied herself with the wood provided by Chu Feng, practicing her carving skills with renewed vigor. Previously, although she understood the immense power of what Chu Feng taught, she lacked a concrete grasp of its significance. Now, having spent a mere 13 days by her master's side, her cultivation and prowess were sufficient to dominate the demonic path, enabling her to unify it. She understood clearly that her newfound strength was not a product of innate talent, but rather a testament to the excellence of Chu Feng's teachings. In her heart, she held immense admiration for Chu Feng's capabilities. She believed that even a mere pig, provided with his tutelage, could be transformed into something extraordinary. Thus, she cherished the opportunity to learn under him all the more. Meanwhile, Jiang Wu lay on his bed, tossing and turning. Frankly, he could not comprehend what made Tao Yaoyao so extraordinarily special that Chu Feng would take her on as a disciple. During the meal, he had scrutinized both Tao Yaoyao and the purple-robed monarch. After his initial probing, he noted that Chu Feng merely glanced at him without further comment, which indicated his tacit approval of Jiang Wu's inquiries. Consequently, he utilized his grand techniques to investigate further. The results revealed that Tao Yaoyao's lineage extended back 18 generations, all of whom were ordinary humans from a mere mortal realm. In that realm, she had risen to become a leader of a sect and had unified a portion of its power. In contrast, the purple-robed monarch was merely a member of that sect. From both a background and talent perspective, Jiang Wu could not discern any advantages that would warrant Chu Feng's acceptance of her as a disciple. It was worth noting that he, as an emperor of immortals, had faced rejection when seeking a mentor. Yet, in his eyes, Tao Yaoyao was nothing more than a mere insect. With such a background and talent, not only would he be unable to accept her as a disciple, but even his own apprentices and descendants would face the same fate. Thus, Jiang Wu fell into a state of despondency. Meanwhile, the purple-robed monarch remained oblivious to such thoughts, wholly focused on her cultivation, making rapid progress in this conducive environment. By morning, the once early-stage deity of transformation now emanated the aura of the integration stage. Chu Feng rose early and soon learned that the purple-robed monarch was preparing to leave. Although puzzled, he refrained from questioning her and warmly offered some wild fruits, as she was, after all, his disciple's aunt and thus, family. Having been a citizen of Huagua in his previous life, Chu Feng's hospitality and warmth were ingrained in his very essence. After the purple-robed monarch departed, Chu Feng resumed his tranquil routine alongside Jiang Wu and Tao Yaoyao. In his daily life, Chu Feng dedicated time to cultivation, occasionally guiding Jiang Wu with archery and Tao Yaoyao with her carving, leading to a fulfilling existence. Among the highlights for Tao Yaoyao was the delightful discovery of 2 adorable little black bears appearing in Chu Feng's domain. This brought her immense joy. She had always had a fondness for small creatures, yet within Chu Feng's realm, all living beings possessed extraordinary abilities, rendering them beyond her reach. Now, with the emergence of 2 young black bears, they quickly became her cherished companions. Each day, apart from his cultivation, Jiang Wu spent his time playing with 2 little bears. Thus, he relinquished his duties as the caretaker of Bear Da and Bear Air, passing the responsibility to Tao Yaoyao. One day, as Chu Feng was organizing his bookshelf, he stumbled upon Journey to the West. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, and he pondered within himself, wondering how that young monk Xuanzang was faring now and whether he had found his own sect. In Anding City, a full month had passed since Xuanzang had urged the city lord to post a proclamation, seeking to voice the grievances of the downtrodden populace. Yet, during this entire month, not a single person had approached the government office to lodge a complaint. When not awaiting visitors, Xuanzang wandered the city, tirelessly aiding anyone in need, alleviating the woes of the common folk. The members of the 5 major factions in the city scoffed at Xuanzang's actions, dismissing him as someone merely seeking attention, performing for the blind. However, only Xuanzang understood that this was no mere act. He sought to embody his great path and liberate all beings, believing in the equality of all souls. Though it appeared that Xuanzang was engaged in futile endeavors, he was acutely aware that each action he took brought him a modicum of progress along his path. This progress, albeit minuscule and often imperceptible without careful reflection, fueled his resolve to persevere in this world, Countless souls yearned for the great path, yet found themselves with no door to enter and no road to traverse. Now, under Chu Feng's guidance, the path lay beneath his feet. He merely needed to walk each step with steadfast determination, and the realization of his great path would be within reach. If those who sought the path could seize such an opportunity, they might even surpass Xuanzang in their fervor. Xuanzang awaited visitors daily, but as the month dragged on, not a single soul appeared. In truth, Xuanzang understood well the reasons for this. Firstly, the populace had endured oppression from cultivators for so long that they dared not rise against it lightly. Secondly, being new to this place, the people were uncertain of his true intentions, whether he was genuinely committed or simply acting on a whim. Coupled with the machinations of the 5 major factions in Anding City, it was not surprising that no one came forth. However, Xuanzang remained unperturbed. One day, he approached the city lord, requesting the construction of a high platform in the center of the courtyard before the government office. The city lord, perplexed but finding the request not overly burdensome, gladly obliged. 3 days later, the platform was completed. Amid the curious gazes of onlookers, Xuanzang ascended the platform, seated himself in meditation, and began to expound upon the scriptures. What Xuanzang spoke were but ordinary Buddhist teachings, devoid of anything particularly extraordinary. Yet, as these verses flowed from his lips, they seemed imbued with a unique power, instilling a sense of peace and tranquility within the hearts of his listeners. The 5 factions, initially believing that the long-quiet Xuanzang was up to mischief, initially forbade the crowd from approaching the platform. Xuanzang, however, paid them no heed, continuing his discourse even in the absence of an audience. After several days of surveillance, they observed that Xuanzang's teachings contained no ulterior motives, and they grew indifferent to his activities. Gradually, more townsfolk began to gather to listen to his teachings. Day by day, month by month, the platform for scripture exposition became a notable sight in Anding City. Furthermore, word of Xuanzang's endeavors reached the ears of Buddhist practitioners who traveled to Anding City in hopes of meeting him, only to be turned away by Xinzang. As the days passed, the crowd around the platform swelled, yet there remained no sign of the grand ambitions Xuanzang had once proclaimed. Until one day, an incident occurred that ignited the ire of the 5 factions. On that fateful morning, Xuanzang ascended the platform only to discover, to his astonishment, a lone figure kneeling beneath it. While many would come to hear Xuanzang's teachings, and some cultivators would even sit below to meditate, no one had ever knelt before him, until now. Nonetheless, Xuanzang paid it little mind, proceeding as usual to deliver his teachings. The content of Xuanzang's discourse was eclectic, intertwining Buddhist scriptures with teachings gleaned from Journey to the West. Harmonizing with the great path he pursued, as time flowed gently by, with the sun rising higher, the audience grew. The sight of the kneeling man drew curious glances, yet the unspoken rule of silence around the platform kept the crowd from voicing their inquiries. As the gathering swelled, Xuanzang's eloquence deepened, while the kneeling man remained motionless, his head bowed in silence. Suddenly, a commotion arose, shattering the tranquil atmosphere of the square. The previously serene space transformed into a cacophony, the noise crescendoing to a point where it drowned out Xuanzang's voice. The listeners furrowed their brows, turning to discern the source of the disturbance, wondering who dared to intrude upon this sacred gathering. Yet, upon recognizing the newcomers, the indignant crowd fell silent, heads bowed in humility. The expressions of anger that had once marked their faces vanished entirely, for the intruders were none other than Lu Weinie, the patriarch of the Lu family, the dominant force within Anding City. Lu Weinie's visage was ablaze with fury as he stormed to the vicinity of the platform, flanked by dozens of subordinates. The interrupted Xuanzang ceased his teachings, quietly observing Lu Weinie with an expression devoid of sorrow or joy. Was evident to Xuanzang that the thugs accompanying Lu Weinie were cultivators, most at the Qi refining stage, with a few at the foundation establishment stage, and with Lu Weinie himself at the golden core stage. They constituted a formidable force in Anding City. Lu Weinie's keen eyes quickly fell upon the kneeling man, and an uncontainable rage ignited within him. However, feeling the calm gaze of Xuanzang, he suppressed his fury, forcing himself to speak. "Master, I apologize for the disturbance today, but it is because my family's enemy is hiding here. We have come solely to apprehend this man, and I hope for your forgiveness." Upon hearing Lu Weinie's words, the crowd was taken aback. They could hardly believe that the patriarch of the Lu family, A powerful figure in Anding City would bow to Xuanzang. The image of Xuanzang in their eyes was elevated to an almost divine status. "Let us hear what he has to say," Xuanzang remarked. Disregarding the opportunity Lu Weiyi offered to save face, he turned his attention back to the kneeling man, who seemed to grasp that Xuanzang was his sole lifeline. Without waiting to be prompted, he spoke. "My name is Fang Liang, a resident of Anding City. Recently, on the day of my wedding, Lu Yun intruded upon my home with intentions to abduct my bride. I was captured by his men and could not escape. My parents attempted to intervene but were slain by that scoundrel. My wife, unable to bear the humiliation, took her own life in our new home to escape disgrace. Yesterday, I stealthily infiltrated the Spring Breeze Pavilion, and in the midst of that scoundrel's revelry with others, I struck him down upon his bed. Master, have I erred in my actions?" Fang Liang's voice was filled with an endless rasp, yet his tone remained calm, as if recounting the misfortunes of another. Nevertheless, all present could discern the chilling undertone that sent shivers down their spines within his serene demeanor. "Nonsense! You deliberately murdered my unfortunate son, and now you dare to distort the truth. Prepare to meet your end." Lu Wenyu's face was so grim that it seemed it could weep, as he suddenly lunged forward, delivering a palm strike towards Fang Liang. Boom! The full force of a Golden Core stage attack struck the protective barrier, sending a wave of energy rippling outward, causing those nearby to retreat in shock. Yet, the barrier remained utterly unyielding, as if merely brushed by a gentle breeze. Lu Wenyu steadied himself, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Previously, he had consulted a friend who was a nascent soul stage expert, and according to him, Xuanzang was unfathomable. He could not perceive his depths. Such a situation could arise from only two possibilities. First, Xuanzang's cultivation far surpassed that of the nascent soul stage. Second, Xuanzang possessed powerful artifacts capable of shielding him from the scrutiny of nascent soul cultivators. Regardless of which possibility it was, neither was Lu Wenyu capable of provoking. Hence, for the past year, the 5 major factions had refrained from provoking Xuanzang. Today, Lu Wenyu had intended to seize this opportunity for a test. However, the outcome caused his heart to sink further. "Benefactor, this place is where this humble monk delivers teachings. Violence is impermissible." Xuanzang's light, ethereal voice rang out, and in an instant, an immense pressure descended upon Lu Wenyu, making it difficult for him to breathe. Lu Wenyu was taken aback, struggling to maintain composure as he quickly replied, "Yes, Master." Xuanzang then nodded, retracting his oppressive aura, and his gaze fell once again upon Fang Liang, who fixed his fiery eyes upon Xuanzang, eagerly anticipating his response. "Master, have I erred?" "You have erred, yet you have not." Xuanzang's voice was calm as he spoke. "Your error lies in your insufficient strength, leaving you helpless to prevent the deaths of your parents and wife before your very eyes. You have not erred. As the sages have said, can one seek revenge after 9 lifetimes? Even after 100 lifetimes? Life for a life. Debts must be repaid." Upon hearing these words, Lu Wenyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this truly the rhetoric of a Buddhist? Shouldn't they preach to abandon the butcher's blade and attain Buddhahood on the spot? However, those who often listened to the sutras below appeared unfazed. For this was indeed Xuanzang's customary teaching. Had Chu Feng been present, he would have been utterly astonished, for Xuanzang's words echoed the Confucian teachings of the Gongyang Spring and Autumn Annals. If one were to inquire how Xuanzang knew this, one could only consult that version of the Journey to the West, which had been altered by Chu Feng. Who knows how much personal bias was woven into it? Perhaps even Chu Feng himself had forgotten. Just as Lu Wenyu was in a daze, Xuanzang's voice resounded once more. "If others slay your entire family, and you only take vengeance upon one, can that truly be considered retribution?" Chapter 57, Buddha, Chu Feng. Hiss! At these words, Lu Wenyu inhaled sharply, gazing at the composed Xuanzang upon the high platform, his heart filled with dread. In that moment, he perceived not a monk, but a demon. He yearned to rush forward, seize Xuanzang's robes, and demand which Buddha had imparted such teachings unto him. Tao say that slaying one is insufficient for vengeance, and that the entire family must be exterminated. Listen, is this the language befitting a Buddhist? Yet, Lu Wenyu could only silently scorn in his heart, too fearful to confront Xuanzang directly. One must understand that merely the oppressive aura had rendered Lu Wenyu breathless. How could he dare to provoke Xuanzang? Meanwhile, Fong Liang, whose eyes had been devoid of life, suddenly flickered with a glimmer of hope upon hearing Xuanzang's words. It was as though a ray of light had pierced the heart of one who sought only death. At this moment, Fong Liang felt a surge of fortune, rising to his feet, adjusting his attire, and then prostrating deeply, exclaiming, "Disciple Fong Liang wishes to take refuge in the Buddha. May Master grant me this." Xuanzang's typically unperturbed visage revealed a hint of fluctuation as he inquired, "What is your desire in taking refuge in the Buddha?" "To learn the vast Buddhist teachings and to save the Lu clan." Boom! These words resonated like a clap of thunder, shocking all present. It was the first time they had heard that taking refuge in Buddhism was for the purpose of exterminating an entire family. At this moment, Lu Wenyu's gaze darkened further. Had he not been at a disadvantage in strength, unable to breach the seemingly thin protective barrier, he would have surely dispatched this person on the spot. To audaciously proclaim the intent to annihilate the Lu clan in public was unprecedented. Nevertheless, such absurdity fell upon Xuanzang's ears, who merely smiled faintly, responding, "Good." The moment this word left his lips, an unusual sensation surged within the hearts of the onlookers. Instantly, Fong Liang's tattered garments, still stained with blood, vanished, transforming into a black monk's robe, while his hair fell away, rendering him an authentic monk in an instant. However, the black robe appeared somewhat sinister, as though he were a disciple of the demonic sect rather than a follower of Buddhism. "Disciple, I thank you, Master." Fong Liang gazed at Xuanzang, his eyes filled with profound gratitude. At this moment, his injuries had healed, his rasping voice restored to normal. "Fong Liang, having taken refuge in our Buddhist order, you must recognize the true visage of the Buddha." Xuanzang nodded, suddenly speaking, and then his aura erupted with immense force. In that instant, the entire city of Anding seemed to be enveloped in ominous clouds, instilling profound unease in the hearts of all present. The next moment, amidst the dark clouds, a brilliant golden light burst forth, illuminating the world, revealing a visage in the sky. This figure, clad in white, was strikingly handsome, resembling none other than Chu Feng. Beholding the ethereal image of Chu Feng, Xuanzang's eyes brimmed with boundless reverence. He was not only his master but also his Buddha. Fong Liang's gaze remained unwavering, etching the image of Chu Feng into his memory as he bowed deeply. "Disciple pays homage to the Buddha." Upon uttering these words, the ethereal figure of Chu Feng in the sky seemed to respond. A beam of Buddha light shining upon Fong Liang. In an instant, Fong Liang appeared as the living Buddha, achieving the true form of a Buddha. The aura emanating from him surged dramatically, momentarily overwhelming even Lu Wenyu. As the radiance dissipated, Fong Liang stood behind Xuanzang, exuding immense Buddhist power, comparable to that of the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage. At this moment, Fong Liang resembled a wrathful Vajra, glaring fiercely at Lu Wenyu, his aura escalating to the brink of immediate action. "Lu Benefactor, do you have any further matters to discuss?" Xuanzang, satisfied with the events of the day, turned to the dazed Lu Wenyu and inquired. Lu Wenyu, still in a stupor, cast a glance at Xuanzang, then swept his gaze over Fong Liang before turning away. "We shall take our leave." Seeing him about to depart, Fong Liang felt a surge of urgency and moved to step forward, only to be halted by Xinzang. "Oh, not rush. It is time for teachings. Please listen attentively." Fong Liang nodded, suppressing his impulse, and stood behind Xuanzang. "Yes, Master, Amitabha." Xuanzang resumed his teachings. With this brief interlude, he had demonstrated his remarkable abilities and formidable strength, instilling a sense of calm among the audience, who listened with heightened attentiveness. As word of this incident spread, more curious souls flocked to hear the teachings, and soon the square became filled to capacity. Gazing at the sea of people below, Xuanzang reaffirmed his resolve a year ago. Upon first venturing into the world, he had aspired to elevate the status of ordinary people and cultivators alike. However, a year of reflection had awakened him to the realization that this approach could not save the world. Thus, in the course of his daily teachings, he had been awaiting the right moment. Today, he had finally encountered that opportunity. He understood that when all of humanity became followers of his Buddhist order, the rules of the world would inevitably be dictated by him. Ultimately, he would achieve the true vision of equality among all beings. Now, he needed only to tread step by step, traversing every corner of this world. much like Xuanzang's westward journey in the journey to the west. Yet, his aim was not to seek scriptures, but to illuminate the world with the radiance of the Buddha. He believed that once he had traveled the world, the light of Buddhism would shine upon all. If his master were to learn of his intentions, he would surely be pleased. Xuanzang mused inwardly. The day passed swiftly, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, Xuanzang concluded his teachings. In the past, when Xuanzang ceased his discourse, the crowd would disperse. Yet today, they remained seated, eagerly gazing at him. Esteemed benefactors, the teachings have concluded for today. Please return home, Xuanzang spoke, and as the crowd rose, they still hesitated to depart. One bold individual spoke up. Master, may we join the Buddhist order and take refuge in the Buddha? May we follow you in the pursuit of cultivation? Upon hearing this, the crowd echoed in agreement, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Xuanzang smiled slightly. Esteemed benefactors, let us discuss this matter tomorrow. Today, my disciple and I have karmic ties to resolve. Upon hearing this, some recalled the conflict between Fang Liang and the Lu family, quickly understanding the implications. Thus, the crowd parted, for Xuanzang had not refused them. Tomorrow would suffice. Xuanzang smiled gently, addressing the long-suffering Fang Liang. Disciple, our Buddhist order also has its fierce protectors. Now is the time. Thank you, Master. Fang Liang's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he promptly bid farewell to Xuanzang and set forth towards the Lu family. Xuanzang gazed at Fang Liang's retreating figure, a serene smile adorning his lips. The strength of Fang Liang had been elevated to the pinnacle of the golden core stage by his master, Chu Feng, an unexpected yet entirely rational development. After all, what manner of person was his master? As long as Fang Liang offered his sincere devotion, it was only natural that he would receive the blessings of his mentor. Thus, his plans could be expedited. It was imperative to showcase the might of the Buddhist sect. And vanquishing demons presented the perfect opportunity. The Lu family, irrespective of their usual demeanor, had now become the embodiment of a demon in the hearts of his disciple. Naturally, if they were indeed demonic, they must be eradicated with resolute measures. Only then could one truly be considered a disciple of the Buddha. Chapter 58. The Buddha said, "If you can act, do not hesitate." That night, at the Lu residence, Fang Liang donned a black monk's robe, holding the scriptures of Buddhism, reminiscent of a venerable monk of great virtue, as he approached with a deliberate pace. However, the glimmer of murderous intent in Fang Liang's eyes cast an ominous shadow over the entire street. Bang, bang, bang. Today, peculiarly, there were no guards stationed at the entrance of the Lu residence. Fang Liang paid it no mind and boldly approached to knock on the door. What began as a gentle rap gradually grew louder, the sound echoing with increasing intensity. Ultimately, channeling his Buddhist power into his palm, he struck with a resounding blow. Boom! A tremendous crash reverberated as the gates of the Lu residence shattered into splinters. As the dust settled, within the courtyard, the Lu family's practitioners stood ready, led by Lu Wenyi. Boldness indeed. Does Master Xuanzang intend to confront us today? Lu Wenyi proclaimed, showing no regard for Fang Liang. Clearly, he deemed Fang Liang insignificant. His concern solely for the approaching Xuanzang. As anticipated, Xuanzang arrived, taking his place beside Fang Liang with a faint smile, holding the Buddhist offerings, and spoke. Master Lu, this is merely the law of karma. How can it be deemed a confrontation? Previously, your son Lu Yun exploited the Lu family's power to oppress my disciple at will. Today, my disciple, empowered by my strength, seeks retribution. What is wrong with that? Upon hearing Xuanzang's words, Lu Wenyi's eyes twitched in disbelief. Could it be that a monk could utter such words? Who would believe that a monk of the Buddhist sect could so brazenly declare his intentions? The audacity of Xuanzang was astonishing. Then I must summon witnesses to seek justice, Lu Wenyi declared. As from the rear courtyard surged forth over 100 practitioners, encircling Xuanzang and Fang Liang. Subsequently, the heads of the Li family, the lord of Feilong Mansion, the leader of the Blood Cloud Gang, and the master of Tianhu Courtyard emerged, aligning themselves with Lu Wenyi. Fang Liang was taken aback. These individuals represented the 5 most powerful leaders in Anding City, and their united presence caused him a moment of panic. Yet Xuanzang remained calm, addressing the assembly with a serene demeanor. Esteemed patrons, it has been a while since their last encounter at the city lord's mansion a year prior. Xuanzang had refrained from taking any actions, thus allowing these figures to avoid further confrontations with him. Had Xuanzang continued to preach in silence, they would have had no reason to seek trouble. However, it was evident that Xuanzang intended to take action against the Lu family today, and they could not remain passive. Despite previous tensions, the five factions stood united against Xuanzang. "Master, why have you come to the Lu family today, rather than remaining in quiet contemplation at the city lord's mansion?" The lord of Feilong Mansion inquired knowingly. Xuanzang offered no reply but instead patted Fang Liang on the shoulder, saying, "Disciple, since you have taken refuge in the Buddha, there is nothing in this world that aligns with the Buddha's teachings which cannot be pursued. Should anyone obstruct you, I shall be here. You need not worry." Pausing, Xuanzang's tone turned reverent as he continued, "If you encounter matters beyond my resolution, we have the Buddha to rely upon. There is no need for concern. In this world, the Buddha is invincible." Upon hearing these words, the leaders of the five factions exchanged glances, their brows furrowing. Xuanzang was clearly dismissing them. Yet, Fang Liang cast a grateful glance at Xuanzang, his earlier anxiety dissipating. "Master!" The lord of Feilong Mansion attempted to speak further, but Fang Liang interjected. He distinctly recalled Xuanzang's teachings. "If you can act, do not hesitate. Boldness indeed." Lu Wenyi roared, rushing forward. While he feared Xuanzang, he regarded Fang Liang as inconsequential. Previously a mere mortal, he doubted that Xuanzang could genuinely elevate someone from a commoner to the golden core stage, much less to a level matching his own. Had Xuanzang been aware of his thoughts, he would have merely smiled and replied, "Umitba, indeed I cannot, but the Buddha surely can." Lu Wenyi struck with a palm, and Fang Liang responded in kind. During his acceptance of the Buddha's enlightenment amidst the radiance of the Dharma, Fang Liang had gained not only the golden core stage, but also several techniques suited for vanquishing demons. The technique he employed now was none other than the Buddha's divine palm. Boom! The palms collided, and Lu Wenyi's expression shifted dramatically as an overwhelming force surged back towards him, crashing into his body. Lu Wenyi felt a jolt of excruciating pain as his arm shattered in an instant. He was sent hurtling backward, while Fang Liang remained unfazed, not retreating an inch. With a single strike, Lu Wenyi, one of the five titans of Anding City, lay grievously wounded and incapacitated. Gasp! The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply, their faces reflecting disbelief as they turned to Fang Liang, shock dawning upon them. The ones most affected by the blow to their morale were the other four leaders. They were all Golden Core practitioners. And though there were differences in their realms, no one had ever been able to dispatch Lu Wenyi in a single blow during their sparring sessions. Not to mention, Lu Wenyi was renowned for his palm techniques. How could one possess such strength to defeat him and shatter his arm? Lu Wenyi had previously boasted about Fang Liang being a mere mortal, elevated by Xuanzang's unknown methods. However, did not elevating one's cultivation require a foundation? Without dwelling on their astonishment, Fang Liang wasted no time. Having sent Lu Wenyi flying, he charged forward, seizing the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. This was undoubtedly in line with Xuanzang's teachings. Lu Wenyi crashed to the ground, his arm's injury yet to be tended. When he saw Fang Liang barreling toward him again, fear gripping his heart as he cried, "Help! Someone save me!" Upon hearing his cries, the lord of Feilong Mansion's expression shifted as he swiftly drew a spear. Lunging it towards Fang Liang's back to save his ally, the lord of Feilong Mansion, being the strongest among the five titans, had reached the peak of the Golden Core stage. This thrust was not to be underestimated. Fang Liang sensed the murderous intent approaching from behind and prepared to change his tactics. At that moment, Xuanzang's gentle voice resonated, "Disciple, do not worry about what lies behind." Upon hearing this, Fang Liang felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Choosing to disregard the threat behind him and amplifying his Buddhist power as he struck with force against the now pale Lu Wenyi, boom! Lu Wenyi, already gravely injured, had no means of resistance as Fang Liang's palm solidly struck his forehead. Due to Fang Liang's inexperience, he had not controlled his strength adequately. Boom! Lu Wenyi's head burst apart like a watermelon. Chapter 59. The Buddha bestows blessings. 108 golden cores. Simultaneously, the spear of the Lord of Feilong Mansion pierced Fang Liang's back. Had the strike connected, Fang Liang would surely have perished instantly. Yet, at that moment, a golden membrane materialized before Fang Liang's eyes. and he discovered that his assailant's spear could advance no further. The full force of the spear, infused with his might, halted upon contact with the membrane, suspended in midair, regardless of how hard he struggled. It could not breach the barrier. Fang Liang's demise hinged upon the spear's tip moving forward by a mere inch. Yet that inch felt insurmountable. The Lord of Feilong Mansion's expression shifted dramatically. He realized Xuanzang had intervened. But what manner of technique was this? He had not witnessed Xuanzang make any movements, nor felt any fluctuations of power. His most potent strike had been effortlessly thwarted. Such strength was utterly astonishing. At that moment, with Lu Wenyi deceased, he had no choice but to retract his spear. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. A peak Golden Core's full-force strike was effortlessly deflected, while the Golden Core Lu Wenyi was dispatched by Fang Liang in just 2 moves. The prowess of this master and disciple duo surpassed all expectations. Master! Fang Liang gazed at the headless corpse of Lu Wenyi, taking a deep breath as he returned to Xuanzang's side. At that moment, Fang Liang's palms and face were stained with crimson blood. His black robe, now adorned with the macabre hue, appeared strikingly vivid. Xuanzang nodded, surveying the gathering of Lu family members, and spoke, "Esteemed patrons, does anyone wish to avenge the recently departed Master Lu?" The crowd stood in stunned silence. Avenge? Who would dare? If even the mightiest Lu Wenyi was no match, who would be willing to seek retribution? Lu Wenyi's son has perished, and only the members of the Lu family remain present, with Lu Wenyi's relationship with them being rather distant. Thus, under Xuanzang's discerning gaze, everyone hastily shook their heads in negation. Observing this, Xuanzang nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent, my disciple. These individuals once harbored animosity towards you. Yet now that feeling has dissipated. This act has averted a potential calamity, truly commendable." Upon hearing this, the corners of the onlookers' mouths twitched slightly. Indeed, Xuanzang is worthy of his title as a master. Such a skill in weaving fanciful words is something that mere mortals cannot easily emulate. Meanwhile, Fang Liang gazed at Xuanzang with admiration, exclaiming, "It is all thanks to the master's excellent teachings." Witnessing the camaraderie between the master and disciple, the crowd could only shake their heads in silence, affirming their undeniable bond. "Esteemed benefactors, do you have any further matters to discuss?" Xuanzang turned his attention to the other 4 eminent leaders, inquiring with a smile. However, his smile, perceived by them, sent a chill down their spines. At this juncture, with Lu Wenyi's demise, the 4 had no need to persist in their confrontation with Xuanzang and could only shake their heads in resignation. "If that is the case, this humble monk shall take his leave. You may proceed as you wish." With that, Xuanzang, accompanied by Fang Liang, departed leisurely from the Lu residence. Exiting the Lu manor, a smile graced Xuanzang's lips. This journey provided him with an opportunity to annihilate the 5 major factions in one fell swoop. These individuals would undoubtedly pose the greatest obstacle to his efforts in propagating Buddhism in Anding City, and they would have to be eliminated sooner or later. However, the time was not yet ripe. He intended to deal with them one by one. The moment the last faction fell, it would mark the day when all of Anding City would embrace the teachings of Buddha. The following day, Xuanzang resumed his teachings, with Fang Liang standing behind him, resembling a guardian deity. However, that very morning, an explosive piece of news reverberated throughout Anding City. The Lu family, one of the 5 factions, had been eradicated, and their influence was now divided among the remaining 4 giants. Henceforth, only 4 major powers remained in Anding City. Upon hearing this news, Xuanzang smiled faintly. Everything was as anticipated. On this day, many privy to the circumstances understood that the previous day, Xuanzang and Fang Liang had forcefully eliminated Lu Wenyi's influence, suppressing the 4 major factions. Consequently, today, astute individuals knelt beneath the high platform, beseeching to embrace the Buddhist faith. Xuanzang, naturally, welcomed all who approached, regardless of whether they were practitioners or laypeople. As long as they wished to convert, he was willing to accept them. Xuanzang had requested the city lord to prepare some soft cushions, which were arranged beneath the high platform for the new disciples post-conversion. From then on, every morning, Xuanzang would expound upon Buddhist scriptures, while in the afternoons, he would teach the path of cultivation. Ever since Xuanzang began teaching cultivation techniques, the populace of Anding City became fervently enthusiastic. Although he was addressing his Buddhist disciples, he did not exclude others. Everyone could listen. It is essential to recognize that in this world, cultivation techniques are exceedingly rare, and most individuals would spend their entire lives in vain pursuit of them. Thus, it is evident how monumental the stir caused by Xuanzang's teachings on cultivation was. Not only the inhabitants of Anding City were affected. Word spread to neighboring cities, prompting throngs of people to flock towards Anding City. Each day, the square was filled to capacity, leaving no space even for a standing pin, while the surrounding streets and rooftops were inundated with countless spectators. As individuals successfully cultivated the techniques expounded by Xuanzang. The excitement only intensified. However, as time progressed, people discovered that the same cultivation methods yielded results 5 times faster for those who had embraced Buddhism. This revelation led to a dramatic surge in Xuanzang's Buddhist disciples. In just 3 short months, half of Anding City had become disciples of the Buddhist faith. Fortunately, apart from Fang Liang, all of Xuanzang's recruits were lay disciples. Otherwise, if half the city were to shave their heads, it would indeed be a spectacle. Meanwhile, the 4 major factions, having only just digested the Liu family's power, found themselves unable to remain idle. They were acutely aware of Xuanzang's grand ambitions. If the Buddhist sect continued to expand unchecked, there would be no place for them in Anding City. Hence, the 4 factions launched their countermeasures. Previously, the 4 factions had maintained high barriers for entry, but suddenly relaxed their standards, aggressively recruiting individuals to bolster their strength. Subsequently, they discreetly utilized their influence within Anding City to create difficulties for those who had joined the Buddhist sect. Although these disciples had embraced Buddhism, they still needed to make a living. The 4 factions capitalized on this point. Anyone who had joined Buddhism would inevitably become their target. However, they dared not openly offend Xuanzang, opting instead for covert maneuvers, instructing their subordinates to conjure alternative justifications to trouble the Buddhist disciples. Within a mere month, the once promising situation for Buddhism took a sharp downturn. Few individuals chose to join, while many opted to withdraw. After all, whether one joined or not, cultivation was still attainable. The only difference lay in speed. Why risk incurring the wrath of the 4 factions for a still elusive dream of immortality? Over the past month, some Buddhist disciples had reported these developments to Xuanzang. Fang Liang was frantic, yet Xuanzang remained unperturbed. His demeanor only served to dissuade more individuals from remaining in the Buddhist fold. Time passed again, and 3 months later, Buddhism had reached an unprecedented low. From the once vast number of disciples, only 108 remained. These individuals were primarily orphans. As long as one person was fed, the whole family would not starve. Even if they faced difficulties, unless they were directly assaulted, they would not be unable to survive. Simultaneously, their devotion to the Buddha remained unwavering. One day, after concluding his teachings, Xuanzang gazed upon the 108 disciples, their eyes filled with an insatiable fervor as they hung onto his every word. Their zeal intensifying with each lesson. "You 108 shall henceforth serve as the arhats of my Buddhist sect," Xuanzang proclaimed suddenly, and at that moment, the extraordinary phenomenon from months prior re-emerged with his declaration. The ethereal figure of Chu Feng flickered in and out of existence, and Buddhist light cascaded down, enveloping the 108 individuals in its radiance. 15 minutes later, amidst the envious gazes of countless onlookers, the Buddhist light dissipated, and an overwhelming aura erupted from the 108 disciples. The spies of the 4 factions, lurking in the shadows, were instantly struck with astonishment. They realized that the formidable aura emanating from these 108 individuals far surpassed their own. Such power could only be sensed in the faction leaders themselves. Golden Core stage. 108 Golden Core practitioners. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. In Anding City, the leaders of the 4 major factions were merely at the Golden Core stage. The emergence of 108 Golden Core practitioners within the Buddhist sect was utterly inconceivable. The disciples expressed their gratitude for the blessings bestowed by the Buddha, as the 108 arhats prostrated towards the celestial Chu Feng, who nodded slightly before vanishing from sight. Observing this scene, Xuanzang felt a surge of excitement. Fang Liang's earlier situation had led him to a conjecture. Today's events clearly confirmed that his suspicions were indeed valid. His master was watching over him. His master had acknowledged his Buddhist sect. The blessings bestowed were a manifestation of his master's unparalleled power, a boon for Buddhism. Xuanzang understood that henceforth, Any individual who joined the Buddhist sect would receive blessings from the Buddha, instantly elevating their cultivation to the golden core stage. What did this imply? In other sects, one would need to start from scratch to cultivate. Yet, by joining Buddhism and receiving blessings, one could leap to the golden core stage. What an extraordinary power! Should word spread, countless individuals would undoubtedly flock to join. However, there were limitations to these blessings. Only those who genuinely wished to join Buddhism would be eligible to receive them. The 108 individuals had been carefully selected for their unwavering devotion to the path of the Buddha, now transformed into an imposing group of arhats with a formidable presence. Fang Liang stepped forward. "Disciple at your service," Fang Liang declared, his aura now radiating at the nascent soul stage. In just a few months, with Xuanzang's guidance, Fang Liang had successfully broken through to the nascent soul stage. At this moment, Fang Liang could be considered invincible within Anding City. Recently, a malevolent entity has been wreaking havoc, persecuting our Buddhist disciples. You shall lead the 108 arhats to eradicate this fiend. With these words, Fang Liang and the 108 arhats lit up with excitement. Throughout the past few months, they had been acutely aware of the four major factions' relentless targeting of the Buddhist disciples, forcing many to withdraw from the sect. Fueled by righteous indignation, they had yearned to retaliate, demonstrating to the four factions who the true overlords of Anding City were. But Xuanzang had always restrained them, insisting that the time was not yet right. Now, that moment had finally arrived. Disciple shall obey. Fang Liang and the 108 arhats responded in unison, turning to depart amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. At this juncture, everyone realized that Anding City was on the brink of transformation. Indeed, within merely an hour, news arrived. The Lord of the Flying Dragon Manor had gone missing, presumably fleeing upon hearing the news. The leader of the Blood Cloud Gang, cornered, had fallen. Wang Tong, the leader of the Tianhu Garden, recognizing the dire situation, sought refuge in Buddhism, becoming a disciple. As for the last remaining Li family, they doubted the existence of 108 Golden Core practitioners, laying traps in a futile attempt to resist conversion, only to be obliterated. In the span of a single hour, the last four dominions of Anding City vanished without a trace, transforming the entire city into a domain of Buddhism. What left everyone speechless was that these Buddhist disciples, while sounding benevolent, fought with a ferocity that rivaled even the most sinister of sects. However, in the face of overwhelming circumstances, the city of Anding fell silent, devoid of any resistance. Soon after, countless individuals flocked to join the Buddhist faith, including those who had previously renounced it. These individuals believed that their past departure from the faith would surely lead to reproach, or even rejection from the Buddhist community. Yet, with the simple utterance of Amitabha, Xuanzang dispelled all doubts, waving his hand to welcome them back into the fold. This unexpected joy deepened the loyalty of the returnees to Buddhism. Within a mere 3 months, under the dazed gaze of the city lord, every inhabitant of Anding had embraced the Buddhist path. Every single person, from the elderly in their 70s and 80s to toddlers of 2 or 3, all were now adherents of Buddhism. Such a situation caused the city lord to feel an unsettling disquiet, leading him to believe he had unwittingly fallen into a cult, prompting him to flee under the cover of night. On this day, Xuanzang successfully integrated the entire city into Buddhism. He dedicated the collective strength of the city to construct a grander square atop the original plaza before the city lord's mansion. Taking a month to complete at its center, he erected a 9-tiered pagoda, aptly named the 9 Buddha Pagoda. Before this pagoda, Xuanzang infused his formidable spiritual power into the path of Buddhism, manifesting a colossal statue. The Buddha of the Buddhist faith, Chufeng. This statue lacked physical form. Only through daily offerings of faith could it attain greater magnificence and stature. Simultaneously, the statue would bestow blessings upon countless devotees. As the statue was completed, the spiritual energy within Anding surged dramatically, allowing the Buddhist disciples to cultivate with unprecedented efficiency. Having accomplished all of this, Xuanzang departed Anding City with Fang Liang and 108 arhats. Setting his sights on the next city, the Buddhist faith was destined to spread across the globe, and the radiance of Buddha Chufeng was to illuminate the earth. Xuanzang, accompanied by his disciples, officially embarked on his journey westward. Chufeng rose early and stepped outside, only to discover Taoyao practicing her carving skills in the courtyard, while Jiangwu watched intently beside her. Raising an eyebrow, Chu Feng approached and patted Jiang Wu's shoulder. "Little Wu, what are you up to? Do you wish to learn as well?" Startled by Chu Feng's sudden appearance, Jiang Wu turned and smiled, nodding his head. Chu Feng found it amusing. Given Jiang Wu's physique, he would be better suited wielding an axe to chop wood than delicately carving with a small tool. Truth be told, Chu Feng found it rather peculiar to see him engaged in such intricate work. "Enough. Why do you wish to learn everything? Focus on mastering your archery first." Jiang Wu could only manage a wry smile. Having anticipated this outcome, the previous day, feeling bored, he had observed Tao Yao's carving technique and discovered that despite her modest strength, her methods contained a remarkable rhythm. This rhythm was reminiscent of another supreme immortal he had encountered, who was deeply enamored with the way of the sword. His every movement resonated with that same rhythm. Though Tao Yao's rhythm paled in comparison to the immortal, Jiang Wu was still quite astonished. Upon closer inspection, he realized that while Tao Yao appeared to be carving, she was, in fact, practicing the essence of the sword. This revelation sparked a profound interest in carving, yet Jiang Wu understood that until he mastered archery, Chu Feng would not permit him to pursue other endeavors. Thus, he merely observed, refraining from seeking Tao Yao's guidance. After completing his morning routine, Chu Feng engaged in some exercise in the courtyard. Having spent the past few days immersed in training and reading, he felt a certain lethargy in his body. Once he finished exercising and intended to prepare breakfast, a sudden commotion from outside caught his attention. Turning around, he was surprised to see Lu Sandao. At that moment, Lu Sandao appeared frantic as he rushed into the courtyard, exclaiming, "Xiao Feng, quickly! Come see, my son is ill. Please help us." At these words, Chu Feng's expression shifted, and he set aside his tasks to grab a medical kit from the room. Following Lu Sandao to his home, Tao Yao and Jiang Wu exchanged glances, then hurriedly followed suit. Upon arriving at Lu Sandao's home, they entered to find his wife seated on the bed, worry etched across her face as she cradled their son. "Xiao Feng, you're here? Please, take a look." Lu Sandao quickly took the child from his wife's arms and laid him on the bed, anxiety written all over his face as he looked to Chu Feng. Chu Feng remained silent, stepping closer to examine the child. Lu Sandao's son was less than a month old. In ancient times, infants of such age were particularly susceptible to illness and mortality, leaving Chu Feng no room for delay. Lu Sandao and his wife watched him with bated breath, while Jiang Wu, observing Lu Sandao's wife, noticed a faint trace of demonic energy surrounding her. This ethereal aura was subtle yet perceptible, revealing itself only to Jiang Wu's keen senses. Most importantly, he could sense that this seemingly unremarkable woman was surprisingly powerful in both cultivation and bloodline. Jiang Wu could not help but marvel at the extraordinary nature of this place. Not only did it harbor formidable individuals like Chu Feng, but even the most ordinary citizens concealed immense strength. At that moment, he understood why the ancestors chose to seclude themselves here. After a thorough examination, Chu Feng's expression suddenly changed. According to the feedback from his exceptional medical skills, the child was not suffering from an illness, but rather experiencing a conflict within his bloodline. Chu Feng pondered in confusion. How could such a young child experience a bloodline conflict? Typically, such occurrences arose only when a non-human bloodline was introduced into the body. However, Lu Bingyuan was merely a human infant. How could this happen? At that moment, Lu Bingyuan's complexion had grown exceedingly pale, and Chu Feng could distinctly sense the life force within him waning rapidly. If no action was taken, the child might soon slip away, with no time to contemplate the cause. Chu Feng seized the child's small arm, channeling the spiritual energy he had cultivated over the past few days into him. According to his medical texts, using spiritual power to harmonize bloodlines was one method, and it was the only recourse available to Chu Feng at present. Though he was merely at the third level of qi refinement, with limited spiritual energy at his disposal, he had no choice but to give it a try. The energy flowed from Chu Feng's arm into the child's body. Lu Bingyuan, being less than a month old, had yet to fully develop his meridians, so Chu Feng had to be exceedingly cautious, avoiding any mistakes. As the energy entered, he closed his eyes, fully concentrating on the task. Moments later, Chu Feng furrowed his brow, pinpointing the source of the bloodline conflict. Drawing a deep breath, he carefully guided the energy closer. Fortunately, his spiritual energy did not provoke a violent reaction from the two conflicting bloodlines, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Once close enough, Chu Feng used his energy to gently separate the two clashing bloodlines. Initially, he had anticipated this step would be challenging, as the texts indicated it was the most critical phase. However, to his astonishment, upon contact with Chu Feng's energy, the seemingly formidable bloodlines retreated as if they were mice fleeing from a cat. The two bloodlines instinctively separated, requiring no further intervention from Chu Feng. Though surprised, Chu Feng did not halt his actions. Since the bloodlines had separated on their own, he proceeded to the final step. A significant amount of spiritual energy surged forth, forming a transparent membrane at the center of the two bloodlines, isolating them from one another. Amidst the anxious gazes of those present, Chu Feng gradually withdrew his hand, exhaling deeply. "Xiao Feng, how is it?" Lu Sandao and his wife rushed forward, glancing between their son and Chu Feng, urgency lacing their words. Chu Feng offered a reassuring smile. "Rest assured, Yuan is now safe." "Is it true?" Lu Sandao exclaimed with joy, quickly inspecting his son, who had regained some color and was now peacefully sleeping. Relieved, both parents exhaled, their eyes glimmering with gratitude as they looked at Chu Feng. "Xiao Feng, thank you so much," Lu Sandao expressed earnestly, astonished by the outcome. He understood that with their level of cultivation, the power of their bloodlines was extraordinary. If a conflict were to arise, it would result in catastrophic consequences. When he realized the potential for conflict within his child's bloodline, despair had washed over him. Even someone as strong as he was powerless in such circumstances. How could a mere infant withstand such a clash of bloodlines? However, upon his wife's urging, he recalled Chu Feng and hastily summoned him. To be honest, it had been a desperate gamble, yet he never anticipated that Chu Feng would truly succeed. His gratitude for Chu Feng's kindness was matched only by his astonishment at his skills. In the ordinary course of daily life, one may appear to be like an average person, yet in reality, they are a junior who harmoniously aligns with the great Tao, having long since distanced themselves from the mundane. Chu Feng gazed at the two individuals, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained from voicing the matter of bloodline conflict. Lu Sandao and his wife were merely ordinary folk. Should they become aware of such a serious issue afflicting their child, would they not succumb to worry and exhaustion? Moreover, it would only serve to squander their mental energy. Thus, Chu Feng smiled lightly and said, "It is of no consequence, merely a trifling effort. The child seems to possess a somewhat frail constitution. If I may attend to their care once a month, there should be no significant problems henceforth." The amount of spiritual power Chu Feng imparted to Lu Bingyuan was limited, and over time, it might fade. Therefore, he planned to reinforce it periodically until the child matured and his own cultivation grew stronger, at which point he might discover a permanent remedy. "Very well," Lu Sandao replied, slightly taken aback, but he did not inquire further. Feeling relieved, Chu Feng introduced Jiang Wu and Tao Yaoyao to Lu Sandao. After they exchanged pleasantries, Lu Sandao insisted on inviting Chu Feng to dine with them. Unable to decline such heartfelt hospitality, Chu Feng acquiesced. Lu Sandao's wife's culinary skills were quite commendable, though when compared to Chu Feng's, they were merely average. At the dinner table, Lu Sandao repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Chu Feng, frequently raising his wine glass and toast. Chu Feng found it difficult to refuse and thus drank cup after cup. Before long, his face became flushed. Chu Feng's tolerance for alcohol was only moderate. He had become intoxicated at Lu Bingyuan's birth banquet, and now, under Lu Sandao's relentless toasts, he was quite overwhelmed. Before the sun had even reached its zenith, Chu Feng was thoroughly inebriated, collapsing into a deep slumber. Lu Sandao seemed surprised that someone with such prowess could be so easily intoxicated. Reluctantly, he had to ask Jiang Wu to carry him back. Upon returning home, Jiang Wu gently laid Chu Feng upon the bed, where he sank into a deep sleep. Jiang Wu then turned to leave, leaving Chu Feng alone in the room. Suddenly, from within Chu Feng's slumbering body, the sound of a roaring river echoed, as if an endless expanse of rivers flowed within him. However, should anyone peer into Chu Feng's interior, they would discover a shimmering orb quietly suspended within him, containing an immeasurable vast universe. At that moment, within this universe, boundless energies surpassing even celestial might surged forth, filling every corner of the cosmos. The sound of the roaring river, indeed, was a manifestation of this energy's tumult. As the turbulence intensified, a faint glimmer radiated from Chu Feng's body. As time passed, this light grew stronger and more blinding, enveloping the entire room in a brilliant white haze. in the next moment. A formidable aura erupted, shaking the very souls of all within the village and extending outward relentlessly. In that instant, the villagers turned pale, hastily channeling their spiritual energies for protection, their gazes filled with astonishment as they looked toward Chu Feng's direction. In Chu Feng's courtyard, Jiang Wu, Tao Yaoyao, and the others were equally distressed. Jiang Wu was instantly pressed to the ground, his face flushed as he struggled to harness boundless celestial power to avoid a dire fate. Tao Yaoyao, in that moment, nearly turned to ash, but fortunately, the willow tree in the courtyard intervened, using its life force to shield her. Even the typically unyielding Wang Kai cowered on the ground, panic evident in its demeanor. Despite Wang Kai's strength, it was not an easy feat to withstand such overwhelming pressure. At that moment, everyone was perplexed, wondering what on earth Chu Feng was doing. Boom! Just then, a dazzling light erupted from Chu Feng's room. Shooting skyward, under the illumination of this radiance, everyone felt their spiritual powers rapidly ascending. The brilliance did not last long. A deafening crash echoed, and the next moment, a palm-sized milky white stone plummeted from the heavens. It shattered through Chu Feng's roof, crashing down upon him. Unbeknownst to the deeply slumbering Chu Feng, he remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, even snoring softly. The stone struck him but caused no harm, instead merging seamlessly into his body. Chapter 62. The external incarnation, traversing the world. The overwhelming aura dissipated, and Jiang Wu, astonished, rose to his feet. Gazing at Chu Feng's chamber, he understood that Chu Feng was formidable. But now he had experienced it firsthand. The instant the aura erupted, Jiang Wu felt as though his very soul quaked, his Dao fruit trembling violently, almost on the verge of shattering. In the face of such might, he found himself utterly defenseless, unable to even conceive of resistance. This sensation left Jiang Wu alarmed, but at that moment, he could not afford to dwell on his shock. He dashed into Chu Feng's room. He had witnessed the stone exuding an overwhelming aura crash into Chu Feng's abode. Although he believed that Chu Feng's strength would protect him, he still intended to check on the situation. Upon entering, the first thing that caught his eye was the gaping hole in the ceiling. Jiang Wu couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment, then lowered his gaze, only to find that the massive stone was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he beheld Chu Feng, who lay asleep on the bed, radiating a milky white glow. Jiang Wu was taken aback. He found this scene difficult to comprehend. It was normal for Chu Feng to be unharmed. But what of the stone? What had happened to the large rock that had fallen from the sky? Just as Jiang Wu was lost in thought, a now alert Tao Yaoyao rushed in, exclaiming, "Master, are you all right?" Jiang Wu glanced at her and shook his head. Chu Feng should be fine. Tell me, did you see a stone fall just now? Upon confirming that Chu Feng was indeed unharmed, Tao Yaoyao breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. I saw it. Suddenly, she realized something and her eyes widened. But where is the stone? Jiang Wu shrugged, indicating he had no idea. As they grappled with their confusion, the milky white glow surrounding Chu Feng suddenly coalesced into a single point before detaching from him and drifting aside. The glow transformed into a humanoid shape, nearly identical in height and form to Chu Feng. Then, before their astonished eyes, the light dissipated, revealing a figure clad in a moon-white robe, a jade pendant hanging from his waist. Arms crossed and eyes closed. Most strikingly, this person's visage was utterly indistinguishable from Chu Feng's. What is this? Tao Yaoyao was left speechless, utterly unable to grasp the situation. Jiang Wu, too, was exceedingly shocked. Could this truly be an incarnation? After a moment's contemplation, he stepped forward, extending his hand to touch the figure, but a golden shield materialized, preventing his fingers from making contact. Helpless, Jiang Wu withdrew his hand. He could sense that this figure exuded no aura of cultivation whatsoever. It was entirely akin to an ordinary person. However, Jiang Wu could not accept this. He did not believe that such a grand aura could produce an incarnation of merely an ordinary being. Moreover, considering Chu Feng's extraordinary nature, how could his incarnation be anything less than remarkable? Pondering this, Jiang Wu led the bewildered Tao Yaoyao out of the room. Jiang Wu harbored an inkling of suspicion. Since Chu Feng's true self was asleep, the incarnation had yet to gain sentience, and everything could only be understood upon Chu Feng's awakening. Chu Feng gradually stirred from his slumber, slowly opening his eyes, and was greeted by a sky full of stars. Startled, he quickly recalled the events that had transpired. He had cured the little Liu Bingyuan's bloodline conflict, then drank with Liu Sandao, ultimately succumbing to intoxication and being carried back by Jiang Wu. So, I must be in my room now. But why do I see stars? What happened to my roof? Chu Feng abruptly sat upright, gazing in astonishment at the empty ceiling, utterly flabbergasted. Looking down, Chu Feng nearly leapt from his skin, for he beheld a figure standing nearby, strikingly identical to himself, arms crossed and eyes closed. The moment he focused on the figure, its eyes flew open, and in an instant, Chu Feng felt dizzy. For he discovered that two perspectives now occupied his mind. In one, he sat on the bed in familiar short attire, wearing an expression of shock and confusion. In the other, he stood wearing a moon-white robe, arms crossed. What in the world is happening? Chu Feng's composure began to unravel. Just then, Jiang Wu and Tao Yaoyao rushed in at the sound, and upon entering, they were met with the sight of two Chu Fengs staring back at them. Jiang Wu and Tao Yaoyao involuntarily shuddered. Chu Feng, are you all right? Jiang Wu was the first to respond, inquiring. The two Chu Fengs simultaneously shook their heads, then pointed at the ceiling and at each other, saying, I'm fine, but what is going on? Hearing this, Jiang Wu recounted the events that had transpired. So, that milky white stone shattered my roof and then vanished, resulting in this fellow's appearance? Chu Feng asked, furrowing his brow. Indeed, master, I can attest to that. Tao Yaoyao raised her hand in affirmation. Chu Feng took a deep breath, feeling a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Struggling to make sense of it all, he waved his hand dismissively. You both should leave for now. I need some time to think. Jiang Wu and Tao Yaoyao naturally would not inquire about who Jing Jing was. They immediately stepped outside at this moment. Chu Feng felt as though he possessed two bodies, a sensation that was exceedingly disconcerting. Most importantly, he was somewhat anxious. After all, this was a world of cultivation. With countless extraordinary techniques and methods, he, a mere mortal, was utterly incapable of discerning their nature. This matter, which sounded like a fortuitous encounter, where he inexplicably acquired a being akin to a doppelganger, made him ponder whether it truly was a stroke of luck or merely a scheme by others. What if this was the machination of that old demon, intending to usurp Chu Feng's body through this means? Would he not then be doomed? In his flurry of thoughts, Chu Feng, desperate for a solution, summoned the system and began to inquire. Congratulations, host, for acquiring an external avatar. After system assessment, the external avatar is a natural creation of the universe, devoid of any conspiracy. Please feel free to utilize it. The system continued, as the host possesses an external avatar, you are rewarded with a scroll of the chaotic avatar technique to assist you in mastering your external avatar. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the function of world traversal. Upon opening the system, before Chu Feng could act, a series of system notifications emerged. After reading the system's prompts, Chu Feng finally felt reassured. The system was his foundation, and he would not question it. The chaotic avatar technique sounded formidable, yet in reality, it was merely a method for perfect control over the external avatar. Chu Feng promptly chose to learn it, and in an instant, the knowledge of this technique imprinted itself in his mind, which he grasped flawlessly. At this moment, Chu Feng could entirely control his consciousness, freely allocating any number of his mental faculties to the external avatar. When he transferred a significant portion of his consciousness to the external avatar, he felt as though he had swapped bodies, maneuvering it with no hint of delay. An experience both intriguing and exhilarating. He experimented with the doppelganger technique, then turned his attention to the newly activated function of world traversal. After scrutinizing the details, Chu Feng finally grasped the purpose of this function. Initially, he felt a surge of excitement, thinking his system had awakened, ready to take him across infinite worlds to battle in boundless realms. However, he soon discovered that this world traversal would not transport him to the various novels and television dramas familiar from his past life, but instead to different cultivation realms. According to the system, there existed 6 major realms in this world, including the celestial realm. These 6 realms constituted the very center of the world, beneath which were countless middle realms, colloquially known as the mortal realms. Each mortal realm differed from the others. Some cultivated the way of immortality, others the path of demons, and there were worlds solely inhabited by demonic creatures or monsters, each radiating its unique brilliance. The number of these middle realms was beyond count. When a being cultivated to the pinnacle of a middle realm, they would be able to transcend the tribulations of heaven and ascend to one of the 6 major realms. The system's world traversal function would allow Chu Feng's avatar to traverse these major and middle realms. However, it was clearly indicated in the system that the major realms posed excessive danger for avatars, and entry was not advisable. Conversely, entering a middle realm would grant the advantage of a time ratio where one day in the celestial realm equated to an entire year in the mortal realm. Gazing at this function, Chu Feng's mind raced, and a brilliant idea struck him. According to the system, if the avatar entered any middle realm, it could enjoy the time ratio of 1 day to 1 year with the main body. A day in the heavens equating to a year on Earth. Such a time ratio was utterly astounding. If Chu Feng were to send his avatar into a cultivation-focused middle realm to begin its training, after a year, the avatar would have cultivated for a full 360 years. Even a pig, granted endless time, could achieve remarkable feats in cultivation. By then, the avatar would become incredibly powerful and return to assist the main body in its cultivation. Wouldn't that mean he would soar to new heights? Enabling the rich to uplift the poor, the avatar would elevate the main body. With this plan, Chu Feng felt the road to immortality was within reach. Instantly, he became exhilarated. Although he could scientifically cultivate and enhance his abilities, the increasing complexity of knowledge rendered his progress slower. This was merely the Qi refinement stage. If he placed all his hopes on scientific cultivation, it was likely that by the time he approached the end of his lifespan, he would still struggle to attain substantial strength, let alone immortality. If the avatar were to become a powerhouse, the main body would no longer need to painstakingly improve through scientific means. It would be a direct ascent. Taking a deep breath, Chu Feng forced himself to calm down and began to assess his current situation. First, for the avatar to cultivate, it must possess aptitude. The main body had previously suffered due to a lack of aptitude, making conventional cultivation difficult. Reflecting on this, Chu Feng hurriedly examined the root constitution of his external avatar. He naturally lacked the treasures to test for spiritual roots, but he could observe directly. Indeed, everything about the external avatar was laid bare before him. After probing, Chu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the external avatar. He discovered that the avatar's aptitude was astonishingly exceptional. Fire spiritual root, earth spiritual root, metal spiritual root, wood spiritual root, water spiritual root, lightning spiritual root, wind spiritual root, ice spiritual root, light spiritual root, dark spiritual root. All the spiritual roots he recognized, and even those he did not, were innumerable. The avatar seemed akin to a humanoid spiritual root collector, housing every nameable spiritual root within, obediently residing within the avatar's essence. Most importantly, the quality of these spiritual roots. Chu Feng had previously inquired and learned that spiritual roots were categorized into 4 levels: celestial spiritual roots, earthly spiritual roots, mysterious spiritual roots, and mortal spiritual roots. It was said that beneath the mortal spiritual roots, there existed a type known as mixed spiritual roots, which, although termed spiritual roots, were nearly impossible to cultivate. Above celestial spiritual roots, there were whispers of a unique and unparalleled talent known as immortal spiritual roots. Immortal spiritual roots were legendary, claimed to be exceedingly rare, with anyone possessing celestial spiritual roots regarded as an unparalleled genius. Unmatched in comparison, cultivating anything was as simple as eating and drinking. They were said to possess the potential to attain immortality within a century. At this moment, Chu Feng sensed that the quality of the spiritual roots within the avatar was extraordinarily high. All of them being celestial spiritual roots. In fact, they seemed even more potent than celestial spiritual roots. Could it be that these were the fabled immortal spiritual roots? Yet, having so many immortal spiritual roots seemed a tad excessive. After the initial shock, Chu Feng's heart sank again. As the saying goes, a step ahead makes one a genius, while a step further makes one a lunatic. Now, with the avatar's aptitude, it was no longer merely a matter of genius or madness, but sheer monstrosity. If such aptitude were discovered by others, not only would he struggle to cultivate, but he would be whisked away for research or even become a furnace for some evil overlord. Or worse, be killed on the spot. Wouldn't this ruin his plans entirely? The thought of losing such a powerful avatar was simply too tragic. If only he had a method of cultivation, he would not have to send the avatar into danger. However, therein lay the problem. He did not possess such a method. Gazing at the myriad of resplendent spiritual roots within the avatar, Chu Feng found himself speechless, secretly pondering how wonderful it would be if he could conceal these spiritual roots. Unexpectedly, as this thought crossed his mind, an astonishing event transpired. Countless spiritual roots vanished in an instant upon the inception of Chu Feng's thought. The avatar transformed into a being devoid of spiritual roots. How astute! Could this avatar have once been named the Rui Jingu Bang? Chu Feng couldn't help but scoff, yet he felt immense joy, for this development would allow him to execute his plan smoothly. Resolute in his decision, Chu Feng wasted no time and began his practice, striving to cultivate the ability to multitask. A night passed, and though Chu Feng bore dark circles under his eyes, his spirits were exceptionally high. Perhaps benefiting from the avatar's innate talent, he managed to master the art of multitasking within a single night. Henceforth, he could simultaneously control the main body for routine tasks such as scientific cultivation, hunting, and cooking, ensuring he wouldn't starve. Meanwhile, he could also perfectly command the avatar, as if it were an extension of himself. With everything in place, Chu Feng took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and directly activated the system's world traversal function. In an instant, a portal appeared before him, swirling with an infinite vortex that obscured the view of whatever lay beyond. Chu Feng inhaled deeply, without hesitation, guiding the avatar into the portal eye in the courtyard. Jiang Wu was deep in thought regarding the events of the day when he suddenly received a transmission from Wang Dashan. "Come at once." Startled, Jiang Wu's mind jolted, and he hastened towards Wang Dashan's residence. Upon his arrival, he found Wang Dashan awaiting him at the door. "Ancestor, you summoned me. May I inquire what urgent matter requires my attention?" Wang Dashan replied nonchalantly, "Just now, Xiao Feng transmitted his avatar into the mortal realm." "Huh?" Jiang Wu was taken aback, his brow furrowing as he questioned. "I have seen the avatar, but why would Brother Feng send it into the mortal realm?" Jiang Wu found himself perplexed. For him, as an immortal emperor, the mortal realm was merely a distant memory, a place he seldom ventured. The mortal world offered no assistance to an immortal. He could not fathom why Chu Feng would choose to send a clone to the mortal realm. Wang Dashan remained silent, producing a celestial scroll. This scroll, a treasure utilized by immortals, served to record various matters. Jiang Wu was momentarily taken aback, quickly accepting it and delving into its contents with his spiritual perception. In an instant, he absorbed the narrative within, a tale chronicling a mortal's journey through cultivation to achieve the pinnacle of immortality. The protagonist's path was rife with dramatic encounters, often dubbed as moments of flaunting and retribution, rendering his cultivation journey exceptionally thrilling. This was a work penned by Xiao Feng during his leisure hours. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wu pondered for a moment before realization struck him. Could it be that this is the reincarnation experience arranged by Brother Feng? Typically, when an immortal meets their demise, they orchestrate their experiences for rebirth, allowing a fragment of their soul to reincarnate and endure the cycle of life. In Jiang Wu's view, this narrative was akin to such an arrangement. Albeit far more captivating than the usual tales of immortals, however, did a formidable figure like Brother Feng truly require reincarnation? The cycle is generally employed to reshape fallen immortal souls, or to undergo tribulations. Jiang Wu was utterly baffled as to why Chu Feng would seek reincarnation. Wang Dashan sighed. Perhaps it is merely a diversion born of boredom. Jiang Wu was left speechless. Truly, this was the hallmark of a genuine powerhouse. How delightfully carefree. The summons he received was to facilitate this endeavor. It seemed Xiao Feng was unaware of the preparations required, directly plunging his clone into the lower realm. Thus, for the narrative to unfold as scripted, someone must clandestinely orchestrate the events. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wu's eyes brightened, and he immediately declared, "I am willing to go." Wang Dashan nodded, offering no further words, and gently placed a finger upon Jiang Wu's forehead. In an instant, Jiang Wu's essence split into two. "You need not accompany Xiao Feng in person. Simply dispatch this clone, which possesses golden immortal prowess, and it shall suffice in the mortal realm." "Yes, ancestor." Jiang Wu cast a glance at his clone, astonished by the ancestor's prowess. This clone was merely a manifestation of magical energy, yet creating one himself would require considerable effort. He had not anticipated the ancestor's effortless transmutation. Truly remarkable. "Now, do venture forth. Instruct your clone to proceed toward the outskirts of the village, and it will naturally reach that realm." With arrangements complete and Jiang Wu departing, A glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Wang Dashan's eyes. Lu Sandao had long sent his son to apprentice under Chu Feng, thus securing a strong alliance. Now that he too had a disciple, he was inclined to nurture him well. Once Chu Feng's clone had reveled to its heart's content and returned, he would inevitably discover Jiang Wu's diligent arrangements behind the scenes, and would surely extend his consideration towards Jiang Wu. Wang Dashan was thrilled with his clever scheme. Chapter 64. Qian Yuan Sect. Even my brother Feng dares to deceive. As the external clone stepped into the world-traversing portal, Chu Feng concentrated the majority of his focus upon it. In the blink of an eye, the familiar courtyard vanished, replaced by a picturesque valley. After assessing the essence of this world, Chu Feng was astonished to find it seemingly unchanged. With a brief orientation, he followed the river winding through the valley. At this moment, he felt a surge of excitement. Since his arrival in this realm, having been rejected by potential mentors and discovering his lack of cultivation aptitude, he had dutifully returned to his original village. He understood all too well the perils of being a mere mortal in a world abundant with cultivators. Thus, to safeguard his life, Chu Feng had remained in that village for a decade without deviation. Now, although he was but an external clone, the experience felt indistinguishable from his true self. He could finally explore without excessive concern for his safety. After all, he was merely controlling a clone. Even if it were to perish, it would be a loss and a source of regret, but not a threat to his existence. Chu Feng merrily advanced, and shortly after his departure, a figure appeared, none other than Jiang Wu's clone. Sensing the spiritual aura of this realm, Jiang Wu couldn't help but grimace. The concentration of spiritual energy in the mortal realm was exceedingly low. Compared to both Chu Feng's domain and the celestial realm, it was vastly inferior. Yet, he did not expend energy lamenting the spiritual density. Instead, he swiftly released his consciousness. Though his clone was merely a golden immortal and significantly weaker than his true form as an immortal emperor, this did not diminish the strength of a golden immortal. In fact, even within the celestial realm, a golden immortal could be considered a formidable force. For a golden immortal, this trivial mortal realm was pathetically weak. In an instant, his consciousness enveloped the entire realm, surveying the surroundings. According to the narrative inscribed in that scroll, Brother Feng was presumably seeking a sect in which to cultivate. Jiang Wu contemplated this and instinctively aimed to arrange for the sacred sites he had just discovered. In his view, a being of Brother Feng's stature deserved not merely a sacred site, but rather a celestial sect. However, upon reflecting on the plot of the scroll, he hesitated once more. The protagonist had joined a sect that, while not particularly powerful, possessed exceptional lineage. The protagonist discovered secret techniques that others could never uncover, diligently cultivated, and emerged to astonish all when trouble arose. This was the essence of satisfaction. After thorough consideration, Jiang Wu discarded his plan to arrange a sacred site and vanished, heading towards the nearest sect known as Qian Yuan Sect. According to his investigation, this sect had once been a dominant force, the strongest in the eastern Qing domain. However, over the past century, Qian Yuan Sect had gradually declined, reducing its status to that of an average sect. Yet, even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Qian Yuan Sect's prestige and heritage were still adequate to fit the description in the scroll. Most importantly, various sects in the eastern Qing domain were currently eyeing Qian Yuan Sect with predatory intent, awaiting the opportunity to divide its remnants once it weakened further. Internal strife and external threats. This was a perfect alignment with the narrative of the scroll. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Wu had infiltrated Qian Yuan Sect, and the protective formations posed no challenge to him. He arrived directly at the Qian Yuan Hall, the venue for sect deliberations. Jiang Wu gazed upon the assembly of Qian Yuan Sect's members. Extending a finger towards the sect leader. At that moment, the speaking sect leader, Lu Qingfeng, paused momentarily, then abruptly addressed a man seated below. Elderly, how long until this year's disciple recruitment conference? Elderly was taken aback. He struggled to comprehend why Lu Qingfeng had suddenly shifted topics from their previous discussion. Nonetheless, he dutifully replied, reporting to the sect leader, "There remains 1 month until this year's disciple recruitment conference." Lu Qingfeng furrowed his brow. "Very well, release an announcement. Our Qian Yuan Sect shall commence the disciple recruitment conference 1 month early, in 3 days. Upon this declaration, a wave of confusion rippled through the assembly. Uncertain of the leader's intentions, sect leader, Our Qian Yuan sect has traditionally held the recruitment conference alongside the other 4 sects. If we proceed early, would that not breach our agreement? We implore the sect leader to reconsider. However, Lu Qingfeng dismissed Elder Li's concerns with a wave of his hand. No need for further discussion. Proceed as I have commanded. As for the other 4 sects, I shall address them myself. With this pronouncement, it was as if the decision had been etched in stone. Although the others were puzzled, they obediently disseminated the information. The concealed Jiang Wu observed this with a faint smile. Chu Feng traversed for an entire afternoon, and just as he felt fatigued and famished, a small town materialized before him. Elated, he mustered his energy and hurried towards the town. Upon entering, he discovered that while the town was modest, it was bustling with activity, featuring an array of stalls lining the streets. Suddenly, a delectable aroma wafted through the air, causing Chu Feng's stomach to rumble in hunger. Looking up, he realized the enticing scent emanated from a tavern. Overjoyed, he intended to step inside for a meal, but then halted. He suddenly recalled that dining required currency. However, he had merely manifested as a clone and had arrived in this world without a single coin. For the past decade, even his true self had been self-sufficient, lacking any form of currency. Chu Feng was left dumbfounded. What was he to do? Would he perish from hunger before achieving his goals? Furrowing his brow, Chu Feng pondered. The immediate priority was to acquire some funds. Surveying his possessions, he noted that the jade pendant at his waist appeared somewhat valuable. Without hesitation, he proceeded to find a pawnshop to exchange it for money. Just then, a voice interrupted. Esteemed brother, my name is Xiao Yun. Might you be seeking a meal? Why not join me? It is fate that we meet. Allow me to treat you to a drink. Hearing this, Chu Feng turned to see a young man dressed in fine attire, grinning broadly. Instantly, Chu Feng's guard was raised. This so-called Xiao Yun had approached uninvited, offering to treat him, claiming it was fate. Surely, there was a hidden agenda. Though alarm bells rang in his mind, Chu Feng maintained a smile. Thank you for your kind offer, but I have pressing matters to attend to, perhaps another time. Upon finishing his words, Chu Feng turned and left, leaving Xiao Yun in a state of bewilderment. The most perplexed of all was the hidden figure, Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu had clearly noticed that Chu Feng was hungry but lacked the silver to afford a meal. In a moment of impulse, he had controlled a wealthy young man, intending to treat Chu Feng to dinner and discreetly provide him with some funds. Such an encounter would surely be deemed a stroke of luck and tails. Or so Jiang Wu thought. He was utterly unprepared for Chu Feng's refusal and abrupt departure. What was going on? At that moment, Chu Feng's heart sank. Having just arrived in this unfamiliar world, he was taken aback to find that someone had set their sights on him. Although he was unaware of the individual's true intentions, he sensed malevolence lurking beneath the surface. Fortunately, after glancing back, he noticed that Xiao Yun had not followed, and he exhaled in relief. Shortly thereafter, Chu Feng located a pawnshop and strode inside. Good sir, may I inquire what you wish to pawn? An elderly man emerged, beaming with a smile. How much for this jade pendant? Chu Feng inquired directly, producing the pendant. The shopkeeper's eyes brightened upon seeing the jade. After Chu Feng's consent, he took it in both hands for a closer inspection. This pendant is exquisitely crafted and I am willing to offer 100 taels of silver, he announced. Without hesitation, Chu Feng snatched the pendant back and turned to leave. The shopkeeper, taken aback, quickly reached out to stop him. Please, do not leave so hastily. Chu Feng turned back to face him. Your sincerity is lacking. There is no need to continue this transaction. With a rueful smile, the shopkeeper realized that his initial offer was insufficient. Ah, I see you are well prepared. In that case, allow me to be forthright. How about 500 taels for an immediate deal? Chu Feng frowned. 500. He feigned intent to depart. Seeing this, the shopkeeper's expression shifted, and he quickly raised his offer. 600 taels, and consider me a friend. Chu Feng shook his head. Enough, my good sir, I am not here for idle chatter. I have already had this pendant appraised, so you need not attempt to deceive me. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper felt a pang of regret. He had thought he was dealing with a naive customer, only to discover he was an expert. Sighing, he was about to speak when Chu Feng interjected, 1,000 taels. Take it or leave it. The shopkeeper paused, a flicker of elation and disdain crossing his features. However, he masked his feelings with a pained expression. Since you are aware of the value, let us consider this a friendly transaction. 1,000 taels it is, Chu Feng nodded. Truth be told, he had no knowledge of the market value in this world or the worth of the jade pendant. He had merely employed certain tactics to avoid being swindled. A moment later, having secured the silver, Chu Feng left the pawn shop with the banknotes in hand. The shopkeeper accompanied him to the door, and once Chu Feng's figure vanished from sight, he began to examine the pendant, muttering disdainfully, "I almost believed he was an expert. I nearly let him fool me. Humph, 1,000 taels. What a fool!" Just as the shopkeeper reveled in his thoughts, a figure clad in black entered the shop. The shopkeeper was about to greet the newcomer when he noticed the latter's ominous appearance. "Feeling quite pleased with yourself?" The black-clad figure, Jiang Wu, spoke coolly, not affording the shopkeeper a chance to respond. He stepped forward and seized the pendant, remarking, "How dare you deceive my brother Feng? You must be tired of living with that." Jiang Wu pressed a finger to the shopkeeper's forehead, and in the blink of an eye, the shopkeeper's eyes glazed over. He turned to retrieve all his banknotes and handed them to Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu glanced at the substantial sum, discovering it amounted to several 100,000 taels. "Not bad," he declared before turning to leave. The shopkeeper, regaining his senses, suddenly realized his money had vanished, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Who stole my money?" he exclaimed, racking his brain but recalling nothing, not even a trace of Jiang Wu or Chu Feng. Chapter 65. Journey to Qian Yuan Sect. Elder Li's enthusiasm. With newfound wealth, Chu Feng had no intention of skimping on himself. He sought out another tavern, ordering a lavish spread of dishes to indulge in. "Brother Wu, have you heard? The Qian Yuan Sect is holding a recruitment event in 3 days. "What? The 5 sects recruitment event is not supposed to be in a month. Ah, it seems you have not received the news yet. The Qian Yuan Sect has announced that this year's recruitment will be held 3 days early. Why is that? Perhaps they aim to recruit promising talents before their rivals do, lest they lose out when the month arrives." Alas, the Qian Yuan Sect was once the dominant sect in the eastern Qing domain. Yet now they find themselves in such dire straits, competing to recruit disciples. How tragic! In the past, no one would dare miss the chance to join the Qian Yuan Sect. Indeed, but for us, this presents an opportunity. Although the Qian Yuan Sect has fallen, it was once a powerhouse and remains formidable. I hear they have lowered their recruitment standards in recent years. Why not give it a shot? Haha, splendid. Let us go together in 3 days. While savoring his meal, Chu Feng's ears caught the conversation from the neighboring table. Upon hearing it, his eyes lit up. This was the very opportunity he sought. With his basic needs met, Chu Feng had been contemplating how to join a cultivation sect and learn the ways of immortality. And now, the Qian Yuan Sect was practically offering him a golden opportunity. A glimmer of determination shone in Chu Feng's eyes. He dismissed the notion of the Qian Yuan Sect's decline. With his innate talent, once he learned the methods of cultivation, he could swiftly grow powerful. The strength of the sect mattered little to him. Resolving this, Chu Feng called for the tavern attendant to inquire further. After tipping him a tael of silver, he not only learned the location of the Qian Yuan Sect, but also some intriguing anecdotes about it. It was said that a century ago, the Qian Yuan Sect, then the overlord of the eastern Qing domain, underwent a mysterious internal strife that lasted 3 years. This turmoil led to the sect's decline, and had it not been for the intervention of its tribulation-transcending ancestor, the sect might have been completely divided and conquered. Even so, despite surviving, it had been in a state of continuous decline over the past century. Now relegated to a second-rate sect within the eastern Qing domain, Chu Feng, however, was unconcerned by these tales. What mattered to him was that the Qian Yuan Sect, in its quest for revival, had lowered its standards for disciples. As long as one possessed spiritual roots, even those with mixed roots could join as servant disciples. This news was immensely significant for Chu Feng. When the time came, he merely needed to disguise himself as an ordinary disciple with profound spiritual roots to gain entry into the Qian Yuan Sect and begin his cultivation journey. Moreover, his displayed talent would not attract the attention of any formidable cultivators, allowing him to develop in obscurity. Perfect. Chu Feng had made up his mind to attend the Qian Yuan Sect's recruitment event in 3 days. Having settled his decision, Chu Feng opted for rest and took up lodgings at the inn. On the morning of the 3rd day, he rose early, packed his belongings, and rode the horse he had purchased over the past 2 days. Setting off toward Qian Yuan Mountain. The Qian Yuan Sect is situated atop Qian Yuan Mountain, a place that once served as the most coveted paradise when the sect was at its zenith. However, with the sect's decline, It appeared that the spiritual energy of the mountain itself was gradually dissipating. Now, the concentration of spiritual energy on Qianyuan Mountain had diminished to a degree, losing its status as a paradise. It was precisely due to this decline that the Qianyuan sect remained perched upon the mountain, unclaimed by others. The town was not far from Qianyuan Mountain, and when Chu Feng arrived, the recruitment event had just commenced. An elder from the Qianyuan sect stood on a high platform, delivering an address, as a multitude of individuals queued to participate in the recruitment. At the forefront of the line stood a towering pillar hewn from jade, intricately carved with profound patterns, exuding an air of gravitas. Chu Feng recognized this object as a tool for testing spiritual roots. Those wishing to be tested merely needed to place their palms upon the pillar, and its embedded spiritual stones would reveal the type and quality of their spiritual roots. Chu Feng joined the queue, awaiting his turn. The number of individuals attending the Qianyuan sect's recruitment event was considerable. After all, in this world, where myriad paths are deemed inferior, the allure of cultivation reigns supreme, and everyone harbors a dream of transcending through it. Yet, while dreams are enchanting, reality can be harsh. Chu Feng understood that among the throng of participants, those possessing spiritual roots would likely be fewer than 1 in 10. In the queue, Chu Feng found himself positioned relatively near the front, with only about 10 individuals ahead of him. Among those before him, he observed that 3 possessed spiritual roots, 2 of which were mixed roots, while the other was a human root. Soon, it was Chu Feng's turn. He extended his hand and placed it upon the testing spirit column. At that moment, Chu Feng had concealed all of his spiritual roots within, leaving only a single wood root visible, which he had suppressed to the level of a mysterious root, all in an effort to appear unremarkable. In the next instant, a vibrant green light erupted from the column, cascading upwards from its base. 2/3 of the 3 zhang tall column illuminated brightly. A faint flicker indicated a mixed root, while a third of the column glowing signified a human root. 2/3 illuminated indicated a mysterious root, and a fully lit column represented an earthly root, as for a heavenly root, that could not be discerned by this column and required a more sophisticated artifact. Upon witnessing the light, Chu Feng nodded to himself, thinking that a mere mysterious root should not render him overly exceptional. Furthermore, opting for a wood root aligned with his own plans, as wood roots typically lean towards alchemy and herb cultivation, activities that did not necessitate combat and were relatively safe. However, while Chu Feng felt satisfied with this arrangement, events soon unfolded in a manner he had not anticipated. As the column lit up 2/3 of the way, the attendant in charge of the testing widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "A mysterious root, and of the wood attribute." This loud declaration caught the attention of Elder Li, who promptly approached, upon seeing Chu Feng's mysterious root. Elder Li's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grasped Chu Feng's arm, eagerly inquiring, "Young man, what is your name?" Chu Feng. Though a bit perplexed as to why his mere mysterious root elicited such an exaggerated reaction, Chu Feng nonetheless continued, feeling it excessive. "Chu Feng? A fine name indeed." "Excellent." Elder Li regarded Chu Feng with growing satisfaction, while the attendant beside him was equally exhilarated, even delaying the tests for those behind. "Chu Feng, from this moment forth, you shall be a disciple of our Qianyuan sect. Come, I shall take you back to the sect to meet the sect master," Elder Li proclaimed joyfully, which only deepened Chu Feng's confusion. Surely, this was unnecessary. He was merely a mysterious root, after all. Would it not be better to wait until everyone had completed their tests before returning together? After a moment's hesitation, Chu Feng tentatively suggested this. Normally, adhering to his cautious nature, he would not have dared to refuse an elder, especially one of such prominence within the sect. After all, provoking an influential figure could lead to dire consequences. Yet, Chu Feng found himself in a predicament. If he followed Elder Li's suggestion and met the sect master prematurely, it could spell disaster. What kind of treatment was this? The treatment reserved for prodigies. How could a humble individual like him enjoy such privilege? Elder Li paused momentarily at Chu Feng's words before simply nodding in agreement, continuing to regard him with satisfaction. Thus, Chu Feng was left with no choice but to endure the wait. This wait extended right into the afternoon. By then, a dazed Chu Feng finally grasped why Elder Li had been so fervently enthusiastic towards him. Upon concluding the entire disciple recruitment ceremony, Chu Feng was left speechless to discover that, as he had anticipated, Fewer than 10 individuals among the attendees possessed spiritual roots, with only 123 successful tests overall. More importantly, among these, there were 10 with human roots and 112 with mixed roots. He was the sole individual with the mysterious root. Chu Feng felt utterly stunned. Wasn't the Qianyuan sect the former dominant force in the eastern Qing region? Even if they had declined, did they not still have ancestors in the integration stage? What was going on? While high-level spiritual roots were indeed rare, it should not have been to such an extent. Chu Feng could hardly believe that despite suppressing his spiritual roots to the level of a mysterious root, he still emerged as the standout participant in the recruitment ceremony. As he caught sight of the envious glances from the new disciples directed towards him, he felt a profound weariness settle over him. Chu Feng, the recruitment ceremony has concluded. Please follow me back. The sect master will surely be delighted to learn that we have welcomed a disciple with a mysterious root this year, Elder Li exclaimed with enthusiasm. Chu Feng could hardly contain his internal monologue, thinking, goodness, is a mysterious root truly worthy of such excitement? Have they never seen one before? Nevertheless, having come this far, he felt compelled to follow Elder Li back to the sect. The recruitment ceremony took place at the foot of Qianyuan Mountain. Typically, after the event, new disciples would ascend the mountain on foot as a form of training. However, in his excitement, Elder Li opted to carry Chu Feng directly into the air. Having lived 2 lifetimes, this was the first time Chu Feng had flown. Having never even boarded a plane in his previous life, he found the sensation of soaring through the sky exhilarating. At that moment, his interest in cultivation intensified. Shortly thereafter, Elder Li brought Chu Feng to the Qianyuan Hall, where Lu Qingfeng and several elders awaited them, clearly having received prior reports regarding Chu Feng's situation. Reporting to the sect master, during this recruitment ceremony, we have accepted 112 disciples with mixed roots, 10 with human roots, which is a significant increase compared to previous years. Moreover, we have discovered a disciple with a mysterious root. Truly a blessing for our Qianyuan sect, Elder Li announced joyfully. Lu Qingfeng nodded, his gaze fixed upon Chu Feng. Not only Lu Qingfeng but also the other elders present turned their attention to him. In that instant, Chu Feng felt a wave of pressure wash over him, though it quickly transformed into a gentle warmth, akin to a spring breeze. Chu Feng, you are quite impressive, Lu Qingfeng suddenly interjected. Catching Chu Feng off guard, while the other elders nodded in agreement, as if he had achieved some great feat. This is Chu Feng. A pleasure to meet the sect master and esteemed elders. He responded, feeling the oddity of the situation but nonetheless maintaining his politeness. The elders were pleased by his courteous demeanor. Sect master, it has been quite some time since my lineage has accepted new disciples. How about allowing Chu Feng to join my faction? At that moment, one elder stepped forward, speaking in a loud voice. With this declaration, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense, as if an ice bomb had detonated within. How absurd! Your faction already has enough disciples. He should be in mine. Another elder retorted, stepping forward, his voice laced with indignation. This elder, appearing venerable with white hair, seemed to hold significant status and age upon hearing this. The first elder opened his mouth to argue but ultimately shook his head in resignation. Elder, you have already taken on numerous disciples. Our factions combined may not even match your count. Why not yield this one to us? Another elder suggested with a wry smile. Humph, precisely because I have taken on many disciples, I possess the experience to teach them better. Thus, it is only reasonable for Chu Feng to come under my guidance. The elder shot back, glaring at the speaker. The assembly fell silent, glancing expectantly at the sect master, hoping he would interject. Enough. What is all this bickering? It is unbecoming. Lu Qingfeng admonished, furrowing his brow. He then turned to the elder, saying, Elder, your responsibilities are considerable. How could you possibly find the time to teach disciples? If I recall correctly, your more recent disciples have been instructed by your senior disciples, have they not? This remark elicited joy from the gathered elders, leaving the elder momentarily speechless. However, before anyone could celebrate, Lu Qingfeng continued, This child, Chu Feng, displays remarkable talent. I intend to take him under my wing as a closed-door disciple. Let it be decided thus. Just as they thought they had successfully dismissed the elder, the sect master himself intervened, leaving the assembly with no choice but to acquiesce. With a reluctant consensus, they all nodded in agreement. At that moment, a sudden disturbance erupted. a sword flew in from the main entrance, striking the center of the hall with a resounding crash. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically, and upon closer inspection, they gasped, "The Jingji sword! The ancestor!" Lu Qingfeng's expression also changed, and before he could speak, a maid rushed in, bowing before the assembly and announcing, "The ancestor has decreed that Chu Feng shall be accepted as a disciple." This proclamation sent shockwaves through the hall, leaving everyone in disbelief, their reactions far more intense than when Chu Feng's mysterious route had been revealed. "Is this true?" Lu Qingfeng inquired, frowning. The maid nodded, approaching the Jingji sword and retrieving it. The Jingji sword was the ancestor's personal artifact, a clear representation of their authority. Lu Qingfeng cast a puzzled glance at Chu Feng. His eyes filled with questions. Then, exchanging looks with the other elders, he finally stated, "Since it is the ancestor's decree, then Chu Feng shall be entrusted to you." The maid nodded and turned to Chu Feng, saying, "Follow me." Chu Feng had long been taken aback by the series of unexpected events, and at this moment, the unfolding circumstances had begun to diverge sharply from his initial expectations. His intent to remain inconspicuous and develop quietly seemed to have come to naught. However, he found himself powerless to alter this reality, merely nodding in acquiescence as he followed the maid away. They traversed the majority of the Qianyuan sect's structures, ultimately arriving at a serene peak in the back mountains. This place was remarkably tranquil, with only a thatched cottage standing in solitude. The maid approached the cottage, raising the Jingji sword with both hands, and announced, "Elder ancestor, I have brought the person." As soon as her words fell, the door of the cottage swung open, and a figure emerged. Chu Feng's mouth fell agape upon seeing this figure, as the elder ancestor was not a white-bearded old man, but rather a graceful woman. Dressed in white, with a veil obscuring her face, her cold gaze settled upon Chu Feng. "Here, I shall establish a residence for you on this peak, and from now on, you shall cultivate here in due time. I shall be your master," she stated, devoid of any pleasantries. With that, she produced a jade slip and, using her magical power, sent it floating before Chu Feng. After delivering this message, she returned to the cottage with her sword in hand. Chu Feng reached out to accept the jade slip, his brow furrowed tightly. He had unwittingly taken a high-ranking, highly skilled, and stunningly beautiful woman as his master. Chapter 67. The distinction between the power of the avatar and the power of the true self. At this moment, Chu Feng's heart was a tempest of emotions. Everything that had transpired today was utterly unforeseen. It was in stark contrast to his previously devised strategy of low-profile conduct and cautious development. Not only had he inadvertently become the most gifted individual at this Qianyuan sect's disciple recruitment meeting, but he had also, inexplicably, taken this so-called elder ancestor as his master, having perused countless novels in his past life. Chu Feng was acutely aware that these events were merely the harbingers of trouble. Excessive talent would incite jealousy, leading to inevitable conflicts. At such times, one would find themselves embroiled in endless troubles, caught between the lesser and the greater and the elder. Most alarmingly, he now had a beautiful and formidable master. This was the quintessence of trouble in any tale. Yet, Chu Feng found himself with no recourse but to submit to the unfolding situation. "For now, I shall endure. If it becomes unbearable, I can always flee. This sect is shrouded in oddities, and I have already maintained a low profile, yet I am still regarded as a prodigy." As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his gaze fell upon the jade slip in his hand. "Young Master Chu Feng, the elder ancestor has instructed you to construct a dwelling upon this peak, after which you may commence your cultivation according to the contents recorded in the jade slip. All relevant cultivation materials are inscribed within it. By placing the slip on your forehead, you can access the information contained within." With that, the maid turned and departed, leaving Chu Feng alone. Gazing at the jade slip, he felt a surge of excitement. This was a cultivation technique. He could finally begin his training. With this thought, Chu Feng was almost compelled to sit down immediately and start cultivating. However, casting a glance at the distant cottage, he reconsidered. While beneath another's roof, it would be wise to comply with their wishes. Chu Feng tucked the jade slip away, intending to construct a wooden dwelling. He felt that his skill level was insufficient for residing in the thatched cottage. Resolving to act, he ventured into the nearby woods, where the maid had indicated there were tools prepared for use. He decided to fell some trees and gather lumber. In his previous life, Should he have recklessly chopped down trees? He might have ended up with a silver bracelet, inclusive of accommodation and meals. But in this world, such expectations did not hold. Given the presence of spiritual energy, these trees grew rapidly and robustly, allowing for easy harvesting, ample for his needs. Upon reaching the location specified by the maid, Chu Feng was pleasantly surprised to find that materials had already been prepared. Wooden pillars, planks, and various construction supplies were all readily available. Whether he intended to build a wooden house or a thatched cottage, he had more than enough. Chu Feng's heart warmed at the thought. It seemed that his seemingly aloof master was, in reality, quite considerate of her disciple, sparing him the trouble of gathering materials. Unbeknownst to Chu Feng, a figure clad in black stood in the sky, observing with satisfaction as the materials he had timely prepared were discovered by Chu Feng. Originally, with the day drawing to a close and time dwindling, it seemed unlikely that Chu Feng would finish his construction, and he might have to sleep outdoors. However, with the materials at hand and Chu Feng's exceptional building skills, erecting a wooden house before nightfall was a mere formality. Without hesitation, Chu Feng set to work. He chose a spot not too far from the wooden house, laid the foundation, and soon a wooden structure arose. By nightfall, the maid arrived with food, and upon seeing the house that had seemingly materialized from thin air, she stood in stunned silence. After a moment, she regained her composure, casting a curious glance at Chu Feng but refraining from further inquiry. Instead, dispatching someone to prepare some necessities that night, with the moon shining faintly and stars scattered across the sky, Chu Feng sat cross-legged within the wooden house, lifting the jade slip to his forehead. Instantly, a torrent of information surged into his mind. Chu Feng was taken aback. Such an influx of information would overwhelm an ordinary person, causing them to faint. Is this master doing this on purpose? He mused. However, to Chu Feng's surprise, the deluge of information did not shake his external avatar. He effortlessly assimilated all the knowledge. Among the information were diagrams of human meridians and acupoints, essential cultivation knowledge, delineations of realms, guidance for initial cultivation, precautions, and a tome. The Wood Spirit Technique. According to the records, the Wood Spirit Technique was a manual tailored for cultivators with wood attribute spiritual roots. The magical power cultivated through this technique was gentle and imbued with vitality. However, according to the grading system in the manual, it was classified as a basic yellow-level technique. Chu Feng felt no disdain. He had finally obtained the opportunity to cultivate, and there was nothing to complain about. With this thought, Chu Feng immediately began his practice. For an ordinary person, possessing such materials would still necessitate extensive study before they could embark on cultivation. Yet, Chu Feng was undeterred. His exceptional medical knowledge had already etched the diagrams of human meridians and acupoints into his memory, allowing him to dive straight into practice. As this was his first cultivation experience, Chu Feng closed his eyes, focusing on the spiritual energy permeating the world. Although his true self had already attained some level of cultivation, the scientific approach to cultivation had never been practiced, requiring only reading and study to gain advancement. Thus, in essence, this was Chu Feng's inaugural venture into cultivation. Following the instructions of the Wood Spirit Technique, Chu Feng continually circulated his inner energy through the small circulation. The first cycle brought forth a faint sensation. The second cycle awakened the liveliness of the spiritual energy. By the third cycle, a small amount of spiritual energy was drawn in by his mind, circulating through his body before settling into his dantian. With a sigh of relief, Chu Feng felt a rush of excitement as he experienced the process of spiritual energy gradually transforming into strands of magical power within him. This process captivated him. Thus, he continued his cultivation throughout the night. By dawn, Chu Feng's dantian was filled with magical power the size of his fingertip, gently swirling within it. At this point, according to the grading system, he could already be classified as a first-layer Qi refinement cultivator. In a single night, having made his initial foray into cultivation, he had become a Qi refinement cultivator. Such speed was unprecedented. This was the surpassing pace of a practitioner with a celestial spirit root. Even with the most basic technique, such rapid progress was achievable. Yet, in this moment, Chu Feng felt no joy. Instead, a frown creased his brow. He realized that the magical power he had cultivated was fundamentally different from that of his true self. At present, the magical power within his avatar was markedly of higher quality than that of others. Yet it bore no comparison to the magical power of his true self. To put it another way, if the magical power of the avatar was akin to a mere firecracker, then the magical power of the true self was of nuclear bomb caliber. What could be the cause of this? Chu Feng was utterly perplexed. Although he was unaware of the true strength of his original magical power, he understood clearly that had it been his avatar treating Lu Bingyuan at that time, not only would the treatment have failed, but the clash with the bloodline energy would have put Chu Feng himself in jeopardy. Chapter 68. Celestial Level Techniques, the Impasse of Advancement. After pondering for a long while without reaching clarity, Chu Feng decided to set aside his musings for the moment. It was entirely normal for the magical power acquired through the practice of the system to differ from that cultivated through his own efforts, as the skills of the system were likely beyond conventional comprehension. Perhaps, once his cultivation reached a certain level, he would come to understand the underlying reasons. After a night of cultivation, Chu Feng felt invigorated, not the least bit fatigued. It was evident that cultivation could indeed replace sleep. This revelation filled Chu Feng with immense joy. The cultivation of his avatar differed from that of his true self. Lacking daily time constraints, as long as he could endure, he could easily cultivate for a full 12 hours. Thus, Chu Feng emerged from the wooden house, stretched his limbs, consumed the meal brought by others, and, noting that his benefactor had shown no signs of activity, returned to the wooden house to continue his cultivation. This routine continued uninterrupted for an entire month. In the span of a month, Chu Feng had ascended to the pinnacle of the qi refinement stage. Although he achieved the first layer of qi refinement overnight, the progress slowed significantly thereafter, especially since the cultivation method he practiced was of the yellow rank. This resulted in an entire month of training. Only reaching the peak of qi refinement, Chu Feng harbored some thoughts. His innate talent was exceptionally high, and if he continued to cultivate this yellow rank method, it would be a sheer waste. It seemed imperative to find a way to exchange for a different cultivation technique. However, during this month, Chu Feng had not encountered his lenient master again. How difficult it was to change his cultivation method. Feeling somewhat dejected, Chu Feng rose and pushed open the door, intending to take a stroll. Then, he discovered a jade slip lying at his doorstep. Chu Feng paused, glanced towards the direction of the thatched cottage, and then picked up the jade slip. The specifications of this jade slip were identical to the one his lenient master had given him before. Could it be from her? After pondering for a moment, he abandoned the idea of wandering outside and returned to the wooden house to open the jade slip. At this moment, having acquired magical energy, he no longer needed to hold the jade slip to his forehead to absorb its contents. He could simply read it with his magical power. In an instant, a torrent of information, no less than before, surged into Chu Feng's mind. This was a secret technique, the heavenly rank technique, Qian Yuan Gong. Chu Feng was astonished, wondering why his master had suddenly bestowed this technique upon him. The name alone revealed it to be the foundational secret of the Qian Yuan sect. Heavenly rank? Incredible. Chu Feng shook his head, casting aside his doubts. Regardless of the reasons, it was best to cultivate it first. Before his identity was exposed, he was indeed a legitimate disciple of the Qian Yuan sect. His lenient master would not give him a false technique to harm him. In an instant, Chu Feng became utterly engrossed in his cultivation. On the other hand, Jiang Wu's avatar, sensing Chu Feng's exponentially increasing cultivation speed, concealed itself in the sky, unable to suppress a smile. If Brother Feng is to cultivate, he should directly use my method. Although the mundane version of this technique pales in comparison to the celestial version, in this mortal realm, it is nearly impossible to find anything comparable. However, Jiang Wu felt somewhat displeased that, for the sake of Chu Feng's experience, he had to rename the technique to Qian Yuan Gong. It was utterly frustrating. How could an ordinary sect be worthy of his divine technique? Just then, Jiang Wu sensed a disturbance in the spiritual energy of the entire Qian Yuan mountain, as if it were flocking towards Chu Feng's wooden house. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Wu extended his hand and laid down a barrier above the wooden house. Instantly, the disturbance in the spiritual energy of Qian Yuan Mountain vanished without alerting anyone. Meanwhile, the barrier continuously generated spiritual energy, replenishing what Chu Feng needed. It provided the necessary spiritual energy for his cultivation without alarming others, a perfect twofold benefit. This is how it should be. According to the script, one must cultivate quietly and then astonish everyone. If he were discovered right from the start, What would be the point? Jiang Wu nodded in satisfaction at his masterpiece. Inside the wooden house, Chu Feng began his breakthrough. According to the records, to advance from qi refinement to foundation establishment, one must consume a foundation establishment pill to succeed. However, Chu Feng, filled with excitement, cultivated Qian Yuan Gong and found himself unable to stop from the very beginning. His cultivation speed was several times, even dozens of times, faster than before. In an instant, Chu Feng, already at the peak of qi refinement, commenced his breakthrough. This unexpected turn left Chu Feng alarmed. What if he forced a breakthrough without consuming the foundation establishment pill and ended up harming himself? Yet, at this moment, he could not halt. Reluctantly, Chu Feng mustered his resolve and forced through. He initially believed that even if he managed to break through, he would sustain injuries, perhaps even serious ones. To his surprise, the process was exceptionally smooth, so smooth that he found it hard to believe. It was as effortless as eating or drinking. He effortlessly advanced from qi refinement to the early stage of foundation establishment. After stabilizing his realm, Chu Feng slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a sigh of relief. Soon after, he was overwhelmed with joy. This Qian Yuan Gong was simply extraordinary, truly deserving of its heavenly rank status. It surpassed the previous yellow rank technique by several tiers. In the future, cultivating this Qian Yuan Gong wouldn't his realm rise steadily? Overjoyed, Chu Feng decided to forego leaving to eat and instead continued his cultivation. Although the beginning of his apprenticeship had been somewhat unexpected, things seemed to have progressed as he had imagined. No troublesome matters disturbed him, nor were there any melodramatic confrontations. He needed only to cultivate in peace while witnessing his own continuous improvement. This was truly the life he had envisioned. Thus, Chu Feng immersed himself in arduous training for another month. Then, Chu Feng was struck with disbelief. He realized that during this month, his realm had not advanced in the slightest. He remained at the early stage of foundation establishment. This pace, if it were attributed to an ordinary person, would be entirely normal. After all, for an average individual, it might take a year to break through to foundation establishment. But he was different. When he practiced the wood spirit technique, a yellow rank method, he reached foundation establishment in just a month. Now, with the powerful heavenly rank technique, it was unreasonable that he made no progress in a month. Chu Feng had no choice but to halt his cultivation and delve into research. He instinctively sensed that this was not due to his talent or the technique, but rather a different reason altogether. Thus, Chu Feng studied diligently for a full 10 days, during which he refrained from cultivating and focused solely on observing the signs of his magical power within. Subsequently, he noticed a phenomenon. Previously, while cultivating, he utilized the wood spirit root, and his magical power was integrated into it. However, now, it seemed that his magical power struggled to enter the wood spirit root, as if it were full. Chu Feng felt puzzled. How could a spirit root be full? He then discovered that if he did not exert control, any excess magical power would gradually migrate to other hidden spirit roots. However, since his other spirit roots were concealed, the magical power could not locate them, causing it to dissipate over time. Could it be that now, with the wood spirit root having reached foundation establishment, he must also cultivate the other spirit roots to the same level to continue his breakthrough? Chu Feng suddenly formed a hypothesis. Chapter 69, Golden Core Stage, the Outer Sect Disciples Promotion Conference. This conjecture left Chu Feng somewhat incredulous. If this hypothesis were true, he would be in dire straits. How many spirit roots did he possess? A glance revealed an endless number. After a hasty count, he realized there were several thousand. With so many spirit roots, how could he cultivate them? One root per month meant he would need several thousand months just to ascend from the early stage of foundation establishment. Several thousand months. By the time he finished, he would likely have exhausted his lifespan. Yet, all signs indicated that his stagnation in cultivation was directly related to the other spirit roots. Forget it. Let us give it a try. Perhaps there could be a breakthrough. Chu Feng thought this and began to cultivate diligently once more. This time, he chose to cultivate the water spirit root, as it was said that would nourish his water. Thus, cultivating the water spirit root after the wood spirit root should be relatively easy. 10 days swiftly passed. Having completed the cultivation of the water spirit root, he advanced to the early stage of foundation establishment. Chu Feng attempted to assess his progress but found it still challenging to increase his realm, compelling him to continue with the remaining spirit roots: fire spirit root, earth spirit root, metal spirit root. After a full month, He had cultivated all 5 elemental spirit roots, each reaching foundation establishment. Just as Chu Feng instinctively attempted to cultivate the wood spirit root again, he was pleasantly surprised to find that he could resume cultivation. His realm could once again ascend. This discovery filled Chu Feng with delight, prompting him to enter seclusion and dedicate himself fully to cultivating the wood spirit root. Another month passed. Cultivating a heavenly rank technique was indeed different. Within a month, he had reached the peak of foundation establishment. To break through from the peak of foundation establishment, a transformation pill was required. The transformation pill was a type of precious treasure, though not exceedingly rare, often used for breakthroughs, enhancing the success rate. However, the confidence instilled in him by the heavenly rank technique made Chu Feng too lazy to ask the sect for a transformation pill. He chose to break through directly. Just do it. Thus, the process went smoothly. Within half a day, a powerful aura of the Golden Core stage erupted from Chu Feng. He had reached the Golden Core stage. Chu Feng opened his eyes, a gleam of brilliance flashing within them. In the world of cultivation, achieving the Golden Core stage could be considered a minor master. If he ventured into some remote areas, he could easily reign supreme. Yet, for Chu Feng, it was still insufficient. What of the Golden Core stage? If he crossed paths with someone at the nascent soul stage, he would still face doom. Therefore, Chu Feng remained calm, not allowing himself to become arrogant, and immediately continued his closed-door cultivation. As for his master, since the day he became her disciple, he had not seen her again. Perhaps she had visited to deliver the technique, but they had not met face to face. Most days, it was the maid who brought him meals. Yet, now that Chu Feng had reached the Golden Core stage, he had already begun fasting and could easily forego meals. However, to avoid drawing attention and causing trouble for himself, he still often went out to eat. While Chu Feng was content in his closed-door cultivation, Jiang Wu in the sky was facing a dilemma. During this time, he had repeatedly pondered over the content of the script. According to the script, once Brother Feng broke through to foundation establishment, fellow disciples from the sect should come looking for trouble, only to be defeated by Brother Feng, thereby enhancing his reputation. However, now that Brother Feng had reached the Golden Core stage, he remained entrenched in closed-door cultivation. What should be done? Jiang Wu, unable to suppress his irritation, cast a fierce glare at the grass. Hut was that troublesome woman who had brought Chu Feng to this secluded mountain, isolating him from the other disciples and effectively preventing any opportunity for conflict. Jiang Wu felt an overwhelming urge to strike her down with a single blow, yet he restrained himself, not out of inability, but rather out of fear. Despite her mischief, she was still Chu Feng's nominal master. If he were to act against her, it would surely be seen as a grave disrespect towards Brother Feng. Thus, Jiang Wu could only stifle his indignation. I must devise a plan. I cannot allow this situation to continue. With a furrowed brow, Jiang Wu contemplated his predicament, and then a glimmer of inspiration flashed in his eyes, only to vanish swiftly. What? An outer sect disciples promotion conference. Just as Chu Feng was preparing for rigorous training, aiming to elevate his other spiritual roots to the Golden Core stage, he was interrupted by his master's maid. Indeed, after breaking through to the Golden Core stage, Chu Feng found further advancement in his cultivation exceedingly challenging, and thus he was compelled to focus on his other spiritual roots first. Fortunately, with 5 spiritual roots, he had 5-fold the training time, which was not entirely unacceptable. After all, his cultivation speed was already astonishing. Even if the time were to stretch 10-fold or 20-fold, he would still surpass ordinary individuals. Yes, young Master Chu, the sect leader has invited the ancestor to attend, and the ancestor has commanded you to take her place. The maid nodded in affirmation. Chu Feng frowned slightly. How precious his time was. He barely had enough to devote to closed-door cultivation, let alone attend some outer sect disciples promotion conference. The disciples of Qian Yuan sect were categorized into 4 tiers: errant disciples, outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, and true disciples. Generally, those with mixed spiritual roots fell into the errant category, having little prospect for advancement. Those with human spiritual roots became outer sect disciples, and upon reaching the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, they could participate in the promotion conference, with the top 10 able to ascend to inner sect disciples. As for Chu Feng, due to his profound spiritual root, he entered the inner sect as soon as he began and, after being accepted as a disciple by the ancestor, was further elevated to the status of a true disciple. Can I opt out? Chu Feng inquired, his brow furrowing. The maid shook her head. The ancestor has always attended in previous years, and this year she wishes for you to take her place if you choose not to go. Before she could finish, Chu Feng already comprehended the implication. He was to represent his master. And considering the ancestor's esteemed status, who had never missed an event before, to absent himself would be unthinkable. Very well, I shall attend on time tomorrow, Chu Feng conceded reluctantly. The following day, the plaza of Qian Yuan sect buzzed with activity from the early morning. Countless disciples gathered around, eagerly anticipating the annual Outer Sect Disciples Promotion Conference. The distinction between outer and inner sect disciples, though only a single word apart, represented a profound disparity in status and treatment. While it might not be a chasm, the benefits of being an inner sect disciple were enough to drive outer sect disciples to madness. Although Chu Feng was attending in place of the highest-ranking ancestor of Qian Yuan sect, he remained humble and did not seek to draw attention. Instead, he arrived early and quietly took a seat at the back. Moments later, sect leader Lu Qingfeng and several elders arrived, instantly igniting a wave of excitement as the crowd looked upon the leader with uncontainable enthusiasm. Lu Qingfeng was a formidable figure, at the pinnacle of the integration stage, second only to the ancestor. Recognizing Chu Feng, Lu Qingfeng's eyes brightened, and he clapped a hand on his shoulder, exclaiming, "Ha ha! It's been several months since we last met. And you've grown taller." Chu Feng smiled faintly, offering no words in reply. "Please take your seats," Lu Qingfeng said, forgoing further pleasantries. Chu Feng nodded and returned to his position at the back, only to notice the curious gazes directed at him from all around. Lu Qingfeng then remarked, "Why are you seated there? Your place is here, come." He gestured to the seat beside him, which was equal in stature to his own. Chu Feng immediately stood, stating, "Disciple dares not. I am content to sit here." Lu Qingfeng shook his head with a chuckle. "Little Feng, you are here in place of the ancestor. Naturally, you should occupy her seat. Moreover, as her disciple, you share our generation. There's no need for such formality." Chu Feng was taken aback. His master held such a high position. He had previously assumed it was solely based on her cultivation strength that she was referred to as ancestor. Yet, he had not realized that this stunning woman, seemingly in her 20s, was actually a senior of the sect leader. Although he wished to decline once more, he could not withstand the encouragement of the others and thus took a seat beside Lu Qingfeng. At that moment, all the disciples erupted in whispers, each gaze filled with confusion. Who was that person? How could he sit at the same level as the sect leader? Rumor has it he is a newly accepted disciple from this year's recruitment conference. A genius with a profound spiritual root. But what of his spiritual root? Even if he is a genius, he still does not deserve to sit beside the sect leader. Haven't you heard? He is said to have been accepted as a disciple by the ancestor. What? Is that true? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Most merely regarded Chu Feng with curiosity and envy, yet among them were some who prided themselves on being his equal, their eyes brimming with jealousy. Jiang Wu watched the scene unfold from above, nodding in satisfaction. Chapter 70. Trouble may arrive late, but it will inevitably come. The Outer Sect Disciples Promotion Conference was an annual grand event for Qian Yuan sect, and it was well-timed. Yet, for Chu Feng to represent the ancestor and occupy a position parallel to that of the sect leader, one could not help but attribute some credit to Jiang Wu. In Jiang Wu's view, Chu Feng was simply too modest. He had already reached the Golden Core stage. In less than 5 months, he had advanced from an ordinary mortal to the Golden Core stage. A speed that would surely astonish many. However, Chu Feng remained quietly diligent, avoiding the limelight, resulting in his current lack of renown. Jiang Wu felt it was his responsibility to change this narrative. Thus, the situation had unfolded as it did. At this moment, Chu Feng felt as though he were sitting on pins and needles. He knew all too well that occupying this position would inevitably attract endless trouble. Not only was it a reflection of human nature, but it was also a scenario well documented in past novels. Yet, he found himself powerless in this situation. The sect leader insisted on his seating arrangement, and he had no desire to challenge such authority. Especially considering the sect leader was at the pinnacle of the integration stage. Little Feng, have you adjusted well these past few months? Lu Qingfeng suddenly inquired, as the proceedings had yet to commence. Chu Feng nodded, smiling as he replied, "Thank you for your concern, sect leader. I have been living quite well." Recalling the heavenly level cultivation technique, Qian Yuan Gong, Chu Feng continued, "My master has treated me exceptionally." Lu Qingfeng nodded approvingly. Indeed, being able to take the ancestor as your master is a fortuitous blessing. She is the strongest in our Qian Yuan sect, a being of the tribulation transcendent stage. Following her will undoubtedly lead to a boundless future for you. He then abruptly shifted the topic. Given your profound spiritual root, combined with the ancestor's guidance, you will likely reach the golden core stage in under 10 years. Moreover, I can personally ensure you receive the highest cultivation method of our sect. Qian Yuan Gong. The future of Qian Yuan sect relies on you young talents. Hearing Lu Qingfeng's words, the elders gazed at Chu Feng with envy. Qian Yuan Gong was the highest cultivation method of their sect. A peak earth-level technique, however, Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that his master had not informed the sect leader about his access to Qian Yuan Gong, and thus he felt it inappropriate to mention it, lest it lead to misunderstandings. As for his own advancement to the golden core stage, since the sect leader had not recognized it, he would not disclose it either. Did you not hear Lu Qingfeng's words? 10 years to reach the golden core stage. Yet he had achieved it in less than 5 months. If he were to reveal this, would it not frighten the usually composed Lu Qingfeng? Thank you for your cultivation, sect leader. I will certainly strive to meet your expectations. Lu Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, the outer sect disciples promotion conference commenced. Chu Feng found it rather amusing that, whether in his previous life or in this realm of cultivation, there seemed to be a universal truth. The speeches of leaders were invariably long-winded and tedious. Lu Qingfeng, a remarkable individual, transformed into a different person the moment he took the stage to speak. He rambled from the illustrious past of Qian Yuan sect, through its present struggles, and into hopeful visions of the future, feeding the disciples a hearty dose of motivational rhetoric, proclaiming lines akin to, "The future brilliance of Qian Yuan sect rests in your hands." Chu Feng listened with mild exasperation, while the other disciples became invigorated as if they had been injected with enthusiasm. Once the speeches concluded, the promotion conference officially began. This year, over 60 disciples at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage participated. Among them were both newcomers who had just broken through and those who had previously failed to secure a position in past conferences. With 60 competitors vying for 10 spots, the intensity was palpable. The competition format involved battling on stage, drawing lots to determine opponents, and pitting them against one another. The victors would advance while the defeated would be eliminated. The disciples fought fiercely on the stage. Yet the elders appeared somewhat uninterested. This was quite understandable, as to become an elder, one would typically possess at least the cultivation level of the nascent soul stage, or even the divine transformation stage. Watching these Qi refinement disciples spar was akin to watching chickens peck at each other, utterly uninteresting. Nevertheless, Chu Feng found the spectacle captivating. During these 5 months, he had focused solely on refining his magical prowess. Having never learned any combat techniques, thus he keenly observed the battles, not merely for entertainment, but also to glean insights for himself. Indeed, it is a matter of surreptitious learning. These disciples are all outer disciples of the Qian Yuan sect, and their chosen combat methods are quite similar. Chu Feng observed the same set of combat techniques in several individuals, and gradually, he too began to master them. Lu Qingfeng, who was nearby, couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle at Chu Feng's actions. Naturally, he could not fathom that Chu Feng was clandestinely learning through mere observation. He merely considered Chu Feng a young man with a keen interest in such battles. After becoming a disciple of the ancestor, given the ancestor's disposition, it seemed unlikely that Chu Feng would have many opportunities to engage in combat with others. This simply would not do. If one does not fight, how can one grow stronger? In an instant, Lu Qingfeng began to devise a plan, arranging various tasks for Chu Feng to prevent him from enduring a solitary training regimen akin to the ancestors on the back mountain. Chu Feng, unaware of Lu Qingfeng's intentions, merely noticed Lu Qingfeng smiling at him and responded with a smile of his own. The event lasted an entire day, and by the afternoon, the competition concluded. Revealing the results, the top 10 disciples successfully advanced to become inner disciples, receiving congratulations from their peers. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng also took the stage to encourage the 10 individuals, and then, addressing Zhang Guangtian, the first-place winner, he kindly inquired, "Do you have any wishes that this esteemed leader can fulfill for you?" This was a customary event held annually, and typically, the wishes expressed revolved around desires for stronger cultivation techniques or more potent magical artifacts, serving as a form of benevolence granted by the sect leader. The disciples, being quite astute, understood what to request. Otherwise, making unreasonable demands would not only embarrass the sect leader but also squander this opportunity. However, upon hearing Lu Qingfeng's inquiry, Zhang Guangtian's eyes brightened, and he pointed at the unsuspecting Chu Feng, who was merely enjoying the spectacle, declaring, "I wish to challenge him." At this pronouncement, everyone fell into a state of shock, Lu Qingfeng included, while Chu Feng was utterly bewildered. Good heavens, he thought, I am merely sitting here, silently enjoying the show, and somehow I have become embroiled in this. Chu Feng felt somewhat exasperated, yet he had anticipated such an outcome ever since he had been forcibly seated beside Lu Qingfeng. Oh? Might you elaborate on why you intend to seize this opportunity to engage him in combat? Lu Qingfeng inquired, a smile gracing his lips. Zhang Guangtian straightened his back and proclaimed, I have heard that this individual is a newly accepted disciple of our sect this year. Not only has he garnered the ancestors' favor and become his disciple, but he also has the honor of sitting alongside you, sect leader. I merely wish to ascertain where we fall short in comparison to him. His voice resonated powerfully, eliciting a wave of agreement from the other disciples. Their gazes towards Chu Feng were filled with a sense of defiance. As the saying goes, it is not the scarcity that troubles one, but the inequality. Had the ancestor never taken on disciples, while many harbored aspirations, they would have remained silent. Yet now, a newcomer had ascended to their ranks, becoming the most formidable disciple of the Qinyuan sect. With a promising future, they yearned to question, why? Was it merely because he possessed a Xinling root? Although no new Xinling disciples had joined the sect in decades, many of the older disciples still boasted Xinling roots, and some even had Diling roots. However, all the advantages seemed to have been seized by Chu Feng, and they were unwilling to accept this. At that moment, Zhang Guangtian transformed into a representative voice of their collective grievances against perceived injustice. Given this, little Feng, are you willing? Lu Qingfeng asked, a mysterious smile playing on his lips as he turned to Chu Feng. Was Chu Feng willing? Naturally not. He was a golden core cultivator, while his opponent was merely at the qi refining stage. What was there to gain from such a fight? Defeating Zhang Guangtian would surely lead to endless trouble in the future. Thus, Chu Feng stood up, smiled gently at Zhang Guangtian, and cupped his hands, saying, Your strength is formidable. I am not your match, I concede. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guangtian was far from pleased and retorted angrily, What, do you look down upon me? Or do you think that because you have only been a disciple for less than 5 months, I am not your equal? The 71st move. Boasting and then retreating, what an exhilarating game. Chu Feng was speechless. He simply wished to avoid trouble. Yet Zhang Guangtian was so oblivious to the situation. Even after Chu Feng declared his concession, the other insisted on pursuing the matter, truly believing that he could provoke him without consequence. After a few words from Zhang Guangtian had ignited the ire of the assembled disciples, it became clear that he could attract even more trouble. Chu Feng's mood shifted accordingly. After a moment of silence, observing Zhang Guangtian's persistent provocations, Chu Feng said aloud, Since you are so eager to fight, let us do so. However, shall we establish a wager for our duel? Zhang Guangtian was overjoyed to hear Chu Feng's agreement. He was no fool, idly seeking to antagonize others. His repeated provocations stemmed from a clear purpose. In the eyes of the crowd, Chu Feng had become an object of envy and resentment. If he could defeat him in front of everyone, not only would he gain the favor and support of his peers, but he might also catch the attention of an elder or even the sect leader, paving his way to becoming a true disciple. Now that Chu Feng had consented, he had already achieved half of his goal. As for whether he could defeat Chu Feng, Zhang Guangtian had never entertained such doubts. He had been in the Qinyuan sect for 5 years, and for 3 years, he had reached the pinnacle of the qi refining stage. Participating in 3 promotion tournaments, in fact, last year, he could have easily secured a top 10 position and ascended to inner disciple status, but he had deliberately held back to become 11th, biding his time for a year. All of this was to guarantee a dazzling performance in this year's tournament, paving the way to becoming a true disciple. After 3 years of accumulation at the pinnacle of the qi refining stage, his strength was beyond reproach. He could not believe that Chu Feng, having only joined the sect for 5 months, could possibly surpass him. After all, Chu Feng was merely a Xinling root disciple, not a legendary Tianling root. Very well, as you say that if you lose, you must publicly declare that you are inferior to me. How does that sound? Zhang Guangtian proclaimed, brimming with confidence. Chu Feng nodded, agreed. But what if you lose? Zhang Guangtian was taken aback. He had never considered the possibility of his defeat. However, in front of the sect's elders, he could not appear overly arrogant, so he could only concede. Whatever you propose shall be accepted. Excellent. Since today marks your promotion tournament and you are the champion, should you lose, you shall forfeit this opportunity, relinquish your status as an inner disciple, and return to being an outer disciple. How does that sound? Chu Feng's words astonished everyone, as the promotion tournament occurred once a year. To forfeit this opportunity would mean waiting at least another year, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise preventing entry into the top 10, it could lead to an indefinite delay. The stakes were indeed high. The elders exchanged glances, furrowing their brows, and one elder began to voice concerns, as this wager seemed rather inappropriate. Participation in the promotion tournament was not as simple as joining or withdrawing at will. However, Lu Qingfeng subtly gestured for him to remain silent. At this moment, Chu Feng fixed his gaze on Zhang Guangtian, a cold smile gracing his lips. He had no desire for trouble, preferring to concede rather than engage in combat. Yet that did not imply he was afraid. A golden core cultivator facing off against a qi refining stage novice. What was there to fear? Since Zhang Guangtian had persistently provoked him, he intended to inflict some pain upon him, serving as a warning to others and ensuring they thought twice before approaching him again. Zhang Guangtian's expression shifted. The wager was indeed significant, yet under the watchful eyes of the assembly, he could not refuse. Gritting his teeth and declaring, "Fine." With that declaration, Chu Feng stepped forward onto the arena, gazing at Zhang Guangtian across from him and stating, "Let us begin." The officiant glanced at Lu Qingfeng, who nodded in affirmation, and promptly commenced the match. Zhang Guangtian regarded Chu Feng with fierce determination. He intended to trample Chu Feng beneath his feet and forge his path as a true disciple. Nothing could bring more notoriety within the Qianyuan sect than defeating a disciple of the ancestor. Zhang Guangtian was brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Chu Feng maintained an air of indifference, seemingly unperturbed by the impending battle. "Begin," the officiant announced, and as soon as the words left his lips, Zhang Guangtian charged forward, unleashing his most adept technique, the Six Harmonies Fist. The Six Harmonies Fist was a martial art accessible to all outer disciples of the Qianyuan sect, yet Zhang Guangtian was undoubtedly its strongest practitioner. He aimed to obliterate Chu Feng with his mightiest move. In stark contrast to Zhang Guangtian's fierce assault, Chu Feng remained composed, rooted in place. "Haha, look, that kid appears utterly stunned." Indeed, Zhang Ji's Six Harmonies Fist is unmatched among the outer disciples. How could that newcomer possibly stand against him? Let us hope Zhang Gu refrains from using his full strength. Otherwise, that boy will be in for a rough time. The disciples below the stage began to grumble. For indeed, Chu Feng appeared as if he had been rendered utterly dumbfounded, standing motionless, neither launching a counterattack nor evading with agility. However, just as everyone anticipated that Zhang Guangtian would send Chu Feng flying with a single blow, Chu Feng suddenly sprang into action in an instant. His figure moved with such swiftness that it left behind an afterimage in the eyes of the disciples. Zhang Guangtian, taken completely by surprise, found himself face to face with Chu Feng, his expression shifting dramatically as he attempted to alter his stance to defend. Yet, at that moment, Chu Feng flashed a slight smile and placed his palm upon Zhang Guangtian's chest. In the next heartbeat, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted forth, causing Zhang Guangtian's complexion to turn ashen as he felt an overwhelming force burst from his chest, propelling him uncontrollably backward as he soared through the air. Tracing a parabolic arc, he crashed violently onto the arena floor. Had the other disciples not reacted swiftly, they might have been caught in the fallout. With a single strike, Zhang Guangtian was defeated, instantaneously obliterated. The disciples gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them, their eyes fixated on the elegant figure of Chu Feng atop the stage. Momentarily at a loss for words, Chu Feng, having retracted his hand, stood tall and addressed the dazed Zhang Guangtian, proclaiming, "Remember our wager. Your opportunity for advancement has been nullified, and you shall remain an outer disciple henceforth." Upon hearing this, Zhang Guangtian, already grievously injured, rolled his eyes back and promptly fainted. Before anyone could utter a word, Chu Feng bowed respectfully to the sect master and the elders, stating, "Respected masters, if there are further instructions, I shall take my leave for now." With that, he made a swift exit. A short while later, having returned to the secluded mountaintop, Chu Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. What a thrilling escape after such a display. He had feared that the sect master and others would inquire further about his abilities, prompting him to hastily excuse himself under the pretense of consulting the ancestor. Thankfully, they did not pursue him. Casting a glance at the quiet that enveloped the grass hut, he turned towards his wooden cabin. Upon entering, he was startled to behold a white figure before him. Master. Chapter 72. Perception. What is this mysterious technique? At this moment, the venerable ancestor of the Qianyuan sect sat gracefully within Chu Feng's wooden cabin, her captivating gaze fixed upon him. Master, what brings you here? Chu Feng inquired, feeling a surge of anxiety. Despite having been her disciple for 5 months, their interactions had been limited to a mere exchange of a few words during one fleeting meeting, rendering them virtually strangers, akin to those in the tribulation stage. He had not anticipated her sudden appearance in his abode. You've returned? Sit. Her cool voice commanded, and Chu Feng obediently took a seat, his eyes fixed on her. I have come to understand the events that transpired earlier. Chu Feng was momentarily taken aback, yet she offered him no time to react, continuing, to be frank, I did not expect that in merely 5 months you would cultivate to such a degree solely on your own. Defeating a peak Qi refining stage opponent with a single strike indicates that you must have reached the foundation establishment stage. At her words, Chu Feng's pupils constricted sharply in the span of 5 months. His master had not revealed herself, causing him to somewhat overlook her existence. He had not anticipated that with just one display of his abilities, she would see through him. Fortunately, she had discerned part of the truth, but not the entirety. Compared to the golden core stage achieved in 5 months, reaching the foundation establishment stage was still relatively acceptable. Master, Chu Feng felt compelled to express his gratitude for the Qianyuan technique she had bestowed upon him, yet he found himself at a loss for words. There is no need for excessive words. Simply listen to me, she continued. You may have wondered why a mere Xinling root would provoke such a stir within the Qianyuan sect, and why I would choose to take you as my disciple. This matter is lengthy. Ever since the decline of our sect, we have faced countless external threats, among which the most insidious have targeted our new disciples. In the past, the Qianyuan sect was not lacking in talent. Not only Xinling roots but even Diling roots were commonplace. Only those with Tian spirit roots received serious consideration from the sect. However, due to the nefarious tactics of external adversaries, the number of disciples we could recruit dwindled, and the talents of these disciples became increasingly dismal. Such malevolence cannot be tolerated. In my time, I single-handedly wielded my sword to confront those who sought to obstruct gifted disciples from joining our sect, slaying those despicable foes. Yet, the situation did not improve. Since then, any new disciple with a spiritual root above Xinling has faced relentless assassination. Over the past 20 years, our sect has lost more than 50 disciples to such attacks. Despite our efforts, our dwindled strength renders us unable to fully guard against these assassinations. Consequently, rumors spread that anyone with a Xinling root or higher who dared to join our sect would inevitably be hunted down. Thus, the Qianyuan sect has not recruited any Xinling root disciples in years, and even those with Renling roots have become a rarity. You are the first Xinling root disciple to join us in over a decade. The sect leader and others intended to take you in directly to protect you, for there is no place safer than here with me. Taking you as my disciple is merely a precaution against assassination, a counterstrike against our enemies. As for your own potential, I do not place excessive value upon it, for a mere Xinling root cannot catch my eye. As she spoke, a flicker of astonishment crossed her gaze. However, you have surprised me. I suspect you must have employed some means to disguise your true root. As for your original aptitude, a sense of dread washed over Chu Feng. Indeed, this master of the tribulation stage was formidable, and he felt as if all his secrets were laid bare before her. Master. At that moment, Chu Feng found himself at a loss for words, unsure whether to feign ignorance regarding his Xinling root or to speak honestly. There is no need to explain. Everyone has their secrets, and you need not share them with me. I have no interest in the secrets you carry, as long as they do not pose a threat to the Qianyuan sect. If you can contribute your strength to the sect when you grow powerful, I will be satisfied. Master, rest assured, since I have joined the Qianyuan sect, I shall dedicate myself to its cause. Chu Feng declared earnestly. This was his heartfelt sentiment. While he intended to develop cautiously, it did not mean he wished to shirk responsibility. Good. his master replied, rising slowly and producing a jade slip, which she handed to Chu Feng. This is the supreme technique of the Qianyuan sect, the Qianyuan Gong, a pinnacle earth-level technique, typically reserved for those in the golden core stage. Today, I present it to you in advance, and I hope you will not disappoint me. Upon hearing this, Chu Feng was momentarily stunned. The Qianyuan Gong. Hadn't he already received it? He had been cultivating it for several months. Furthermore, an earth-level pinnacle technique? Wasn't it a heavenly-level technique? What was going on? Chu Feng stood there, momentarily unable to comprehend. His master, believing he was overwhelmed with joy at receiving the technique, vanished without saying more. Furrowing his brow, Chu Feng sat down on his bed, clutching the jade slip and hurriedly opening it to inspect its contents. A profound technique unfolded in his mind, exquisite in its intricacy, truly deserving of the title of the Qianyuan sect's supreme method. However, compared to the heavenly-level technique he had previously acquired, it paled significantly. Chu Feng felt utterly perplexed at this moment. The Qianyuan Gong he had been cultivating was not the authentic Qianyuan Gong. The technique he had previously received was not gifted by his master. So, what exactly was he cultivating now? Who had provided him with this technique? A torrent of conspiracy theories swirled in his mind, leaving him momentarily indecisive. If the other party harbored malicious intent, why would they bestow upon him a heavenly-level technique? He had verified it with the system. That mysterious technique bore no flaws, genuinely a heavenly-level technique, with no modifications or hidden dangers whatsoever. Thus, it seemed improbable that the other party could leverage this against him. What, then, were their intentions? Surely they would not simply offer him warmth without reason, gifting him a heavenly-level technique. Chu Feng found it hard to believe he possessed such extraordinary luck, but as he pondered endlessly, he found himself with no clear answers and ultimately decided to set it aside for the time being, intending to revisit it later. In this world, there is no love without reason. He believed that once his cultivation grew stronger, all would be revealed. Thus, Chu Feng resumed his closed-door training, continuing to cultivate the mysterious heavenly-level technique. This rigorous training lasted a full 5 months, dedicated entirely to elevating his other spiritual roots to the golden core stage. Having already cultivated the wooden spiritual root, he found the process for the other roots remarkably simple. Therefore, he shifted his focus back to his main self, leaving only a fraction of his consciousness to manage his cultivation. Closing the book before him, Chu Feng rose and stretched, feeling a momentary disorientation as his consciousness returned. It was astonishing how over 5 months had passed for his clones, while for his main self, barely half a day had elapsed. Such a time discrepancy was quite significant. Yet, Chu Feng remained unperturbed. This was merely a matter of getting accustomed to the process. The first time was naturally unfamiliar. But with time, he would adapt. As he sensed the slight increase in his internal power following his cultivation, Chu Feng could only smile wryly. Chapter 73. Learn immortal cultivation from me. At the same time, the doppelganger had transformed 5 months into the span of time, cultivating its strength from nothing to a formidable level, directly advancing to the golden core stage, while the true self here had only managed to increase its magical power marginally. The true self's cultivation remained at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, still some distance away from breaking through to the 4th layer. This vast disparity made Chu Feng contemplate switching places with his doppelganger. After all, the doppelganger possessed explosive talent, while the true self's aptitude was disappointingly lackluster, a fact that was difficult to accept. After a moment of venting his frustrations, Chu Feng redirected his focus to the magical power within his true self. By comparing it with the doppelganger, he realized that while his true self lagged considerably in cultivation speed, it far surpassed the doppelganger in terms of quality. This disparity was not something easily decipherable. However, Chu Feng felt that if his true self were to engage in combat with the doppelganger, the outcome of a confrontation between the qi refinement stage and the golden core stage was uncertain. Yet, if the true self could insert its magical power into the doppelganger, he was confident the doppelganger would be unable to expel it. In essence, as long as the true self could infuse its magical power into the doppelganger, victory would already be secured. Not realizing the extent of his true self's strength until now left Chu Feng somewhat dazed. These were merely his musings, without any real experimentation, so he remained uncertain of their validity. Shaking his head, he cast aside these thoughts and stepped outside. At this moment, The gaping hole in the roof had been diligently repaired by Jiang Wu. Although it no longer leaked, the craftsmanship was truly hard to speak of. For someone with godly building skills like Chu Feng, such subpar roofing felt like an affront. He had already resolved to find a time to completely renovate his courtyard. After all, the courtyard had been in existence for over a decade and had become somewhat dilapidated. It was the perfect opportunity to construct a more aesthetically pleasing one. Upon seeing Chu Feng emerge, Jiang Wu, who was practicing archery in the courtyard, instantly brightened, his expression brimming with enthusiasm, akin to a child who had just received full marks on an exam seeking praise. Chu Feng was puzzled. Jiang Wu appeared so honest. Surely he wouldn't expect compliments just for drawing a bow. Ignoring Jiang Wu, Chu Feng called over Tao Yaoyao and inquired, "Yao Yao, how have you been feeling these past few days?" Tao Yaoyao, taken aback by Chu Feng's proactive concern, replied, "Master, I am well. Recently, my carving techniques have improved further." "Look." Chu Feng glanced at the statue handed to him by Tao Yaoyao, his lips twitching slightly. "To be honest, considering Tao Yaoyao had only practiced for a few days to reach this level, it was indeed commendable. However, given Chu Feng's godly carving skills, not only was his craftsmanship exceptionally high, but his standards were also extraordinarily elevated. Thus, in his eyes, the statue was somewhat unremarkable. Clearing his throat, he said, "Not bad. Not bad. I wish to ask you, what are your thoughts on the future?" Chu Feng wanted to avoid discouraging her, so he smoothly shifted the topic. "The future? What do you mean?" Tao Yaoyao asked, puzzled. "What I mean is, carving is merely a craft. At best, it can serve as a hobby, but it cannot be relied upon as a means of livelihood. Therefore, I advise you to seriously consider your future plans." Chu Feng pondered before speaking. Encouraging Tao Yaoyao to abandon carving and redirect her energy towards the righteous path was a thought Chu Feng had entertained before. After experiencing the battle between the doppelganger and Zhang Guangtian, this idea had intensified within him. He still remembered that Tao Yaoyao's parents had been slain by enemies, and her apprenticeship was motivated by vengeance. He recalled that she had previously sought out villagers to learn some self-defense techniques, but that had been delayed. Now that he had stepped into the world of cultivation, he had a deeper understanding of its dangers. Zhang Guangtian's misstep cost him at least a year of time. This was merely the consequence of his intention to issue a light warning. If he had encountered a villain, it could have easily cost him his life. With a blood feud to settle and enemies lurking outside, Tao Yaoyao spent her days solely practicing carving. What use was that? Could carving avenge her? Would she wait for the enemy to force their way in, then attempt to carve them to death? Wouldn't that be tantamount to courting death? As a mentor, Chu Feng did not wish to witness Tao Yaoyao meet such a fate. However, Tao Yaoyao looked utterly bewildered and said, "Master, I truly do not know how to plan for the future. I will follow your guidance." Chu Feng was speechless but too apathetic to press further, directly stating, "Would you be willing to cultivate alongside me?" Cultivate? Tao Yaoyao and Jiang Wu were both stunned, staring blankly at Chu Feng. Both were thinking, having followed you in pursuit of the Tao, now you are asking me to cultivate. Their incredulous gazes fell upon Chu Feng, who could sense a hint of satisfaction within himself. Look, they were so shocked by the prospect of learning cultivation. Indeed, it was cultivation. Yaoyao, you already have enemies. Wouldn't it be more rewarding to learn cultivation from me than to continue carving? Once your cultivation is elevated, you could directly confront your foes and eliminate them. Wouldn't that be exhilarating? Tao Yaoyao blinked and explained, "Master, I must thank you for your guidance, which enabled me to successfully eliminate my enemy." Upon hearing this, Chu Feng frowned slightly. "Yaoyao, how could you lie? Even if it is to ease your master's worries, you must not speak untruths. I have only taught you carving. How did you manage to slay your enemy?" Tao Yaoyao promptly produced the Longyin sword that Chu Feng had given her, saying, "Master, this is all thanks to the sword you bestowed upon me. Without it, Just as Tao Yaoyao was about to elaborate on how the Longyin sword had saved her and rendered her invincible, Chu Feng interrupted her. "Enough, no need to elaborate. Starting tomorrow, you shall cultivate with me. That is final." Chu Feng was disinterested in hearing any more of Tao Yaoyao's ramblings. A mere sword in his hands was useless. Yet it could slay foes in hers? Wasn't that absurd? Thus, Chu Feng made a definitive decision and turned to leave, intending to feed Wang Kai. Tao Yaoyao wanted to say more but was tugged by Jiang Wu's sleeve. At that moment, Jiang Wu seemed to have grasped Chu Feng's intentions. This was not yet finished with the doppelganger. The true self was to partake as well. However, the true self was too powerful to engage directly. So the only option was to have Tao Yaoyao take its place in cultivation. Jiang Wu felt he had uncovered a crucial point. He promptly relayed this to Tao Yaoyao, who, after a moment's contemplation, asked, "But I am already at the integration stage." Jiang Wu shook his head, revealing a mysterious smile, and calmly replied, in Brother Feng's eyes, "Do you and I even count as cultivators?" Tao Yaoyao suddenly understood. Chapter 74. Abundant Gains. The Arrival of Women in the Dead of Night. Aware of Chu Feng's intentions, Tao Yaoyao reflected for a moment before approaching him, saying softly, "Master, I was just a bit too excited and spoke thoughtlessly. I am willing to learn cultivation from you." Hearing this, Chu Feng, satisfied as he patted Wang Kai's head, nodded approvingly. This little disciple had finally grasped her master's good intentions. Thus, Chu Feng took the time to explain the basic knowledge of cultivation to Tao Yaoyao. This was the most fundamental knowledge, even encompassing the classification of cultivation realms and the distribution of the human body's meridians and acupoints. Logically, given that Tao Yaoyao already possessed integration stage cultivation, this knowledge should hold no value for her. She thought so too, and thus intended to merely accompany Chu Feng while seeking opportunities to return to her carving practice. However, as Chu Feng began to teach, Tao Yaoyao was left dumbfounded. What had once been entirely clear to her now seemed to be slipping away in a mere hour's time. She found herself descending from the integration stage to the transformation stage. Anyone would panic upon encountering such a situation. After all, to have their hard-earned cultivation vanish into thin air was hardly bearable. Yet, after the initial shock wore off, Tao Yaoyao sensed her magical power solidifying within her body. Turning her panic into joy, she realized that although her cultivation was diminishing, her overall strength was continually growing. If her magical power quality had previously been a 1, it was now steadily approaching a 2. The total amount may have decreased, but the quality had risen. Tao Yaoyao rejoiced at this revelation. Did this mean that if her magical power solidified to a certain degree, perhaps reaching 3 or even 4, she could be invincible within the same realm without even using the Longyin sword? Meanwhile, Jiang Wu, having nothing better to do, also eavesdropped. After a moment, his expression shifted as he felt his own magical power, which had been solidified over countless years, beginning to boil anew. Jiang Wu was overjoyed and wasted no time, promptly sitting down to listen attentively. Both were simply delighted, not shocked, for this was Chu Feng. Was there any need to be astonished by such astonishing feats from him? It was simply a matter of getting used to it. This lecture lasted a full 2 hours. When Chu Feng returned to his room, Jiang Wu and Tao Yaoyao reluctantly withdrew their gazes. Although it had only been 2 hours, the results were profoundly impactful. In the chamber, Chu Feng sat contentedly upon the bed, having imparted knowledge to the two individuals, which also served as a form of review for himself, leading to deeper insights and a sense of accomplishment. Taking a deep breath, he began to channel the mystical energy within his body, slowly operating it according to the enigmatic technique acquired through his avatar. Indeed, he was determined to attempt self-cultivation using his true self. After all, although this scientific approach to immortality was shrouded in mystery and quite impressive, the limitation of daily training hours was undeniably frustrating. Desiring to strive, yet finding no opportunity to do so, he could only practice for 2 or 3 hours each day before succumbing to lethargy. Chu Feng felt a profound sense of discomfort. As a representative of the new generation of cultivators, how could he possibly resign himself to idleness? It was imperative to be ambitious, if circumstances permitted. He even wished to channel the state of 007 from his previous life into his cultivation, outshining others with relentless fervor. Once he attained a formidable level of mastery, dominating the world and then emerging to flaunt his prowess would be exhilarating. It was for this reason that Chu Feng contemplated the prospect of cultivating with his true self. Previously, he lacked the techniques, but now he had acquired them. Though he still possessed no spiritual roots, he had already harnessed magical energy within him. Thus, the energy began to circulate within his body according to the mysterious technique 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles, drawing upon the 4 months of experience his avatar had garnered in cultivation. The process of channeling the mysterious technique proceeded remarkably smoothly, with no hindrances whatsoever. However, upon opening his eyes, Chu Feng's expression turned grim. for he realized that after 3 complete cycles, his magical energy had not increased in the slightest. The entire cultivation experience felt akin to aimless play, utterly ineffective. Alas, it was evident that spiritual roots were indeed crucial. Having magical energy alone was insufficient. With a heavy heart, Chu Feng shook his head. Resigning himself to the notion that he could only pursue cultivation through the scientific method, albeit at a gradual pace, in resignation, he shifted his focus to examine the cultivation progress of his avatar.